Beneath the depths of the dusky clouds on the ocean floor, the water exhibited a disquieting shade of dark crimson, where sunlight could scarcely penetrate at such profound depths. Thus, the environment bore little distinction from the encompassing night. Yun Hao Yu lay concealed beneath a colossal reef, where the water temperature had plummeted significantly. Though the insulation system of his double-layered wetsuit was diligently functioning, he still felt waves of biting cold. This sensation stemmed not from the corporeal realm, but rather from the depths of his soul. In the shadowy abyss, fraught with peril, merely within a 50-meter radius of his hiding spot lurked no fewer than 10 fearsome creatures of notorious repute. A mere 2 meters to his left, a serpentine starfish had half buried its body in the sandy substrate to his right. Several deer crystal vines were feasting voraciously upon a hapless thorny sturgeon. Above him, a dark red moon jellyfish leisurely unfurled its thick tentacles, rumored to possess the strength to effortlessly rend the high-strength alloy exterior of a diving pod. If he were to slightly turn his head, he would behold, 40 meters away, a serrated millipede the size of a small hill dozing peacefully, beside which lay a boa constrictor as thick as a thigh. Numerous other nameless entities swam in the depths, each capable of effortlessly claiming his life. During his hours of concealment, he had even discerned traces of a mola mola. It was perplexing how such a creature could find leisure in the relatively shallow waters 300 meters deep, for it was said that this apex predator of the deep ranked among the top 10 ferocious entities of Mu Yunxing, typically roamed only in depths exceeding 1,000 meters. He had patiently remained in this location for 6 hours. His quarry was a creature known as the reed sea urchin worm. This organism, roughly the size of a fist and somewhat resembling a sea cucumber, bore a blood-red tentacle resembling an eye at its center, thus earning its name. Its value lay in its bodily fluids, which were a crucial ingredient for formulating anti-aging serums for humanity. Capturing just one would afford him a year of comfortable living. Naturally, procuring such a creature was no simple feat, as it dwelled within territories fiercely guarded by numerous deep-sea predators. Achieving success without alarming them was a challenge that could scarcely be likened to pulling teeth from a tiger. Cautiously, he moved his limbs, re-examining the equipment he carried: a high-pressure oxygen tank, 2 bottles of compressed nutrients, a powerful tranquilizer gun, a sailor's knife, an eco-box the size of a backpack, and a first aid kit. This constituted all his worldly possessions. Once, a companion had suggested he bring a ray gun, but he had declined here. If one were targeted by those lethal entities, even a particle cannon could not guarantee survival. At last, his quarry appeared. 2 sea urchin worms sluggishly emerged from the seagrass, embarking on a foraging expedition. They were less than 15 meters away, yet he remained utterly still. No longer a novice, he understood that the closer one approached success, the more patience one must exhibit. Should he become overly excited and reveal his presence, not only would his plans go awry, but he could also be torn to shreds by those fearsome beings. He had previously witnessed a companion fall victim to carelessness, startling a swarm of deer crystal vines, which ensnared him with their lethal tendrils, their sharp appendages slicing through his wetsuit as effortlessly as tearing paper, reducing him to a mere desiccated husk. And he had watched helplessly from a distance. As the prey drew near, he remained composed, his tranquilizer gun firmly in hand. Its effective range extended to 40 meters, and his patience had been an exercise in ensuring a single, decisive strike. The creature itself posed little challenge. It was merely exceedingly vigilant, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Gradually, one sea urchin worm had swum within arm's reach, while the other was merely a meter away. He made a final adjustment to his angle, aimed at the one before him, and pressed the activation button. A tungsten needle, less than 10 millimeters in diameter, silently pierced the water, embedding itself in the creature's body in an instant. Following swiftly was a second shot, aimed at the one behind. Soon enough, both sea urchin worms lay motionless. Chapter 2. The Tavern. He swiftly retrieved the ecological box, stowing away the spoils of victory in less than 10 seconds. Once everything was settled, he exhaled softly, only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat. Not far away, a decaying serpent shifted slightly, changing its position to continue its slumber, while other fearsome creatures went about their own business, oblivious to the presence of this intruder. On the surface of the sea, Friedrich wandered the deck with a bottle of liquor in hand, occasionally taking a swig, He had been in this line of work for many years. He had no other hobbies but a fondness for drinking. It was said that even in slumber, he clutched a bottle tightly. "Captain." The first mate approached him from behind. "We have an hour left until we wrap up." I understand," he replied vaguely, taking another gulp. It was then that Friedrich posed a question. "My old friend, how many of the 40 men who went down do you think will return?" "How many?" "Hard to say. Are you not usually quite accurate with your guesses?" "Let us make it a wager. I bet 34 will return." "Fine, if I win, you'll have to spend this earnings on treating me to drinks." 35. "I knew it." "All right then, if I win, you must take me to the charming night bar for a good time." "It's settled." The captain downed the remaining contents of the bottle in one go, letting out a satisfied belch before continuing. "Did you know? The market for sea urchin worms is on the rise, with black market prices soaring to 50,000 each, and then there's the ghost-faced deer pufferfish, blue-blooded starfish, and the lava shark. All prime specimens. So what? With this rickety ship of ours, do you think we can acquire those treasures?" The first mate interrupted his musings. "I was merely speaking hypothetically. Who doesn't he know that such valuable treasures come at the cost of one's life?" The captain sighed, aware that the first mate spoke the truth. Those engaged in this perilous trade lived under the constant gaze of death. Catching red-eyed sea urchins was already fraught with danger, and each time they ventured out to sea, a few of his divers would inevitably remain in that dreaded abyss forever. The ghost-faced deer pufferfish thrived at depths of 500 meters, cohabiting with the lethal underworld squid. Meanwhile, the blue-blooded starfish could only be found below 2,000 meters. As for the lava shark, it was a notorious being known throughout the murky cloud star, impervious to ordinary light cannons, requiring the intervention of high-level psychic practitioners to confront. Such bounties were far beyond their current aspirations. Underwater, Yunhao shifted his position, continuing to lie in wait. The ecological box had already collected 6 specimens. With some time left until the end of the day, today's haul was indeed satisfactory. Surpassing the previous record of 4, the tranquilizer gun still contained 14 tungsten darts, and he wished to tempt fate once more. Am I being too greedy? He occasionally questioned himself, yet such desires were natural. No one would ever complain about having too much money, and who could say whether such fortune would grace him again on his next venture? How many times had he set sail? 17 or 18? Although each trip was fraught with danger, since he resolved to risk his life here, he had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. Countless times, he dreamt of various terrifying creatures claiming his life in different gruesome manners. Being devoured whole seemed the most dignified way to perish, while dismemberment, fragmentation, slow slicing, suffocation, or being gradually dissolved in corrosive acid were all too horrific to fathom, not to mention being turned into a desiccated corpse. A myriad of unimaginable and terrifying deaths, awakening from these nightmares, had become a daily occurrence. Was such a struggle worthwhile? He pondered this question, yet each time he would persuade himself that just one more trip would suffice. Just one more, but after each return, it would only take a week before he found himself repeating the cycle. Perhaps, to outsiders, this boy seemed utterly mad. Regardless of the riches amassed, what value did they hold if one's life was lost? Indeed, survival was paramount. Only then could one discuss anything else. He did not deny this fact and had attempted more than once to convince himself not to take further risks. However, the fervent desire within his heart was indelible. For life is not merely about existing. It should be adorned with dignity, grace, and joy. To live with dignity, to live with grace, to live joyfully. Chapter 3. Rulan. This is the dream of nearly everyone. Yet, throughout the millennia, those who have achieved such a standard are exceedingly rare. To live with dignity. It sounds easy to say, but to accomplish it is incredibly challenging. He was but a youth from the lowest strata of society, possessing nothing but youth, fervor, and courage. Of course, he had dreams. Dreams of living with dignity, a humble existence, a humble aspiration. To pursue that nearly unattainable dream, he chose this perilous path. Regrets? Perhaps. Yet, each time he returned from the abyss, licking his wounds in solitude, he would adjust his mindset. A week later, he would resolutely board the fishing vessel once more. Snatching sustenance from the jaws of nightmarish beasts, he fought for the passion that burned within him. With a gentle lift of his hand, another tungsten dart was released, this target lying nearly 6 meters away. capturing it would prove challenging. He inched his body closer, moving cautiously. Fate mocked him, and the specter of death lingered ominously around him. Closer, just a bit closer. He was on the verge of grasping it. A dear crystal vine drifted leisurely toward him, now less than a meter away. He could clearly see the pale, fine spines on its tentacles, which had turned a deep purple due to its recent meal, adorned with dark red sinews that writhed as the vine swayed. A chilling and terrifying aura enveloped him. Yet, he remained undeterred, silently waiting, his body trembling slightly within the diving suit. Finally, the dear crystal vine drifted to a distance of 7 or 8 meters, the specter's gaze momentarily shifting away from him. He reached out, seizing the prey and stuffing it into the ecological box. However, whether it was due to his excessive movement or the vine's heightened sensitivity, it swiftly circled back in his direction. What should he do? Run? That would only hasten his demise. Not running left him defenseless against the creature. Gritting his teeth, he remained utterly still, inwardly praying that it hadn't detected his presence. The menacing tentacles extended slowly. Akin to an invitation from death, fortune's favor seemed to hover anxiously above him. Time was running out. It was time to launch the signal. Friedrich instructed his men. He referred to a type of missile, which, upon being launched into the sea, emitted a specific frequency of sound waves to drive off the deadly creatures lurking below, allowing the divers to return safely. However, the effectiveness of this device was not as impressive as one might imagine, and its cost was steep. Thus, he could only afford to use it twice, once at the start and once at the end of the operation. At least it granted these young men a few more chances at life. On the surface, the sun of murky cloud star was about to dip below the horizon. Unlike Earth, this planet's sun was a brilliant blue, dazzling to behold. At that moment, a radiant orb of light appeared in the sky directly above the sun, streaking across the heavens and hurtling toward them. Friedrich opened another bottle of liquor, tilting his head back to gulp it down, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the luminous orb. What is that? A meteor? It didn't quite seem like one. He muttered to himself, intending to fetch a telescope for a closer look. Before he could take a step, the orb approached at an astonishing speed, crashing into the sea just 30 meters from the ship. Curiously, the surface of the water remained tranquil. Not a single wave stirred, as if nothing had occurred at all. What is going on? Could it be an illusion? The drunken captain stared blankly at the sea. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the surface, chaos reigned supreme. Yun Haoyu, who had reached the brink of despair, felt the dear crystal vine slowly ensnaring him, beginning to tear at his diving suit. To his surprise, it suddenly halted its advance, darting swiftly to the side. Not only it, but a myriad of terrifying creatures seemed to have seen a ghost, frantically fleeing into the depths, including the infamous Moro shark. What could possibly instill such fear in them? As he hesitated on his next move, darkness enveloped his vision, an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness washing over him. Panic surged through him. He understood too well the dire consequences of falling asleep in such a place. Regrettably, events unfolded beyond his control, and he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. Optimization. Unbeknownst to him, a chaotic orb of light hovered above his head. Under the overwhelming pressure, the surrounding seabed had transformed into a dead zone. Young divers began to surface, returning with varying degrees of success. They appeared to be in good spirits, having safely returned from such perilous depths. It felt as though they had been reborn. The first mate directed his crew to tally the spoils, while Friedrich held his liquor bottle, squinting as he counted heads. 16, 17, 18, 29, 30. Already 32 were accounted for. Perhaps the remaining few were simply slower or had met their fates. Such occurrences were common. Those who wished to partake in this dangerous trade must possess a certain level of awareness. After a brief wait, 2 more surfaced, bringing the count to 34. Captain, it seems you'll be paying up this time. The first mate declared with a hint of triumph. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way I'm losing. Friedrich scoffed, glancing at the time. Let us wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe my instincts are incorrect. The blue sun had set, and the 3 moons of murky cloud star began to reveal themselves in the night sky. The 2 larger moons shone in blue, while the smaller one radiated a purplish hue, appearing somewhat otherworldly. It's time for us to head back, Captain. The first mate reminded. Ah, very well. Friedrich responded somewhat despondently. Could it be that my intuition has truly failed me? TMD. After so many years of reputation, today it has come to this. Just as he was preparing to concede defeat, a crew member suddenly shouted, "Captain, there's another one." "What?" Both the drunken captain and the first mate exclaimed in unison. About 20 meters from the starboard side, a figure slowly surfaced from the water. "Ha ha! It's that kid!" Friedrich tossed aside the bottle and rushed over to pull him up. T&D, that damn drunkard has managed to succeed again. Now it was the first mate's turn to feel disheartened. Yunhao appeared to be in decent condition, at least he was still standing, albeit with a somewhat pale complexion. He forced a smile at the onlookers, handed the ecological box to the captain, and said, "There was a slight mishap, so I returned a bit later than expected. Sorry to worry everyone. How did it go today?" "Hauga? Your luck has always been good. I trust this time will be no exception." The drunken captain chuckled as he opened the ecological box, but when the box was fully opened, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Inside the box lay 20 sea urchins neatly arranged, along with 2 jade butterfly conchs, items that could fetch a handsome price, found only in the layers of the lucent crystal vines. How did this kid manage to acquire them? Finally, it was the first mate who broke the silence, smiling as he said, "Hauga, it seems your luck is indeed remarkable today. Shall we treat everyone to a drink later?" "That would be appropriate," Yunhao replied eagerly, for he now had ample reason to celebrate. According to their prior agreement, capturing a single sea urchin warranted a reward of 20,000 credit points, and 20 would amount to 400,000. A considerable sum for him. As for the jade butterfly conchs, the drunken captain offered a price of 100,000 each, making his total earnings equivalent to what he had accumulated over 7 or 8 previous outings. The fishing boat returned to port, the distant harbor ablaze with lights. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yunhao stood on the deck, lost in thought. At last, he had returned alive. The starry sky above had never appeared so beautiful. The night breeze gently blew, carrying a familiar salty scent. How wonderful it is to be alive. Muchuan Harbor is one of the most bustling places in Muchuan City, and it ranks among the largest ports on the Twilight Cloud Star. After night falls, the businesses of various bars, nightclubs, and clubs begin to thrive. The bar was already filled with patrons, merchants, mercenaries, and idle ruffians. Though the majority were sailors earning their livelihoods at sea, there were also women of all kinds. Both natives and bio-enhanced beauties, even robotic women clad in synthetic skin and muscle. As long as one could pay the price, the proprietors could even procure extraterrestrial women for you. Chapter 5. Roommates Yunhao's group occupied a large private room, reveling in hearty drinks. Today, it was Hauga's treat, and everyone drank freely. The drunken captain, while embracing a scantily clad young lady, called out to everyone. The risks of this line of work are beyond what others can imagine. Underwater, safety is an absolute illusion. It is always relative. Who knows when one might be left behind forever? Regardless, being able to return safely is always a cause for celebration. Thus, the young men who venture out to sea often spend their time on land indulging. For no one knows when they might have such an opportunity again. The pervasive fear of an uncertain tomorrow makes it only logical to seek pleasure, venting their pressures through alcohol and women. After being urged to drink by his companions, Yunhao felt somewhat overwhelmed and found an excuse to slip out. Leaning on the balcony, he gazed at the night scene. Outside the door, cars streamed by, and crowds surged. After over 70 years of immigration and development, this planet had become quite prosperous. More than 20 cities had developed along the coastline, each boasting populations ranging from millions to tens of millions. In just a few short decades, such a large population had gathered, and the reason was simple. Resources? Twilight Cloud Star may be small, but it produces hundreds of scarce resources needed by the Empire, most of which are unique to this planet, primarily marine life. For the human race, there is nothing more exhilarating than the prospect of wealth. People yearning for sudden fortune flocked here on various immigrant ships. Yet opportunity and risk have always been two sides of the same coin. This planet has only one continent, occupying less than 15% of its surface area, while the rest consists of islands and oceans. For various known or unknown reasons, the creatures on this planet are mostly ferocious. In the initial years of planetary exploration, those creatures were indifferent towards humans, as long as they were not provoked. All was well. However, this bliss was short-lived. Once humans established cities and began large-scale resource extraction, essentially slaughtering, the natives rebelled. They began to frequently attack humans, even staging a version of a monster siege from the Interstellar era. Humans, of course, would not easily concede. A protracted tug-of-war ensued for nearly a decade, with casualties among Imperial soldiers numbering in the hundreds of thousands, including over 10,000 extraordinary warriors. Eventually, the Imperial military lost patience and deployed the main fleet to thoroughly cleanse the powerful creatures from the continent. Even utilizing banned weapons in the process, at last, humans became the rulers of the continent. Most vital resources came from the ocean. However, the marine creatures were no less formidable, with countless lives lost beneath the waves daily. Yet the military could not employ the same method against the ocean, as such an action would lead to the collapse of the marine ecosystem, unless the Empire decided to forsake the resources. Thus, everything produced here is bought at the cost of human lives. Those powerful corporations, equipped with advanced protective gear, experience slightly lower casualty rates, while small operators like the drunken Friedrich rely on a single ship and dozens of crew members. Along with some basic diving equipment, the high casualty rate is daunting. Divers on Twilight Cloud Star are considered one of the most perilous professions in the entire Empire, to the extent that no insurance company is willing to expand its business here. Employers bear no responsibility. The relationship between divers and owners is merely a temporary employment arrangement. The owner provides diving equipment, and the divers sell the catch to the owner at previously agreed-upon prices. Settling accounts after each outing. Although the prices are rather exploitative, the channels for transactions are in their hands, leaving the divers with little choice. Moreover, should an accident befall a diver, the loss of equipment is not negligible. And the owner also needs to make a living. Yun Haoyu is a first-year student. When he was 12, his parents perished in an unfortunate accident, and it was his uncle who raised him. The experiences of his childhood rendered him somewhat introverted, and he had few friends. The reason he ventured into this perilous profession, where death lurked at every corner, was due to a heartbreak over half a year ago. Chapter 6. Setting sail at that time, he nervously confessed his feelings to a senior he admired. Seemingly surprised by his audacity, the beautiful senior accepted his affections. Afterwards, he felt quite pleased with himself, believing that pursuing a girl was not as difficult as he had imagined. However, fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks. Just as it offers a glimmer of hope, it swiftly delivers a crushing blow, shattering both pride and dignity. That day came all too quickly. At the school's leisure club, the senior took him to the physical training area to play IT. Was at that moment he realized he should not pursue a girl with a second-level gene-optimized physique. One of the tests in the physical training area involved moving a 400-kilogram alloy block to the top of a 30-story building and back down, a task beyond the capabilities of his first-level gene-optimized self. The senior ascended and descended with grace, while he could only watch from the sidelines. The charmingly smiling senior said nothing, but in this subtle manner, she conveyed to her audacious junior, "Do not become enamored with me. I have undergone training. The optimization of genetic levels manifests not only in physical abilities but also in lifespan. A first-level gene optimization grants a lifespan of 200 years, and each subsequent level adds an additional 100 years. The Empire's genetic optimization is divided into 4 levels, where each advancement leads to significant enhancements in intelligence, physical strength, immune systems, and longevity. However, since the dawn of humanity, such privileges have always been the domain of the few. And this situation has not changed in the Interstellar era. First-level gene optimization agents are relatively affordable, accessible to the Empire's citizens. The second level, however, is not so inexpensive, priced at 1 million credit points. It equates to the income of a civil servant living frugally for 40 years. The third level costs 8 million, while the fourth level is reserved for only a select few at the pinnacle of society. Yun Haoyu's first love thus met an untimely end, but he was not one to easily surrender. His only notable trait was his tenacity. 1 million is no trifling sum, and he could not seek help from others. He had to come up with a solution himself. Consequently, over the past 6 months, he tried various jobs, ultimately choosing to abandon them all due to meager pay that would take an eternity to accumulate. After much trial and error, he sought out Friedrich, and following a brief period of training, he became a diver under the drunken captain's command, going out to sea every weekend. During this time, many of his familiar and unfamiliar companions remained forever beneath the waves. He witnessed the gruesome fate of comrades devoured by those fierce creatures more than once, and he himself had narrowly escaped death several times. However, he ultimately persevered. The money is more than sufficient, and there is even a surplus. Tomorrow, I shall visit the hospital, Yun Haoyu contemplated. After enduring numerous hardships, he had finally achieved his goal, a sensation of indescribable exhilaration coursing through his entire being. Naturally, today's gains were not limited to this. He recalled the orb of light. As midnight approached, everyone had indulged in food and drink. Some departed immediately, while most took their chosen companions to find further enjoyment elsewhere. The next day, they would venture out to sea, risking their lives. Such was the life of the majority. Young Master Hao, why not seek the company of a woman? You hardly drink. What is the point of hoarding all that money? You never know when you might meet your maker. Seize the day. That is the essence of life. The drunken captain, with bleary eyes, patted him on the shoulder and suggested, "Shall I introduce you to a few?" "Rubbish. I have no interest." Yun Haoyu declined. "Oh, I didn't realize you had such discerning taste. If you desire something special, that can be arranged. I'll have the boss find someone for you." The drunken captain grew animated. "Let us discuss it later. I'm tired today and wish to return to rest." Yun Haoyu replied vaguely. This was not his first time visiting this place, yet he found himself unaccustomed to their lifestyle. Perhaps he and they were fundamentally different. Yun Haoyu remained unaware that from this day forth, his fate would be irrevocably distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 7. The school Luhua Academy is the most prestigious institution in this city and throughout the entire Mu Yun Star. Yun Haoyu strolled alone through the campus, where the paths were paved with pale blue stones, and the buildings predominantly a soft white. Bathed in the gentle glow of the streetlights, the scene sparkled with a serene luminescence. In the night sky, 3 moons had risen to their zenith, their disparate hues cascading down freely, illuminating the entire academy like a palace from a fantastical realm. Arriving at his apartment building, he extracted his identification card and swiped it on the reader. A warm voice immediately resonated. "Welcome back, student Yun Haoyu." It was the robotic guardian of the apartment. The door slid open silently, revealing a 2.5-meter-tall robot standing by the corridor. Noticing his entrance, it added, "UVE returned rather late today. This is not conducive to your rest. Please refrain from such tardiness in the future." Yun Haoyu smiled in response. The intelligence of this metal companion was indeed impressive. The accommodations at the academy were quite satisfactory. Each suite housed 4 individuals, with each person enjoying a 70-square-meter private room complete with an independent bathroom, while the living room and kitchen were communal. Upon entering his own room, he found the doors of his roommates closed, uncertain whether they had already retired or ventured out for merriment. After completing his evening routine, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Utterly exhausted from the day, while his body succumbed to sleep, his mind was far from idle. Deep within the ocean of consciousness, an extraordinary exchange beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals was unfolding. Yun Haoyu found himself in a peculiar space, where all he could perceive was light, chaotic hues swirling around him, and clusters of luminescent rain dancing freely. He himself was but a floating mass of light and shadow, no longer aware of his physical form. Strangely, his consciousness was devoid of any fear, as if everything were meant to be this way. Before him floated a golden silhouette, the very entity he had encountered beneath the sea. They had been conversing for quite some time. "Senior Rulan, this is the general state of affairs in this world. It appears to be quite different from the one you once knew." Rulan was the name of this mysterious being. After a moment of silence, a gentle yet authoritative voice resumed, "It seems this is beyond doubt. I never expected a fragment of my soul to remain. I had thought it would be entirely lost in the chaotic void." Pausing, the voice then spoke with a hint of disappointment. "But what significance does it hold? I have investigated, and this space is devoid of beings like us. Even the laws of the universe have undergone subtle changes. I had hoped to recover and continue my existence, but it seems that is no longer possible. This realm lacks the spiritual resources I require. My myriad abilities and techniques have lost much of their potency." That may not necessarily be the case. The cosmos is vast, and it is likely that realms beyond this one harbor what you seek. Yun Haoyu replied, "If an opportunity arises to leave this planet, I could explore other star systems in search of your desires." He felt a kinship with this entity. Had it not been for its intervention beneath the sea, he would not have experienced such fortuity today. It appears that is the only course left. You, young one, possess a good heart. It is a pity that I am currently devoid of power. Otherwise, I would bestow upon you some benefits, Rulan sighed, reflecting on her former status as an exalted being in another realm. And how she had now fallen to such depths, I still do not comprehend. Was that world truly as wondrous as you describe? Regarding the world Rulan spoke of, Yun Haoyu found it difficult to grasp. While feats such as flight and teleportation were indeed possible for high-level practitioners in this world, ordinary individuals could achieve them with the aid of tools. However, the notion of shifting mountains and filling seas, of grasping stars and altering the heavens, was utterly astonishing. Could mortals truly attain such power? I have no need to deceive you, young one, Rulan replied coolly. There are countless wonders you cannot fathom. These are but trivialities. A true master can create worlds as easily as breathing. Had I taken that final step, I too could have. She lamented, trailing off. Chapter 8. Level 3. Perhaps I could peruse the database to see if there are any records related to this world. Yun Haoyu rose and activated his personal holographic device, connecting to the school's library. Within his consciousness, he inquired, "Can you observe the events outside?" "No problem. I never expected that this era's civilization would have produced so many peculiar tools." "It is quite fascinating," came Rulan's reply. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange throughout the night, until dawn arrived. By the break of day, they had thoroughly explored all accessible databases on Mu Yun Star pertaining to this subject. 99% of the information consisted of myths and legends, with a plethora of films and novels available, while the remaining 1% was vague and elusive. However, one conclusion could be drawn with near certainty. At least many years prior, immortal beings had indeed existed. Otherwise, such bizarre accounts would not have endured through time, indicating that at some point, celestial civilization had flourished. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had been lost to the annals of history. "It does not seem so dire," Rulan remarked. "Perhaps there truly lies a chance for restoration. Let us proceed thus. I will keep an eye out for any information related to this in the future. Today, I must visit the hospital for my second-level gene optimization. It is something to look forward to." Yun Haoyu deactivated his holographic device, opened the door, and headed to the kitchen. He prepared a bowl of lean meat porridge, made from the local specialty, spiral-horned beef. The taste was quite delightful. He remained unaccustomed to consuming synthetic nutrient agents. Though they could meet all nutritional requirements and offered various flavors, he simply did not fancy them. Unless there were no alternatives, such as during sea voyages, he generally preferred natural foods. This preference, however, resulted in his monthly expenses doubling. Yet now, he found himself unconcerned with such trivial sums. After finishing his breakfast and changing his attire, he stepped outside. Hailing a taxi from the roadside, he set his destination, and the vehicle silently initiated its journey. These cars required no human driver. One merely selected a route, and everything was under automatic control. Upon arrival, he paused by the roadside, contemplating sending a message to his uncle, yet ultimately decided against it. He would inform his family once everything was settled. He had not disclosed his maritime endeavors to anyone. Those around him remained oblivious. Should his uncle and aunt discover he was engaged in such a perilous profession, their first reaction would likely be to confine him for stringent oversight. From the age of 12 until now, his uncle's family had treated him well. Although they never spoke of it, Yun Haoyu was aware that he shared no blood relation with them, making their affection all the more precious. This was a pragmatic world. Apart from one's parents and kin, no one was obliged to treat you kindly. Should he ever achieve success, he would repay this family handsomely. "Is that not Yun Haoyu?" A snide voice pierced his thoughts. Turning, he beheld a group of men in black flanking a strikingly handsome youth approaching him. Yang Feng. Frowning, he recognized this individual as his arch-nemesis, someone he typically avoided. He did not expect their paths to cross today. Yang Feng feigned friendliness as he draped an arm around Yun Haoyu's shoulders, a forced grin plastered on his face. "What a coincidence to see an old classmate today. You rarely make an appearance. I've been eager to catch up. When will you repay that money?" "Money? Have I borrowed money from you?" Yun Haoyu coldly retorted. "What? You're still unaware?" Yang Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, his expression exaggeratedly shocked. "Oh dear, I completely forgot. Your parents are no longer around. You're now a forsaken, unloved orphan." Such words were deeply hurtful. Yun Haoyu's face turned pale, his teeth clenched in silence. Your father borrowed 2 million credit points from my family while he was alive. To pay for your mother's treatment, don't you remember? Though they are gone, debts must be repaid. That is only just. Previously, your minority status spared you from repercussions, but now that you are 18, that debt, with interest, has swelled to nearly 10 million. Yang Feng sneered coldly, inquiring, when do you intend to repay? In Chapter 9, titled Supernatural Powers, Yun Haoyu endeavored to suppress the anger surging within him and calmly asked, do you have any proof of your claims? Even if you do, according to the relevant laws, such debts should be automatically annulled upon the death of the debtor. Is that so? Perhaps it is indeed the case. However, you must understand what my family does. Yang Feng retorted ominously, no one can owe my family money without repaying it. Do not expect the so-called laws to shield you. He continued, my father stated. If you do not repay this sum within a year, then your life will no longer belong to you. As he spoke, he covertly channeled force, unleashing a torrent of violent energy into Yun Haoyu's body. Coursing through his meridians, a piercing pain overwhelmed him, rendering half of his body numb. His nails dug deep into his flesh, yet he steadfastly refused to utter a sound. Observing his resilience, Yang Feng was somewhat taken aback. Oh, you've got quite a hard bone, just like your deceased father. He intensified his grip. Tell your old man, I will repay the money. His voice was as frigid as shards of ice. Oh, really? What will you use to repay? In a year's time, with your meager abilities, do you think you can amass such wealth? Unless you venture out to sea to fish. But, with your physique, you might not even suffice as a snack for those ferocious creatures. Yang Feng jeered mercilessly, however. I must admit, you do possess quite a handsome face. Perhaps you should consider working as an escort in a nightclub. Those older women would surely delight in patronizing your services. His words were so venomous that even the burly men in black behind him wore expressions of disdain. This young master's nature was indeed cruel and narrow-minded, merely a pawn in someone else's game. They remained silent, internally scornful. Well then, I shan't disturb you any longer. I have a date to attend. Do make an effort to earn some money, he added, and by the way, your ex-girlfriend is now our boss's woman. Keep your distance from her, and perhaps consider your own worth. With a derisive laugh, young Master Yang strode away. A refreshing energy surged at Yun Haoyu's shoulder, flowing through his meridians to his palms. Alleviating all pain and visibly healing his wounds, the voice of Rulan echoed in his mind. Your body is still too frail. Is there truly no method in this world for cultivating strength? There should be, but alas, it is beyond my reach. I am merely an ordinary citizen, he replied with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, Rulan responded, this cannot continue. Once I become familiar with the laws of this world, I shall create a suitable technique for you. We must prevent you from being bullied by those insignificant creatures. The enmity between Yang Feng and him had been festering for quite some time. This wealthy scion had once harassed a classmate, prompting Yun Haoyu to intervene and deliver a sound thrashing, thus sealing their fate as rivals. At that time, his father was still alive, and the family shared a modicum of goodwill, which deterred the young man from retaliating. However, after Yun Haoyu's parents passed and their fortunes declined, Yang Feng grew increasingly arrogant, frequently instigating conflict, especially after he became an extraordinary being. I shall not forget this. One day, I will reclaim every penny owed, with interest, he vowed silently, his dark eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson. Casting one last glance at the sky, Yun Haoyu stepped through the hospital's entrance, vowing that when he emerged again, he would be a transformed individual. In the distance, the blue sun had already risen above the horizon, heralding yet another radiant day. The Gene Optimization Center featured a reception hall divided into 4 distinct areas. From Level 1 to Level 4, the Level 1 area was the most crowded, with doctors bustling about. The second tier was significantly less populated, comprising only about 10% of the first. The third level saw even fewer individuals. With fewer than 10 present. As for the fourth, it was entirely devoid of visitors. It appeared that the wealthy were few and far between on this planet. Yun Haoyu mused. The disparities in treatment were stark across the levels. The first tier boasted facilities that were quite ordinary, with furniture made of cheap imitation wood. The second tier, however, was markedly improved, featuring a counter of pure natural mahogany, exquisite crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, and amiable nurses. In Chapter 10, titled Testing, The third and fourth levels were concealed from view by a bright yellow jade screen. Yet, the stunning nurses stationed before the screen hinted at the opulence within. Observing the luxurious reception area left Yunhaoyu astonished at the pervasive inequality. Settling into a sofa, a lovely nurse approached him, greeting, "Good day, sir. Are you here for gene optimization surgery? Isn't that rather obvious? Who comes here without the intent of surgery, merely to discuss life aspirations?" Yunhaoyu thought inwardly. Though he responded politely indeed, "I would like to review the relevant documentation." A virtual screen materialized before him, detailing the components of the gene serum, its effects, surgical specifics, and precautions. He had previously acquainted himself with this information, and now he simply sought confirmation. "All right, I have reviewed it. Can we commence now?" Yunhaoyu inquired. "As long as the payment is settled, we can proceed," the nurse replied with a smile. The total cost of the serum, including surgical fees and post-operative care, amounts to 1 million credit points. Yunhaoyu produced his identification card and swiped it at the terminal, entering his password. The banking system promptly processed the transaction, transferring the funds to the hospital's account. The nurse was taken aback. 1 million was no trifling sum, and his attire suggested he was not a wealthy individual. Otherwise, he would not have waited until adulthood to undergo such optimization surgery, implying that he had earned this sum himself. Yet, what profession could yield 1 million in just a few years? He could scarcely be 20. Perhaps he had won the lottery, or, as the nurse pondered, she led him to the surgical area on the second floor. Watching him enter, she gazed at his retreating figure for a moment before returning to her duties, aware that slacking off could result in reprimand. Contrary to her expectations, the surgical area was comprised of semi-independent compartments, each spanning 50 square meters, containing a single-person medical pod. The procedure was remarkably straightforward. The doctor conducted a brief examination, retrieved a set of syringes from a safe, and administered the injections in 3 stages. He was then instructed to disrobe and lie down in the medical pod. "Get a good sleep. In 5 hours, you will be reborn," the doctor assured him. Yunhaoyu intended to say something, but the lid of the nutrition pod sealed automatically, and an odorless, colorless anesthetic gas enveloped him, swiftly rendering him unconscious. A pale blue liquid flowed forth, enveloping his body. He dreamed of his form being disassembled by an unknown force into countless fragments, a multitude of silver droplets emerging from the void, rapidly merging with these pieces, his genes trembling and rejoicing as the double helix structure underwent indescribable transformations. His consciousness floated nearby, silently observing the spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, the entity named Rulan was present beside him, but remained silent. 5 hours passed swiftly. Upon opening his eyes, Yunhaoyu beheld a world rendered more vibrant than ever. Not solely in vision but in all his senses, each heightened to an extraordinary degree. His cognitive response had quickened significantly, and his thoughts flowed with remarkable agility. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. This was the boon of gene optimization. He had experienced a similar sensation once before, during his level 1 optimization, when his parents were still alive. However, he was too young then to retain any memories of it. Glancing into a mirror, he observed a visage with pronounced features, a physique now more proportionate and robust. He wondered how he would appear after level 3 or even 4 optimization, should he ever reach such heights. In truth, he was well aware of the effects of level 4 gene optimization. Not only he, but it was also the loftiest aspiration of all his peers. Online and on television, those who wielded the nation's critical resources, government officials, fabulously wealthy business magnates, military leaders, and dazzling superstars, each possessed near-divine beauty and physique, alongside lifespans extending to 500 years. Yet, for ordinary individuals, such aspirations felt perpetually distant, to the extent that the vast majority would live their entire lives without ever witnessing their dreams come to fruition. Chapter 11. Employment. The pinnacle of gene optimization available to the common populace was level 2. The introduction of gene optimization serums had undoubtedly shaken the societal structure to its core, fundamentally altering the dynamics between individuals. In the past, regardless of the disparities in social standing, the essential differences among humans were not pronounced. Emperors and beggars alike shared a semblance of physical equality, theoretically affording everyone the opportunity to ascend. With a stroke of fortune, even a beggar could reach the pinnacle. Though the odds were slim, it nonetheless provided a glimmer of hope. This notion served as the driving force behind the relentless efforts of most ordinary individuals to live better, more dignified lives. However, with the advent of gene serums, even this meager semblance of equality had vanished. The advantages conferred by those who had undergone advanced gene optimization were glaringly apparent, rendering ordinary individuals powerless to compete. A simple illustration suffices. Two individuals committed crimes and were each sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. One of them is an ordinary person with a lifespan of less than 100 years, thus squandering what could have been his golden years. The other, having undergone a 4-tier genetic optimization, boasts a lifespan of 500 years. For him, 20 years constitutes merely 1/25 of his existence. A trivial matter indeed. This stark disparity resulting from genetic optimization is vividly illustrated in this scenario. Initially, the higher echelons of society enacted various laws and regulations to safeguard the interests of the underprivileged. However, as time progressed, this trend escalated to an uncontrollable degree. Wealth became increasingly concentrated in the hands of a select few, even within governmental and military sectors, where those with advanced genetic enhancements found it significantly easier to ascend the ranks. Wealth, power, and social status. Previously, ordinary individuals at least had a fighting chance. Yet now, genetic hierarchy seems to dictate everything. Yun Haoyu could comprehend the choice made by his senior sister, to engage in a romantic relationship with someone whose expected lifespan is destined to be only 2/3 or even less than his own requires not just courage, but also an awareness of the social status gap. Only those who have undergone secondary genetic optimization might secure a relatively respectable job, not to mention the implications for future generations, even among individuals of the same genetic optimization level. Physical constitution varies. Such discrepancies arise from the inherent quality of one's foundational constitution. Offspring born to high-tier genetic optimizers, while requiring further optimization to match their parents' longevity and physical traits, possess a distinct advantage in their basic constitution, ensuring superior outcomes from genetic enhancements. This further extinguishes any possibility for ordinary individuals to elevate their status, a fate that extends to their progeny as well. After undergoing a final examination, the surgery was deemed complete. Upon his return, the doctor advised him to rest well and to avoid any vigorous activities for at least a week. Acknowledging the guidance, Yun Haoyu dressed and exited. Outside, the sun shone brightly, approaching noon. He found a seemingly pleasant hotel, ordered several dishes, and requested a bottle of wine, indulging in solitary revelry. The journey ahead remains long, and the goal is distant, yet with effort, hope persists. After wandering outside for the entire afternoon, Yun Haoyu returned to the school just in time for dinner. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to find several roommates, usually elusive, gathered together. "Ayu, you're back today," called a somewhat slender boy with an air of scholarly charm. Named Su Shangqing, one of Yun Haoyu's few friends. "Ayu has returned? Then we must add a couple more dishes," came a hearty voice from the kitchen, belonging to Jin Yu. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Haoyu changed into a pair of slippers and flopped onto the sofa. In the living room, the projection screen displayed news. The Imperial exploration fleet has discovered 2 new life-bearing planets in the outer galaxy, with preliminary ecological assessments rated at B, rich in resources and suitable for large-scale development. In the Molan star domain, an unidentified infectious disease has emerged on Xuanyu star, with hundreds of infected individuals who have lost their ability to care for themselves. Signs of genetic instability have been noted, and all infected persons have been quarantined while investigations are underway. Chapter 12. Zhan Ying. Due to the rapid economic development in the Mungung star domain in recent years, signs of energy shortages have begun to emerge. The Imperial Energy Department has decided to construct 20 large energy bases in the Mungung star domain over the next 5 years to meet the energy demands of economic growth. A new generation of military space mechs has been successfully developed, with prototypes passing military testing and demonstrating outstanding performance. The military has decided to procure them in bulk. "Ayu, where have you been these past few days? I had something I needed your help with." A boy with curly hair dressed in black, bearing a somewhat stern expression, entered the room and sat beside him. This was Bernard Belgrande, a character who shared a certain aloofness with Yun Haoyu. "Even you, the young master, have moments of need? How rare!" Before Yun Haoyu could respond, Jin Yu emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of braised fish. "Oh, what if I do?" Bernard scoffed. Jin Yu, unfazed, placed the dish on the dining table and called, "Dinner is ready, Su Shangqing, come in and help serve." The long rectangular table was laden with dishes, and the four boys settled down to eat and converse. Although they lived together, their differing personalities and fields of study meant that they seldom crossed paths, often retreating to their rooms to pursue their own interests. Opportunities to share a meal like this were indeed rare. "How did your exam go?" Yunhao inquired of Jinyu. "Need you even ask?" "Of course, I breezed through it," Jinyu replied, pride evident in his voice. He was a student of optical brain design and consistently excelled at you. "You seem a bit different," Su Shangqing remarked. "How so?" Bernard queried. But soon he too noticed the change. "Indeed, you seem more dashing than before." Wait a moment. He suddenly considered a possibility. "You wouldn't have undergone secondary genetic optimization surgery, would you?" Bernard asked uncertainly. Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him, as if to say that should he not confess, they would enact swift justice. Yunhao sighed inwardly. He had intended to keep this a secret for a while longer, but it seemed that would not be possible with these astute companions. "Yes, that's right. I just had the surgery done today," he confessed candidly. Though prepared for their reactions, his classmates were nonetheless astonished. "How did you manage to gather the funds?" "That's no small amount," Su Shangqing inquired, echoing the curiosity of the other two. "It is quite simple. A wealthy heiress took a liking to me and covered the surgery costs." Yunhao quipped nonchalantly. "What nonsense! Who are you trying to fool?" "It seems you won't confess until we resort to more drastic measures." Observing their eager expressions, Yunhao hastily surrendered. "I admit it. I went out to sea to catch fish, and you all know what I mean." This revelation left them even more astounded. They were well aware of the dangers associated with going out to sea, recognizing that it exceeded the psychological limits of most individuals. "Who would have thought you were so reckless?" Bernard exclaimed incredulously. "I know you faced some shocks, but surely you wouldn't go to such extremes." Jinyu added, equally horrified. "Exactly. That place may yield quick riches, but no amount of money is worth risking your life." Su Shangqing chimed in. "Enough. No matter how perilous it was, I made it through, and here I am, sitting well and fine." Yunhao replied, touched by their concern. Now that the surgery was completed and his wish fulfilled, he vowed never to return to such places again. "That's how it should be." The 3 of them concurred. The conversation naturally shifted to the topic of genetic optimization drugs. "Bernard, you finally have a companion in this," Jinyu remarked. Bernard was also a product of secondary genetic optimization, and among the 4, he was the most financially well-off, having undergone the procedure at the age of 15. "I wonder when I'll be able to scrape together the funds for the surgery. If I could be like I'd have the right to pursue the beauty of our department," Su Shangqing lamented. Chapter 13. Lufan. Bernard's words shattered his dreams. "I had the same plan, but unfortunately, now I have no chance. I heard she recently underwent tertiary genetic optimization surgery, and her status has changed." He took a sip of his drink and continued, "Moreover, I've also heard that she has shown signs of awakening supernatural abilities, possibly becoming an ability user. Following tertiary genetic optimization, there exists a minuscule probability of genetic mutation. The affinity of cells for energy reaches a new pinnacle. Should it surpass a specific threshold, it may trigger the awakening of abilities, transforming one into a formidable ability user. Of course, this probability is exceedingly low, less than 0.5 for tertiary and not exceeding 2 for quaternary. Hence, the social status of ability users is exceedingly high. The principle of scarcity holding value is a truth that transcends eras. As far as I know, her family's financial situation is quite average. How could they suddenly produce such a large sum?" Su Shangqing questioned, puzzled. Jinyu shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Didn't she find herself a wealthy man? It's that fellow who funded her. However, to have a man willingly spend so much for her, she must possess some considerable charms." A heavy silence enveloped the group. After a moment, Su Shangqing murmured, I too wish to take a plunge into madness. Could you speak to your benefactor on my behalf?" Jinyu was taken aback. "You, my friend, must not act recklessly. This is no jest." Yunhao added, "Indeed, you were just chastising me, and now you're the one being impulsive." After much persuasion, they finally dissuaded him from the notion. The 4 levels of genetic optimization have distinctly stratified society into 4 clear-cut classes, with the advantages of one level over the next being glaringly apparent. Ordinary individuals, lacking extraordinary circumstances, may aspire to a lifetime of mere secondary status, while tertiary status remains a distant dream. and quaternary status is the exclusive privilege of a select few. Not to mention the situation, even among the few of them, despite their current relatively comfortable lives. If Su Shangqing and Jin you cannot swiftly resolve the expenses required for secondary optimization, it will be utterly impossible for them to secure ideal jobs after graduation. 10 or 20 years down the line. They will gradually find themselves sinking to the lowest rungs of society, toiling away at the most arduous jobs for meager salaries, struggling to make ends meet. This is the grim reality of our society. After dinner, Yun Haoyu retreated to his room, instinctively activating his light brain to check his course schedule. He was studying planetary ecological environment transformation, a field that was currently in high demand. As the Empire's territory continuously expanded outward, an increasing number of life-bearing planets were discovered. However, very few were suitable for human habitation. This necessitated a comprehensive transformation of the ecological systems on these planetary surfaces to make them conducive to colonization. His aspiration was to secure a respectable job in a newly developed extraterrestrial system after graduation. As it stands, this goal no longer seems unattainable. So, should he not set himself a more challenging target? While he was lost in thought, Rulan interjected, "Is this what you refer to as the effects of genetic optimization? It doesn't appear to be all that impressive." Yun Haoyu paused for a moment and asked, "Why do you say that? I feel quite well, and my physical condition has never been better. Among our peers, we all utilize secret techniques and elixirs to refine our bodies and strengthen our foundations upon entry." Rulan remarked dismissively, "Those with good aptitude may even have senior mentors expend their own magical energy to wash their marrow through the I Ching. I can't speak to the effects of the tertiary optimization you mentioned, but given the current circumstances, it can hardly be significantly superior. Compared to our methods, it's frankly negligible. Perhaps she was not entirely wrong. Do you have any better suggestions?" Yun Haoyu asked hesitantly. "I do have some ideas, but your foundation is still rather inadequate. Let us aim for level 4 optimization first. You make it sound easy, but that requires billions of credit points." Yun Haoyu exclaimed, feeling troubled. "Do you not have avenues to earn money? Just make a few more trips to that place, and the funds will accumulate." Without waiting for him to respond, Rulan continued, "I understand your concerns. As long as I am here, those petty nuisances will not dare to trouble you. Rest assured." Chapter 14. A pleasant surprise indeed. Why hadn't he thought of that? Yun Haoyu recalled the events from that day under the sea. When Rulan appeared, those ferocious creatures fled at great speed, allowing him to seize numerous catches that were unable to escape after he regained consciousness. If he could replicate this every time, not only would the expenses for tertiary optimization be achievable, but even level 4 could become a target. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Tomorrow, he could give it a try. It wouldn't be long before his wishes were fulfilled. A night passed in silence, and daybreak arrived. After hurriedly washing up and grabbing a bite to eat, he eagerly dashed out the door, hailing an autonomous taxi straight to the port. At the dock, the drunken Friedrich was instructing his crew to board the ship, making the final preparations before setting sail. The crew, brimming with energy despite having spent half the night indulging in alcohol and women, showed no signs of fatigue. One had to admit, these fellows possessed an astonishing vitality. "Is everyone here?" the captain inquired of his first mate. "Today, we have only 34 divers," the first mate replied. 2 were injured yesterday and may not be able to return for a few days. And a few others have been lured away by other captains, citing our pay is too low. "Let them go. We'll recruit a few more upon our return," the captain said nonchalantly. The sailors stowed away the anchor, and the ship slowly began to move. Just then, a handsome young man with short black hair dashed over, exerting a slight force with his feet, executing a front flip, and leaping over the railing onto the ship with remarkable agility. At that moment, he immediately captured everyone's attention. "Hauga, what brings you here today?" Someone recognized him. "Of course, I'm here to go fishing. What else could it be?" Yun Haoyu replied with a smile. Friedrich also spotted him and cheerfully asked, "Aren't you usually only here on weekends? What is the exception today? Are you short on cash? I recall you made quite a profit last time. I bet it all went on women." Someone teased nearby, and the sailors laughed and joked amongst themselves. The ship sailed out of the harbor, heading towards the boundless sea. On the sea, the blue sun began to rise, the dark blue sky gradually lightening to a pale blue, while the 3 moons sank near the horizon, heralding the dawn of a new day. The sea was calm today, and the vessel sailed steadily. Each day, countless ships ventured out to sea, all with the same goal, to gather various scarce resources from the ocean floor. Ever since the large-scale development of Mu Yun's star, this has become a unique sight in the entire star system. The reason is simple. The creatures on this planet are extraordinarily fierce, so much so that most conventional weapons of the Imperial army are rendered ineffective. It is evident that resource extraction in such a place cannot be automated. Sending ordinary robots down is akin to sending food to the lions, while deploying advanced robots is prohibitively expensive. The Empire's scientists have not refrained from attempting to clone these creatures. However, due to some unknown reasons, cloning technology has also proven ineffective here. The cloned individuals invariably exhibit various defects, failing to meet the necessary requirements. In desperation, human lives have become the currency for acquiring resources. For decades, how many lives have been lost in the depths of this planet's oceans? Some have estimated the toll to be no less than 8 figures. Although it's hardly a concern as long as sufficient resources are procured. In the eyes of the Empire's higher-ups, these lowly gene commoners are nothing more than expendable commodities, and their casualties are of no consequence. Before long, they arrived at the target sea area. The first mate directed the crew to begin various preparatory tasks, distributing equipment to the divers. At this moment, one could discern the interpersonal dynamics among the crew. Those who knew how to ingratiate themselves with the ship's equipment manager would receive the best gear, while those who failed to grasp this would find their equipment riddled with issues. For instance, the gauge on the oxygen tank might appear full, and its weight seem normal, but in reality, it could contain only 3/4 or even less. The underwater communication device might emit static, potentially failing at critical moments. The compressed nutrient solution could only have the top layer as genuine, while the rest transformed inexplicably into plain water, perhaps with a hint of urine scent. Small underwater thrusters might stall at crucial junctures. Chapter 15. The governor, of course, they will assure you with fervent promises, even swearing on their grandmother's honor that the equipment poses no significant issues and will not impede your actions. As for whether these problems might result in mishaps underwater or, worse yet, prevent your return, they wouldn't bat an eye. That would merely be a matter of your own bad luck, with no bearing on them whatsoever. Yun Haoyu conducted a final inspection of his diving suit and began to don it. He understood the dark undertones of this situation. Hence, every time he set out to sea, he discreetly bestowed a few credit points upon them. As a result, he received what were essentially the best sets of equipment aboard this vessel. Life is paramount. Even if he felt discontent, he was unwilling to create discord over such matters. The high-frequency sonic bombs were deployed. A minute later, the divers began to descend into the water one by one. He placed himself in the middle, and when it was his turn, the first mate patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Hauga, we look forward to the surprises you'll bring us this time." Yun Haoyu smiled but said nothing. Releasing his grip on the steel handrail beside the ship, he allowed himself to sink into the water. The world beneath the surface was enveloped in tranquility. Far removed from the intrigues above, his mood began to lift. He adjusted his posture and gradually descended to the ocean floor. The quality of this double-layered pressure-resistant diving suit was commendable, allowing for unhindered movement in waters not exceeding 500 meters deep, provided one wasn't targeted by those deadly creatures. Finally reaching the seabed, he paused momentarily to acclimate his body before starting to survey his surroundings for suitable targets. Although sunlight barely penetrated to such depths, numerous bioluminescent organisms thrived in the ocean, and with his enhanced vision, discerning the environment posed no difficulty. One must admit, the underwater scenery of this planet was quite stunning. If not for the high dangers involved, it could easily be developed into a tourist destination. Countless creatures, both named and unnamed, traversed leisurely. Transparent coral-like organisms were ubiquitous, along with azure stones and vividly colored shells. Amidst the towering seaweed, faint blue glimmers dotted the scene, emitted by a pearl-sized organism known as mirror sand, which was exceedingly precious. It could be utilized to create expensive energy potions, and wealthy tycoons often employed it for decorative purposes. Of course, such creatures were exceedingly difficult to capture. If one rashly reached out to grab them, they would instantaneously unleash countless crystalline strands, ensnaring you like a large dumpling. These threads, as fine as hair, possess unimaginable tensile strength. Experts have conducted experiments showing that even under the strain of hundreds of tons, the structure of these strands remains stable. Once ensnared, survival becomes nearly impossible. Two striped shell shrimp flitted about beside a massive rock. The rock was riddled with man-sized holes, from which puffs of red mist occasionally erupted, and a slender tongue would fleetingly appear. That was the nest of the blue-backed blood-striped python, ranked ninth among the 10 fiercest creatures on Mu Yun's star. Slowly advancing closer, he produced a metallic tube, roughly the thickness of a finger, and, standing several meters away, pressed the activation button on the device. A crimson projectile shot forth with alarming speed, and before the two diminutive creatures could react, it transformed into a fine metallic mesh, ensnaring them completely and rendering them immobile. After securing his spoils in the ecological box, he turned to behold a grotesque serpent's head, the size of a bowl, coldly fixated on him from the depths of a shadowy crevice. The serpent's head was adorned with vivid crimson markings, and its elongated eyes bore no pupils, only a ring of ghastly whiteness. Presenting an exceedingly menacing visage, being scrutinized by such a fiendish creature was far from a pleasant experience. He cautiously maneuvered the thrusters, propelling himself away as swiftly as possible, fortunate that the beast did not pursue him. Presumably due to Rulan's influence, in truth, Rulan's presence merely ensured that these creatures would not proactively seek him out. Should he recklessly provoke them, inciting their wrath could very well lead to dire consequences. For now, his targets were limited to those creatures of lesser strength, such as the red-eyed sea urchin worms, silver-thread algae, tiger-lure sea flowers, and patterned shrimp. Chapter 16. Origins. These creatures possessed ordinary capabilities, previously going unchallenged simply because they dwelt too closely to those fearsome beings. Now, however, he felt no trepidation. He could scavenge to his heart's content. On the surface of the sea, the inebriated captain was engaged in conversation with the first mate. With the month drawing to a close, they were once again tasked with preparing tributes for the influential figures. The captain lamented, feeling a pinch in his finances. It was an unavoidable predicament. To thrive in this line of work, one must be willing to part with some blood. The first mate shared his exasperation, well aware of the unspoken rules of their trade. Given the high-risk nature of their profession, fatalities were commonplace. If they failed to adequately appease the various officials and underworld leaders, trouble could easily come knocking at their door. As long as relations were properly managed, even in the event of death, a mere token compensation would suffice to smooth things over. This was an unspoken rule understood by every captain who ventured into the sea. Outsiders might perceive these captains as living the high life, avoiding the treacherous waters while merely providing basic equipment and hiring a crew to collect their earnings. However, the truth was quite different. The spoils they brought back were typically sold to designated clients at prices well below market value, and the captain also had to pay wages to his crew. The casualty rate among divers was alarmingly high, and losses in equipment were staggering, necessitating constant investment in new diving gear. Additionally, there was the maintenance of the vessels to consider, and when all factors were taken into account, the captain's income was not nearly as substantial as one might imagine. After years at sea, the captain had managed to acquire only 4 villas, marry 2 wives, and finance gene optimization procedures for himself and his spouses, yet he had little savings to show for it. Despite their daily toil and the constant fear of danger, the true beneficiaries of their labor were not the captains, nor the various officials and gang leaders on land, but rather the large pharmaceutical companies. Each sufficiently large corporation had its own fleet of fishing vessels, research facilities, and processing plants on this planet, not to mention their clandestine armed forces. Daily, the spoils captured by their fleets were sent to factories to extract active ingredients, which were then processed into various expensive medications and sold across the Imperial territories and even to alien civilizations. The biopharmaceutical industry had become the economic backbone of the Muyu Star and even the Henglusi Star region. Captains like Freud were mere foot soldiers. Their gains ultimately found their way to these corporations at rock-bottom prices, and the volume of goods shipped daily by these lesser fleets far exceeded that of their own. Without these small-time operators, the annual performance reports of these major companies would be dismal. The economic prosperity of Muyu Star was upheld by the lives of these bottom-tier individuals, with every credit point stained by the blood of divers. However, in comparison to their sacrifices, their earnings were utterly insignificant. The heads of large corporations were the true masters of this planet's economic lifeblood. Yun Haoyu was meandering beneath the waves, the ecological box already half filled with spoils. Those fearsome creatures, typically prone to evasion, completely disregarded his presence, all thanks to Rulan. Though her magical powers were dwindling, the aura of a quasi-saint rendered him an unapproachable demon in the perception of the many beasts. Thus, he felt at ease, pondering the prospect of bringing a camera next time. The scenery here was quite splendid. If edited into a documentary, it might just capture the public's interest. Perhaps he should negotiate with media companies to produce a series of underwater exploration programs? The viewership would surely be substantial. Suddenly, a scream pierced through the communication channel. Likely another unfortunate soul had encountered a lethal creature. After a moment of hesitation, he decided against investigating. It was not that he was heartless. Rather, such actions held no purpose. Once divers entered the water, they each selected a designated work area, maintaining a distance of at least 100 meters, if not more, from each other. By the time he arrived at the scene, he would likely find only the aftermath, with the creature leisurely feasting on its meal. After a brief moment of silence for the unfortunate companion, he resumed his search for prey in such a perilous environment. Compassion bore no value. Merely ensuring one's own safety was a cause for gratitude. Chapter 17. Cultivation. With 2 hours remaining until the end of the shift, the ecological box was already filled to capacity. He could have surfaced to deliver his haul before returning, but he wished to avoid drawing undue attention. The creatures within the ecological box had been carefully selected to ensure their total value did not exceed 1 million. If left to his own devices, it was likely that the combined yield of his fellow divers would not surpass his own, draining the captain's bank account in one fell swoop. The potential consequences of such an act were truly unpredictable. Perhaps envious crew members, driven mad by jealousy, would strip him of his garments and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Even the captain might be tempted to entertain thoughts of murder and theft. Thus, maintaining a low profile was prudent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the scheduled return time arrived. Out of the 35 individuals who had ventured below, 33 returned, marking a relatively fortunate day. When it came time to tally the spoils, although the captain had mentally prepared himself, he was nonetheless taken aback by Yun Haoyu's extraordinary results: 10 tiger lure sea flowers, 15 patterned shrimp, and 20 red-eyed sea urchin worms, a fortune exceeding 1 million credit points. This fellow's luck was astonishingly fortuitous, wasn't it? Yun Haoyu felt a pang of regret, as the entire crew regarded him with expressions of awe. Perhaps he had been somewhat too ostentatious. Next time, he should strive for greater subtlety. It was no wonder the crew reacted as they did. Even the most seasoned divers typically brought back spoils valued at around 100,000, with those unfortunate enough to suffer a poor haul sometimes returning with only 30 to 50,000. Or even empty-handed. Of course, there were those whose misfortune was so extreme that they lost their lives. Instances like Yun Haoyu's were not unheard of, but such achievements were typically reserved for those with extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, it was Freud who managed to maintain his composure, utilizing his authority as captain to soothe the crew's emotions, announcing an evening of drinks to celebrate, allowing Yun Haoyu to escape unscathed. If he continued to return weekly, each time netting 1 million, after 10 such expeditions, he could afford a Level 3 optimization procedure. As for the costs associated with Level 4 enhancements, those would require 2 years to save for, with no guarantee of unforeseen complications along the way. Was that not rather slow? In the bar, Yun Haoyu engaged in drinking games while secretly calculating his next steps. Perhaps it was time to seek out a larger company, even if his yields increased. They would not attract as much attention, thus allowing him to achieve his goals more expediently. With his mind made up, he set aside his thoughts and focused intently on the dishes before him. In the early morning, a melodious tune roused Yun Haoyu from his slumber. After spending so many days at sea, he had nearly forgotten his primary obligations. Today, he was to attend school. In this era, all educational processes could typically be completed within a virtual network, including examinations, without ever stepping outside. However, this resulted in individuals becoming increasingly introverted and less adept at social interaction. To combat this trend, the school mandated a certain number of in-person classes each semester, fostering face-to-face communication between students and teachers to cultivate social skills. After breakfast, he dressed and stepped outside. With no textbooks required, he merely carried a light pen and a palm-sized portable holographic device, slipping it into his pocket. This was a remnant from a time of financial struggle. More advanced models were now far more compact. Perhaps it was time for an upgrade, he mused. Noting that he still had ample time to spare for a stroll, resolute in his decision, he veered onto a different path toward the school entrance. Not far from the gate stood a large store, offering a vast array of products to meet the needs of students from all walks of life. Upon entering, he was promptly greeted by a robotic sales assistant. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Not only did the tone of her voice resemble that of a real person, but her appearance and demeanor were indistinguishable from a human's. Were it not for the unique insignia on her chest indicating her robotic nature, one could easily mistake her for a living being. It was a marvel of modern technology. "I wish to see the latest models of holographic devices," he replied. "Certainly, right this way." The robotic assistant guided him to the display area for holographic devices, showcasing an array of sizes and designs. The models ranged from the size of a book to those no larger than a fingernail, suitable for wearing as accessories. Chapter 18. Negotiation. Rumor has it that there are even smaller models that can be implanted beneath the skin, connecting directly to the brain's neural pathways. However, he did not see it here. The price differences are quite substantial, ranging from a few hundred to several 100,000 credit points. Just when he was at a loss regarding his choice, a voice echoed beside him. "Yun Haoyu? So you are here too?" He looked up to see two girls with bright eyes and pearly white teeth standing before him, both clad in white garments and knee-high white socks, gazing at him with cheerful expressions. "I came to shop and I didn't expect to see you here," he replied amicably. These were his classmates, one named Yang Shui and the other Tang Wei. "We are just browsing around as well. Are you selecting a light brain? Would you like us to offer you some suggestions?" Yang Shui said with a smile. That would be nice." After pondering for a moment, Yun Haoyu nodded in agreement. The two girls exchanged knowing glances and began to select items from the shelves. "I heard you have already undergone a level 2 gene optimization surgery. Is that true?" Tang Wei casually inquired. Yun Haoyu paused for a moment before responding. "Did Jin Yu tell you about it? That blabbermouth? I'll have to see how to deal with him." He had only shared the news of his surgery with a few individuals. Su Shangqing and Bernard were both reserved and not ones to flaunt, so it must have been Jin Yu. "That's a good thing. Why would you want to hide it?" Yang Shui said cheerfully. Having already picked out several options, "Take a look. These are the best in this store. If none of these suit you, we can always check elsewhere." I and her fair palm lay 3 models of light brains, resembling a car key, a credit card, and a lapel pin.as. For their performances, they were largely similar. After comparison, he chose the lapel pin-shaped one, though the price was quite steep, over 200,000 credit points. He swiped his card to settle the bill and attached the light brain directly to his collar. The smiles on the girls' faces grew even brighter. "It's getting late. Shall we head to the classroom?" he suggested, and the two girls followed him out the door. Just beyond the school gate, groups of students and teachers were making their way to class. As they walked, Yun Haoyu, engrossed in thought, failed to notice the subtle glances exchanged between the two girls as they regarded him with a hint of complexity in their expressions. Upon entering the classroom, most of the students had already arrived, chatting in clusters. Yun Haoyu found a spot in the middle and began to adjust his newly purchased light brain. The two girls exchanged a glance full of understanding and sat behind him, continuing to gaze at his back, lost in their own thoughts. Gently pressing the light brain's power button, a virtual screen measuring 40 centimeters square appeared before him, displaying all operational menus clearly. Any command could be executed with a mere touch of the screen, which would respond instantaneously, complete with sound and 3-dimensional images. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Although he had felt some regret before, he no longer harbored such feelings now. Suddenly, a hush fell over the classroom, and he curiously looked up to find everyone's gaze directed towards a single point. At the entrance stood a girl with almond-shaped eyes, exuding an alluring charm. Slightly plump, she wore an exquisite goose-yellow ensemble, high leather boots, and held a pure leather handbag crafted by hand, with a ring on her middle finger boasting at least a 10-carat source crystal. She strode in with an air of haughtiness, as if attending a high-society gala rather than a class. Many gazes were filled with admiration, fervor, or jealousy. The boys looked on with enthusiasm, while the girls, mostly envious, could hardly hide their disappointment. "Hua Monli," a voice murmured. That of Su Shangqing beside him. He stared blankly at the swan-like girl, rendered speechless. It seemed this was indeed the campus belle he had mentioned before. With a level 3 gene optimization, she was already 1 foot in the door of high society. Such a woman was destined to be beyond his reach. Yun Haoyu sighed and cast another glance at her. suddenly noticing a small red metal badge adorning her prominent left breast. The emblem depicted two purple five-clawed dragons entwined, with a blue star positioned between their heads, set against a swirling galaxy background. Indeed, the Milky Way. Chapter 19. Past Events, Part 1. Was she already a formally recognized ability user? He mused in astonishment. There was no need for words. Such a woman was destined to inhabit a world apart from theirs. The commotion stirred by Hua Monli quickly subsided, and the class resumed its hushed conversations. What's the big deal? She's just lucky to have secured a wealthy patron, a girl muttered indignantly. If she can attract a wealthy benefactor, that's her skill. Why don't you find someone willing to spend on you? Another girl retorted dismissively. What skill? It's just that she's good in bed. Originally, the first girl's words were abruptly cut off by a faint but palpable pressure that descended upon her, causing the atmosphere in the classroom to drop several degrees. With a crisp snap, her pen broke in two, and her face turned pale as she clenched her jaw in silence. Once she complied, the oppressive presence receded. A few girls fell silent, no longer daring to speak out of turn. In the front row, Hua Monli did not turn around but elegantly caressed the ring on her finger, opening her light brain to immerse herself in a game. The gazes directed at her now bore an involuntary hint of trepidation. Was this the power of an ability user? Yuan Haoyu felt a tumult of emotions. He couldn't help but wonder if he would ever awaken such powers himself. Finally, class began, led by a young lecturer holding the title of associate professor. The subject was financial engineering, and he spoke with considerable expertise, capturing the students' attention. At least on the surface, in truth, such lectures could be easily found online, and as long as one wasn't particularly lazy, most had seen some of the material beforehand. Attending the class was merely due to the school's rigid requirements. The morning flew by quickly, and as lunchtime approached, Yuan Haoyu received a message on his light brain. Shall we have lunch together? The sender was Yang Shui. After contemplating, he replied, Are you treating? Oh, come on, you're a boy. How can you say that? Followed by a playful emoji. Fine, I'll treat. Yang Shui relented. Yuan Haoyu chuckled and glanced back, noticing the two girls giggling as they watched him. When they caught his eye, they hastily feigned seriousness, but the mirth in their eyes was unmistakable. Those two girls. He shook his head inwardly, saying nothing. As class ended, students filed out in groups. Yang Shui and Tang Weiye pulled Yuan Haoyu towards a restaurant outside the school. At the entrance, a sleek black luxury hovercar had been waiting for some time. Hua Monli walked straight up to it, and the uniformed driver respectfully opened the door for her. After she climbed in, the driver took his place in the front seat. The hovercar soon lifted off, vanishing into the sky in mere seconds. What a grand display! Such are the perks of wealth. I wonder if I'll ever have such a day. A group of students mused enviously. 60,000 kilometers from Mu Yun Star lies the third satellite of Mu Yun Star. This is a rocky planet, over 4,000 kilometers in diameter, devoid of an atmosphere, with its surface riddled with craters of various sizes. Yet, life flourishes here, as a purplish-red moss-like organism occupies over 70% of the planet's surface, transforming its appearance from blue to an eerie purplish hue. However, these organisms are not a product of natural evolution, but rather an unsuccessful experiment conducted by Imperial scientists. When the Empire began developing Mu Yun Star, they established a large biochemical research base to study the astonishingly fierce life forms. Each month, new species discovered were sent here via spacecraft. Over decades, as the Empire continued to invest heavily, the scale of the research base expanded. And now it hosts over 10,000 researchers, with the total number of personnel surpassing 20,000, including logistics and military staff. Among the hundreds of research projects conducted here are several extremely confidential plans personally overseen by the Empire's highest echelons. Chapter 20, Past Events, Part 2. The research base is located in the largest crater, the bottom of which has been excavated to create a vast underground city. Inside the research base, in the central laboratory covering thousands of square meters, a heated debate was underway. Major General Antanis, the military head of the research base, appeared to be a very elegant gentleman, though his current words had completely undermined his demeanor. What do you mean by this? A whole year has passed, and you have made no progress whatsoever. How did you assure us of your capabilities back then? In this year alone, how much funding have you requested? How many resources? The higher-ups have placed great expectations on you. Whatever you require, as long as it is feasible, will be prioritized for you. In fact, many projects in the research base have been temporarily suspended to accommodate your needs. Of course, that's all well and good. As long as you can demonstrate progress, everything is worth it. But what have you actually accomplished? Seated opposite him was Dr. Ballot, the chief scientist and highest authority in the research base. A somewhat slender, middle-aged man stood before the ire of a major general, his countenance exceedingly grim, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for he was clearly in the wrong. With a tone of submission, he could only murmur, "General, we have indeed exerted ourselves to the utmost. Throughout this past year, the entire project team has not enjoyed a single restful night, and all vacations have been rescinded. However, the energy state of the experimental subject has transcended all known realms of understanding, and every conceivable method has been attempted. I too am reluctant to witness such a result. This project has surpassed our capabilities. Is that so? This is your conclusion?" The general retorted with a cold smirk, directing his gaze towards the center of the laboratory. There stood a crystalline pillar, 2 meters in diameter and 8 meters tall. Gleaming with transparency to its core, suspended within a pale blue liquid, was a biological entity resembling a gem-like flower, approximately the size of a basin, its body a deep azure. Above it floated a black, cup-like object emitting a faint crimson glow, enveloping the creature entirely. Surrounding the pillar, layers upon layers of energy shields rose to a staggering 15 tiers. Numerous light cannons of varying calibers were arrayed nearby, while hundreds of armament-laden elite soldiers vigilantly focused on the crystalline structure. In the outermost ring, a group of individuals clad in civilian attire stood guard, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary folk. Yet, each bore a metallic insignia on their left breast, featuring entwined dragons against a backdrop of stars, with 5 to 8 stars etched at the dragons' heads, signifying the Empire's elite psychic forces. Despite this, the military deemed the situation precarious and summoned 2 mainstay warships to hover above the base, with the warship commander receiving strict orders to fire upon the base should any uncontrollable incident arise. This biological specimen had been captured from the depths of the Muyu Star Sea over a year prior by the Imperial scientific expedition. Annually, numerous new discoveries were made, but this particular entity garnered attention due to its status as an intelligent life form. Initially, this was not particularly noteworthy, as humanity had encountered various alien civilizations since venturing into space. What truly warranted concern was its formidable power. During the initial capture, hundreds of accompanying psychics had perished, most of whom were of the 5th tier or above. Out of 20 abyssal warships, only 2 had returned. Over 1,000 researchers and soldiers had been lost to the ocean's depths. Survivors recounted that the creature had effortlessly reduced fully armed psychics to mere pulp with the items it wielded, leaving no trace of their remains. Even the Empire's most advanced abyssal warships could not withstand its assault. The situation escalated further. After the military apprehended the creature, they did not immediately relocate it, but instead secured it at a coastal base. Trouble ensued. That very night, the base was besieged by unidentified entities, which employed unknown powers to nearly raze the entire facility to the ground. The military urgently summoned the space fleet to withstand the onslaught, resulting in a standoff that lasted through the night until the mysterious assailants retreated back into the SEI. In the aftermath, the casualty count exceeded 10,000. Experts speculated that Muyu Star was far more complex than previously imagined. Beneath the depths inaccessible to humanity lay an immensely powerful alien civilization. The captured creature might very well be a significant figure within this civilization. The entire incident was tightly sealed, with the Empire's upper echelons ordering substantial resources to be allocated for the study of this enigmatic being, dispatching even more powerful psychics to explore the deep sea. Yet, after a year of relentless effort, the military had gleaned not a single useful insight. The strength of the energy shield surrounding the creature exceeded all expectations. Scientists had exhausted every conceivable tactic, yet to no avail. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. "Since you acknowledge your incompetence, I regret to inform you," the Major General stated coldly, "Doctor, you are hereby dismissed from your position. Effective immediately, all your privileges are revoked. You are prohibited from stepping foot into the central laboratory. A new appointee will be designated to oversee the affairs of the experimental base, AS for you. You shall be returned to the Imperial capital for a secret trial. Such a waste of resources without any return necessitates accountability. Dr. Ballott's visage turned pale, and he weakly nodded as two psychics approached to escort him out with due courtesy. The laboratory fell into silence as Major General Antanis fixed his gaze upon the crystalline pillar, a sudden smile gracing his lips. I shall see just how long you can endure. Do not presume that possessing that object renders you beyond our reach. Within the crystalline pillar, the creature manifested an eye, its indigo pupil fixated upon him, displaying an expression remarkably human-like, one of disdain. Chapter 21. Ascendance. Yun Haoyu had dined with two young women and accompanied them on an afternoon shopping spree. Only returning to school for dinner. His roommates were absent, and he found himself dining alone. Upon returning to his room, he began to browse the internet. After checking his bank account, he discovered that the cost for the third-level optimization had been met. A sense of disbelief washed over him. There was a time when he thought he might never encounter such a substantial sum of money, yet now it resided within his account. All of this was thanks to the mysterious Rulan. Having spent so many days together, he had come to grasp a semblance of her character. Unless prompted, she remained silent on all matters. He pondered when he might be able to procure what she sought. Yun Haoyu mused, regrettably aware that he was merely a student, limited in his access to resources, and thus could not act immediately. He would have to wait for future opportunities. The events of the day had been rather coincidental. Those two young women, who typically had little interaction with him, had suddenly grown close. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but upon reflection, it became clear it was likely due to the genetic tier factor. In this era, it was commonplace for women to seek partners with superior genetic standings. The capability for secondary-level gene optimization implied significant economic resources, and it also benefited future offspring. Ever since the news of his surgery had spread, they had likely taken note of him. The unexpected encounter earlier in the day had merely been a serendipitous arrangement. In truth, it was not just him. Among the students who had undergone secondary-level optimization, finding a girlfriend was hardly difficult, and those who had achieved tertiary levels were even more sought after, with plenty willing to pursue them. This had become a commonplace occurrence. Previously, he had envied those individuals. Yet unconsciously, he too now enjoyed such treatment. It would be unfair to label those young women as overly pragmatic. The harshness of society dictated that individuals must consider their own interests. The following morning, he once again entered the hospital. As he approached the long-desired screen, the nurse's smile momentarily left him entranced. The procedures were largely the same, yet the ambience felt utterly transformed. The lavishly extravagant interior decor was beyond compare. A tea table crafted from a single slab of Dylanyan crystal, a rare product of the Keluophii star system, whose hardness surpassed diamond by tenfold, valued at millions per kilogram. A sofa made from the hide of a moray shark, a feat only achievable by employing over 10 psychics of the 6th tier or above, the undisputed ruler of the deep sea. The golden red carpet, fashioned from the hides of star sand beasts from the Miriam Empire, had been harvested from beasts that had lived for centuries, each square meter worth millions. Even an inconspicuous trinket on the silk cushion was the proud creation of a renowned master. As for the nurses, their appearances and figures were undeniably flawless. How could such women merely be nurses? They had all been hired from modeling agencies to enhance the hospital's prestige. Of course, the expenses ultimately fell upon the patients. Having observed a few individuals ahead of him, the nurse kindly asked him to wait aside and even brought him a cup of coffee, purportedly a high-grade item specially imported from the human homeland. Earth. After tasting it, he found it unremarkable. Just then, someone beside him struck up a conversation. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are?" He looked up to see a brown-haired, green-eyed young man accompanied by a girl of 7 or 8 standing before him. The young man appeared somewhat familiar. After searching his memory, he recalled that this was the vice president of the student council, Randall Patrick, a year above him and a star figure at the school. They had never interacted before, so it was no wonder he could not recall his name. "You are Senior Randall, correct? I am Yun Haoyu," he greeted amicably. "Are you here for surgery as well?" "Ah, so you are Yun Haoyu. I've seen you before," Randall replied with a genial smile. "I have already undergone surgery. This time, I am bringing my sister." He stepped forward, presenting the little girl. "This is my sister, Dolores." The young girl shyly greeted him. Retreating behind her brother, as they awaited their turn, the siblings engaged him in conversation. Randall's father was a senior executive in a business association, and naturally, their economic circumstances were quite favorable. Randall had 4 brothers, all of whom had undergone tertiary gene optimization. He was bringing his youngest sister for her procedure. Curious about Yun Haoyu's situation, Randall attempted to inquire further, but Yun Haoyu, not wishing to reveal too much, evaded the questions with vague responses. Seeing that he was unwilling to divulge, Randall wisely refrained from pressing further, and they instead discussed matters pertaining to school. Before long, it was his turn. After completing the necessary paperwork and payment, the nurse led him to the surgical area on the upper floor. As he walked away, a flicker of curiosity crossed Randall's eyes. Due to his position, he had a general knowledge of the more outstanding students at the school. Yun Haoyu, once an obscure figure, has now surprisingly amassed a considerable sum of money, yet remains reticent about his personal information, which strikes one as rather peculiar. After pondering for a moment, he activated his personal holographic device and sent a message. This time, it was a female doctor, and the surgical procedure mirrored the previous one. Following the routine examination, an injection of medication ensued. However, this particular drug appeared to be significantly more precious. The doctor entered a 6-digit code at the safe, unlocking 3 layers of security to retrieve the medication, all while a burly guard stood watch nearby. After soaking in a nutrient chamber for several hours, he awoke feeling invigorated, as if brimming with boundless energy. He found himself somewhat enamored with this newfound sensation. Now, he wondered if he might be fortunate enough to awaken any latent abilities. If so, a brilliant future awaited him. Gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. This post-operative checkup was somewhat more intricate. Due to the triple gene optimization, the affinity between cells and energy had heightened, leading to the potential awakening of abilities in a select few. Consequently, the doctor provided an extensive list of precautions. No vigorous exercise, no swimming, no flying, and it was preferable to avoid natural foods in favor of specially formulated nutritional supplements, should any anomalies arise in his body. He was to promptly take the prescribed tablets. The myriad of restrictions left him somewhat overwhelmed. The doctor even inquired whether he had a girlfriend, repeatedly admonishing him against any intimate contact for a month. Noticing a barely perceptible glint of mischief in her eyes, he wondered if she was teasing him. After navigating the complicated procedure, the hospital presented him with a set of designer casual wear, which he found quite appealing. Clutching an array of medications, Yun Haoyu made a hasty exit from the operating room. Just as he stepped outside the hospital, still undecided about his next move, his holographic device vibrated slightly, indicating someone was attempting to reach him. Finding a spot in the Central Park, he sat down and activated the device, which projected a life-size 3-dimensional image onto the ground. A charming young girl appeared before him. Clad in a white school uniform, her skin as smooth as jade, with dark eyes and hair. Upon spotting him, the girl exclaimed, "Brother, where have you been lately? It's been over a month without any contact with the family." She was the child of his uncle, named Zhong Chaoying. Hearing her voice, he suddenly realized that, in his pursuit of wealth at sea, he had neglected to communicate with his family for quite some time. It's just that my studies have been rather demanding. He cautiously fabricated an excuse. The girl scoffed, "Can't you come up with a more clever excuse? Surely, no amount of coursework would prevent you from checking in with family." "This excuse is simply insulting. Well, you see, I've recently started dating a girl. I've been busy spending time with her." So, he offered a new explanation. This seemed to resonate better, as the girl's expression brightened, and she inquired, "You have a girlfriend? What is her name? Do you have a photo? Send it to me." "Her name is Yang Shui." "Oh no, it's Tang Weiyi," he thought, relieved to have successfully diverted her attention to AS for the photo. He mused that it wouldn't be difficult to contact the 2 girls and procure one. "So, where are you now?" The girl changed the subject. "Of course, I'm with her," he responded without hesitation. "Oh, so you 2 are together now? Let her come over and chat with me for a bit." Well, that's not really convenient right now. She's in the shower." "Really? Have you 2 already moved in together?" "Things are progressing rather quickly." The girl seemed incredulous. "Of course, just consider who your brother is." He was becoming increasingly adept at weaving tales. "Brother, I saw someone on the street today who looks just like you." The girl abruptly shifted the topic. "I asked that so? Really looks like me?" he asked, perplexed. "Yes, only he is even more handsome than you." "I almost approached him, but despite his good looks, his character left much to be desired." "What happened? Did he bully you?" "Indeed. He took advantage of his looks to deceive people with outrageous lies. Tell me, is such a person not despicable? Absolutely despicable. Should I give him a thrashing? Certainly. Wait. But by the time he finally grasped the situation, it was already too late. A small hand seized his collar, and a flurry of punches rained down upon him, accompanied by the fierce voice of the girl. A month apart, and your deceiving skills have grown ever more refined. I'll teach you not to lie, good sister. I promise I'll never do it again. Yuan Haoyu pleaded with a pained expression. Perhaps tiring from her exertions, the girl finally released her grip, her face slightly flushed. After catching her breath, she asked, "All right, now it's time for you to confess the truth." "Isn't it?" Glancing at the sky, Yuan Haoyu replied, "It's almost noon. Let us find a place to eat. My treat. Oh, is that so? Very well, however, if you wish to win me over, this token of goodwill is hardly sufficient." The girl's demeanor shifted from irritation to delight as she smiled sweetly. Chapter 22. Flaws. Let us finish our meal first. Yuan Haoyu realized that today would likely not conclude without further complications. Mentally preparing for the inevitable discussion, Zhong Chaoing skipped ahead, while Yuan Haoyu lagged a couple of steps behind, quietly observing her. The once little girl had unknowingly blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Beneath her school uniform, her figure was curvaceous, drawing countless eager glances as her proud bosom swayed with her movements. She must not be wearing a bra, he speculated to himself, feeling a rush of heat in his head. "We're here. This should be the place." Zhong Chaoing turned and said, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, that's fine. I'm glad you like it," he replied somewhat sheepishly. The establishment was an upscale buffet restaurant. Upon entering through the crystal glass doors, robotic servers greeted them and escorted them to the VIP area. After swiping his card, the two siblings piled their plates high with delectable food before sitting down to feast heartily. "All right, now can we speak frankly? I should tell you that I'm here at Mom's request. You haven't returned home in over a month, nor have you sent any messages. She has worried something might have happened to you. Therefore, you need to provide me with a sufficiently convincing reason to explain your absence to Mom and Dad." After finishing a plate of food, Zhong Chaoing began. "Also, your appearance has changed quite a bit. You look even better than before. Don't you think you should explain that too?" Before Yuan Haoyu could respond, she added, "Don't give me any nonsense. Although I may not be the brightest, your ability to spin tales is frankly lacking. Just confess, and I might even help you cover it up, as long as the benefits are adequate." At this, she couldn't help but laugh. "All right. I hadn't planned on keeping it a secret for long anyway. However, my dear sister, you must be prepared for what I'm about to say," Yuan Haoyu said nervously. Zhong Chaoing looked at him, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "From your tone, it sounds like it's quite serious?" She swallowed a bite of food, took a sip of juice, and said, "All right, go ahead. Why, mental fortitude isn't as fragile as you might think." 1 minute later, Zhong Chaoing's expression had shifted dramatically. Her gaze fixed on him in silence. "Sister, are you all right?" Yuan Haoyu asked anxiously. After a long pause, she finally exhaled deeply and murmured, "I had a feeling something was off, but I never imagined it was this serious." "Come home with me. You're not allowed to stay at school anymore," Zhong Chaoing declared, her tone brooking no argument. "Is there any room for negotiation?" he asked cautiously. "Absolutely not." Her resolute stance was unexpectedly firm. Her voice rose, drawing the attention of those around them. Yuan Haoyu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly finished his meal, pulling her out the door. "Sister, it's been ages since you last visited. Let us go shopping this afternoon and pick out a few nice outfits for you." On the street, Yuan Haoyu flattered Zhong Chaoing, "Sure, but let us not take too long. We still need to get home early." Zhong Chaoing readily agreed, already resolved to escort her restless brother back home, regardless of his attempts to sweeten the deal. "Sister, this outfit looks great. Try it on, and if it fits, I'll buy it for you." "Sure, but time is of the essence, so we can't be late. Sister, your holographic device seems a bit outdated. Let us get you a new one." Sounds good. I'll take it home and play with it later." "Sister, you hardly ever wear jewelry. Let us pick out a few pieces today," Yuan Haoyu said, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly offered. "That would be wonderful. Once we're done shopping, we'll head home. Mom and Dad will surely be thrilled to see it." Zhong Chaoing thought to herself gleefully, though she feigned indifference. Unbeknownst to them, the evening was fast approaching. The siblings stood at the roadside, laden with bags. "All right, we've finished shopping," Now it's time to head home, right? Zhong Chaoing tilted her head, observing Yun Haoyu's glum expression, a sly smile gracing her lips. She was determined to bring her brother home. "Ah, I suppose I have no choice. Fine, let us go home," he conceded. But before he could finish, Zhong Chaoing interrupted. "If you've agreed, then let us get in the car. We can discuss everything on the way. If we delay, we'll miss dinner." She waved her hand, and a taxi promptly pulled up to the curb. With swift efficiency, she loaded their items into the trunk, then pushed Yun Haoyu into the back seat before climbing in beside him. After setting the route, the car sped away. Inside the vehicle, Yun Haoyu sighed resignedly, accepting his fate in silence. He understood that today's affair was far from over. Once his uncle and aunt became aware, a scathing reprimand would be inevitable, and he feared that future opportunities to venture out would be scarce, save for attending school. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets about his actions. He was not one to resign himself to mediocrity. Since the conventional path seemed unlikely to lead to distinction, he had no choice but to take risks. The world beneath the sea, though perilous, promised safety with the assistance of that enigmatic figure. Provided he remained prudent, this path must be pursued, not solely for his own sake, but also for his family, who deserved a better life. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Zhong Chaoing inquired, shaking his arm. "Nothing," he replied. "Still claiming there's nothing? You're not angry, are you?" Before he could respond, his sister continued softly. "I understand how you feel, but you must know that when you revealed the truth, I was genuinely frightened." Suddenly, she threw her arms around him. "I'm just worried about you." Observing her slightly reddened eyes, Yun Haoyu felt a surge of emotion. He certainly understood that his sister cared for him, and with such a family member constantly concerned, what was there to lament? The gloom that had clouded his heart dissipated without him realizing it. After embracing her and offering soothing words for a while, he finally managed to lift her spirits. The car sped along until it came to a halt at a residential complex near the outskirts of the city. Zhong Chaoing linked arms with her brother as they exited the vehicle, gathering their belongings as they entered the complex. The robotic security guard at the entrance remained diligent in its duties, scanning their identification cards. The pair entered a residential building and took the elevator to the 15th floor. Once they stepped out of the elevator and traversed a corridor, they halted before a silver-white security door. Zhong Chaoing pressed the fingerprint recognition device and swiped her card again before the door finally unlocked. This was their uncle's home, where he had resided for several years, thus it felt familiar. Upon entering, Zhong Chaoing cheerfully called out, "Ming Rue, how you go is back." A calm voice emanated from the study. "Brother, you've been missing for over a month. Everyone has been worried about you." The study door swung open to reveal a young man clad in a red t-shirt, possessing delicate features that bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Chaoing. This was Zhong Ming Rue, her twin brother, who was merely 10 minutes her senior, which was why she had always been reluctant to refer to him as brother, opting instead to call him by his name. "Have our parents returned?" Yun Haoyu asked anxiously. "They want to be back for a few more days," Zhong Ming Rue replied. "What? Really?" Before he could finish, Zhong Chaoing interjected, "I didn't lie to you. Mom texted me, telling me to find you." After a brief pause, she mischievously added, "Ist that a good thing? A death sentence turned into life imprisonment, perhaps even a chance of parole." Yun Haoyu could only manage a wry smile. There was no dealing with this sister of his. After dinner, the three siblings gathered to chat casually. Zhong Ming Rue soon learned of Yun Haoyu's recent escapades and, astonished, could not help but express his grievances. This left Yun Haoyu with no choice but to repeatedly promise he would not engage in such reckless behavior again. How much of that promise could be deemed credible was known only to him. "Brother, you must stay a few more days this time. After all, you can attend virtual classes from home without stepping out," Zhong Chaoing said expectantly. "It seems I have no choice. You've already dragged me back. So what else can I do?" Yun Haoyu replied helplessly, "But if our parents find out, they will definitely lecture me, and I'm truly terrified. Can't you both help me think of a way to cover this up?" Zhong Ming Rue remarked, "Hiding like this isn't a solution. They will eventually find out, so why bother?" Yun Haoyu pondered this and abandoned the notion. After all, it would only result in a scolding. Nothing more, however. He realized that stepping out in the future would require considerable effort. They would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him, and he might even have to devise a plan involving his precious sister. As night fell, Yunhao wandered through the virtual network for a while before shutting down his light brain and retiring to bed. Just as he closed his eyes, the usually silent Rulan suddenly spoke. "That little girl has feelings for you?" Yunhao was taken aback and replied, "I think so too. However, the path I am destined to tread will inevitably cause her worry. Can she accept my actions? I've already deceived her once. How many more times will I have to lie to her? Can she endure that? That depends on how you handle her feelings. This is your own affair. Outsiders can offer no assistance," Rulan concluded. Returning to her silence, a soft knock at the door interrupted him. He rose to open it, finding Zhong Chowing standing there with a youthful demeanor. She whispered, "Aren't you asleep yet? What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just browsing online for a while," Yunhao replied somewhat awkwardly. His sister remained silent, simply gazing at him, causing him to feel uneasy. After a long moment, she asked, "Brother, will you always treat me this way?" "Of course. I've always done so, and I will continue to do so," Yunhao hastily assured her. "That's good," Zhong Chowing smiled. Suddenly, she extended her hands to cover his eyes, and before he could react, a warm kiss gently landed on his cheek. When he opened his eyes again, his sister had already floated away, leaving him in a daze. Filled with complex thoughts as he drifted into slumber, in the dead of night, trouble arrived, jolting him awake in pain. As he regained consciousness, he felt an unbearable soreness enveloping his entire body. Waves of strange heat surged through him, akin to countless insects gnawing at his limbs, while his skin turned a terrifying shade of dark purple. One moment hot to the touch, the next freezing cold. The discomfort was excruciating. Rulan, disturbed by his distress, inquired, "What is happening?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's a sign of the awakening of my abilities," he trembled in response. Rulan fell silent, examining his condition before releasing a gentle energy to soothe his inner turmoil. "What you do next is up to you. I'm not well versed in this power system and cannot assist you further." Yunhao recalled the doctor's instructions and hastily retrieved a handful of pills, swallowing several as directed. Finally, he managed to suppress the discomfort somewhat. After this ordeal, he found himself unable to return to sleep, so he powered on his light brain to research relevant information. The phenomenon of ability awakening is simply described as a mutation in one's genes. After humanity entered the interstellar age, their frail physical condition severely hindered the advancement of civilization. Particularly when faced with the formidable alien civilizations, the cost to humanity was staggering, with some alien races even treating humans as food. To alter this dire situation, human governments pooled resources to research methods for enhancing human physiology. After generations of effort, gene optimization technology was finally developed. Individuals who underwent gene optimization beyond level 3 not only achieved physical strength, intelligence, and longevity that vastly surpassed ordinary humans, but also had a certain probability of achieving a specific threshold of cell energy affinity, inducing gene mutations and granting abilities that transcended human physical limits. After thousands of years of development, the research on abilities has yielded numerous results, continuously refining its theories. IT has now evolved into an incredibly intricate academic system with numerous branches. Following the awakening of abilities, various bodily functions undergo significant adjustments, so experiencing adverse reactions is entirely expected. The duration of this reaction period varies, lasting anywhere from days to months, depending on the individual, as long as one endures. The human body's functions will undergo a qualitative leap, producing changes even more powerful than the effects of advancing from level 1 to level 4 in gene optimization. Hence, the societal status of those with abilities is remarkably elevated. Once one becomes an ability user, major families and corporations will compete to offer generous incentives to recruit them, and they may also enter powerful national departments to serve the empire, leaving the choice entirely in their hands. Becoming an ability user necessitates numerous changes in various aspects of life. The foremost issue is diet. The caloric needs of ability users are astonishing. In other words, their bodies require significantly more energy than ordinary individuals. An ability user's food intake exceeds that of a normal person by more than tenfold. Ordinary food cannot suffice to meet such demands. Only highly concentrated nutritional supplements, specifically formulated for ability users, can fulfill their needs. Thus, merely satisfying their hunger each month incurs a considerable expense. Secondly, lifestyle habits must also be adapted. Unless one is willing to remain at the first level forever, one must invest substantial time and energy in daily practice to advance. However, the most significant expense is the cost of cultivating their abilities. The resources consumed by an ability user each year amount to astronomical figures. The most critical resource is known as source crystal, symbolizing the source of power. This substance is only found in the centers of star systems, typically in conjunction with energy crystal mines. It is an exceedingly precious resource. Any ability user will inevitably engage with it, as it is essential for enhancing their abilities. This substance is not only vital for humanity but also for many alien civilizations. Throughout history, major human powers have waged several large-scale wars over the competition for this resource, involving both internal conflicts within the human camp and bloody battles against alien civilizations. Under the Empire's governance, there are over 1,700 administrative stars and more than 10 trillion inhabitants, with countless resource stars. However, the annual production barely meets the demand. Ultimately, it is universally acknowledged as the hard currency of the cosmos, hoarded in substantial quantities by various factions, its status akin to that of gold reserves during the Epoch of Earth. Furthermore, numerous intricate industrial instruments necessitate the utilization of this wondrous crystal, while many affluent individuals indulge in the extravagant creation of jewelry and tableware from it. Consequently, a significant degree of clandestine smuggling is required each year to avert the dire predicament of financial shortfall. Unbeknownst to them, dawn has arrived, and his sister approaches to knock on the door, calling him out for breakfast, at the dining table. Yun Haoyu's performance leaves the siblings utterly astounded as he consumes half a pot of lean meat porridge in one go, devours 3 baskets of crab meat buns, and 2 kilograms of cake. He even manages to finish off 6 large bottles of concentrated nutritional supplements, food reserves meant for the siblings for an entire week. Only after he has swept everything away does he realize that he has also consumed their portions. With a sheepish smile, Yun Haoyu remarks, "I truly apologize. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Let's eat out today. My treat." It finally dawns on Zhong Yueying, who incredulously asks, "Brother, have you awakened your abilities?" Indeed, Yun Haoyu no longer wishes to conceal the truth from them, although they had largely suspected as much. Hearing it directly still astonishes the siblings. They have heard numerous tales of those with extraordinary powers, yet they never imagined that one would emerge so close to them, within their own family. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a positive development, worthy of a grand celebration. Zhong Mingrui exclaims excitedly, and Zhong Yueying nods in agreement. Very well then, after breakfast, let us return and share the news with Mom and Dad. Such significant news must be conveyed. Yun Haoyu has come to terms with it. After the 3 siblings have breakfasted, they head to the hospital for a health checkup. The doctor prescribes additional medication and advises him to rest adequately, suggesting he register for testing at the Ability Association once his health stabilizes. After leaving, they visit a supermarket to stock up, hauling several large boxes of concentrated nutritional supplements back home. Zhong Mingrui and Yueying's parents work at a research base on Satellite 3. And due to the implementation of a top-secret project, they have been away for 3 months. Although they are merely peripheral personnel and have no access to core matters, their daily routines are heavily restricted. Legal holidays have been drastically reduced, and even rare visits home are closely monitored by security agencies. Communication with family at the base also necessitates cumbersome security clearance. The only advantage is a slight increase in salary and bonuses. During a recent conversation with their parents, they learned of Yun Haoyu's absence from home for over a month, which caused them considerable concern, prompting Yu Yueying to intervene and bring him home. After resting at home for the morning, as noon approaches, Zhong Mingrui connects to a video call with their parents. Due to the security protocols of the base's mainframe, they wait several seconds before receiving a response. On the screen appears a young couple. Despite their children being adults, they appear to be under 30, exuding a mature aura due to genetic optimization. "Mom and Dad, it's been so long. How have you been?" Yun Haoyu greets them with a hint of anxiety. His mother smiles on screen and replies, "We are fine. But you? After such a long absence without contact, we were quite worried, which is why we sent Yueying to find you. There are some matters. It's better for my sister to explain the specifics," he says, pulling Zhong Yueying forward while he retreats to another room. "So, the situation is that Brother Haoyu." In a brief moment, Zhong Yueying articulately recounts the unfolding events. However, the siblings are taken aback by their parents' reaction, which is far from the anger they anticipated. After a period of silence, their father speaks. "So, Haoyu has indeed become an ability user?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." Zhong Mingrui affirms. "In that case, do not interfere with his choices. This is his decision, and no one can compel him otherwise. Their father sighs, acknowledging that what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. This child was never meant to blend into the crowd. Zhong Yueying, somewhat perplexed, inquires, "Dad, what do you mean? Are you suggesting he should take these risks?" Their mother interjects, "How Yu's biological parents are also ability users." Before Zhong Yueying can respond, her mother continues, "The bank savings are sufficient. Upon your return, we will arrange for your secondary optimization surgery. As for Mingrue, you should take care of your sister and wait for 2 years." Zhong Yueying is baffled by her mother's sudden mention of genetic optimization, while Zhong Mingrue begins to grasp the implications. He nods with a smile. Their mother offers a few more reminders before terminating the call. 20 days later, Yun Haoyu sits quietly in his room, gazing at the table before him, which is adorned with 5 teacups filled with water. After a protracted moment, one cup gently trembles, slowly levitating and hovering 30 centimeters above the table. After a short while, 3 additional cups rise into the air. However, the final cup proves obstinate, failing to float despite several attempts, merely bouncing in place and spilling some water. Ultimately, he is compelled to concede defeat. The first-tier ability primarily manifests in the enhancement of physical capabilities. His mental prowess still lags, allowing him to manipulate only small objects for limited durations. After such an interval, he already begins to feel lightheaded. Rising to eat something, he opens the door and steps onto the balcony. In the corner lies a pair of small dumbbells crafted from super-heavy metal derived from the Kaiyang star domain. Each weighs over a ton. Prior to activating his abilities, lifting them was utterly impossible. Yet now, he tosses them playfully in his hands. After several weeks at home, the adverse physical reactions have completely dissipated, progressing far more swiftly than anticipated. The benefits of his abilities have begun to manifest, rendering the surrounding world astonishingly clear. He can even discern the intricate patterns on a fly's wings from hundreds of meters away. Additionally, his stamina and reaction time require specialized facilities for testing their limits. A visit to the Ability Association is inevitable. Chapter 24. Resolution, Part 1. The Ability Association is a semi-official organization, theoretically overseeing all registered ability users. Its purpose is to provide guidance and assistance to those who have initially awakened their powers, occasionally issuing bounty tasks. However, its primary function is, in fact, commerce, catering to the needs of ability users. The vehicle halts before a towering black edifice in the city center. Yun Haoyu alights and surveys the grand sculpture at the plaza's center. 2 golden 5-clawed dragons entwined in a double helix, with a cerulean sphere suspended above them, depicting the image of Earth, humanity's ancestral home. Scattered throughout the plaza are various statues of individuals, ability users who have made significant contributions to safeguarding human civilization since the dawn of the Interstellar Era, alongside stone tablets inscribed with their life stories and achievements. Upon entering the lobby, the decor consists entirely of dark-hued marble and metallic materials, imparting a solemn and desolate ambience. Although the probability of becoming an ability user is quite low, the unique characteristics of this planet still draw numerous users to the association daily. Most come to buy and sell goods, or select various lucrative tasks, and those with training-related questions may seek counsel here. However, all services are fee-based. Yun Haoyu conveys his intentions to the reception robot, which guides him to the testing area. The testing is overseen by a third-tier ability user, a woman who appears only a few years his senior, possessing a slender figure and striking beauty. Clad in the association's black uniform adorned with subtle golden patterns, simple yet elegant, exuding sophistication. The badge on her chest is orange, marked with 3 stars at the dragon's head. She says little, and after a brief, procedural introduction, the testing commences. The first test assesses physical strength. The method is straightforward. Carry a 5-ton hover tank across 300 meters to pass. Gazing at the imposing, 2-meter-high, steel-gray behemoth, he swallows hard and calculates that it is within his capability. Approaching, he grips the handle on the armor with one hand and the metal bracket on the bottom with the other, exerting a sudden force. The behemoth shakes slightly but is obediently lifted by him. After a few steps, as his body adjusts, he begins to quicken his pace towards the destination. The tester follows at a leisurely pace, ready to assist should any unforeseen situation arise. Initially easy, the final 100 meters become a struggle. 30 meters from the finish line, he nearly grits his teeth to endure, feeling as though a mountain rests upon him. Fortunately, He perseveres until the end, avoiding disgrace before the beautiful tester. After a brief respite, the second test evaluates speed, requiring a 100-meter dash in no more than 4.5 seconds. This is simpler and easily passed. The nerve reaction test takes place in a 100-meter-long hall filled with countless half-meter-high, differently colored alloy columns, all moving rapidly in chaotic patterns. His task is to step only on a specific color of column while evading a rain of rubber bullets descending from above. Surviving the designated time without being hit by more than 5 bullets counts as passing. Although the rubber bullets are non-lethal, they sting painfully upon impact. It presents some challenge, yet he passes. He only receives 2 hits, wincing in pain. The mental power test involves manipulating 10 100-gram hollow metallic spheres placed on a large desk, moving them into a box 3 meters away, which also counts as passing. Somewhat arduous. Yet gritting his teeth, he persevered. The subsequent tasks were relatively effortless. Upon passing the final assessment, the examiner signed off with satisfaction, warmly welcoming him as a member of their ranks. She smiled as she stored his information into the luminous terminal. Moments later, a robotic attendant delivered his uniform, nameplate, and an exclusive identity card for the association. Of course, none of this came without a price. The total, including the testing fee, amounted to a staggering 100,000 credit points, quite exorbitant. Changing into the uniform, tailored meticulously to his body dimensions, he found it impressively snug. However, the intricate designs paled in comparison to those adorning the examiner, suggesting his rank still fell short. He had already seen the red nameplate, identical to the one possessed by Womanli, which had previously stirred envy within him. Little did he expect that in merely 2 months, he would have achieved the same. Perhaps you could explore the trading district and select some items of use. The examiner suggested. It is fortunate to become an ability user, yet you remain lacking in strength. To stand out, you must continue to strive. Dedicate yourself to your training. Understood. I will. Yunhao nodded, turning to depart. The layout of the trading district differed slightly from his expectations. The grand hall was partitioned into numerous small cubicles, each furnished with exquisitely crafted tables and chairs, and within each cubicle sat a tall, uniformed, biochemically enhanced beauty. He randomly chose one cubicle to enter, and as he seated himself, the attendant opposite rose to greet him. Greetings. I am Service Attendant 02113, at your service. How may I assist you today? I require items beneficial for the cultivation of low-tier ability users. Yunhao replied, and the attendant smiled as she activated the terminal on the table. A vast luminous screen appeared before him, showcasing an array of categorized items. Please take your time to browse. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Yes, thank you. He began to search for the items he needed, only to discover that the expenses associated with ability users were far beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Not a single item was priced below 5,000. The cheapest concentrated nutrient formula was a staggering 10,000 credit points per bottle. Products costing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, were plentiful. The Vitality Source brand concentrated nutrient formula, reputedly one of the most sought after among mid to low-tier ability users, was priced at 10,000 credit points for 100 grams. The Battlefield First Aid Recovery Potion was priced at 50,000 credit points per vial. Specialized combat suits for ability users, capable of resisting energy weapon damage, were priced at 300,000 credit points per set. The Nade's high-grade luminous terminal, with a capacity equivalent to that of a large library, functioned normally in various extreme environments and was priced at 850,000 credit points. The luxurious Voyager hover car, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 4 Mach, could transition from a stationary state to breaking the sound barrier in just 7 seconds, costing 4,500,000 credit points. There were even more items below that he dared not continue to peruse. As for the most crucial cultivation resource for ability users, origin crystals, they were 1 million credit points for a single unit, equivalent to 1 gram. Glancing at his bank balance, he recalled that after his last surgery, he had less than 1 million remaining, and with subsequent expenses, he was now down to 200,000. What a lavish expenditure, he thought to himself with a bitter smile. It seemed he would need to work diligently to earn more. Selecting 10 bottles of the Vitality Source nutrient formula, he swiped his card to settle the payment. After exiting, he contemplated and decided to stroll around the port, seeking a reputable company to apply for a position. Mr. Jelluaman casually skimmed through the day's meeting notes. The higher-ups had hinted at plans to increase investments and construct 2 additional factories. an endeavor he found inconsequential. The company had always maintained a healthy operational status, allowing high-level executives like him to enjoy a comfortable life. As long as he completed his designated tasks, he could consider his obligations fulfilled. Relying on his connection as the president's relative, few dared to confront him over any issues, in moments of boredom. He would summon his alluring secretary to engage in discreet discussions in the office's secluded cubicles, or invite a few lovers for a leisurely outing. He had grown fond of this indulgent lifestyle. After all, what one seeks in life is merely these pleasures. As for other matters, those were the concerns of the bosses and had no bearing on him. That new secretary is quite impressive. Her skin is flawless, her physique agreeable, and she knows how to please a man in bed. He mused, envisioning the secretary's voluptuous figure swaying before him. Truly a temptress. Perhaps inviting her into his home would be a splendid idea, even though he already had 3 wives. But that was inconsequential. For a successful man like himself, seeking multiple partners was perfectly normal, was it not? Just as he indulged in these thoughts, a message arrived on his luminous terminal from the external secretary. A new ability user has applied for a position. Would you like to interview him? He pondered briefly and instructed, let him in. Normally, such trivial matters would not require his attention, as they were usually handled by subordinates. He typically only signed off at the final step of the process. However, this time was different. It was an ability user, and he happened to have some free time. Squinting, he scrutinized the handsome youth named Yunhaoyu, who stood silently before him. He appeared to be a decent lad, yet applying here was hardly a wise decision. Considering his good mood today, perhaps he should offer some advice, he thought to himself, sipping from his glass. Young man, have you given this careful thought? The depths are hardly a vacation paradise. Although you possess abilities, being at the first tier means little against those devilish creatures. Perhaps I could arrange an alternative position for you. As a young ability user, many suitable opportunities await you. Yunhaoyu smiled, regarding the rotund, pale-faced man, whose appearance suggested a life of excess. His intention seemed not entirely malevolent. Thank you for your advice, but I have already made my decision, he replied. Jellywoman shrugged, conceding, very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall not press further. He retrieved several contract documents from the terminal and inquired. Our company offers 2 types of contracts for divers. Which would you prefer? Please enlighten me. One option was a fixed salary, requiring at least 10 sea expeditions per month, regardless of yield, with a salary of 1 million credit points. The other offered a variable salary, allowing you to determine your own expeditions. With compensation based on your findings, the more you gather, the higher your pay, with no cap. However, should you return empty-handed, you would earn not a single credit. This was the typical choice for ability users. I personally recommend. Chapter 25, Decision, continued. Yunhaoyu interjected with a smile. I shall choose the second option. It seems the most fitting for me, Jellywoman sighed. Very well. Review the contract. If there are no issues, you may sign. The contract was concise and straightforward, and he quickly finished reading it before signing his name with the luminous pen. Monitoring equipment recorded the entire process. Upon completing the formalities, Yunhaoyu stated, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I will delay my first expedition for a few days. Is that acceptable? Of course, when you commence work is entirely your prerogative, Jellywoman replied. Then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Yunhaoyu nodded in farewell and exited. Watching his retreating figure, Jellywoman gently shook his head. How long could this young man persist? A month, perhaps a few? What a pity. Yang Shui and Tang Weiye sat chatting by the lawn. With final exams approaching, followed by a 2-month break, Yang Shui inquired, Do you have any plans? Not yet. Do you have any good suggestions? Tang Weiye replied that I am considering learning the Guqin, or perhaps finding a temporary job. Yang Shui said with a smile. Sounds good. Let's do it together. Tang Weiye nodded. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui asked, Have you been in contact with Yunhaoyu lately? Tang Weiye shook her head. No, I sent him several messages, but he keeps saying he is busy and cannot meet. What about you? Yang Shui sighed. It is the same for me. My hints have been quite evident. Is he truly oblivious or just pretending? Perhaps he simply does not find us appealing. Tang Weiye expressed her frustration. We are not lacking in qualifications. How could he not have any interest? Maybe we should be direct with him and see how he responds, Yang Shui asserted. Tang Weiye disagreed. That would seem rather desperate on our part, given his background. He shouldn't warrant such treatment. Yang Shui contemplated this and agreed, thus dropping the subject. After another moment of silence, Tang Weiye smiled ruefully. Initially, we had more choices. Unfortunately, we were a bit too choosy, believing we could find something better. Now, with time past, the better candidates from our class have been taken, leaving only those less desirable. If we wish to find someone, it seems we must settle for the next cohort of male students. With no other options, it appeared that was the only course left, unless you were willing to entertain those older gentlemen, Yang Shui said gloomily. 2 days later, classes resumed at school. Yun Haoyu set out early. He had been busy adapting to his abilities and had taken several days off. If he continued to remain absent, he feared his final evaluations would be marked unfavorably. Outside the school gates, students ambled about in small groups. It was only in this setting that he remembered he was still a student. He reflected wistfully that in the future, such leisurely days would become a rarity. The cultivation of one's abilities is a formidable and protracted journey, necessitating not only a substantial array of material resources, but also an individual's unwavering resolve and diligence. If one is unwilling to settle for mediocrity, then one must be prepared to exert more effort than others. A sleek, luxurious black vehicle gracefully descended at the school entrance. The driver opened the door, and the radiant, proud womanly stepped out of the car. Casually surveying her surroundings, she strode confidently into the campus. Her students, unable to conceal their envy, dared not approach her. Only after she had passed would they whisper about her retreating figure. Womanly walked leisurely, indifferent to the envious, jealous, and complex gazes directed at her. An inexplicable sense of superiority surged within her. Indeed, she had every reason to feel proud. Possessing a third-level genetically optimized physique and having become an extraordinary individual, she was destined to be a part of high society, beyond the reach of those around her. These individuals would forever be relegated to gazing up at her brilliance, merely indulging in their fantasies. At the classroom door, as the class had yet to commence, a portion of early arrivals had gathered in clusters, engrossed in discussions about topics of mutual interest. Yun Haoyu scanned the area but found none of his familiar classmates. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Just as he reached the entrance, Womanli was entering. After a brief hesitation, he took a step back, allowing the celebrity to enter before he exited. Having just settled into her seat, Womanli suddenly sensed something amiss. After a moment of reflection, she recalled the issue lay with the boy she had glimpsed upon entering. A fleeting glance had revealed nothing extraordinary about his handsome features. She had encountered many attractive individuals before. What truly caught her attention was the badge adorning his chest, identical to her own. Yes, it was indeed the emblem of the extraordinary. Wait a moment. How could he possess this? Could it be that he too, as Yun Haoyu, stood at the top of the steps, still contemplating his next move when a graceful figure rushed out of the classroom, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, coming to a halt before him? It was Womanli. Is there something you need? Yun Haoyu inquired. Perplexed, Womanli remained silent, her gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe. Being scrutinized in such a peculiar manner by a stunning beauty was decidedly uncomfortable. Frowning inwardly, Yun Haoyu subtly adjusted his stance, preparing to walk away. Yet, as he moved, Womanli took a step forward, blocking his path once more. After several iterations of this, Yun Haoyu, feeling exasperated, finally asked, "Miss, have I offended you in some way? What is it that you want? This thing of yours. Is it?" Womanli hesitated before pointing at the badge on Yun Haoyu's chest. "How do you possess this? Could it be that you are also an extraordinary individual?" So that was the crux of the matter. And he sighed in relief, responding teasingly, "Indeed, you have not misjudged. It is genuine." A slight blush crept onto Womanli's cheeks as she replied, "I was rather presumptuous. You are Yun Haoyu, correct? I never expected you to have awakened your extraordinary abilities." After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly raised her hand, lunging towards his throat. The entire motion was silent and swift as lightning. Given her intent, had she succeeded, Yun Haoyu's throat would likely have been crushed. However, her attempt was thwarted. What appeared inscrutable to the average observer was merely trivial to Yun Haoyu. Tilting his head slightly, he deftly intercepted her hand just before it made contact with his skin. "Well, I suppose that confirms it," he stated, gripping her delicate wrist, feeling a soft, slippery sensation. Yun Haoyu found himself somewhat parched. She smiled, retracting her hand. Consequently, the two began to converse effortlessly. Womanli expressed her curiosity regarding how he had managed to gather the funds for his genetic optimization surgery. Without hesitation, Yunhaoyu divulged everything he could, realizing that it was only a matter of time before he attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Maintaining a low profile was nothing more than a hollow notion. If this woman desired it, she could easily leverage her connections to uncover his background in a heartbeat. There was no point in deceiving himself. Yunhaoyu, you are quite early today. A voice tinged with annoyance interrupted their conversation. He turned to see Yang Shui and Tang Weiya observing him from a few steps away, their expressions laden with complexity, accompanied by several familiar classmates. Indeed. Aren't you all the same? Yunhaoyu replied somewhat awkwardly. Womanli, paying them no mind, greeted them dismissively before turning back to Yunhaoyu. We'll continue our discussion later. She then strode back into the classroom. Once this haughty girl departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Before Yang Shui could speak, Jin Yu interjected, exclaiming, "Wow, you really are something. You've caught the attention of this young lady." Before he could finish, Yunhaoyu silenced him with a swift punch, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? She has a man. Are you deliberately trying to get me into trouble?" Jin Yu fell silent, though his restraint lasted only a few seconds. Upon noticing the badge on Yunhaoyu's chest, he could no longer contain himself. "What is this? Good heavens! You haven't actually awakened your extraordinary abilities, have you?" Jin Yu's loud exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. "What? An extraordinary individual? Has someone else awakened their abilities? Who is it?" "Yunhaoyu. Impossible. I remember he only had a first-level genetic physique. Perhaps he hit the jackpot in the lottery. Are you still asleep? Are you dreaming?" The students who gathered began to murmur among themselves. Yunhaoyu felt increasingly uncomfortable. He was unaccustomed to being gawked at like a rare specimen. Fortunately, the class bell rang and the crowd dispersed, filing into the classroom. Womanli remained seated in the front row. Upon seeing him enter, she lightly tapped the seat beside her and commanded, "Come here." Yunhaoyu hesitated briefly but ultimately complied. The look of resentment in Yang Shui's eyes deepened. Inside the classroom, Yunhaoyu stared at the notes in his hand in silence. Within less than 20 minutes, he had received a plethora of notes passed along from several neighboring desks. The messages were varied, covering a multitude of topics. Sitting in the front row made it inconvenient for Womanli to pass notes, so the curious onlookers resorted to this traditional method to inquire about their interests. Womanli watched him with amusement, whispering, "What's the matter?" Enjoying the attention. Feeling a bit agitated, he replied, "It's quite a headache. And you're laughing, by the way. Why isn't anyone sending you notes?" "Why not? I remember it used to be like this." With messages piling up in my inbox, however, it quieted down significantly afterward. She remarked wistfully, "That's because the disparity between you and those around you has become too vast. So vast that they can only look up to you. When something is utterly unattainable, who would bother to invest effort in it?" "That's true. I was merely expressing my thoughts," Womanli sighed. Yunhaoyu's observation was accurate. Since encountering her current partner, her fate had veered onto an entirely different trajectory. Jewelry, luxury cars, opulent residences, donning designer attire, frequenting elite clubs, mingling with high society. What had once been a dream had now become her reality. Chapter 26. The Deep Sea, Part 1. The price of this transformation was her growing estrangement from those around her. Former friends no longer associated with her, and her inherently proud nature only exacerbated the situation. Consequently, no one dared to speak with her at school. This is, after all, a natural phenomenon. The wealthy easily attract friends, and the affluent easily find companions. The ancient adage remains timeless even in this interstellar era. How is your ability cultivation progressing? When will you be able to advance? After a brief silence, Yunhaoyu inquired once more. It's still early. Cultivating extraordinary abilities is exceedingly costly. To advance swiftly requires a significant financial investment, which is no simple task, she replied. You are an extraordinary individual now. Surely, you must be aware of this? Is it possible for someone of your stature to lack funds? Yunhaoyu questioned skeptically. Isn't the one at your home quite indulgent towards you? Surely, if you ask for resources, he would provide them willingly? How easy it is to say. My family is not solely under my control. Should I expend too much on myself, the others would surely object. The original wife of my partner is particularly difficult to manage. Womanli sighed at I see. That is understandable. With several women vying for one man, the pressure naturally increases for you, especially since you currently hold the upper hand. Your partner likely also fears her, which is why he refrains from being overly partial to you. One could also find ways to earn money, Yunhao Yu suggested. For an extraordinary individual, earning should not be too difficult, right? Once you gather the funds for the 4th-level genetic optimization surgery, you can advance. Earning money entails risks. The potential profits are always proportional to the risks involved. Do you think everyone is so fortunate? Wamanli shot him a glance. Over 1 billion credit points is no trifling sum. It is not so easily earned. I would love to follow in your footsteps, but I know my luck could never compare to yours, unless you take me along every time you go out to sea. Should that occur, your partner would not let me off easily. I'm only 18. I don't want to die just yet. Yunhao Yu rejected the idea without a second thought, having heard tales that her partner was a gang leader. And he had no desire to attract trouble. Moreover, the existence of Rulan was an absolute secret that must not be revealed. The morning classes soon concluded. A group of familiar classmates converged, clamoring for Yunhao Yu to treat them, to which he readily agreed. Failing to satisfy the curiosity of these individuals will not lead to their acquiescence. Out of courtesy, he extended an invitation to Wamanli, which she graciously declined with a smile. He was not perturbed. After all, this woman and he were fundamentally incompatible, and he was not so narcissistic as to believe that a few exchanged words would imply her interest in him. Outside the school, 3 luxurious hover cars were quietly stationed at the entrance, accompanied by 4 medium-sized hovering battle vehicles for protection. Each vehicle bore an engraved black emblem, depicting a grotesque creature that resembled a cross between a shark and a crocodile, a fearsome beast known as the nightmare mongoose, infamous on the planet of Mu Yun. The central hover car was the largest, dwarfing even the typical RVs. Within its opulent interior sat Achilles Crowwood, the notorious kingpin of the black market and the underground godfather of Mu Yun, leisurely sipping tea on a plush sofa. Despite his true age exceeding 4 centuries, he appeared merely middle-aged, with a handsome visage akin to that of a refined journalist. Only the piercing cold light that occasionally flickered in his eyes served as a reminder of his dominion over the lives of countless individuals. After savoring a sip of tea, Achilles placed his cup upon a nearby crystal tray. His right hand was long and fair, while his left hand resembled a mummified relic, encased in a layer of brownish, wrinkled skin that enveloped Randall spoke up. I have no intention of going out for a long-term job at the moment. I haven't even graduated yet. Yunhao Yu firmly declined, expressing that he had no time to spare. Even if he did, it was inconceivable for him to agree, at least on this planet. Nothing could match the profits from going out to sea, provided one could return alive. Randall felt a twinge of regret and tried to persuade him a few more times. But upon seeing his resolute attitude, he had to concede defeat. Bernard tactfully changed the subject, alleviating the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Tang Weiyes silently observed this composed young man, realizing that he had reached heights she could hardly aspire to. Initially, she hadn't paid him much attention, but later, although she developed feelings, she hesitated. By the time she truly understood her emotions, the opportunity had slipped away. Surely, he would now have far more and better choices available to him. With a quiet sigh, she downed her full glass of wine in one go. The following day marked Yunhao Yu's first day at the new company. This company, called Far Horizon, was one of the few fishing enterprises on Muyu Star. And its primary backer was the Slothini Group, one of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies on the planet. In such a large corporation, not only were there ordinary divers, but they also employed a substantial number of mid to low-tier ability users. With abilities that were not particularly strong, their chances of survival were slightly better than those of ordinary people who relied solely on luck. This also secured a significant portion of the company's income. Now, Yunhao Yu was considered one of them. Upon arriving at the port, he quickly located his company's designated area. After identifying himself, a crew member led him aboard a large ocean-going vessel over 300 meters long. Unlike ordinary employees, each ability user was assigned a private room for temporary rest. They could also choose diving equipment that suited them. Furthermore, the ship provided complimentary food and drinks. It was indeed a reputable large company. Unlike those fly-by-night operations, at 6:30 in the morning, this ocean vessel, carrying over 1,000 divers, set sail amidst a multitude of ships, alongside 6 others of similar size. The operational area this time was deeper than before. At a depth of 1,000 meters below the sea surface, where valuable finds were more abundant, but the deadly dangers were equally formidable. Who could tell how many among this group would forever remain at the ocean floor? Yunhao selected a set of ice ocean hunter diving gear. This equipment was specifically designed for ability users, weighing 4 times more than ordinary models, with defensive capabilities far exceeding the standard fare. And naturally, it came at a hefty price. Ordinary divers wouldn't have access to such superior gear. The information was already relayed to his light brain. The divers were divided into 20 groups, each responsible for an area of approximately 10 square kilometers, and he was assigned to the 7th group. As the time approached, everyone began to gather in the lower deck of the ship, where dozens of deep-sea submersibles were parked, each capable of accommodating 60 people. Following the prompts from their light brains, the divers queued in front of their designated submersibles. Yunhao glanced around and noticed that the number 7 submersible was just ahead. The group was nearly complete. As he approached, he was surprised to find that everyone in his group were ability users, though most were of low rank, primarily levels 1 to 3, with only a handful at level 4. It seemed that ability users and ordinary divers were organized into separate groups. The team leader, Feng Deming, was an experienced individual with a level 4 ability. Although he was called experienced, he had less than a year of offshore experience, as the casualty rate in this industry was alarmingly high. Unless there were no alternatives, ability users wouldn't linger here for long. Upon seeing Yunhao, the leader verified his identity with his light brain, nodded, and gestured for him to join the line. The captain provided a brief overview before instructing everyone to board the vessel. This 30-meter-long diamond-shaped submersible was constructed from high-strength non-magnetic ceramic alloy, with walls 30 centimeters thick, capable of withstanding medium-caliber energy cannon fire. As long as they didn't encounter overly fierce creatures underwater, safety was guaranteed. The cabin was equipped with basic seating and a first aid station, as well as a built-in particle cannon, which, while not particularly powerful, was better than nothing. Once everyone was seated, the captain signaled that everything was ready, and the front hatch of the vessel slowly opened, with mechanical arms dragging the submersibles out of the cabin and into the water. The submersible's propulsion systems then activated, each heading towards their designated areas. The submersible descended smoothly. As the depth increased, the light outside the porthole dimmed progressively. The internal lights turned on, and the members of the 7th group sat quietly, not a word spoken. The veterans conducted final checks on their equipment, while most of the novices sat expressionless, some silently praying, gripping crosses and various talismans, their religious beliefs unknown. Yunhao leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, entirely unconcerned for his safety. Upon reaching the designated area, the submersible slowed down. The leader began organizing the group to exit the cabin, and Yunhao volunteered to be among the first. Feng Deming appeared somewhat surprised, as it was his first time encountering such a bold novice. However, he said nothing, patting Yunhao on the shoulder and allowing him to enter the airlock, where 5 veteran team members were already standing. Upon his arrival, the others glanced at him indifferently, except for one tall African man who smiled warmly at him. The first airlock door closed, and seawater gradually filled the chamber. Once it was full, the second airlock door opened, leading them out to the ocean floor. There lay countless treasures, but also unimaginable dangers. As Yunhao stepped out of the airlock, he paused for a moment, chose a direction, and activated his small thruster to swim forward. The others also dispersed in their own directions. Each person was responsible for an area measuring several hundred meters in length and width, moving independently to avoid attracting the attention of any formidable creatures. The 1,000-meter-deep ocean floor was unlike any place he had previously explored. Familiar creatures were scarce, while numerous strange beings surrounded him. Some could be referenced through his light brain, while many were entirely unidentifiable. Humanity's understanding of the oceanic depths of Muyu Star remained quite limited, with most existing data acquired at the cost of the lives of divers. Taking a gentle breath, he began his search for targets. The thruster on his diving suit remained active, allowing him to cruise just a few meters above the seabed at a steady speed. He dared not tread directly on the ocean floor, as the unknown dangers were too numerous. Even a seemingly inconspicuous creature he might accidentally kick could transform into a life-threatening menace. A black and red cephalopod, over 100 meters long, ambled behind a dense grove of seagrass, its massive form obscured by the towering foliage. Occasionally, unfamiliar creatures would swim nearby, only to be ensnared by its powerful tentacles and dragged into its maw. The only exception was a creature known as the ghost-faced pufferfish, which, while not particularly strong, preyed upon a worm that posed a threat to the cephalopod, thus ensuring its safety. In turn, no creatures would dare target the ghost-faced pufferfish in the cephalopod's territory. Establishing a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship, Yunhao circled around, soon spotting several ghost-faced pufferfish. After careful observation and confirming that he wouldn't attract the attention of the nearby giant, he decided to take action. He retrieved his tranquilizer gun and cautiously approached the target. Upon closing to within 20 meters, he pressed the activation button, and 2 tungsten needles filled with potent anesthetic shot into its body. The unfortunate creature struggled weakly for a moment before succumbing. As he grasped it, he couldn't help but study it closely. It was an oddly shaped fish about 30 centimeters long, covered in green spots. With a square head adorned with black vein-like patterns, appearing quite grotesque. Despite its unappealing appearance, its flesh was exceptionally delicious, fetching a market price of 800,000 credit points per kilogram, with its blood being a crucial raw material for catalytic drugs. If he could catch a few more, he would fulfill his quota for the day. Stuffing his prize into the ecological box, Yunhao glanced up to see the shadow of the deep-sea submersible faintly visible in the distance. The submersible would drop off divers at intervals, ensuring that each diver's working area would not overlap. Once all the divers were in the water, it would find a safe place to conceal itself. Of course, in case of emergencies, divers could locate it using signal guidance. Before the end of the work shift, members of the same group could return to the submersible to rest, eat, or store their bountiful catches. When the work was done, the submersible would return to retrieve them, or recover bodies if any remained. Continuing his work, he sought out targets, ensured safe distances, aimed, fired, collected spoils, and then relocated. After several rounds, he had become quite adept. As long as the giant remained oblivious, today would yield a substantial profit. The communication channel was eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by inquiries about others' catches or any potential dangers. Sporadic screams indicated that someone might be in dire straits. 2 hours passed, and the ecological box was filled to capacity, containing over 20 spoils. Yunhao calculated that he should return before continuing. He had deliberately chosen a larger box upon entering the water. Yet it still proved insufficient. It seemed he would need to opt for an even larger one next time. However, too large a box would hinder agility. It was indeed a bit of a conundrum. If anyone were privy to this individual's thoughts, they might be driven to madness by envy. While others lament their insufficient harvests, he finds himself lamenting the overwhelming abundance of his spoils. Truly, a well-fed man cannot fathom the hunger of the starving. The deep-sea submersible has completed its deployment, with only a scant few remaining aboard. Among them are a pilot, a weapons operator, a physician, and the captain, Confronting, who remains above water. His primary responsibilities include organizing operations, managing unforeseen incidents, and tallying the results of their endeavors. Confronting retrieved a cigarette, inhaling its scent with reluctance before placing it back. Smoking is prohibited in such circumstances, and even the captain is not exempt. After murmuring a few low complaints, he resolved to take a brief respite in the cockpit, his crew busily engaged with their holographic consoles, engrossed in games. Keep an eye on the situation outside. Do not become too absorbed, he admonished. Despite the presence of an automatic alert system, he knew it was not infallible, and he was averse to any potential disturbances. Rest assured, Captain. We'll call you if anything arises, the crew replied absent-mindedly. Returning to their tasks, adjusting the visor of his helmet, he compared their location. The submersible was just beyond a large rock ahead. Yunhao swam over and signaled with the prearranged communication code. Confronting felt a twinge of displeasure. He had barely reclined for a few minutes when someone returned. Such a swift return for a rest must surely indicate fear. If one is afraid of death, what business do they have here? He mused, opening the airlock. When the second hatch fully opened, he beheld the coward in question. It was him, the young man from the first group to dive. Before Confronting could speak, Yunhao inquired, "Could you assist me in finding another container? I ran out of space and had to return." What? Not only the captain, but even the crew engrossed in their games were taken aback. They rushed over to witness a container brimming with ghost-faced pufferfish, their eyes widening in disbelief. As an esper, there have been others who achieved such results in the past. but none had ever amassed such a bounty in so brief a span as Yun Haoyu. Feng Dimming recorded the accomplishment with satisfaction, patting the young man's shoulder as he said, "Well done, lad. Keep up the good work. If our group excels, I shall advocate for your commendation." There exists a competitive dynamic between different groups. Each day at sea, those who rank among the top in harvest receive additional rewards, and group leaders who consistently perform well may be promoted. Thus, the captain's words carried weight. Yun Haoyu did not linger. Swiftly departing, he had resolved to make several more trips before the day's end. While this might attract attention, with thousands aboard the fleet, the daily output was staggering, and even his considerable haul would pale in comparison to the fleet's total. Returning to the vicinity of the Yama squid, Yun Haoyu prepared to employ his previous tactics. A rough estimate suggested that the creature's territory housed at least 100 ghost-faced pufferfish, if he could capture them all. According to the company's purchasing price, it would amount to several million credit points. As for the potential consequences of depleting the squid's territory, he was indifferent. Gripping his tranquilizer gun, he resumed his work, growing increasingly fond of this weapon. It proved remarkably effective against less formidable creatures. Though superior options existed, he relished the satisfaction of employing such a blunt instrument. He believed that the thrill of striking from the shadows was unparalleled. Just as he was about to capture a few more, calamity struck. From a distance, the Yama squid suddenly erupted into a frenzy, its massive tentacles thrashing wildly. Two of its appendages nearly swept him away. Terrified, he cranked up the thrusters to maximum power, swimming several hundred meters before daring to halt. What was happening? Had he been detected? Surely, such bad luck could not befall him. Soon, he realized that the misfortune lay not with him, but rather with the enormous creature. Thanks to the bioluminescence of certain marine organisms, he could clearly observe the scene from hundreds of meters away, a boon of his diving equipment and the enhancements provided by his esper abilities. In the distance, the Yama squid had descended into complete chaos. Its colossal tentacles stirred the waters into a tumult, indiscriminately endangering countless creatures. The source of this turmoil was a blue and white, several-meter-long sea serpent, known scientifically as the Haojin. This creature, slender as a finger and resembling a relic-grade fiber optic cable, was notorious for preying on the blood of larger organisms. Its mouth contained a highly corrosive venom capable of penetrating the squid's armor-like skin. Several of these serpents had already coiled around the squid's tentacles, while the frantic pufferfish attempted to rescue their leader, but their efforts were futile against the serpent's ferocity. Even more Haojins emerged relentlessly from a hidden burrow. It appeared that the Haojins had long coveted the giant squid, tunneling through the seabed to reach its domain. Alas, the ghost-faced pufferfish in that direction had been cunningly captured by Yun Haoyu's deceitful hands. Consequently, when the Haojins appeared, the Yama squid received no warning, and by the time it realized the threat, it was rendered powerless. The Haojins clung tenaciously to the squid, their venom corroding its skin, while their sharp teeth sank deep, drawing forth its crimson blood at a visible rate, draining it completely. The blue and white bodies of the Haojins swelled, their hues deepening. The Yama squid struggled desperately, yet its size, once an advantage, now became its undoing. Poor creature, truly unfortunate. Yun Haoyu watched, detached, marveling at the spectacle. At this point, he was no longer in a hurry to work. Instead, he decided to enjoy the show, perhaps even seize a bargain. Half an hour later, the Yama squid gradually ceased its thrashing, its massive form slowly deflating. The Haojins had grown larger, their colors transformed into a reddish-purple hue, the very essence of the squid's blood. Having feasted, the Haojins retreated, and Yun Haoyu seized the opportunity, capturing a few more ghost-faced pufferfish and stuffing them into his ecological container. He also intended to inspect the corpse of the Yama squid, certain it harbored valuable treasures. Approaching the now deflated body, he noticed the ghost-faced pufferfish had scattered in a panic. Observing the downfall of such a deep-sea sovereign, Yun Haoyu felt a twinge of reflection. The deceased squid still held value, but he realized he could not transport the entire carcass back without alerting the fleet above, which would yield minimal benefit for him. After some contemplation, he drew a knife and began to dissect the squid's remains. Having been drained of blood, its once massive body had shrunk considerably. The head, previously several meters in diameter, was now no larger than a newsstand, and he struggled to slice through its skull. despite its demise. The squid's bones remained remarkably resilient. His knife, crafted from high-strength composite materials, combined with the strength of an esper, was sufficient to slice through not overly thick alloy. After considerable effort, he finally cracked open the skull. Inside the llama squid's brain, he discovered 6 fist-sized soft sacs containing a potent venom highly sought after by the Esper Association, previously requiring high-ranking espers to procure. By sheer fortune, he had stumbled upon this windfall. As the skull split, a torrent of brain matter mixed with blood surged forth. Even in death, the pressure within this creature's cranium was substantial, exceeding that of the surrounding seawater. Fearing toxicity, he retreated to a safe distance, waiting for the chaotic flow to subside before venturing back to procure what he sought. There, 6 golden red orbs lay peacefully at the base of the cranial cavity, an essential ingredient for a high-grade energy elixir. Eagerly, he harvested them. He continued his search, discovering other valuable items, albeit larger and more conspicuous, making their transport risky. After hesitating, he reluctantly departed, for the scent of blood had attracted predators that now lurked nearby. In the capital of Mu Yun Star, within the expansive governor's office spanning over 1,000 square meters, Yuan Jing sat at a massive rosewood desk, diligently attending to his duties. As the Imperial governor stationed on Mu Yun Star. His schedule was indeed demanding. He processed countless documents daily, and being averse to delegating authority, he rarely returned home. This dedication earned him a reputation for diligence. Though he could not return home, he still required rest at night. Even with his genetically enhanced physique, his energy was not infinite. Thus, this industrious governor had his bedroom constructed adjacent to his office, also covering over 1,000 square meters. Chapter 29. The Distribution of Spoils. Each night, after working late into the night, the governor would rest here. For the sake of convenience, he had his secretary's quarters located nearby, with only a door separating their rooms. In his words, this arrangement allowed him to stay informed about work matters at any time. In consideration of budget constraints, his room was devoid of any furnishings, save for an ostentatiously large, luxurious bed. Behind the extravagant nightstand was a small, intricate keyboard featuring 18 buttons, each corresponding to one of his 18 secretaries. Whenever any issues arise in his work, he promptly presses the corresponding button, summoning the secretary in charge of that particular matter for consultation. The governor's official duties are indeed quite burdensome, often extending into the late hours of the night. Occasionally, he wakes from slumber, suddenly struck by a solution to a perplexing problem, and calls for his secretaries to engage in discussion. Due to the urgency of matters, these secretaries frequently arrive in a hasty state of undress, often donning an array of alluring nightwear, and some even appear entirely unclothed, likely accustomed to the practice of sleeping in the nude. The tolerant governor does not mind this, understanding that it is all in the name of work. To ensure these lovely assistants do not catch a chill, he graciously invites them to gather on his bed for discussions, as there is ample space. Even with 18 secretaries convening, it would hardly feel cramped. Thus, due to the governor's diligent governance, the planet of Mu Yun Xing flourishes, with its nights safe and its streets free from crime, while the economy thrives, yielding ever-increasing tributes to the empire. The governor has received numerous commendations from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Currently, however, he finds himself troubled by a conundrum. The Empire's Security Department has sent a letter indicating that the extraterrestrial civilization known as the Zhan Ying Clan wishes to establish business operations on Mu Yun Xing, potentially engaging in some unusual activities, and requires his cooperation with local security agencies to closely monitor their movements. While this may seem straightforward, whatever their requests, simply comply. He finds himself contemplating a ring nestled in his pocket. A rare dimensional space device gifted to him by the head of the Zhan Ying Clan's Merchant Association just days prior. This device boasts a capacity of 200 cubic meters. Should it be put up for auction, it would fetch no less than 100,000 source crystal points. Having received such a substantial benefit, he feels compelled to reciprocate. He has already assured the Zhan Ying Clan that their activities on Mu Yun Xing will face no interference. As for the intentions of those round-bodied individuals, he remains blissfully ignorant and uninterested. Yet now, he must reconsider his promises. He cannot imagine the reaction of these rotund entities should he go back on his word. After much deliberation, he picks up a light pen and signs the document. The orders from above are not to be disregarded. Failure to comply could result in both his hat and head being at risk. However, He also cannot afford to offend the Zhan Ying Clan. He ponders the idea of giving them a heads-up. What transpires next shall be for them to resolve, as it is no longer his concern. In the dim depths of the ocean, Yuan Haoyu continues his hunt. Since his departure, the surrounding predatory creatures have pounced upon the corpse of the Yen Luo squid, consuming it entirely within mere minutes. Leaving not even a fragment of bone, after consulting his light brain, he discovers that there are few suitable prey within reach. Most of the creatures in sight are unfamiliar to him, and of those he does recognize, they are formidable adversaries, making the search for both recognizable and low-powered yet valuable prey a challenging task. At such depths, aside from the ghost-faced deer pufferfish, other potential targets include the parrot crab, velvet shrimp, and the rare deep-sea mushroom, among a few other unusual species. After circling several times, he spots a few parrot crabs, colorful, palm-sized creatures whose offensive capabilities are not particularly formidable, at least when he seizes one. Its robust claws fail to penetrate the alloy gloves. Swiftly stowing them into his ecological box, he notices several deep scratches on his gloves. Had he been wearing ordinary diving gear, he would have likely met his demise. After a moment's hesitation, he resolves to venture into another's territory, as an encounter may yield opportunities. Besides, he could always share some benefits. Adjusting his course, he begins to expand his exploration radius in circles from the position of his submersible. Wherever he goes, the ferocious creatures instinctively retreat, a testament to Rulan's influence. Beside a smooth, brown stone, he catches a glimpse of several faint red shadows flitting away, piquing his interest. Upon swimming closer, however, he finds nothing amiss. He does not doubt his eyesight. After circling the stone a few times without observing anything unusual, he decides to remain vigilant, for patience is an essential quality in his line of work. After more than 20 minutes, a shadow timidly emerges from a concealed burrow beneath the stone. Upon closer inspection, he confirms it to be the deep-sea mushroom. Its pale red cap, speckled with brown spots, features several small suckers, which it uses for locomotion and feeding. It is perplexing how a creature that can walk is designated as a mushroom. Perhaps the biologists were influenced by its resemblance to the cordyceps found on Earth. The mushroom cautiously creeps out of its burrow, carefully making its way along the stone. Once it has distanced itself adequately, a tungsten needle silently pierces its cap. The effects of the potent anesthetic manifest swiftly, and it barely has time to turn before becoming immobile. He collects his prize and retreats once more to await further opportunities. Before long, he has ensnared 7 mushrooms using this method. The remaining members of its kind finally sense that something is amiss, but they refuse to emerge any longer. Unwilling to relent, Yuan Haoyu estimates the weight of the stone. If he exerts himself fully, his explosive strength should be sufficient to overturn this obstacle. Positioning himself beneath the stone, he secures his ecological box to his back, freeing his hands to grasp the stone's base, mentally counting 1, 2, 3. With a sudden burst of strength, the stone wobbles and begins to shift with renewed vigor. He pushes it over, and immediately, a multitude of mushrooms, along with various other creatures, erupts from beneath, scattering chaotically like headless flies. Despite his best efforts to act swiftly, he manages to intercept only a handful before the rest vanish from sight. Just as he prepares to continue his search, a voice crackles over the communications channel. "Friend, you've crossed into someone else's territory." He turns to see a figure floating not far from him. "Apologies, my area yielded no spoils," he responds with a somewhat sheepish smile. The figure draws closer, somewhat surprised, and inquires, "Aren't you the newcomer? The little fellow from the first batch to dive?" Yuan Haoyu recognizes him as the earlier seen black man. The helmet of his diving suit is made of transparent material, allowing for a clear view of his features. "Ah, it is you? Indeed. I am from the first group to dive. I am Yuan Haoyu." He extends his hand in greeting. "Oh, I am Jerome Christopher. Pleased to meet you. What a brave little one." Jerome amicably shakes his hand. They soon engage in conversation. Jerome is a third-tier ability user who has come here to earn money for his training expenses. As the cultivation of ability users is notoriously expensive, moreover, the costs escalate dramatically with advancement. Jerome initially had a rather healthy wallet, but since activating his powers, he has found himself struggling financially, although earning money as an ability user can be relatively straightforward. The resources required for rapid progression are exorbitant. "You can have this area. I'll head over there," Jerome offers. Thank you, my friend. We still have 2 hours left. Let's see who collects the most spoils. Yun Haoyu responds with a grin. All right, the loser buys drinks, Jerome exclaims confidently, convinced he will not be outdone by a novice. He plans to have a great feast at Yun Haoyu's expense later. The 2 hours quickly pass, and it is time to wrap up. An hour prior to closure, some team members have already begun their return. AS ability users, their haul tends to surpass that of ordinary divers. However, dangers also lurk, and their abilities do not guarantee safety. Amidst the crowd, Yun Haoyu discreetly opens his diving suit and stashes 6 venom sacs obtained from the Yenluo squid inside, then restores the suit to its original appearance. The exterior of the gear is bulky, rendering any suspiciousness undetectable. He has no intention of turning these over. That would be too costly. Team leader Feng Dimming begins tallying the results, while Yun Haoyu observes, expecting he will emerge as the day's top collector. Shortly thereafter, the results are in, and indeed, Yun Haoyu ranks first. His total haul amounts to an astounding 23 million credit points. The eyes of the crowd nearly bulge out in disbelief. A novice achieving such remarkable success is simply unbelievable. Feng Dimming is equally astonished, never anticipating that his team would include such an extraordinary individual. If he continues to provide surprises, his team may well emerge as the best-performing group in the company this month. It is worth noting that Jerome, in second place, has yet to gather even a fifth of Yun Haoyu's spoils. The leader then counts the number of personnel, noting that out of 49 divers, 45 have returned, with 4 missing and unresponsive to calls. The outcome for them is all but assured. After waiting another half hour, the leader decides it is time to return, and the submersible begins to ascend slowly. The team members, exhausted from their lengthy stay in the perilous depths, lean back in their seats to rest, the immense mental and physical toll evident, except for Yun Haoyu, the outlier, who seems utterly unfazed. The blue sun approaches the ocean's surface, casting shimmering rays across the vast expanse of water. Enormous mechanical arms begin to retrieve the surfacing submersibles into the ship's hold, and once everything is secure, the team members begin to exit. Personnel await their arrival, and the leader hands over the spoils and records. Once verified, they can settle their rewards on the spot. Chapter 30. Harvest, Part 1, Ross. I am certain that our group has achieved the best results today, Feng Dimming exclaimed, delight lighting up his face as he presented the records from his holographic device to a middle-aged man standing nearby. Who was the accountant responsible for their group? Ross took the device and, upon examining it, his expression changed dramatically. After verifying the figures against the physical evidence twice, he finally confirmed that Feng Dimming was indeed telling the truth. Buddy, you've struck gold, Ross remarked, a hint of jealousy in his voice. If your luck continues to shine like this, the other groups won't stand a chance against you. Haha, I have always been fortunate, Feng Dimming replied, extending his hand to pull Yun Haoyu over. Let me introduce you. This is the lucky fellow I mentioned. You wouldn't have expected someone with such a mere first-level ability to be so impressive. Looking at the youthful boy before him, Ross couldn't help but feel astonished. One individual can accomplish the work of 7 or 8 people. This is simply outrageous. Yun Haoyu greeted him calmly, observing as the funds were transferred into his account, and chose to remain silent. He then turned and returned to his cabin on the upper deck, shedding his diving suit before taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes. Gazing at the 6 spheres, he contemplated how to bring them ashore. To prevent divers from smuggling goods, specialized equipment was used for inspections upon disembarking. It was impossible for him to evade the scanning devices. After some thought, he inquired, Rulan, could you assist me? I wish to take these items out. No problem, just keep them close to you, Rulan replied succinctly. Indeed, when it was time to disembark, the equipment showed no response. They successfully made their way to shore, and after a brief wait, Jerome emerged as well. Yun Haoyu suggested they take a taxi, but Jerome shook his head, indicating he had his own vehicle. After a quick visit to the garage by the port, Jerome drove out a sleek dark cloud hovercar, a model quite popular this year. It seemed he ought to consider purchasing a vehicle himself. Relying on taxis all the time was hardly practical. They found a high-end restaurant and chose a private room to sit down, ordering a feast as they chatted. Jerome evidently belonged to the type who believed that no celebration was complete without alcohol. Within moments, a bottle of liquor was nearly emptied, making him reminiscent of that notorious drunkard, Freud. Moreover, They were consuming spirits of exceedingly high proof. In his own words, this was the drink of real men. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Yun Haoyu's expression suddenly shifted. The familiar voice outside caught his attention. Upon opening the door, he spotted a group descending from the upper floor, with none other than Yang Feng leading the way. Yang Feng appeared to be slightly inebriated, casually draping his arm around two alluring women, and was taken aback when he spotted his old rival. Momentarily stunned, he released the woman by his side, struggling to find the right words, but Yun Haoyu seized the initiative. "I see this Yang Feng. What a coincidence to run into an old classmate here." As he spoke, he approached and warmly embraced Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng's mind briefly faltered. When had this formerly timid and reserved individual become so brazen? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, jolting his senses back to reality. Was this kid here to cause trouble? He instinctively tried to break free and counterattack, but Yun Haoyu was quicker. With a twist of his wrist, he pinned Yang Feng's arm, and with a sudden lift of his knee, he struck hard at his lower back. This time, he held nothing back. The formidable strength of an ability user was fully unleashed, and Yang Feng's face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet the torment didn't end there. Yun Haoyu grasped his throat, shoving him against the wall. Employing both hands and feet, he mercilessly assaulted him as if he were a punching bag. Moments later, Yang Feng finally regained his breath, his wails echoing throughout the restaurant. His entourage, now roused from their stupor, rushed forward in a frenzy. A towering black man stood firmly in front of Yun Haoyu. "Gentlemen, this path is closed," Jerome said with a smile. The thugs, undeterred, soon realized that in the face of a third-level ability user. "Numbers alone, I also find it somewhat peculiar. However, that is a matter for the higher-ups to worry about, and it has little to do with us," Jerome remarked dismissively. "Indeed, it suffices for us to manage our own affairs. Nevertheless, I am quite curious about that exhibition." After satiating their hunger, it was already evening, and the three satellites began to reveal themselves in the night sky. The two of them settled the bill and swiftly departed on their hovercraft. Heading straight for the Ability Users Association, Chapter 31, Harvest, Part 2, the Ability Users Association was bustling with activity in the hall, predominantly filled with low-tier ability users, alongside a few individuals of the 4th tier and above. Such a crowd was seldom seen. Ever since the Zhan Ying Clan's trading event commenced, ability users from across the entire Mu Yun star, nay, from the whole Hung Luo's star domain, had flocked here, even attracting those from neighboring star regions. Hundreds of trading platforms, crafted from Shirluo Yin crystal, were lined up in succession, each displaying one or several pieces of equipment in three-dimensional imagery. Standing beside the tables were beautiful bioengineered attendants, elucidating the functional characteristics of the equipment to the onlookers. Those interested could also step into a virtual space to experience the equipment's effect. However, to view the actual items, one had to confirm a purchase. Only after payment could they collect the goods from the Zhan Ying Clan's local representative. Yun Haoyu did not rush into the hall. Instead, he quietly made his way to the trading area from last time. Selecting a booth, he inquired of the attendant inside, "I have some items for sale. Can you make decisions on that?" The attendant replied in a formal manner, "If the amount is not large, I can handle it. If it exceeds 10 million, I will report to my supervisor." "Then please call your supervisor," Yun Haoyu replied decisively. His items were certainly worth far more than 10 million. The supervisor soon arrived, a young man dressed in the attire of a professional manager, with a badge indicating he was a 4th-tier ability user. "Hello, my name is Bai Juanxiang. How may I assist you?" He said gently that there's nothing much. "I simply wish to sell some items. May I take a look first? If it is feasible, we will arrange for a specialist to authenticate and appraise them. Rest assured, we will not let our customers suffer losses," Bai Juanxiang inquired discreetly. "This one." Yun Haoyu produced a golden-red sphere for him to examine. Upon holding it, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Juanxiang's face as he scrutinized it closely, stating, "This is the venom sac from a deep-sea creature known as the Yin Luo squid, extracted from an adult specimen. This is quite a remarkable item. Are you certain you wish to sell it? Indeed, I would appreciate your offer." Bai Juanxiang then summoned another individual for further verification, and after a thorough assessment, he addressed Yun Haoyu. "Your item is impressive. Based on the current market, we can offer 24 million credit points for it. How does that sound?" "That is a fair price, exceeding my expectations." Yun Haoyu promptly agreed and presented the remaining 5 items as well. At this point, Bai Juanxiang could no longer maintain his professional demeanor, gazing in shock at the calm boy before him. He only possessed a first-tier ability, yet how could he acquire so many valuable items? A twinge of jealousy crossed his mind. Nevertheless, his professionalism quickly reinstated his composure as he asked, "Are you certain you wish to sell all 6 venom sacs? The total will amount to 144 million credit points." "Very well. I would like to exchange for 50 source crystal points, and please deposit the remaining credit points into my account," Yunhao stated. Bai Juanxiang complied meticulously, and the funds were soon transferred. Before long, an attendant delivered a beautifully crafted sandalwood box. Bai Juanxiang accepted it and handed it to Yunhao with utmost respect, saying, "Sir, here are your 50 source crystals. Please verify." Upon opening the box, he beheld 50 translucent crystal orbs, perfectly arranged upon a black velvet base, refracting a resplendent spectrum of colors in the light. Each orb measured half a centimeter in diameter and weighed 1 gram. These were source crystals, an indispensable resource for ability users' cultivation. In the mere seconds that the box was open, he already sensed a trickle of ambient cosmic energy gradually converging around him, making his breathing significantly more comfortable, a sensation that was indescribably delightful. Taking a deep breath, he closed the box and smiled. "Excellent. I am quite satisfied. I will certainly return to you for more exceptional items in the future." "Ah, indeed, that sounds splendid." Bai Juanxiang chuckled, personally escorting him out of the trading area. After wandering through the hall, he noticed Jerome lingering before a trading table. Upon closer inspection, he found a meticulously crafted badge displayed there, whose material was indiscernible. Named Guardian of Lomanmore, it was one of the protective gear from the Lomanmore series, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 7th-tier ability user, usable twice per day without requiring additional energy replenishment. And the badge possessed the inherent ability to absorb ambient cosmic energy. Such an impressive piece of equipment. If used wisely, it could equate to having 2 extra lives each day. It was no wonder Jerome's gaze was so fervent. In the perilous depths of the ocean, possessing such equipment was a clear advantage that any individual could comprehend. "Brother, are you tempted?" Yunhao inquired with a smile. "Indeed, this is a remarkable life-saving item." However, Jerome helplessly spread his hands. "The price is simply staggering." Upon glancing at the price, Yunhao concurred. It was indeed exorbitant. 800 source crystal points. The conversion ratio of credit points to source crystals was 1 million to 1, meaning this piece of equipment cost 800 million credit points. Truly outrageous. Such an amount could fund several 4th-tier gene optimization surgeries. While Jerome had some wealth, producing such a sum in one go was utterly implausible. Yunhao couldn't help but feel disheartened. Having just acquired a substantial sum, he had finally tasted the sensation of affluence, only to discover that even the cheapest items here were not priced below 100 source crystal points. His confidence was utterly shattered. Reluctantly admiring the badge for a moment longer, Jerome, now profoundly disheartened, returned home. Yunhao did not accompany him and instead made his way back to the school, in his room. Having completed his cleansing routine, Yunhao sat on his bed and gently opened the box. 50 source crystals were neatly arranged within, and wisps of cosmic ambient energy were drawn towards him, gradually converging around his form. His cells began to awaken, with the gathered energy flowing into his body, melding into his skin, muscles, blood vessels, and even his organs and bones. This process fortified his physique and enhanced his internal sourceability. The sensation was akin to an otherworldly euphoria. It felt as if he were experiencing the heights of ecstasy or indulgence. Of course, until now, he had not experienced either of those sensations, merely hearsay. "Is this what source crystals are? Is this what you ability users rely on for your cultivation?" Rulan spoke up, noting the similarities between this object and the spirit stones from her world. "Spirit stones? Are those used for cultivating magical power? So, you can also utilize such items to restore your strength?" Yunhao's excitement surged. "That is merely for the cultivation of lower-tier disciples. Immortals would not deign to use such items, treating them as mere stones," Rulan declared disdainfully, adding, "As for me, I have not relied on external objects for many years. I merely lack insights into the realm." "Oh, I see. However, given the current circumstances, you may as well make use of it. As far as I know, source crystals are the finest cultivation resources available to humanity at present. You are not mistaken. However, The quantity required for me to regain some strength is rather excessive. Rulan expressed a hint of regret. How much do you need? Please enlighten me, Yunhaoyu asked anxiously, nearly being frightened by Rulan's response. If this planet were entirely composed of source crystals, and I were to absorb them all, perhaps I could regain a smidgen of strength, Rulan stated nonchalantly. What a joke! A source crystal planet. Who could possibly produce such a thing? Even if all the wealth of the world's great nations were pooled together, it would be impossible to amass that much. Perhaps only the extraordinarily wealthy Zhan Ying Clan could provide such a quantity of source crystals. All right, no need to be alarmed. I am not compelling you to do anything. Rulan chuckled lightly, her tone unexpectedly infused with a touch of humanity. You should focus on your own cultivation. There is no need to worry about me. Residing within your body is quite comfortable. Before Yunhaoyu could respond, she added, in these past few days, I have comprehended the laws of this world and compiled some insights tailored for you. They will significantly aid you in cultivating your spirit, or rather, your mental fortitude. You must strive diligently. Your current strength is insufficient to protect yourself. A profound cultivation mantra manifested in his consciousness, and with Rulan's assistance, he swiftly grasped its meaning. This is one of the profound techniques I imparted when I founded my sect. It is a pity that upon arriving in this world, its efficacy is less than 1% of its original strength. Nonetheless, it remains quite beneficial for you at present. As for the name of this technique, I shall refrain from mentioning it to avoid tarnishing its reputation. You may assign it any name you wish. This technique primarily focused on mental fortitude and was related to the power of the stars. Thus, he decided to name it Nine Heaven Star River True Method. However, to practice this, he would need to select a location rich in stellar energy, which would take time. Suit yourself. After some time, I will compile a few sword techniques for you as well. After all, your world primarily cultivates strength rather than destiny. Sword cultivation techniques will suit you perfectly. Having calmed his mind, he resumed his cultivation. His consciousness penetrated the source crystals, allowing him to distinctly sense the immense energy contained within. If one were to directly absorb all the energy contained within, merging it into one's own cells, one could swiftly enhance their prowess. However, the source crystal, having lost its energy, would merely turn to stone. And few possess such extravagant means. Perhaps only the direct descendants of affluent families have the capital to squander in such a manner. Those lacking such resources must resort to absorbing the free energy gathered from the source crystals for their cultivation. It is akin to stewing a chicken. Some may consume the meat directly in a single feast, while others sip the broth, adding water to continue simmering. The vast majority of ability users adopt this broth-drinking approach, resulting in a significantly slower progression. If one could directly absorb energy equivalent to approximately 300 source crystals, their abilities would ascend to the second tier. Advancing from the second to the third tier necessitates around 1,500 source crystals. A conclusion drawn by the Association of Ability Users.as for tiers above the third, it becomes less certain. The transition from third to fourth tier is a formidable hurdle that requires not only a substantial resource investment, but also mental fortitude, comprehension of power, and the accumulation of combat experience, none of which can be addressed merely through possessing source crystals. Numerous ability users find themselves stagnated at this juncture for many years. Chapter 32. Harvest, Part 2. Once one breaks through to the fourth tier, there will be a significant leap in the body's functions, and their strength will increase substantially. Naturally, the costs of future cultivation will rise exponentially. The difficulty many ability users face in progressing is not due to a lack of effort, but rather an insufficient supply of resources. Typically, at this stage, they must align themselves with powerful families or financial conglomerates, or serve the mightiest departments of the empire. Only such entities can afford to maintain a large number of high-tier ability users. On Satellite 3, in the central laboratory, security is tight. The gemstone flower remains quietly ensconced within the crystal column, while numerous researchers clad in fully enclosed protective suits busily operate various instruments around it. A small section above the crystal column ripples slightly, as though a grain of sand had been cast into a perfectly still lake. A faint, ephemeral shadow flickered briefly before vanishing. The many researchers, elite military personnel, and high-tier ability users exhibit no change in demeanor, oblivious to this moment. Even the sophisticated instruments, reputed to monitor any spatial anomalies or energy fluctuations, remain unresponsive. The gemstone flower gently stirred its body before subsiding once more. This minimal motion was insufficient to draw the attention of those nearby, who continued with their respective tasks. Glebe Senka concealed his form within the spatial rift, relying solely on his mental prowess to communicate with the entity within the crystal column. He harbored no concern about being detected, for the Zhan Ying Clan's understanding and application of spatial principles far surpasses that of any civilization. Esteemed Yevgraz, I bring the goodwill of the Council of Elders. The Zhan Ying Clan is willing to forge the closest alliance with the esteemed Abyssal Batflower Clan and is prepared to employ our strength to assist you in reclaiming all that is rightfully yours. However, to demonstrate the sincerity of our collaboration, you must surrender that item for our elders' research. Glebe Senka articulated with utmost respect. The gemstone flower remained silent for a moment before a wave of mental energy resonated. It has not been merely a day or two since we began our communication. Yet only now do you arrive. I have been trapped in this wretched place for far too long, and upon our first meeting, you seek to extract benefits. This is your sincerity? Regrettably, issues arose on the Miriam Empire's side, preventing our timely arrival, and we share in your lament. However, this is not the crux of the matter. We are here now, and it would be best not to dwell excessively on past grievances. Yes, is that so? Very well, let us not dwell on this. Yet, how much sincerity are you prepared to offer? Having been away for so long, those few individuals have likely orchestrated many developments. Assisting me in reclaiming my rightful place is no simple endeavor. Yevgraz inquired, maintaining an impassive facade. Our elite warriors are already concealed within the vicinity of Muyu Star, poised for immediate action. As long as we come to an agreement, but can I trust you? Who does not know that your kind, appearing round and seemingly benign, are among the universe's most cunning merchants? Yevgraz scoffed. The only reason you condescend to engage with me, a fallen patriarch, is for the sake of the Muyu Star Goblet. Is it not? Your Excellency Yevgraz, to borrow a phrase from human civilization, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You request our clan to make such significant sacrifices. It is only natural that we expect some form of recompense, Glebe Senka replied, unyielding yet respectful. In your current position, aside from collaborating with our clan and acquiescing to our terms, do you possess any alternative choices? The Muyu Star Goblet is indeed a valuable item. If you wish to obtain it, then offer something of substantial worth. Yevgraz retorted coldly, I must confirm the demise of those traitors before considering your conditions. Very well, I shall relay your sentiments to the Council of Elders. Glebe Senka's rotund form quivered slightly, the surrounding magnetic field emitting a sound akin to laughter. After such a protracted period, even a divine artifact cannot possess unlimited energy. I wonder how much longer you can sustain yourself, esteemed patriarch. You need not concern yourself with that. At least until your demise, I shall remain unscathed. The capabilities of humanity are far beneath my notice. Ha ha, let us hope so. The Zhan Ying invoice figure dissipated entirely. In the school dormitory, Yunhao slowly poured a bottle of the Vitality Source highly concentrated nutrient solution into his mouth. One bottle suffices to meet the daily energy consumption of a low-tier ability user, and it is quite palatable. Yet, he remains unaccustomed to consuming it daily. Sitting upright on his bed, he took several source crystals into his palm to continue his cultivation. His consciousness delved into the source crystals, commencing the extraction of the source energy within. Threads of energy, like smoke and mist, gradually permeated his body. As the source energy within him increased, he could distinctly sense his bodily functions being gradually reinforced. He understood that at this moment, one must digest slowly. There was no need to rush, merely sitting in silence, immersed in the experience. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. The 4 source crystals in his hand had lost their original luster. Their energy entirely absorbed, having transformed into the most ordinary stones. The box before him contained a total of 300 source crystals, the majority now in this state. Over 2 months had passed, and the new school term was fast approaching. During this period, he had ventured out to sea roughly every 2 to 3 days, each time returning with at least 10 million credit points in earnings. This had afforded him such extravagant qualifications. On the days he did not set sail, he had set aside all other matters and focused solely on cultivation until today. Rising slowly, he performed several challenging physical exercises to invigorate his blood flow. Feeling the source energy within him swell considerably, His spirit was revitalized. He should have reached the second tier by now. It was time to undertake the advancement assessment. Looking at the pile of stones before him, he felt a pang of regret. This was a sum of 3 billion, a fortune that ordinary individuals would never encounter in a lifetime. And yet, it had been squandered so freely. Of course, he harbored no regrets. To gain power, to hasten his ascent, one must pay the requisite price. In the era of Earth, there existed the notion of the poor in culture and the rich in martial prowess. To cultivate martial skills and strengthen the body required precious herbs to refine one's form and specialized diets to supplement nutrition. Over the years, achieving this without a certain economic foundation was utterly unattainable. How could one practice martial arts without wealth? In the world where Rulan resided, the realm of cultivation emphasized the importance of wealth. Fate, law, and land. Among the 4 essential elements of cultivation, wealth ranks first, underscoring the significance of resources for practitioners. Who claims that immortals do not require money? Without funds, one cannot even become an immortal. In the Tianhua star domain, where the Imperial capital lies. This prosperous star domain, designated as the Imperial capital, is one of the earliest developed regions since humanity entered the Interstellar age. The entire star domain boasts over 100 highly prosperous Tier 1 administrative stars. More than 300 Tier 2 administrative stars, distributed across 100 and more stellar systems, along with countless resource-rich planets. Daily, vast quantities of rare resources are transported from various star domains to the heart of this empire. Uninterrupted for millennia, establishing this star domain as one of the most affluent and powerful regions within the human coalition. The stellar system housing the Imperial capital comprises 16 planets, with the 4th planet closest to the Sun serving as the headquarters for the Empire's major administrative departments. Daily, billions of directives emanate from this location, and any shift here influences the fortunes and misfortunes of countless individuals. At this moment, it is nighttime on this planet. On a continent near the planet's North Pole, numerous colossal city clusters are distributed. Countless flying cars, airships, and small spacecraft converge in torrents above the urban landscape. Large spacecraft are prohibited from entering the planet's atmosphere, aside from a select few privileged departments. Vessels exceeding 300 meters in length must remain docked at outer space bases. The headquarters of the Empire's security department is nestled within an unassuming building. Deep beneath the surface, hundreds of meters down, lies an unimaginably vast secret base. In a lavish office, resplendent like a palace, Song Jingfeng and Dubois Douglas sat upon a sofa, their expressions stern and silent. Clad in blood-red uniforms adorned with intricate golden floral patterns that exude grandeur. The buttons were crafted from large natural rubies, and a large golden diamond emblem was affixed at the first button's position, while a magnificent ribbon on the left chest bore an Azure Ability user badge. Prominently engraved with 10 golden stars, after a prolonged silence, the door to the inner room quietly swung open, and a blue figure silently appeared behind the excessively grand desk. The 2 individuals hastily rose to their feet, bowing respectfully as they greeted, "Your Highness, the Princess." A clear voice resonated. "Have you completed all your tasks at hand?" "Yes." The 2 answered cautiously, acutely aware of their superior's eccentric temperament and unpredictable moods. They dared not provoke her displeasure. Fortunately, the princess did not impose any undue burdens upon them. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "The reason I summoned you is that there has been an incident in the Hengluo star region that requires your personal attention." Noticing their puzzled expressions, she continued, "It pertains to a plan being executed at the base on Muyan Star. I will send you the specific details shortly. This mission may prove arduous, as there are indications of involvement from the Zhan Ying Clan. Although you are both saint-level powerhouses, unforeseen events could arise. Ensure that your team of specialized ability users accompanies you. Additionally, I will allocate 30 Cloud Shark warships for your use. I have already notified the military. You may request assistance from the local garrison if necessary. All relevant paperwork has been processed, and you will be able to board the ships in 2 hours." "Understood," the 2 replied, bowing deeply before exiting. The mysterious princess watched them disappear into the distance, a subtle chill manifesting upon her fair visage. 2 saint-level powerhouses. This indeed constitutes the Empire's elite force. I wonder if they will meet my expectations. She murmured to herself. Chapter 33. The eve of transformation. A handsome, tall man appeared at the doorway. "If they cannot resolve the issue, then it seems you must intervene personally." that group of volleyballs has ambitions that are far from simple. He remarked calmly, very well, you should go too. Bring your subordinates along, and that troop. Act according to the circumstances. If they falter, you shall be responsible for mopping up the aftermath, as you command. The man's form hesitated briefly before vanishing. At home, her parents returned. Zhong Zhaoying leaned against her desk, gazing vacantly out the window at the sky. The door creaked open gently as her mother entered. Upon seeing her daughter's demeanor, she tenderly embraced her from behind and softly inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Zhong Zhaoying shook her head in silence. Her mother continued, "Ming Rui has already messaged Hao Yu, stating he will be home for dinner today." Zhong Zhaoying's eyes brightened, and with a hint of excitement, she asked, "Really?" Her mother nodded with a smile. Realizing her own reaction was overly conspicuous, Zhong Zhaoying fell silent once more. After a moment, her mother ventured, "Are you perhaps?" Before she could finish, Zhong Zhaoying sprang up as if her tail had been stepped on. Blushing fiercely as she exclaimed, "Absolutely not. How could I? How could I?" What could she say? Ultimately, she felt too shy to articulate her thoughts. Aware of the teasing glint in her mother's eyes, she hastily leaped onto her bed. Wrapping herself tightly in the covers, observing her daughter's reaction, her mother sighed softly. Ever since that boy entered their home, her daughter had been inseparable from him. Years had passed, and the bond between the children had deepened. A mother surely aware of her daughter's feelings. Yet, that boy's attitude towards Zhaoying seemed to be merely that of brotherly affection. The family's understanding of their daughter's sentiments was clear, yet she herself remained in denial. Upon learning that Yun Haoyu had awakened his abilities, she realized her daughter's aspirations might be unattainable. The decision to have her undergo a level 2 gene optimization surgery was merely an attempt to secure a chance for her. Tonight, while he was home, it was time to discuss certain matters with him. His origins were something he deserved to know. Her mother pondered, realizing that her daughter's current state was unsustainable. She needed to privately gauge his feelings. If they could be together, that would be wonderful, but even if not, a decision should be made early. At the port, dusk descended, marking the end of another day. The returning vessels crowded the docks, and crew members surged onto the pier like a tide. Grateful to have survived another day, the overwhelming sentiment among most was a desire to find a place to unwind. Yun Haoyu disembarked, having received a message on his smart device that his parents were home today. Naturally, he felt compelled to return. It had been nearly half a year since their last visit. Jerome walked alongside him, chatting leisurely. The 15th team had a rough day, with fewer than 10 members returning. He sighed. What happened? Did they encounter something deadly? Yun Haoyu inquired, surprised. What else could it be? A pair of amorous Moro sharks. Their luck was exceedingly poor, Jerome replied. I recall that team consisted of ability users. It's truly unfortunate. If they were mere civilians, likely none would have returned. If it weren't for the money and training, I wouldn't linger in this cursed place. Jerome cursed angrily. Truth be told, you needn't do this. With your status as a level 3 ability user, numerous better job opportunities await you, albeit with slower financial returns, yet far safer. Then why do you come here every day? Yun Haoyu retorted, aren't our goals the same? I merely wish to advance swiftly. Jerome's words felt disingenuous. Yun Haoyu glanced at him but refrained from commenting. Everyone harbored their own secrets. If someone chose not to share, he had no interest in prying. Upon exiting the port, Yun Haoyu hailed a cab back home. The dinner spread was lavish. It was rare for the family to gather, and there was much to discuss. Ayu, now that you are an ability user, do you have any plans for the future? His mother asked, with his sister silently listening, her ears perked up. Not at the moment. I want to finish my studies first, then. I need to start earning money for my siblings' surgeries. Yun Haoyu replied after swallowing a mouthful of crab meat. While going to sea offers quick earnings, the risks are considerably high. It's better to avoid it. With your current capabilities, you are more than qualified to seek out a safer job. His father advised, rest assured, I will be fine. I've made it this far. I won't encounter problems moving forward. He could not reveal his secrets, resorting instead to comforting words. His father appeared dissatisfied with his answer, but chose not to press further. Ayu, come to the study later. There are matters we need to discuss. After a while, his mother spoke again. Oh, all right. Yun Haoyu nodded in response. His sister cast him a glance but remained silent, focusing on her meal. After dinner, their mother sent the siblings back to their rooms and guided Yun Haoyu to the study. where his father awaited them, holding a box. "This is a gift from your biological parents," his father said, handing him the box. Yun Haoyu accepted it but did not rush to open it. Instead, he regarded them with curiosity. Clearly, there was more to their visit than merely presenting him with a gift. His mother sighed and began to recount some long-held family secrets. Since the establishment of the Shuofeng Empire over 2,000 years ago, 6 prominent families have dominated the political and economic landscape, sharing authority over the divine artifacts with the royal family. This arrangement had remained unchanged for millennia, as the royal family sought to reclaim power. Historically, several wise monarchs had attempted to restore their authority, but all had ultimately failed. The influence of these noble families grew increasingly formidable, rendering the royal family a mere puppet with no real power. However, the tides of fate are unpredictable. Just as various domestic and foreign factions believed the empire was on the brink of a regime change or even disintegration, the royal family produced an extraordinary figure, Emperor Yaohui, Feng Hongqian. Even as a prince, he maintained close ties with alien civilizations, frequently associating with peculiar beings, showing little interest in governance, which disappointed the royal family that had high hopes for him. Had it not been for his father's support, he might have lost his position. When his father fell gravely ill, he summoned the empire's high-ranking officials and leaders of various factions to the Forbidden Palace for a council. It was then that the prince took action. With the aid of powerful extraterrestrial beings, that night, the heads of the 6 noble families, along with their vassal clans, allied imperial officials, and militaristic generals, were doomed to remain within the palace forever. Subsequently, the newly ascended emperor ruthlessly eliminated opposing forces, igniting a civil war that would last for years. The once dominant noble families were not to be underestimated. To swiftly conclude the civil strife and stabilize the domestic situation, the emperor even resorted to ceding territory in exchange for assistance from alien civilizations. After paying a heavy price, he ultimately compelled the 6 noble families to bow down, and only then did the royal family regain genuine authority. While the power of the noble families plummeted drastically, the reason the emperor did not eradicate the noble families entirely was due to the fact that they controlled a significant portion of the empire's economic lifeblood. If he were to engage in a complete annihilation, he would merely inherit a chaotic mess. Thus, upon gaining the upper hand, he wisely chose to restrain himself. In exchange, the noble families relinquished substantial interests and power, agreeing to conduct business without meddling in divine artifacts from that point onward, a status quo that persisted for centuries. Once firmly seated on the throne, Emperor Yaohui reneged on the agreement, turning against the very alien civilizations that had aided him. Throughout his life, he dedicated himself to external expansion, and at least 1/3 of the empire's current territory was acquired during his reign. However, after the passing of this illustrious emperor, the once dormant noble families began to stir once more. Yet, the circumstances had changed. The power of the 6 noble families was no longer what it once was. Meanwhile, the emperor had left sufficient resources for his successor to safeguard the imperial throne. The heads of the families are not foolish individuals. They have no intention of adopting a confrontational approach. Such a method is unwise, hence they have resolved to tackle the situation from different angles. The family heads have devised a detailed and intricate plan, intending to infiltrate the royal family through economic means and various relatively peaceful methods. Their aim is to slowly simmer their ambitions over the course of centuries, ultimately restoring their former glory. Yun Haoyu's father, Yun Yushi, hails from one of the 6 prominent families. The Yun family died in his youth. He was a paragon of excellence, the second heir to the family, and his status was unmistakable. According to the plans laid out by Yun Yushi's father, the current head of the Yun family, Yun Tianke, Yun Yushi's future had been predetermined since childhood. He was to wed a royal princess, thereby further solidifying ties with the royal family. This maneuver received tacit approval and support from the other major families. In truth, the ongoing intermarriages with the royal family are a crucial component of the established strategy among the 6 prominent families. The matrimonial affairs of every adult royal member are meticulously calculated by the family heads, and the royal family, motivated by the need to control the influence of these families, is generally favorable towards such political unions. However, the ultimate advantage of these unions will depend on the bargaining power and strategic acumen of both parties involved. The turning point came when Yun Yushi encountered a woman from a vassal family. For her sake, he defied Yun Tianke for the first time, deciding to annul his engagement with the royal family and expressing his willingness to relinquish all rights within the family. This was clearly intolerable for the family. The enraged patriarch made what he perceived to be a perfectly reasonable decision. To ensure that the woman in question would vanish from existence, throughout the empire, few could withstand the wrath of the head of the Yun family. One of the 6 prominent families. Thus, tragedy unfolded. Although Yun Yushi had sensed something amiss and made some preparations, he ultimately could not alter the course of events. Had he chosen to relent at that moment, he would still be the second heir of the Yun family. Chapter 34. Fierce Battle, Part 1. However, in his fury, Yun Yushi made a mad decision. He extracted his lover's cells to create a clone. The news spread, igniting a tremendous uproar. In human society, cloning has always been a taboo subject. Despite the lack of technical issues, powerful nations exhibit extreme discrimination against the existence of clones on ethical and legal grounds. Nevertheless, for various reasons, humanity relies on clones. In certain specialized fields, only clones are capable of fulfilling specific roles. At least, those lofty figures, fearing assassination, often clone themselves to attend hazardous events in their stead. This has become a well-known secret. Although clones are indistinguishable from their originals, humanity has maintained a dual attitude of both utilizing and guarding against them. Clones possess virtually no civil rights and are often stripped of even the most basic dignity. Once their utility has been thoroughly exploited, they are executed like livestock and disposed of in incinerators. The actions of the Yun family's heir, in such a radical departure from tradition, not only brought shame upon the family but also became a source of amusement for the other prominent families, inciting profound discontent within the royal family as well. The furious patriarch presented Yun Yushi with 2 choices: either retract his actions or be completely disowned from the family, condemned to a lifetime of exile on the fringes of the empire. Left to fend for himself, Yun Yushi chose the latter path, taking his cloned wife to Muyun Star. Over 30 years ago, Muyun Star was far less prosperous than it is today, characterized by harsh conditions. However, Yun Yushi was already an 8th tier ability user, just a step away from the Saint tier, and his wife was at the 5th tier. Such proficient individuals found it relatively easy to ensure a comfortable life for themselves and those around them. Having distanced themselves from the treachery of the capital's elite, the couple enjoyed a tranquil existence. The only regret was the exceedingly low probability of an ability user bearing offspring. This was particularly pronounced among higher-tier users. This reflects the balance of life in the world. It is common knowledge that in a forest, the creatures at the base of the food chain are the most numerous and weakest. Conversely, as one ascends the chain, individuals become more formidable, yet their numbers diminish accordingly. The apex creatures are often reduced to just a few. Their reproductive capacity pales in comparison to that of weaker species. The couple exerted efforts for over a decade, ultimately bearing only one child, Yun Haoyu, and that at the expense of the mother's genetic integrity. As a clone, her genes were inherently flawed from inception. A standard practice within the empire. This was to ensure that those of their kind remained perpetually under control. Clones are not permitted reproductive rights. Violating this prohibition incurs the ultimate price, one's life. In a desperate bid to save his wife, Yun Yushi explored every possible avenue, nearly exhausting their previous savings. With the most advanced medical technology in the empire, resolving the issue should have been straightforward. However, he was no longer the privileged young master he once was, and former relatives and friends showed no willingness to extend their help. In utter desperation, Yun Yushi turned to the Ability User Association, which was quite interested in recruiting a potential Saint-tier expert. They agreed to assist him on the condition that he undertake a task for the association, to map the underwater topography of a certain sea area surrounding Muyun Star. Due to the unique characteristics of the ocean surrounding Muyun Star, ordinary instruments were incapable of effectively probing the seabed. Thus, it was necessary to send someone directly down to survey the terrain and investigate various conditions. As an 8th-tier ability user, he was deemed capable of self-preservation at the ocean's depths. This was a widely held consensus at the time, and Yun Yushi did not perceive this task as particularly daunting. He had previously made a living at sea, and the fearsome creatures beneath the waves posed no threat to him. Thus, the couple accepted the assignment. Initial progress went smoothly, but unexpectedly, during their final outing to sea, they descended and never returned. This is the situation regarding your parents. We have shared all that we know. With that, the father finally concluded, taking several gulps from the glass of water on the coffee table. Your parents were initially concerned that your genes might also be problematic, which is why they were so reluctant to allow you to undergo the secondary gene optimization procedure. After all, you could be considered. The mother suddenly realized the inappropriateness of her phrasing and halted abruptly. Considered what? Half a clone, perhaps. Yun Haoyu interjected, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Are you all right, Ayu? The father asked, gazing at him with concern. Don't worry. I'm not as fragile as you both imagine, Yun Haoyu responded, feigning ease. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing tense. They had sensed it long before, hadn't they? After a brief pause, Yun Haoyu spoke again. Indeed, the mother nodded, stating that just days before the incident, she had seen something unusual beneath the sea. She had a foreboding premonition and immediately sent you to us. And she also said, what else did she say? Never reveal the truth to you, allowing you to live your life as an ordinary person. Those were your mother's exact words, the father said. After another silence, he opened the box he held, revealing a seal the size of a finger. He examined it closely and suddenly realized that it was actually a piece of spatial equipment. Though he had never used one before, he had seen many online and encountered similar items in virtual games. So it felt familiar. Attempting to channel a trace of mental energy, the seal reacted immediately. A light screen the size of a book materialized before him. Upon inspection, he discovered a space of approximately 2 cubic meters, displaying 20 source crystals and a lightsaber, with nothing else in sight. This was the item his parents had left for him. He felt a pang of nostalgia as he took out the lightsaber, which was actually a finely crafted hilt, adorned with countless intricate and ornate patterns on its dark base, with a diamond-shaped golden emblem at its center, depicting an unknown divine bird, surrounded by exquisitely detailed engravings. The hilt was studded with 5 small purple stars. Gently pressing the switch, the hilt vibrated subtly, emitting a beam of deep blue light that suddenly coalesced about a meter away, forming a blade of light that measured 7 centimeters in width and 1 meter in length. After toying with it for a while, he sheathed the lightsaber and said, Mom and Dad, it's getting late. You should rest. I want to be alone for a while. After a moment's thought, he added, it's time for my younger brother and sister to undergo the procedure as well. These 20 source crystals are just enough to cover the costs for the 3rd-tier optimization. He placed the source crystals on the coffee table. The expressions of his parents instantly shifted. That's not a trivial sum. Are you truly set on this course of action? The mother asked incredulously. It's all right. I've already undergone the procedure and I'm not short on funds now. Yun Haoyu replied with a smile. I remember all the kindness you've shown me. We're family. There's no need for formality. He was unaware of how his parents had initially met the individuals he was referring to, but the fact that his parents entrusted him to them indicated a bond of exceptional significance. Furthermore, the experiences of these past years had proven that his parents had not misjudged their character. They truly treated him as their own. What more could be said? Now that he possessed the ability, it was only right to do something for them. The father still wished to say something, but the mother gently urged him, why don't you order some late-night snacks? I need to discuss some matters with you. The father exchanged a knowing glance with her, rose and said, very well, I'll take care of it. Once the father left, the mother whispered, you, tell me the truth. Are you still alone? Yun Haoyu nodded. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to speak candidly. As you are aware, that girl, Kai Ying, before she could finish her sentence, her younger sister abruptly burst through the door. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Mom, I have something important to discuss with you. Without waiting for their mother to respond, she hurriedly tugged her mother out of the room, daring not to cast a glance at Yun Haoyu throughout the entire exchange. The Ability Association. In the testing area at IT has only been a little over 3 months since your last test, hasn't it? And you've advanced so swiftly? The tester, flipping through the records on her light brain, remarked incredulously. Whether or not I've advanced can only be determined by the test. Yun Haoyu replied with a smile. In truth, progressing from the 1st to the 3rd tier isn't particularly challenging, as long as one possesses sufficient funds and one's innate qualities aren't utterly lacking. There have been few instances of such rapid advancement, but they do exist. The tester shot him a glance, saying, all right, the first test will measure your strength. Let us begin when you are ready. The conditions remained unchanged from the previous session, save for the introduction of a heavier apparatus this time around. The gravity-defying mecha of golden sand rock, weighing 10 tons, Merely gazing at its imposing stature could instill trepidation in those lacking adequate strength. He approached it, testing its heft. It felt manageable. Channeling his source energy, he felt waves of warmth surging through his limbs, effortlessly lifting the apparatus and resting it upon his shoulder as he strode towards the finish line. The tester followed closely behind, maintaining a pace that was neither hurried nor sluggish, with her breathing as steady as possible, ensuring a constant flow of source energy within her body. Having learned from his prior experience, he understood how to conserve energy for greater endurance. His strategy appeared effective, for upon reaching the finish line, he did not appear nearly as disheveled as he had during his last attempt. In the speed test, the limit for the 100-meter dash was set at 3.5 seconds, a threshold he surpassed with ease. In the neural response test, the density of rubber bullets was increased several-fold. Despite his utmost caution, he still endured a few hits. Fortunately, the pain was not as severe as during his last test, a testament to the benefits of enhanced physical resilience. The mental fortitude test differed this time. The tester instructed him to sit before a device the size of a table. Relax your body, refrain from dwelling on any thoughts, and simply be natural, she directed. After fiddling with the apparatus, it emitted beams of various colors that enveloped his head. Retracting moments later, observing the data on the screen, she nodded approvingly. Your mental strength exceeds 400, meeting the advancement criteria. Chapter 35, Fierce Battle, Part 2. The subsequent tests were swiftly completed. The tester signed off, storing the data in the light brain. New uniforms and badges were prepared, now adorned with an additional star. He felt no particular excitement about the upgrade, but the testing fees had doubled, leaving him to ponder what the next visit might cost. It felt like blatant extortion. Upon reaching the trading area, he aimed to select additional necessities. The concentrated nutritional supplement from the Fountain of Life. Favored by Tier 4 and above ability users, priced at 60,000 credit points per small bottle, sufficient to meet a day's energy needs, and with long-term use, it could cleanse the body of impurities and purify the blood vessels and organs. He purchased 150 bottles, perfectly filling a crate. The Abyss Guardian suit was the ideal life-preserving gear for ability users frequently venturing into the SEA.IT. Appeared as a black case, 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. The display screen detailed various specifications of the suit. After activating the control switch and undergoing DNA verification, the box erupted with colorful light, enveloping his body in a radiant aura. Once the light faded, the suit was fully donned, comprising gloves, a belt, a helmet, boots, and protective gear for arms and legs. Metallic foam began to fill the suit automatically, and within seconds, the fully formed outfit stood before him. Reminiscent of armor from the Earth era, though more streamlined and devoid of any bulk. The belt contained an energy shield generator, which, when activated, would create an invisible force field around the wearer, capable of withstanding the immense pressure of deep-sea waters and offering protection against common threats. Furthermore, the suit possessed self-repair capabilities, automatically mending damage not exceeding 30%. However, this luxury came at a steep price, 90 million credit points per suit, with energy consumption also a staggering figure. The luxurious blue Hurricane sports car, with a streamlined exterior crafted from ternary alloy memory metal, boasted exceptional strength. As long as the vehicle was not completely destroyed, it could self-repair within a certain time frame. The power module designed for small warships could enable it to break the sound barrier in 3 seconds and reach 6 times the speed of sound in 10 seconds. Opening the car door revealed a spacious interior, featuring a goddess statue made from dill flame crystal on the control panel, seats wrapped in the skin of a phantom mongoose, and a carpet made from fire cloud tiger fur. Adorning the ceiling were various exquisite decorations fashioned from precious gemstones. The interior lighting was designed to resemble classical palace crystal chandeliers, while there were only 6 seats in the vast space apart from the driver's seat. Even accommodating several more individuals would not feel cramped. A subtle, lingering fragrance permeated the air, rich yet delicate, composed of the highly prized intoxication scent derived from the rare plant, drunken lotus, found in the Tianhua star domain. The main control light brain's advanced capabilities allowed for immersive virtual gaming experiences within the vehicle. The entire car was priced at 30 million credit points. Additionally, there were life sign recovery agents, various high-grade energy blocks, and light brains adapted for extreme environments. After completing the purchases, half of his credit points vanished. He realized he truly had a knack for spending money. He organized his items, stowing the smaller ones into his spatial seal and placing the larger ones into the sports car. Once everything was settled, he started the vehicle and soared skyward. At an altitude of several thousand meters, the car reached supersonic speeds, with pale blue flames extending over 10 meters from the exhaust. The vehicle glided steadily, exhibiting its outstanding performance without a hint of tremor. Though it was his first experience, he felt no anxiety. The onboard light brain managed everything, requiring only simple commands from him. I am now part of the car-owning class. Next time, I should invite Mingrue and the others to join, he mused. After enjoying the ride for a while, he issued a command, and the car changed direction, heading straight for the hospital, Gene Optimization Center, Tier 4 reception. A few tall nurses stood idly chatting behind a screen, their boredom palpable. They seldom received visitors, as this location was on the fringes of the empire, lacking the economic prosperity of the more bustling regions. The number of individuals seeking Tier 4 optimization procedures was exceedingly low. It seems today will be no different, remarked a girl with starry eyes and an elegant demeanor. Counting down the month, fewer than 10 people have come for surgery, a red-haired woman with a curvaceous figure sighed. Are the people on this planet really that impoverished? Not at all. There are plenty of wealthy individuals. However, this planet has only recently been developed, and most residents are immigrants. Those with money have likely undergone surgery before arriving here. Another girl chimed in. Actually, this isn't so bad. We don't have to do much and still receive generous salaries. The first girl laughed. You won't find such treatment elsewhere. That's true. The best course of action would be to marry a wealthy man. Then, one wouldn't have to work, the red-haired woman suggested. Those who can afford Tier 4 optimization surgeries are certainly well off. Why don't you choose one? A girl teased her. But those with such wealth wouldn't lack for women. Besides, most are middle-aged men, likely already supporting numerous others. The woman replied dejectedly. Then you should find a younger one. With your qualities, it should be easy. It's not that simple. After years in this place, I haven't seen many young ones. But if I do come across one, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. The red-haired woman laughed. Isn't that one coming over now? A girl pointed towards the entrance. Yes, he looks decent, but he hardly seems like the type to come here. He appears more like a student. The red-haired woman was confident in her judgment. Unfortunately, you're mistaken. He is indeed here for this purpose. A girl next to her shot her a sidelong glance. Yunhao Yu walked leisurely towards the Tier 4 area, his current abilities allowing him to overhear the nurse's hushed whispers from quite a distance. He merely smiled, unperturbed. Approaching the screen, he ignored the astonished gazes of the nurses and spoke gently. I am here for the Tier 4 surgery. Could you please assist me with the paperwork? Oh, certainly. Please, come in. The nurses finally reacted, and the red-haired woman quickly led him inside. The Tier 4 area was distinctly different from what he had previously encountered. It was not as lavish as he had imagined. Aside from the light brain, the table and chairs, and the cups and lamps, all were antiques over 1,000 years old, including rare treasures from the Earth era. The simplicity highlighted elegance and nobility. Outside the screen, several nurses whispered, he seems quite impressive, and he's an ability user. What do you think? Does Elena have a chance? Hard to say. Perhaps he's a young master from a prominent family and might not even consider her. Elena's qualifications are not lacking. She's also undergone Tier 3 gene optimization. If she were more proactive, she might have a chance. Perhaps, before long, the two emerged, and judging by Elena's expression, it seemed she had not received a satisfactory outcome. They proceeded to the surgical area upstairs, during which Elena attempted to probe Yunhao Yu's background, but he remained composed, neither distant nor overly eager in his responses. Upon arriving at the threshold of the surgical area, she found herself unable to proceed any further. Reluctantly, she lingered for a moment before descending the stairs in a state of frustration, feeling quite defeated for not even having acquired his contact number. Inside the operating room, 2 silver-gray password boxes, one large and one small, were escorted by 6 heavily armed bodyguards as they were extracted from the underground vault. 2 middle-aged individuals, adorned with prestigious physician badges, collaborated to input a complex passcode comprising a staggering 128 digits. Once the boxes were opened, the smaller one contained 4 vials of various colored injectables, while the larger one housed 3 crystal containers, each holding 25 liters of liquid in shades of green, purple, and blue. The temperature within the room was meticulously regulated to match that of the password boxes, with an allowable deviation not exceeding 0.01 degrees. Following a routine medical examination, the physicians prepared the injectables for administration. The liquids from the crystal containers were uncapped and, after being mixed in specific proportions with a high-energy nutrient solution, were injected into the medical pod. Once the injections were completed, he disrobed and reclined within, as the pod's cover sealed shut and anesthetic gas was released, swiftly inducing him into a profound slumber. Subsequently, the physicians activated a valve, and after completing the examination, the lawyer handed him the post-operative assessment report. He glanced over it and affixed his signature. A consumption of up to 150 million credit points leaves no room for error. The physician provided further instructions before indicating that he might take his leave. As he exited the door and was about to board his vehicle, he noticed the elderly expert had followed him outside. "Is there anything you need?" he inquired gently. Observing that no one was around, the old expert approached him and whispered, "You must understand your own condition, correct?" Yun Haoyu's expression froze, and his pupils constricted. "Oh, do not worry, my child. I bear no ill will." The old expert chuckled. "I merely wish to offer you a word of caution." Upon hearing this, he relaxed. Indeed, had the old man truly intended him harm, he would not have emerged from the operating room today. "Your genes are unstable, likely influenced by your mother. As for the reason, I shall refrain from elaborating. You are aware of it yourself. To prevent genetic collapse, you should temper your cultivation of this extraordinary ability. Ideally, you should cease practicing altogether, unless you wish to meet an untimely demise. Unless you can find a way to rectify the genetic flaws," the old expert stated sternly. "Is that so?" "I understand, thank you." "Elder," Yun Haoyu replied sincerely, sensing the concern emanating from the other. "Here is my business card. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. By the way, you bear a striking resemblance to my little grandson. Had he still been with us, he would be about your age now." The old man's somewhat desolate figure gradually faded into the night. On Satellite 3, Major General Antanis was practicing boxing in the training room. The expansive chamber, with walls fortified by several meters of battleship-grade armor, resembled a sealed metallic coffin once the heavy door was shut. Along one side, a dozen testing devices were lined up before one of the machines. The general gradually concentrated his energy, and his robust right hand began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, enveloped in a layer of bluish electric light, with tiny crystalline sparks flickering intermittently. Once his strength reached its peak, the general inhaled deeply and suddenly swung his fist. His right hand tore through the air, leaving behind a streak of afterimages as it struck the impact pad with great force. A dull, thunderous boom echoed throughout the training room. The entire space trembled, the impact pad slightly deformed before gradually returning to its original shape. Immediately, a plethora of data appeared on the nearby holographic display. The full force of a 6th-tier extraordinary user S-strike had seemingly no effect on the impact pad. This apparatus was crafted from a high-density material known as Sunhuang, produced at the heart of the galaxy, which could essentially disregard attacks below the Saint tier. However, the refinement process for this material was exceedingly challenging. With limited annual production, otherwise, it could be used for the outer hull of warships. A light above the door flickered momentarily, and the heavy metallic door silently slid apart like two impenetrable walls. A cold-faced, slender female officer adorned with the rank of lieutenant colonel entered the room. "Is there any new information?" Upon hearing the sound of her footsteps, Antanis did not turn around but inquired. The lieutenant colonel spoke, her tone devoid of warmth. "Reinforcements have departed from the Imperial capital and are expected to arrive in 15 days. The higher-ups have instructed us to cooperate fully with them." "Oh? It seems the opposing force is of considerable rank. Do you know who is leading them?" The general asked. "It is said to be General Song Jingfeng and Dubois Douglas." Chapter 37. Farewell, Part 1. Saint Tier. Antanis finally showed signs of emotion. He realized the higher-ups were growing impatient, yet he had not anticipated such a decisive move. There were only a handful of Saint-tier powerhouses within the entire empire, and these lofty figures were typically elusive, rarely revealing themselves unless the matter was of significant importance. The sudden arrival of two such individuals indicated that the person in the laboratory was likely in grave danger. However, after years of experience in the military, his instincts told him that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The individual in question hardly warranted the mobilization of two Saint-tier experts. There must be some underlying secrets at play, but his rank prevented him from accessing that level of information. Well, I am aware of this matter. You should make the necessary preparations. They are likely bringing a substantial number of personnel, and we must ensure all arrangements are made for their reception, the general commanded. The lieutenant colonel silently saluted and exited the training room. Regardless of the task at hand, it was none of my concern. I shall merely cooperate when they arrive. Antanas muttered to himself, convinced that should things proceed smoothly, he would not miss out on the credit. If they faltered, it would only serve to vex those prominent figures. The sooner it is resolved, the sooner I can return to the capital for my promotion to Rear Admiral. This wretched place offers no rewards, with the door closing behind him once more. He resumed venting his excess energy and frustrations on the testing devices. The hospital. Yunhao awaited outside the Level 3 Optimization Surgery Ward. It had been several days since his last visit, and he was accompanying his sister this time. She had already been inside for several hours, and it seemed the time was drawing near. Zhong Zhaoying gazed dazedly at the beauty reflected in the mirror, her skin as fair as snow, her starry eyes slightly pouting, and her graceful neck exquisite. In her every glance, there was an allure that penetrated to the bone. Her features, already striking, were significantly enhanced by the Level 3 genetic optimization. Now, she was hardly inferior to the model seen outside. The female doctor regarded her with admiration, akin to observing a breathtaking work of art. After completing the routine examination, she exited the surgical area. He immediately approached her, who had been waiting anxiously. "You are becoming more beautiful by the day," he exclaimed. She blushed slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating, allowing him to lead her outside. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy. As the flying car ignited and gradually lifted off the ground, it accelerated to a height of 100 meters before vanishing into the clouds in mere seconds. "How does it feel?" Yunhao turned to his sister in the back seat. "No different. It feels just like a car on the ground." She curiously examined her surroundings, occasionally touching various features, yet she refused to concede, exclaiming, "What a terrible vehicle, and you spent so much on it. You must have been swindled." Her words left Yunhao feeling quite vexed. A luxury flying car worth tens of millions was considered top tier on this planet. Yet this girl had devalued it to nothing. Truly, how disheartening. After scrutinizing the interior for a while, Zhong Zhaoying approached him, shaking his arm and asking, "How do you drive it?" "I want to try. It's quite simple. Just input commands into the holographic interface, and it will set the route automatically. No human intervention is required unless there are specific demands," he demonstrated for her. Zhong Zhaoying sat sideways in the driver's seat, tilting her head as she observed his actions. Perhaps finding the position uncomfortable, she shifted her body and ultimately sat on his lap. "Oh," she whispered. Seizing the moment when he hesitated, she slipped from his embrace and darted to the back. What was that about? Coming back to his senses, Yunhao slapped himself. What had he done? Why had he suddenly lost his mind? For a moment, the car was enveloped in silence, with neither speaking. "Brother, did I hurt you?" After a long pause, his sister's head peeked out from behind her seat, her voice timid. "I'm fine. It's all my fault." Yunhao replied with a wry smile. A cool sensation grazed his cheek as he looked up to see his sister standing before him, holding a healing spray and attentively tending to his wound. Once the injury was treated, the siblings found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Yunhao who broke the silence. Sister? Earlier, he struggled to find the right words. She suddenly placed her hand over his mouth, softly asking, "Was it pleasant just now?" "Of course, it was pleasant," he blurted out, then quickly realized the awkwardness of his response, wanting to retract it but unsure how. His sister blushed, yet she was not angry. She merely gazed at him intently before asking after a moment, "So, do you like me?" "Yes, I've always liked you." Yunhao nodded vigorously, only to realize the implications of his words too late. There was no turning back now. Once spoken, it would be too hurtful to take back. His sister smiled, her beauty radiant. "That's wonderful. I will always remember what you said today, and I hope you do too." Watching her joy, Yunhao fell silent. To be fair, he could sense his sister's feelings, yet he felt unprepared to embark on a relationship. Past experiences had rendered him somewhat timid in this regard. And this was one of the reasons he worked tirelessly to amass wealth. His sister then voluntarily settled back onto his lap, but this time he dared not act inappropriately. Not yet. The doctor said not to engage for a month post-surgery. She whispered softly into his ear, I will be cautious. If I truly cannot contain myself, just slap me. Yun Haoyu chuckled. The flying car began to slow down, descending in altitude, as they arrived home. Inside, Yun Haoyu lay on his bed, feigning sleep while his consciousness delved into a dialogue with that powerful entity. It has been 20 days. My condition has stabilized within, and I should have reached the third-tier standard, Rulan remarked. Indeed, this is the benefit of the level 4 optimization. But such an opportunity is rare and shall not present itself again. Yun Haoyu expressed a tinge of regret. The level 4 genetic optimization would elevate the status of extraordinary users, but only up to the 4th tier. And it was not guaranteed to succeed. He had simply been fortunate this time. Ascending from the 3rd to the 4th tier was a significant hurdle, and whether he could surpass it would depend solely on his effort. Wealth alone cannot resolve these issues. Furthermore, your previous rapid advancement has left your foundations somewhat unstable. It is imperative that you take the time to solidify your skills and refrain from hasty pursuits. As Rulan advised, indeed, I understand. Yun Haoyu acknowledged, recognizing the truth in her words without any resentment. By the way, the expert mentioned last time that my genes have defects, which may pose challenges in future cultivation. Do you have any suggestions? Yun Haoyu suddenly recalled the words of the elderly man. There are indeed complications. I have calculated that as long as you do not exceed the 6th level, the stability of your genes will not be affected. Therefore, there is no need for immediate concern. Beyond the 6th level, however, the situation becomes uncertain. Is there a solution? He was reluctant to be confined to the 6th level. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. In recent days, I have contemplated your so-called gene optimization technology. Provided it does not significantly disrupt the laws of heaven in this world, I could perform an optimization for you, or rather, a cleansing of your essence through the principles of the I Ching, allowing for a rebirth of sorts. Why would it affect the laws of heaven? Yun Haoyu was perplexed by her statement. The laws of heaven in this world have already been altered. The decline or even disappearance of celestial civilization may have arisen from this very reason. If I were to exert my influence now, it could trigger unforeseen changes that would be detrimental to both of us. Rulan sighed. There are certain matters that, even if I were to explain, you might not comprehend. Perhaps one day, when your abilities have matured, I shall share them with you. I see. Then I shall refrain from asking. Yun Haoyu accepted with an open mind, deciding that issues beyond his capacity to resolve could be set aside for the time being. After a moment's thought, he inquired, what preparations are necessary for this I Ching cleansing? 100,000 source crystals, Rulan replied. Gather them as quickly as possible. Once you stabilize your current realm, I can perform a comprehensive optimization of your body, rectifying any existing hidden dangers. 100,000? Yun Haoyu furrowed his brow. That was no small sum. It could purchase a main fleet warship. After some reflection, he recalled that he had earned a considerable amount in recent months. But after purchasing several items and undergoing a 4th-level optimization procedure, his account balance was now nearly depleted. Money comes swiftly, yet it vanishes even faster. I must strive to earn more, he chuckled helplessly, realizing that he had once again become nearly destitute. If he did not set sail soon, he might not even have money for food. Chapter 38. Farewell, Part 2. The holographic computer on the table vibrated slightly, signaling an incoming call. Approaching, he pressed the accept button, and a 3-dimensional projection quickly materialized, revealing Captain Feng Deming, who cheerfully remarked, How Guer, are you free tonight? I invite you to the Heart of the Ocean Hotel, promoted. Noticing his radiant demeanor, Yun Haoyu surmised the reason. Feng Deming nodded with a smile. His swift promotion was likely due to Yun Haoyu's contributions. Then I shall not be polite tonight. I must treat you to a sumptuous meal. He replied with a grin. Indeed, that sounds good. The Heart of the Ocean is one of the few 6-star hotels on Muyun Star. Those who can afford to dine here are typically either affluent or noble. In the luxurious revolving restaurant on the top floor, Feng Deming, Jerome, Yun Haoyu, and several close friends occupied 3 tables. Various exquisite delicacies were served on translucent azure crystal plates by waitstaff clad in classical palace attire. The main dish consisted of the brain marrow of a deep abyss phoenix whale, accompanied by a soup crafted from ghost-faced deer toad. The wine, Louis XVI from Earth, suggested that Feng Deming was quite generous today. After several rounds of toasting, Ross spoke up. "Old buddy, what good position has the higher-ups arranged for you this time? Do enlighten us." "There are two options," Feng Dimming replied, popping an ice flower into his mouth and chewing thoughtfully. "One is to manage an ocean fishing vessel. The other is a transfer to the Abyssal Group as a supervisor. The higher-ups have given me a month to decide. What do you all think?" "I see." The group engaged in lively discussion. Both positions seemed promising, yet they differed significantly. As a ship captain, one would no longer need to dive into the waters, ensuring safety. However, the income would be relatively fixed. In contrast, the Abyssal Group operated in waters below 2,000 meters, a region almost entirely foreign and perilous for humans. This area harbored numerous deadly creatures, yet it was rich in mineral resources. Those who could survive a stint in the Abyssal Group would reap astonishing rewards. However, the risks were commensurate with the potential gains. The Abyssal Group was the strongest unit within the oceanic fleet of Muyun Star, comprised mainly of individuals with abilities above the 3rd level. Yet, it also had the highest casualty rate. Typically, out of 10 divers, only 3 or 4 would return, and total losses were not uncommon. "What do you think?" "Captain?" Jerome asked. "That I am also undecided, which is why I sought your opinions." Feng Dimming hesitated. "I am inclined to join the Abyssal Group. While young, I wish to earn more for my cultivation. I recently advanced to the 5th level. The consumption will only increase from here on out. But that place is exceedingly treacherous. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. It is truly challenging to decide. Even with ample wealth, one must have the means to spend it." "It would be wiser to stay on the ship," Ross interjected, and several others echoed his sentiment. Feng Dimming appeared contemplative, glancing around before settling his gaze on the silent Yun Haoyu. "Hao Guer, what are your thoughts?" he inquired politely. Yun Haoyu had spent several months in their group, consistently achieving the highest rewards while avoiding any mishaps, as if he were somehow immune to the dangers that plagued others. His reputation had spread within the company, and his promotion was likely due to this young man's prowess. Hence, Feng Dimming valued Yun Haoyu's opinion highly. Yun Haoyu smiled. "If you decide to join the Abyssal Group, I will accompany you." The others stared at him in astonishment. Jerome hesitated to dissuade him, but considering his past achievements, he remained silent. Ignoring the gazes around him, Yun Haoyu continued, "Regardless of your decision, I have resolved to seek new challenges. While the abyss may be dangerous, it also offers the quickest path to wealth. Moreover, I have confidence in my ability to protect myself." At this point, he shrugged. Everything was for the sake of cultivation. "Our intentions are aligned." Feng Dimming down 2 glasses of wine and gritted his teeth. "If that is the case, then very well. I shall embrace this madness." In the dim, vast, and cold void of space, a fleet was traveling at 1/10 the speed of light. Over 100 iron-gray warships, each exceeding a kilometer in length, surrounded 30 silver-white oval-shaped vessels as they sped forward. These white ships boasted elegant designs and smooth lines, exuding an air of nobility and grace, rendering the surrounding standard warships mere servants in comparison. In the command center of the flagship, Song Jingfeng was engrossed in reviewing data on the holographic computer. "Any discoveries?" Dubois Douglas approached with 2 cups of coffee in hand. "After reviewing it multiple times, there seems to be nothing particularly alarming. They merely instructed us to escort that item back to the Imperial capital while remaining vigilant against the Zhan Ying tribe." Song Jingfeng replied, frowning, "Is this matter significant enough to require both of us?" Dubois handed him one of the cups. "There is definitely something amiss." "I concur. Perhaps the key lies with the Zhan Ying tribe," Song Jingfeng remarked. "The Hengluo's star domain is a poor region. Given their mercenary nature, why would they venture there for trade? They might not even manage to sell a few items in a year. Forget it. If we cannot figure it out, let us not dwell on it. Perhaps upon arrival, new instructions will be issued from above. We shall simply carry out our duties," Dubois declared, finishing his coffee in one gulp. Song Jingfeng shook his head lightly. The keen intuition of a saint-level expert stirred a sense of foreboding within him. "Generals, we are approaching the next jump point," the captain reported. "How far?" Dubois inquired. "We are at the boundary of the Xian Shui star domain. After traversing 4 more wormholes, we shall enter the territory of the Hengluo's star domain," the captain respectfully replied. "Very well, you may proceed. Notify us upon arrival." Dubois waved his hand. The wormhole, several dozen kilometers in diameter, loomed ahead, its appearance starkly contrasting the dark starry sky. Its color was much deeper, resembling that of a black hole. Capable of swallowing all light, as the fleet drew near, the wormhole expanded, filling their view, like a giant mouth silently consuming the entire fleet. At around 6 in the morning, Yuan Haoyu re-entered the gates of the Ability Association. When he emerged 2 hours later, the badge on his chest had changed to orange, adorned with an additional star, and he donned a new uniform with more intricate golden patterns. The transition from awakening his abilities to advancing to the 3rd level had taken less than half a year. A truly astonishing pace, however. The advancement had drained his account to its last cent. If he did not set sail soon, he would be unable to afford even transportation. His holographic computer now held a new document. The most comprehensive information regarding the deep-sea regions available to a 3rd-level ability user. To obtain this, he had incurred significant debt to the Ability Association. Fortunately, with his current status, he could access low-interest loans of up to 10 million credit points at any time. Jerome had provided a guarantee, helping to settle the matter. Driving swiftly towards the port, following the directions, Yuan Haoyu soon encountered Feng dimming at a secluded dock. It appeared that the other party had been waiting for a while. "I hope I'm not late?" Yuan Haoyu inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Not at all, there's still plenty of time," Feng Dimming replied with a reassuring smile. "This place is unlike any ordinary fleet. The Abyssal Group's schedule is specially tailored to the conditions of the deep sea. We won't set off until close to noon." The two engaged in conversation as they walked, soon arriving at their destination. The expansive docking area housed a solitary vessel, reminiscent of a submarine. Measuring over 200 meters in length and painted a deep gray, its robust hull was adorned with countless strange patterns, densely covering every inch of its surface. "This is the Abyssal warship. Our company exerted considerable effort to procure it from the military," Feng Dimming explained. "What are these patterns?" Yuan Haoyu asked, puzzled. "They're part of a defensive system. You'll understand their specific function once we descend," the captain replied with a hint of regret. "This is merely an older model. The latest versions are said to feature multi-layered energy shields, but unfortunately, the military keeps those under wraps, and we can't access them." Stepping onto the bridge, the captain opened a watertight door and led him inside. The internal space of the ship was quite expansive, already populated by numerous individuals. Upon a cursory glance, most appeared to be ability users, ranging from levels 3 to 6, gathered in groups engaging in conversation or playing cards. As the two entered, most attendees merely glanced over before returning to their activities. "There's still some time before we depart, so feel free to mingle with them. I'll go find the captain," Feng Dimming said. Yuan Haoyu nodded and found a seat in the corner. The hall offered complimentary high-end food and beverages. Though devoid of alcohol, along with various entertainment facilities, and even the presence of women. He observed a man leading 2 voluptuous women into a room. In this place, the desires of the ability users were generally fulfilled, provided they weren't too excessive. After all, no one could predict whether they would return alive from the sea. Indulging oneself before facing death had become a common occurrence, and few would pass judgment on such actions. With nothing else to occupy his time, he activated his holographic device to play games. Before long, a melodious voice rang in his ear. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Turning his head, he beheld a stunning woman with delicate features standing before him, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her chest, loosely tied with a jade ribbon. She beamed at him, and seeing his silence, she took the liberty of sitting down. "Xiaomu Han," she introduced herself, extending a hand. "Yuan Haoyu," he replied, unable to feign ignorance any longer as he grasped her outstretched hand. Her touch was icy, smooth, and exquisitely delicate. "Why are you here all alone? Not seeking some entertainment? You might not get another chance," she inquired with curiosity. "Is that so?" "I think this is quite enjoyable," he replied, unfazed. "It's your first time here?" "Isn't it? No wonder you seem a bit out of place. Would you like me to show you some fun?" she suggested with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Observing the boy's slight embarrassment, Xiaomu Han chuckled, blushing. "You can't tell me you've never sought the company of a woman before. How rare." She leaned in closer. "Why not come with me? I promise to make you feel very comfortable." "Very comfortable indeed. No, that's quite all right." Faced with such a bold woman for the first time, he found himself at a loss. Xiaomu Han narrowed her eyes. intrigued by this boy who was unlike any she had encountered. Perhaps, she thought, she should employ some tactics to win him over. Such an innocent boy would surely be entertaining to play with. Suddenly, Yun Haoyu felt a chill run down his spine. The way she looked at him resembled that of a wolf eyeing its prey. Instinctively, he shifted to the side, trying to distance himself from her. Upon noticing his reaction, Xiaomu Han grew bolder, moving closer to sit right beside him. With one arm draped around his waist and the other encircling his neck, she whispered softly in his ear, "What are you afraid of?" Just as he was rendered speechless, the electronic clock within the ship chimed several times, followed by a mechanical voice. "This vessel will depart in 10 minutes. Please prepare, and all non-crew members must exit immediately." Xiaomu Han frowned, reluctantly releasing her hold. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Haoyu slipped away to a different corner. The women temporarily invited to serve the crew began gathering their belongings and departing. Feng Dimming reappeared, accompanied by the captain, a slightly portly Caucasian man. The previously casual crew members immediately straightened their appearances and lined up, and Yun Haoyu was surprised to see Xiaomu Han among them. He had assumed she was just another woman. Sensing his gaze, she turned and flashed him a smile, pinning a bright yellow badge adorned with 6 stars onto her prominent chest. It seemed she had been playing the part of a damsel in distress. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and a rundown of safety protocols, the colossal warship gradually commenced its voyage into the open sea. Holding his identification card, Yun Haoyu made his way to the room assigned to him, which was lavishly decorated. Moreover, a cabinet beside the door contained an array of high-end deep-sea gear, available for selection according to personal preference. After examining the options, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. None of the equipment could compare to his own abyssal guardian. He decided to stick with his own gear. Extracting his equipment from the spatial seal around his neck and activating it, a flash of light enveloped him. Moments later, he was completely encased in his gear. He selected a few suitable weapons to strap to his belt before stepping outside. Among the 40 ability users embarking on this journey, most had brought their own equipment, and he had already spotted several others with abyssal guardians like his. It appeared that those mixing in this environment were not lacking in financial means. As the clock struck noon, the abyssal warship began its descent. The interior gradually fell silent, as the depth increased. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's minds. At a depth of 2,000 meters, the ship's speed diminished, and the previously pitch-black surroundings began to shimmer with a grayish-white glow, emanating from pale, bird-like creatures visible through the portholes, densely populating the area. These creatures were known as Qie Yin, a gregarious species thriving at depths around 2,000 meters. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaomu Han had positioned herself beside him. "Is it troublesome?" he asked. Indeed, while these creatures individually lack strength, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, their peculiar habits lead them to remain dormant for most of the day. During this time, they secrete a strange gas that reacts with seawater, producing a highly adhesive, corrosive low-temperature gel that poses a lethal threat to our warship, she explained. Once they fall asleep, this substance proliferates, creating a deadly barrier in these depths. Only for a few hours around noon do they awaken to feed, allowing that troublesome substance to dissipate, correct? Precisely. That's why we schedule our outings during this time. You're quite clever, little brother. Care for a reward? Xiaomu Han teased him once more. The Qie Yin evidently took issue with the sudden intrusion of such a massive vessel, and many charged toward them, colliding forcefully against the hull. The abyssal warship's defense system was activated to maximum power, enveloped by a 30-centimeter thick light shield. The ship's surface patterns seemed to come alive, pulsating with dark red light, forming a second layer of protection against the relentless onslaught of the Qie Yin. Despite their relentless efforts, the warship remained steadfast. After approximately 15 minutes of this struggle, the warship finally broke free from the blockade and dove deeper. At around 2,700 meters, they encountered the second barrier, a layer of dark currents approximately 100 meters thick. Influenced by unknown factors, the seawater in this region surged at an astonishing speed, creating numerous whirlpools that posed a significant danger to the vessel. Activate the anti-gravity field emitter, the captain commanded. The order was swiftly executed. A layer of invisible force field augmenting the light shield, pushing the water away by half a meter, while the ship plunged downward at maximum speed. They successfully navigated through the second trial without incident. After traversing a territory teeming with crimson algae-like organisms, The warship finally halted at a depth of 3,300 meters. Outside the porthole, the view was not one of complete darkness. A frosty, luminous glow filled the sea floor, reminiscent of moonlight on the surface. Isn't it beautiful? Despite having visited numerous times, the sight of this glow never fails to mesmerize me, if only those pesky creatures weren't around. This truly is a paradise, Xiaomu Han remarked dreamily. How many times have you been here? Yunhao Yu inquired. 6 or 7 times, I believe. You must have gained quite a bit from your visits. Then, why do you keep returning? Most people don't last long here. They usually stop after 3 or 5 trips because luck can't always favor one person. No one would complain about having too much money. I am merely trying to save up for my dowry, hoping to find a good man to marry. Xiaomu Han feigned shyness as she spoke. Yunhao Yu was left speechless with your attributes. Would you even need to worry about finding someone? Surely, any man with a functioning brain would be drawn to you. Well, that includes you too, right? So you're admitting you like me. Xiaomu Han's eyes sparkled with delight. Immediately climb up the ladder and force him to express his stance. Yunhao Yu, caught off guard by his own words, found himself ensnared in a predicament. He was a Na'vi youth, utterly inexperienced with women, and now he was at a loss for how to respond. Unable to act otherwise, he feigned ignorance, resolutely choosing silence. Xiaomu Huan gazed at the awkward expression of the young man before her with a knowing smile. Her determination to not let him off the hook firmly set. Feng Dimming began to organize the group for disembarkation. The rules here were somewhat different, allowing individuals to act independently or form teams at their discretion. After a moment's hesitation, Yunhao Yu opted to join the first group. The team leader flashed him a reassuring smile and whispered, "Once we return, let us go to Heart of the Ocean for a drink." He exhibited no concern for Yunhao Yu's safety whatsoever. Beside them, Xiaomu Huan furrowed her brow slightly. Her woman's intuition hinted that something was amiss. Contemplating for a moment, she walked over to stand beside Yunhao Yu. As the second layer of the watertight chamber slowly opened, Yunhao Yu inhaled deeply, pushing off lightly with his feet and merging into the moonlit expanse outside the vessel. Simultaneously, he activated the switch on his belt, causing a resilient energy shield to envelop him. After a brief adjustment, he formed a 2-centimeter-thick light barrier that clung closely to his body, ensuring protection while minimizing energy consumption. Not long after swimming out, a shadow pursued him. "Follow me," Xiaomu Huan, shedding her previously carefree demeanor, adopted a rare seriousness. Noticing Yunhao Yu's lingering hesitation, she seized his arm decisively. "Don't think that just because you have a third-tier badge, you're formidable. The dangers here are beyond your imagination. If you wish to return alive, it's best to heed your sister's guidance." Yunhao Yu considered her words, since he was unfamiliar with this place. Having her as a guide seemed prudent. He abandoned his resistance and allowed her to lead. The moonlight shimmered, emanating from a type of seagrass known as Zhan Ying, visible in clusters all around. These translucent, branch-like organisms were notorious in their own right. In their habitat, few creatures dared to venture too close. The vibrant underwater world teemed with colorful fish swimming in schools, while jellyfish resembling lanterns floated by. Alongside blood-red tendrils, mobile seagrass, and enormous clams spanning dozens of meters in diameter, all exhibiting agility surpassing that of humans. The vast majority of these species were unfamiliar to him, with no records available in his neural interface. This place remained exceedingly alien to humanity. "What targets should we pursue?" he inquired of the woman beside him. Hand in hand, they maintained a synchronized pace, gliding through the gentle moonlight like a couple strolling beneath the stars. "Yunyan, Fengqi python, blue-blood starfish," she replied softly. "If we can find a red-spotted pufferfish, it would be a great boon. Of course, there are also rare minerals and energy-hungry fungi. All valuable finds. The risks are relatively low, yet they hold significant worth." As they surveyed their surroundings, Xiaomu Huan, having visited this place several times, felt familiar with it. Her insights often surpassed what was recorded in the neural interface, and Yunhao Yu diligently committed her knowledge to memory. Suddenly, several meters away, a cluster of gray-brown seagrass rustled, and a creature the size of a backpack, covered in spikes and red spots, slowly emerged. "Red-spotted pufferfish," Xiaomu Huan called in a hushed voice, her tone betraying unrestrained excitement. "I can't believe our luck today." It was evident that more red-spotted pufferfish remained hidden within the seagrass. If all went well, capturing a few would make their expedition worthwhile. with a flick of her wrist. A finely crafted energy sword materialized in her hand. "I'll handle this one. If any other dangerous creatures cause trouble, you'll take care of them," she declared. "Understood." Yun Haoyu gripped a cryo-ray gun tightly, eager to witness the peculiarities of this realm. Xiao Muhuan adjusted her angle, inching closer while frequently glancing back at him, likely concerned for his safety. When she was within a few meters of her prey, the creature finally sensed her presence. Yet, it showed no intention of fleeing. Its grotesque little eyes widened slightly, and its body contorted oddly as it prepared to strike. Suddenly, several dark red, short spikes shot through the water at high speed. If one of those pricked him, the consequences would surely be dire. Xiao Muhuan anticipated its reaction, swiftly contracting her body to evade the spikes while raising her energy sword to deliver a decisive blow to its head. The red-spotted pufferfish was quick to respond. Its short, stubby tail swished to dodge the attack, and it contorted again, unleashing even more spikes. At this moment, the distance between them had closed significantly, making it an extreme test of reflexes to evade the barrage of spikes. With the ferocity of the attack, even a single hit could turn him into prey. Unfazed, Xiao Muhuan gracefully maneuvered her lithe form, executing complex, seemingly impossible movements akin to a mesmerizing aquatic ballet. Yun Haoyu watched in rapt admiration. He had seen beautiful women before, but witnessing one of such formidable prowess was a first for him. As the beleaguered fish exhausted its arsenal of spikes, it realized that this vexatious enemy remained unharmed before it. When it could no longer devise clever tactics, Xiao Muhuan deftly swung her sword, sending a streak of light towards its head. Simultaneously, her arm vibrated at a high frequency, counteracting the immense pressure of the surrounding water on her strike. The red-spotted pufferfish, undeterred, opened its menacing maw and lunged at her wrist. Xiao Muhuan slightly retracted her sword, and the creature's jagged teeth clashed against the energy blade with a metallic clang. Wisps of dark smoke mingled with violet-red mist erupted from the impact. The pufferfish screeched in agony yet clung tenaciously to her weapon. This creature was exceptionally fierce. After several tense moments, Xiao Muhuan thrust her sword deep into its head. Despite being struck at a vital point, it did not succumb immediately, thrashing for a while before finally stilled. Xiao Muhuan seized it and stowed it in her ecological box. This creature had an internal purchase price of 60 source crystals within the company, a highly sought-after resource in the Empire's biochemical laboratories. After securing her catch, Xiao Muhuan glided back with a buoyant demeanor, asking, "There are more in that patch of seagrass. Can you discern how many are left?" Yun Haoyu peered towards the cluster several dozen meters away, channeling his mental energy into fine threads to probe cautiously, quickly determining that no overly sensitive predators lurked nearby. Soon, he obtained the answer he sought. 5, I believe, he replied. "Incorrect, there are 6, Xiao Muhuan corrected. "You've just leveled up, Haven Tu. Your power has surged rapidly, but you lack sufficient practical training. Your mental energy application is still quite rudimentary. This one Tu. Advancing will become increasingly difficult." Yun Haoyu fell silent, fully aware of his circumstances. He realized he needed to hone his skills. This place might serve as an excellent training ground. I'll lure them out one by one. "How about you handle the next one?" "All right." He nodded in agreement. A flicker of dark light danced across Xiao Muhuan's belt, and soon a pearl-like sphere appeared in her hand, revealing itself to be a piece of spatial equipment. With a slight exertion of force, she propelled the small orb into the depths of the seagrass. The orb shot through the water, leaving a trail of bubbles in its wake, and after a crisp explosion, a large cloud of colorless mist enveloped the seagrass. Within moments, several red-spotted pufferfish emerged in a frenzy, darting chaotically in search of the culprit that had disturbed their tranquility. Xiao Muhuan swung her sword, intercepting 2 of them. Selecting one that lagged behind, Yun Haoyu tightened his grip on the cryo-ray gun while drawing his energy sword with the other hand, maximizing the strength of his energy shield. Only then did he dare to approach stealthily. Once within a few meters, he pressed the activation button, and a barely perceptible azure light flickered, instantly freezing the water surrounding the creature within a 2-meter radius. The immobilized red-spotted pufferfish thrashed violently, but within seconds, the ice encasing it shattered, revealing its furious state. With a piercing shriek, it launched a barrage of spikes mixed with shards of ice in all directions. Yun Haoyu scrambled to evade, but his agility paled in comparison to that of Xiao Muhuan. In the blink of an eye, he suffered two brutal strikes, one to his shoulder and another to his thigh. The spikes were formidable, causing his energy shield to flicker violently, and within moments, it collapsed. Ultimately, it failed to hold, and he felt the sting of the spikes pierce through his suit, although the suit's robust defensive capabilities absorbed much of the force, halting the assault just in time. Cold sweat drenched his undergarments. Had one of those spikes penetrated his suit, it would have spelled his demise. His fragile body would undoubtedly succumb to the crushing pressure of the ocean. Since encountering Rulan, he had long been bereft of the life-and-death sensation that danced precariously on a knife's edge. No time to linger in thought. The creature still needed to be dealt with. He fired the ray gun again, and the massive ice mass formed once more, only to explode a few seconds later. However, this time the spikes were far fewer in number. The creature had expended most of its ammunition in the initial assault. Raising his energy sword, he aimed for its head and struck down fiercely. The pale blue energy blade sliced through its skeletal structure as effortlessly as cutting tofu, nearly cleaving it in two. Xiao Muhan sensed the peril on his side and hastened to his aid. "What is the matter?" she inquired softly, her tone imbued with genuine concern. "I've been pricked a couple of times by this fellow." "But it's nothing serious," Yun Haoyu replied nonchalantly. Xiao Muhan examined the situation, extracting a small box and placing it over the puncture site. The box quivered slightly, drawing the embedded spikes back into itself, while the automatic repair function of the suit activated, swiftly filling the wound with metallic foam. Once she finished, she remarked, "You are still rather weak. It's also my fault for allowing you to come alone. Were it not for the quality of your suit, I would have been preparing for your last rites. I was careless. I will be more cautious next time." The subsequent battles proceeded much more smoothly. He insisted on continuing to engage, and Xiao Muhan refrained from stopping him, remaining vigilant at his side to offer timely assistance should any danger arise. Occasionally, she would impart valuable combat tips, greatly benefiting him. Before long, 6 red-spotted thorny fish had been captured. The duo continued their search for new targets. "Today is rather peculiar," she remarked as she swam. "What do you mean?" Yun Haoyu asked, though he had a vague suspicion of her thoughts. Previously, while dealing with these creatures, there would invariably be some troublesome entities that would disrupt us. Those ferocious beings are extremely sensitive to blood. After striking once, they would swiftly relocate to avoid being targeted. Yet today, we have lingered here for quite some time without any interruptions. Xiao Muhan expressed her bewilderment. Indeed, her speculation aligned with his thoughts. This was, in fact, the result of Rulan's influence, though he would never disclose that. Isn't it a good thing? With no ferocious beings seeking trouble, we can act more conveniently. It is not so simple. Xiao Muhan furrowed her brows. When things seem amiss, it often indicates the presence of something sinister. Based on my sister's past experiences, today's peculiar circumstances likely suggest one possibility. A particularly powerful beast is lurking nearby, causing weaker creatures to refrain from approaching. We are merely benefiting from its presence. Who says that beautiful women are brainless? At least this one before him truly deserves the epithet of being exceptionally astute. Her deductions were nearing the edge of the truth, though it was not a ferocious beast, but rather the pressure exerted by a quasi-saint. No matter how formidable the beast, it would pale in comparison. Let us change locations. Wandering around the territory of that unknown creature is rather unsettling. If we provoke it, we may find ourselves unable to escape, Xiao Muhan suggested. All right, let us proceed as you say. Yun Haoyu acquiesced, secretly amused at the thought of her eventual realization that the situation would remain unchanged regardless of their location. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the communication channel, interspersed with curses, soon culminating in a series of anguished cries. It was unclear who had encountered misfortune. The pair altered their course and soon discovered a new target. A large stone of golden-red hue, its intricate patterns radiating hints of purplish-black light, adorned with lush green moss that glistened like exquisite jade. This stone, known as Yunting Blood Pattern Stone, is a premium gemstone from the ocean floor. Having formed over thousands of years under immense seawater pressure after absorbing the blood of numerous powerful beasts, this material boasts a high compatibility with human mental energy, making it a core component for crafting advanced equipment. The moss growing upon it, called Lingyun Yulan leaf, greatly benefits the mental training of ability users. Absorbing just a few leaves could elevate one's cultivation by a tier. Such treasures are priceless in the interstellar realm. However, despite its allure, acquiring it would not be an easy task. Beside the stone, two hexagonal creatures, each several meters in size and entirely purplish-red, lay dozing. Clearly, they were the guardians of this treasure. Any other creature approaching would face their frenzied assault. Chapter 41. Class and Session Blue Blood? No. It's the purple blood starfish. Xiao Muhan's expression soured. This creature is a rare variant that has evolved after the blue blood starfish devoured countless of its kin over millennia. The silver spiral patterns on its body suggest it has nearly attained sentience. Its formidable strength is evident. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly proposed, "How about this? I will deal with one. And you find a way to lure the other away. Are you confident?" Yun Hao Yu asked with skepticism. "It should be manageable. I have hunted blue blood starfish before. Even if this is a mutated variety, I can just about handle one." Her tone lacked conviction, clearly indicating her uncertainty. Yun Hao Yu contemplated advising her to abandon this endeavor, but seeing her determination, he feared she would not relent. The value of what lay before them was too significant. The stone known as Yunting blood pattern stone alone was worth thousands of source crystals. The Lingyun Yulan leaf was a treasure that could enhance one's strength. As for the purple blood starfish, if put up for auction, its worth was difficult to ascertain. With even the slightest chance, no one would willingly return empty-handed. "Very well. Since you have made up your mind." Yun Hao Yu gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. With Rulan's presence, as long as he remained cautious, he was confident there would be no threat to his life. And she, even if unable to defeat it, should be able to retreat unscathed. He circled around from the other side, carefully gauging the distance. Adjusting the freeze ray gun to maximum power, he aimed at the larger of the two starfish and pressed the activation button. Then he turned and fled. Leaving the smaller one for her should make it easier to handle. A thick layer of ice instantly encased the purple blood starfish. However, within a mere second, the hard ice block shattered like tofu, and the enraged purple blood starfish emitted a strange howl, pursuing the audacious human who dared to disturb its slumber. The portable underwater thruster reached its maximum speed, yet the distance between them remained unchanged. A semi-transparent membrane appeared beneath the starfish, and 6 sharp points extended long, pitch-black tentacles, each adorned with menacing serrated bone blades that glimmered coldly in the moonlight. Despite its bulky form, this creature exhibited astonishing speed. Supported by that massive membrane, its gigantic body spun gracefully like a flywheel, swiftly advancing towards the audacious intruder. Sweat began to bead on Yun Hao Yu's forehead as the creature drew ever closer. Its eerie hissing sounds sending chills down his spine. The 6 tentacles danced like a whirlwind. A mere brush would likely result in a broken limb. Gradually, the purple blood starfish closed the distance to 40 meters. Yun Hao Yu, without looking back, fired a shot, the azure beam flashing past, momentarily freezing it into a large ice block, which then shattered into fragments. This action managed to momentarily impede its advance, increasing the distance by 7 or 8 meters. Thus, each time the creature drew too close, Yun Hao Yu would fire a shot to quell its fury. After several exchanges, the purple blood starfish was driven into a furious rage. Its cries grew increasingly mournful, and its tentacles whipped about like windmills. It had resolved to pursue this detestable being to the ends of the earth, determined to seize it and rend it to pieces with its bone blades. Before slowly digesting it, the two engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, with azure rays flashing intermittently, followed by the explosion of ice fragments scattering in all directions. The commotion stirred up the surrounding waters, agitating numerous ferocious creatures that charged forth, seeking to confront the human intruder. Sensing an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from him, they instinctively redirected their rage towards the purple blood starfish. Thus, behind the duo, a swarm of irate beasts began to gather. Occasionally, one of the faster creatures would catch up to the target, but before they could act, the purple blood starfish would ensnare them with its tentacles. And in an instant, its deadly bone blades would mercilessly cleave the unfortunate victim in two. It then proceeded to devour the remnants with great enthusiasm, the crunching of its jaws and the dying screams of its prey resonating like a grim whisper from the Grim Reaper. sending shivers down Yun Haoyu's spine. The pervasive scent of blood attracted even more bloodthirsty beasts, including particularly fierce ones that rivaled the purple-blood starfish. Gradually, the purple-blood starfish began to feel overwhelmed, and in Korea the intense stench of blood incited the ferocious creatures to engage in a frenzied melee. A horde of silvery, lobster-like insects eagerly burrowed into the marine beast's flesh, voraciously devouring its blood and meat. The sea creature let out a thunderous roar, desperately thrashing its body while simultaneously consuming the membrane that had fallen into its grasp. The monstrous entities fought like wild dogs over a meal, with even more rushing eagerly to join the chaotic feast. The entire ocean had descended into utter turmoil after the divers plunged into the depths. The abyssal warship half buried its colossal form in a bed of gravel, its hull adorned with peculiar patterns that glimmered faintly. Streams of energy flowed along designated paths, gradually causing the ship's outline to vanish. Fully blending into the underwater environment, the myriad creatures sensing it, this behemoth had transformed into an inconspicuous stone. Regardless of whether observed by the naked eye or through sonar, magnetic energy, thermal detection, or psychic perception, it appeared merely as a rock. Such was the marvel of its intricate patterns. In the central control room of the warship, Confronting was engaged in casual conversation with the captain. A massive display screen before them showcased the marine conditions within a 30-kilometer radius. The divers' positions were marked by blue dots on the screen. Of the 40 luminous points, 3 had already dimmed, and it had only been a little over an hour since their departure. Suddenly, a change on the screen captured everyone's attention. The observer magnified a specific area, and the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The region represented in the center of the screen had been overtaken by the ferocious creatures. It was filled with a dense array of blood-red dots, a sight both alarming and grotesque. "What on earth is happening?" Confronting furrowed his brow and inquired. "God knows. Such a situation has never occurred before." The captain shrugged, equally perplexed. "With so many deadly beings, this is no trifling matter. What should we do now?" The first officer asked. "Should we pull our people back?" Confronting proposed. "There's no need for that. The area of concern is sufficiently distant from the warship and poses no immediate threat to us. We simply need to advise them to steer clear of that region," the captain replied. "Then it's settled." The group reached a consensus. Returning to half an hour earlier, Xiao Muhuan gazed pensively in the direction the young boy had departed, contemplating. What a charming child indeed. He truly does not comprehend that such circumstances are the most perilous. Escaping from those ferocious creatures is no easy feat. I wonder if he will manage to extricate himself if he were to perish. Would he harbor resentment towards me? Lost in her thoughts, her sense of guilt deepened. Had she not been exploiting him? He remains unaware that with her true strength, she could contend with 2 purple-blood sea stars simultaneously, though it would come at a cost. She could still manage it. Shaking her head, she cast aside these distractions and began strategizing on how to deal with the remaining giant. This locale was rife with peril. There was no time for idle contemplation. Channeling her internal source energy to the fullest, a layer of azure luminescence enveloped her, the halo expanding gradually, parting the seawater to form a luminous sphere 2 meters in diameter. Inside the sphere, thunder rumbled and violent energy surged with great velocity. Suddenly, a moon-white halo appeared behind her, suppressing the restless energy. From her spatial belt, she retrieved a short black bow and 3 small arrows, their tips fashioned from an unknown 5-colored crystal, while the shafts and fletchings appeared wooden. Drawing a deep breath, she knocked an arrow on the bowstring, steadily pulling it back. Energy surged forth, and a glimmer of cold light gradually emerged as the radiance intensified. The arrow seemed to come alive, trembling slightly and emitting a haunting vibration. When the buildup of momentum reached its zenith, she released the first arrow toward the distant target. The arrow hurtled directly toward the center of the purple-blood sea star. Sensing danger, the creature trembled violently, its massive form contracting as it attempted to reposition. Alas, the arrow was exceedingly swift, and in an instant, it pierced deep into its body, nearly transfixing it. Yet this was not the end. A surge of azure luminescence manifested along the shaft, and with a resounding explosion, it tore a gaping 1-meter-wide hole in the creature. A torrent of purplish-red blood, mingled with disordered internal organs, erupted forth like a fountain. The purple-blood sea star howled in agony, extending its tentacles toward the detestable foe. Unfortunately, that foe merely evaded the attack without engaging directly. Chapter 42. Decision. The vitality of the purple-blood sea star was remarkably robust. The tissues surrounding the wound writhed continuously, sealing the ruptured blood vessels, and countless new granulation tissues began to form, slowly repairing the damaged innards. Yet the damage inflicted by that arrow was far too grave. Its speed and agility had significantly diminished, and its foe was clearly unwilling to wait idly for it to recover. 30 seconds later, a second arrow whistled through the air, doubling the size of the original wound. Now, no matter how it struggled, it was while carefully reminding him, she said, "These are all exquisite items specially ordered by my sister. Hand-stitched embroidery, no less, limited edition. You must take great care of them. If you damage even the slightest bit, my sister will not let you off easily. Oh dear. How did you handle that? It cannot be wrinkled." Observing the boy's flushed face, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Teasing him a little was harmless. And the days ahead promised to be quite pleasant, indeed. After a considerable amount of time spent, she raised her hand, and the belt emitted a golden light that illuminated the ice block nearby. In the blink of an eye, the ice block vanished, truly impressive. He touched his spatial seal, which had a mere volume of 2 cubic meters, and felt a pang of inferiority. It seemed he would need to acquire a larger one. However, such high-capacity spatial equipment was only available from the Zhan Ying Clan, a group notoriously unscrupulous. What do you plan to do with the other items? If you hoard everything, it won't be easy to explain back home. Yunhao inquired. Such casual concealment of spoils could lead to severe consequences if the company discovered it, fines at best, dismissal at worst. Moreover, it would leave a blemish on his record, hindering future job prospects. Of course, most spoils could be submitted, with only a select few valuable items sought after by the Ability Association, which would pay a premium for them, thus making concealment necessary. That's fine. We can continue to explore and casually collect whatever we can for submission later. There's still plenty of time, she replied nonchalantly. With less than 2 hours into their work and nearly 20 hours remaining until the battleship's return, they had ample time. Thus, the two wandered around for a while longer, gathering more items, and after a rough estimate, concluded they had enough. Yunhao activated the light screen to confirm the battleship's position and began their return journey. On the Abyss battleship, the crew stared at the pair before them as if they were monsters. In just over 3 hours, the two had filled the ecological box with their spoils, and Yunhao was still clutching a vine adorned with several 1-foot-sized blue-blood sea stars. There's no room left in the box. He chuckled. Phone dimming, having worked alongside him for many days, had long since grown accustomed to his bizarre luck, and immediately recorded the quantity of spoils under the captain's watchful eye. He then asked, "Brother Hao and this lovely lady, do you plan to venture out again? I'm tired. I'll go rest for a bit," Xiaomu Huan replied, striding directly into her room. "I was thinking the same. Today's haul is sufficient." Yunhao concurred. "Very well. You may move about freely on the ship. Just call me if you need anything." Feng Deming smiled. With their spoils worth over 1,000 source crystals, there was indeed no need to risk further adventures. Upon returning to his own room, he closed the door, pressed a hidden button on his belt, and projections of light appeared. The Abyss Guardian suit gradually slipped off him, and as the light faded, the suit reverted to a rectangular box. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Then I shall continue my training. The underwater combat had made him acutely aware of his many shortcomings. Although he had risen to the 3rd tier thanks to resources and luck, his practical combat skills were utterly lacking. He suspected that an experienced 2nd tier ability user could easily defeat him. Had it not been for Xiaomu Huan today, he would have likely suffered a significant loss. He felt a sense of gratitude towards this fiercely spirited and equally formidable beauty. However, mere solitary training was not a wise approach. Closing oneself off was not prudent. He pondered that he was no longer lacking in resources. What he desperately needed was a mentor, a guide on the path of cultivation, someone who could illuminate the way, help him adapt his abilities swiftly, and master various combat techniques. After contemplating for a while, he realized it was challenging to find a suitable candidate. He knew a few ability users who were stronger than him, but unfortunately, their relationships were not particularly close. They were merely acquaintances. Although Rulan was a powerful ability user, her training methods were not suitable for him at this time or in this world. Feng Deming was busy with his affairs and might not have the time to instruct him. Jerome had just advanced to Tier 4, and his options were limited. The Ability Association certainly offered consulting services, but those came at a steep price and lacked tailored guidance. After much deliberation, he found that only Xiao Muhuan seemed to be a viable option. He just didn't know if she would be willing. Although she enjoyed teasing him and they had fought side by side, they had only known each other for less than a day. They were still strangers to one another. Would she be willing to invest a significant amount of time and energy to guide him? Of course, he would certainly compensate her, but given her abilities, it was evident that she was not in need of money. She might not even regard his modest resources, regardless of whether it would succeed. He figured it was worth a try. If she declined, he would think of another solution. With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, he connected to the communication device in Xiao Muhuan's room and initiated a call request. It wasn't long before he received a response, and a light screen appeared before him. Chapter 43. Revenge so soon you miss your sister? The beauty on the screen smiled warmly. I apologize for the abrupt disturbance. I have a request. I wonder if sister, he stammered. Upon hearing this, the beauty's eyes sparkled, and she said, a request? What do you wish to ask of your sister? Well, since you called me sister, you need not bother with the formalities. After a pause, she continued, I happen to be free right now. If you have something to discuss, come to my room. I'll be waiting for you. Before Yanhao could respond, she disconnected the communication. It seemed he had no choice but to go. Yanhao stood up, opened the door, and walked toward her room. Upon arriving, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It opened, and the radiant Xiao Muhuan welcomed him inside. The enchanting lady had changed out of her black fitted attire. She now wore a semi-transparent silk bathrobe that clung closely to her exquisite form, the hem barely covering the upper part of her thighs, revealing her smooth, firm, and dazzlingly white long legs. Moving upwards, her slender waist, ample bosom, and graceful neck formed a perfect silhouette. Her flawless face framed by cascading black hair exuded an astonishing allure. Am I beautiful? Sister? She inquired. Beautiful, he replied honestly. Do you like it? She pressed further. I like it. He suddenly regretted coming at all. With a soft click, the door locked, her slender, jade-like arm intertwined with his, leading him to a sofa. After he sat down, she released her grip and walked over to the nearby wine cabinet, allowing his racing heart to calm slightly. Upon her return, Xiao Muhuan held 2 glasses of red wine, the rich crimson liquid swaying gently within, leaving faint rosy trails on the glass. Are you nervous? She asked, her bright eyes fixed on him. Yanhao raised his gaze. From his angle, he could almost see everything he wished to see. Surely, she must be. No, she definitely had nothing on beneath that robe. Though he possessed only third-tier abilities, he was more than capable of confirming that. His heart, which had just begun to steady, began to race again at an alarming rate. Xiao Muhuan smiled, handing him a glass of red wine, and then she lowered herself and naturally seated herself beside him, her ample bosom pressing closely against his arm, transmitting an astonishing sensation that overwhelmed his already straining heart. Come, drink this, Xiao Muhuan whispered softly in his ear. Her voice was low, husky, and filled with magnetism, enough to drive any man wild. Staring at the glass of red wine, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately downed it in one go. Xiao Muhuan followed suit, then poured him another glass, watching the big boy struggle a bit awkwardly to hold the glass, her gaze gradually taking on a complex expression. After finishing the wine in his glass once more, before he could catch his breath, another glass was thrust before him. After several rounds, he could no longer bear it. He spoke up. I didn't come here to drink. Before he could finish, Xiao Muhuan interrupted him. Of course, you didn't come here to drink. You have something to ask of me. But don't you understand? It's easier to handle matters after having a drink. If your request is difficult to fulfill, then perhaps if you drink a little more with your sister, she might just feel generous, and your matter won't seem so daunting. Faced with such a woman, Yanhao truly felt at a loss for what to do. He really shouldn't have come today. He felt more regret than when he was being chased by that purple-blood sea star. Watching his flustered demeanor only delighted Xiao Muhuan further. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Just tell me what you need while I'm in a good mood. He let out a small sigh of relief and laid out his thoughts, carefully observing her reaction like a prisoner awaiting final judgment. Upon hearing the boy's request, Xiao Muhuan's playful demeanor shifted. Her beautiful face turned solemn as she quietly regarded him, her expression neutral. Unable to withstand her gaze, he slightly averted his eyes. After a lengthy pause, a cool voice broke the silence. "What are your conditions?" The boy trembled slightly, raising his head to inquire, "What do you want?" "I can give you everything from this hall." Xiao Muhuan smiled faintly. "Money is not something I lack." "Then what do you want?" Yunhao Yu asked, feeling somewhat troubled as a delicate hand reached out, caressing his cheek, her long, white fingers gently gliding across his skin. He instinctively recoiled to the side, but alas, the proximity between them was too great. His actions evidently bore no effect, only serving to further ignite the lady's enthusiasm. What an alluring boy he was, she mused inwardly, marveling at his nascent form. Untouched by the darker facets of the outside world in his eyes, one could not discern the ambition, greed, or selfishness typical of ordinary men. At present, he was so utterly pure. Indeed, pure, from within to without. Yet, boys must inevitably grow up. Will he remain as untainted as he is now when that time comes? With a gentle sigh, she proclaimed, "Very well. I shall grant you this." He appeared somewhat incredulous, raising his head to inquire once more. Upon receiving confirmation again, his innocent gaze radiated unmasked joy, akin to the finest crystal, clear and luminous. Not a trace of impurity, however, the sister could not impart her knowledge for free. After all, one must receive some form of compensation for their efforts. "What is it that you desire?" A hint of nervousness flickered in his pure gaze. "A promise," she stated, her tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. "I require a promise from you." "What kind of promise?" A flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes. "The specifics of the promise I have yet to determine. I shall inform you when the need arises. For now, just remember that you owe me a promise." "Is this akin to a blank check?" After a brief silence, the boy spoke up. "Indeed, that is precisely it. You have given me a blank check, of course. You have already signed your name, thus leaving no room for you to renege. As for what to write upon it, that shall be my prerogative," she replied with a smile, acknowledging that although the boy was innocent, he was by no means foolish. "It seems that I am the one at a disadvantage." The boy's voice betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Rest assured, I am quite reasonable. How could I possibly ask for an outrageous price? At most, I promise you that when I utilize this promise in the future, it will not exceed your capabilities nor violate your principles." "Surely, that is agreeable?" After a moment's reflection, she added, "I shall impart all that I know to you without reservation. Furthermore, until you have truly matured, I shall protect you." "Thus, splendid." The boy exhaled, his demeanor relaxing, however, before he could revel in his joy for more than a few moments. Misfortune befell them. Now, with titles established, provided it is not a matter of principle, "I believe you have an obligation to obey your sister." Xiao Muhuan grinned like a devil who had stolen a soul. "There are still dozens of bottles of wine in this cabinet. Let us take advantage of our free time to finish them together." Yunhao Yu's face turned ashen. At that moment, unforeseen changes transpired outside the abyssal warship. In the tumultuous sea, numerous ferocious creatures continued their mindless battle. The blood-red dots on the screen had coalesced into a shocking sea of blood. Moreover, as time progressed, the blood sea showed signs of continual expansion. An odd mental fluctuation abruptly manifested, and the chaotic sea suddenly fell silent, as if a king among the beasts had emerged. Many ferocious creatures hesitated for a moment, a series of ripples resonating on a mental level. Akin to the wrathful roar of a monarch, the multitude of ferocious beings finally acquiesced, reluctantly dispersing. Countless corpses of these creatures floated in place, severed limbs and broken bodies scattered everywhere. Yet, not a single living creature dared approach that sea. A few ghostly blue gem flowers quietly appeared, coldly gazing towards the direction of the abyssal warship for a spell before silently vanishing. 24 hours swiftly elapsed. It was time for the abyssal warship to return. The surviving divers had already begun their journey home, leaving only 17 individuals. The rest remained forever at the ocean's depths. Such is the cruelty of this place. The so-called hell is nothing more than this. The colossal warship slowly powered up, its engines at full throttle, energy shields fully engaged. all weapons in a state of readiness. The distance from the ocean floor to the surface, spanning over 3,000 meters, remained fraught with lethal peril. Until they returned to the surface, no one dared to claim absolute safety. Fortunately, today's return journey was exceptionally smooth. No trouble at all. Those fearsome creatures, which they typically avoided, had vanished without a trace. Once they breached the water's surface, the weight upon their hearts finally lifted. They had returned to life today, a gain indeed. Of course, the greatest rewards were reaped by the two of them. Xiaomu Huan was rich in wealth, while Yun Haoyu had gained a mentor whose character was not to be disclosed to outsiders. It remained uncertain whether this matter was a boon or a bane for him. Deep within his consciousness, Rulan was lamenting to Yun Haoyu. What do I care for the lives of these people? My sole concern is to protect you. Even if this wretched ship were to sink, what impact would it have on you? I shall not undertake this task again. Naturally, at this moment, the big boy could no longer hear her grievances. Dozens of bottles of wine had transformed him into a slovenly heap. The immense abyssal warship docked at the pier, and the crowd eagerly surged onto the shore. The sun shone brightly at midday, yet having returned from hell, everything on the surface appeared so remarkably beautiful. Before disembarking, Yun Haoyu downed several bowls of hangover soup. Still half inebriated, he was half supported, half embraced by Xiaomu Huan as she guided him into a fiery red flying vehicle, which then soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. They sped along, swiftly arriving at an opulent villa district on the outskirts of the city. Xiaomu Huan maneuvered the flying vehicle to descend before a palatial villa, where several uniformed maids approached. Chapter 44. The investigation team master, you have returned. The foremost maid, resembling a housekeeper, greeted with utmost reverence. Prepare lunch for 2 this noon and the same for dinner. It shall be thus for a while. Also, procure the necessities a man requires, Xiaomu Huan commanded. Necessities for a man? What do you mean? The housekeeper appeared somewhat puzzled by her words. A man will be residing here for a while. Please prepare everything he may need, from food to shelter, Xiaomu Huan replied, opening the car door to lift Yun Haoyu out. Upon seeing the state of the big boy, the housekeeper immediately grasped her intentions and responded respectfully, Yes, I shall comply with your orders. Xiaomu Huan ceased speaking, carrying Yun Haoyu into the villa. The Phobos Trench, located over 17,000 meters beneath the sea surface, extends for thousands of kilometers. This region is one of the deepest and most perilous areas of the Muyu star. Humanity has attempted to explore it on multiple occasions, dispatching elite abyssal warship fleets and numerous high-ranking ability users. They sought to chart its true topography and discover rare mineral resources and species. However, thus far, nearly all expedition teams venturing into this region have vanished without a trace. Those few fortunate souls who managed to return soon disappeared again, their experiences tightly sealed by the highest echelons of the Empire. Consequently, this sea area remains shrouded in layers of mystery and peril for humanity. Deep within one segment of the trench lies a realm apart. Here exists a seabed plain spanning approximately tens of thousands of square kilometers, where large woody plants resembling terrestrial coniferous forests occupy nearly half the area. The roots, trunks, and leaves of these plants are all indigo in hue, while the plain is dotted with numerous seaweeds over half a meter tall, occasionally adorned with unknown, bizarre shrub-like species. Sparkling blue pearls float above the plain, enveloping the entire area in a cold, eerie blue glow. Small, delicate fish dart around the pearls. In summary, everything observable in this plain, both flora and fauna, is invariably blue. Sky blue, cobalt blue, azure, royal blue, teal. Everything here has subverted humanity's conventional biological concepts. At the heart of the blue coniferous forest stands a colossal tree with a diameter of several dozen meters, its base featuring a semicircular hollow, forming an archway. The trunk has been hollowed out, and its inner walls are adorned with countless fist-sized fruit-like indigo crystals, with protruding platforms appearing every few meters in height. Altogether, there are nearly 100 such platforms on the inner walls. At this moment, over half of the platforms bore a single ghostly blue gem flower, each occupying its own platform, with a greater number of flowers below and fewer as the height increased. At the pinnacle, only one platform remained, upon which sat a gem flower significantly larger than its peers. The indigo single-eyed creature gazed serenely at its subjects. The assembly of the abyssal civilization's bat snail flower tribe was nearing its conclusion. Those surface-dwelling beings were becoming increasingly outrageous. One gem flower expressed its indignation. Today, chaos erupted in the Merobic Sea. Countless familiars suffered severe casualties, critically disrupting the balance of that sea region. This is all the doing of those damned humans. Another flower's mental wave echoed similar dissatisfaction. We can no longer allow these beings to wreak havoc. In recent years, they have grown ever more arrogant. Each year, vast numbers of familiars are slaughtered by them. And if this continues, the damage to the ocean will be irreparable. It will also affect our great plans. Yet another flower voiced its opinion, standing merely a step away from the uppermost flower. Then, what shall we do? Elders, do you have any suggestions? The highest flower spoke. Esteemed leader, I propose we dispatch our warriors to rally a multitude of familiars and launch a comprehensive and thorough strike against those detestable humans. Let them understand who truly rules the ocean world. An elder stated coldly, indeed, the ocean is the intrinsic domain of the illustrious abyssal batflower clan, and our cherished beasts are the invaluable treasures of our kin. Not to be coveted by those arrogant humans, soon. An elder echoed in agreement, yes, we must strike them hard. Launch a comprehensive assault and eradicate all coastal humans, the assembly of elders fervently proclaimed. Achieving a remarkable consensus, the clan leader observed his subjects in silence, his demeanor unyielding. Respected Elder Gavlov, you are the eldest and wisest among us. What insights do you have on this matter? After a prolonged silence, the clan leader finally spoke. Elder Gavlov, who had maintained his silence until now, was but a step away from the leader. I do not believe that waging war against humans at this juncture is a prudent choice. Gavlov stated calmly. Instantly, the gem flowers below stirred, their gazes filled with confusion and discontent directed at him. Oh, we eagerly await your elaboration, the clan leader replied, his expression inscrutable. The warriors present had always been loyal followers of the clan leader. Thus Gavlov spoke candidly. Since the ascension of the previous clan leader, Yevglas, in his haste for achievement, he dispatched a multitude of our cherished beasts and elite warriors to assault the ancient Forbidden Zone. Seeking to acquire the arcane powers of the ancient gods, regrettably, this endeavor ended in failure, resulting in grievous losses for our clan. It also incited discontent among many elders, yet he persisted in his tyrannical ways, which ultimately led to our internal strife. Although he possessed the Starfall Chalice, our chances of victory were slim. However, fortune smiled upon us when humans captured him, inflicting significant casualties upon his loyal followers. Thus, we found our opportunity. While the clan leader ascended to power, our strength has significantly waned, and remnants of Yevglas have yet to be entirely eradicated. The loss of our sacred artifact is an insufferable blow to our clan, directly impacting our grand designs. Presently, we lack the capability for a large-scale conflict with humans. It is also unnecessary. Our clan migrated to this planet millennia ago for recuperation and to harness the powers within the ancient Forbidden Zone to revive our kin. Restoring our former glory in the cosmos is our most paramount mission. All other matters pale in comparison. Our immediate priority is to consolidate our strength and devise a means to reclaim this sacred artifact. Gavlov concluded. A profound silence enveloped the assembly, as the elders understood the veracity of Gavlov's words. Yet retrieving the sacred artifact was no simple task. According to our intelligence, Yevglas has been relocated to the third satellite by humans. Given our diminished strength and the humans' formidable defenses, our chances are exceedingly slim. An elder sighed. That may not be the case. Though our strength is lacking, we are not devoid of opportunities, the clan leader interjected. The elders, perplexed, watched as the leader smiled gently and said, Respected Glebchenka, you may come forth. A ripple passed through the air, and the figure of the envoy from the Zhan Ying Clan materialized before the elders. The pale blue magnetic field shimmered as a wave of mental resonance transmitted forth. Esteemed clan leader, respected elders, I bring forth the goodwill of our elder council. The Zhan Ying Clan wishes to forge the closest of alliances with the illustrious abyssal Batflower clan. We are also willing to assist you in quelling your internal strife. However, in exchange, the Starfall Chalice must be surrendered to our clan for research. Respected Glebchenka, the Starfall Chalice is our clan's sacred artifact. There is no question of parting with it, Gavlov responded with composure. Yet the Starfall Chalice holds equal significance for our clan. This is our sole demand. I hope you all can understand. Glebchenka stood firm. A volley of verbal sparring ensued, with the two parties embroiled in a battle of wits that extended over an hour. Given the principle of the matter, neither side was inclined to relent, resulting in a stalemate. As evening fell, Yun Haoyu finally awoke. Opening his eyes, he discovered himself nestled upon an opulent pink bed. The pure white silk quilt enveloped him gently, while a translucent ice-blue canopy draped gracefully from the ceiling, wafting a delicate fragrance throughout the air. This was an extraordinarily lavish bedroom, adorned with exquisite furnishings, wall paintings, and sculptures, all of which were the finest treasures one could find on this planet. Behind a magnificent crystal wall, a vast swimming pool and bathroom awaited. Stripped of all clothing, he found himself clad only in a pink nightgown. Frowning, he surveyed the surroundings and, finding no one present, tiptoed towards a nearby wardrobe in search of attire. However, upon opening it, he was met with an array of women-esque garments, not a single piece suitable for him. Left with no choice, he retreated back to bed, contemplating his next move. If he was not mistaken, he was likely in Xiao Mu Huan's residence, having been brought here after drinking too much. Suddenly, a question struck him. Who had undressed him? Damn it! Surely he wasn't taken advantage of by that formidable beauty. Rulan, after I passed out, did anything unseemly happen? He stuttered. No. Rulan's response was succinct and decisive. That's a relief. He exhaled, finding solace in the words of this formidable being. At that moment, the grand, ornate door swung open, and a uniformed biomechanical maid entered, cradling an exquisite clothing box. You're awake? The master is waiting for you in the dining room. The maid smiled. This is your attire. Do you require assistance in getting dressed? No, I can manage myself. You may leave. He felt uncomfortable being scrutinized by a beautiful maid, even if he knew she was a biomechanical entity. Once the maid exited, he hastily adorned himself. The clothing was splendid, clearly not commonplace, and a complete ensemble was provided. Dressed and hastily groomed, he exited the bedroom, following the maid to the dining room. Chapter 45. Purification, Part 1. Outside, the sky was a tapestry of stars. In the classically styled dining room, Xiao Mu Huan had been waiting patiently. The grand crystal dining table was laden with a cornucopia of delicacies, numbering easily in the hundreds. The adjacent dining cart was stocked with even more. How extravagant! He marveled quietly, recognizing that the food before him was not something just anyone could partake in. He could name no more than 10 dishes. Clad in a pure white dress, Xiao Mu Huan's demeanor transformed, shedding her previous allure for an air of tranquility and grace. You're finally awake? Did you sleep well? She greeted him with a gentle smile as he took a seat across from her. It's fine, I suppose, from your tone. It seems you're not particularly pleased. Is my sister's room not to your liking? She inquired, somewhat puzzled. It's not that. It's just, I really can't handle much alcohol. Please don't put me in such a situation again, all right? He replied, a headache beginning to form. Oh. So that's it. What you don't realize is that this is a form of training. I am not trying to torment you. I'm merely fulfilling my role as a mentor. Do you understand? She said with a mischievous grin. Training? What can drinking teach me? He asked, utterly baffled. Mental acuity. Alcohol stimulates the brain, enhancing mental strength. As long as your mental fortitude is sufficient, no amount of alcohol can incapacitate you. Just like me, down in the depths, I consume far more than you did without a hitch. She spoke with utmost seriousness, yet the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. Is there such a concept? I've never heard of this before. Instinctively, he felt her words were dubious. This is my exclusive secret, a valuable insight I have honed through years of research. This time, I impart it to you without reservation. How generous am I, right? Her smile bordered on shameless. Have I unwittingly offended some deity in the cosmos? He sighed exasperatedly, realizing the trials he would face with such a devilish mentor. All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. Afterward, we can go out for a stroll, she declared, raising her glass. Eating is fine. But I cannot drink, he asserted. Really? This is an authentic century-old vintage, prepared specifically for you by your sister. She tempted, and no matter the allure of this nectar, I refuse to drink. How boring, she murmured, pouring herself another glass. Though the dishes were exquisite and varied, the appetites of two extraordinary beings made short work of them. In truth, due to the immense energy requirements of extraordinary beings, ordinary quantities of food are insufficient to satiate them. Concentrated nutritional supplements become essential. Occasionally indulging in traditional food serves merely as a sensory pleasure. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, the debate raged on. Lord Glebchenka, if I am not mistaken, your clan seeks this item with great fervor. Is it not for the ancient Forbidden Zone? Elder Gavlov suddenly inquired. The pale blue magnetic field surrounding the Zhan Ying envoy flickered momentarily before falling silent for several seconds. Indeed, that is correct, it replied. The ancient Forbidden Zone is a mysterious base left behind by the ancient gods. It harbors various enigmatic powers, some of which hold significant research value for our clan. Not merely research value. It could wholly complete the power system of spatial laws that you possess, correct? The clan leader remarked coolly. Since you are all aware, let us dispense with this futile debate and propose a plan that is acceptable to both parties. Glebchenka stated candidly. The celestial star scepter is the sacred heirloom of our clan, a vital key required to access the ancient Forbidden Zone. Thus, both parties are reluctant to relinquish it. However, I must caution you that possessing this object alone is insufficient. The formidable defenses of the Forbidden Zone far exceed your imagination. This is also the reason our clan has awaited here for millennia, Gafyulov remarked. Indeed, that is why we seek collaboration. Otherwise, we shall proceed independently. Glebchenka stated bluntly. After having studied the ancient Forbidden Zone for thousands of years, you must possess unique insights into its defensive systems. Yet, your strength is too feeble, which has hindered your success thus far. If our two families join forces, leveraging our understanding of spatial laws alongside your experience, the likelihood of success is significantly increased. At the very least, our chances are far greater than if we acted alone. This is not unacceptable. Once we jointly breach the Forbidden Zone, aside from the portion you require, all other gains will belong to my clan. What say you? Gafyulov proposed. However, our contribution will be greater than yours. Do you not find such a distribution principle rather skewed? Glebchenka began to negotiate. Thus, both sides resumed their verbal sparring, akin to the most unscrupulous street vendors, striving to secure as many benefits for themselves as possible. Perhaps due to the overwhelming numbers, the Abyssal Bat Flower clan held the upper hand. Ultimately, the envoy of the Zhan Ying Clan, with no other option, made a concession. Apart from what the Zhan Ying Clan required, they could receive 20% of any other valuable items, while the remainder would belong entirely to the Abyssal Bat Flower clan. Furthermore, when they return to the cosmos, the Zhan Ying Clan is obliged to provide assistance to the best of their ability. In the end, both parties signed the covenant in their customary manner, and the envoy of the Zhan Ying Clan took their leave. Watching the volleyball-like silhouette gradually dissipate into nothingness, a trace of cold amusement flickered in the chief's single eye. The horrors of that accursed place are beyond your comprehension. Our clan has endured here for millennia, not due to incompetence, but because that locale is far too terrifying. If you are willing to serve as cannon fodder, it could not be more advantageous. Within the spatial rift, Glebchenka traversed rapidly, secretly contemplating. You self-righteous fools, on the verge of extinction, remain blissfully unaware. Do you still believe it to be the glorious era of the Borluogia dynasty thousands of years ago? Restoring the glory of our ancestors? You do not even recognize the nature of your own dreams. When has the Zhan Ying clan ever engaged in a losing venture? Prepare to become a relic of the past. The night sky over Muyun Star was tranquil and beautiful, as a fiery red hovercar roared through the air. Crimson Phoenix, this was the most fashionable model from the Imperial Capital Star region this year. Quite impressive, isn't it? On the hovercar, Xiaomu Han inquired of the boy beside her. Yes, indeed, he could only respond. Having originally purchased a blue Hurricane for 30 million, he felt quite self-satisfied, believing he had finally entered the ranks of the wealthy. Yet, in comparison to the vehicle before him, he realized how much of a bumpkin he truly was. The mere intrinsic value of this car was equivalent to 30 blue Hurricanes, and Xiaomu Han had even customized it specifically for the use of ability users. Not to mention, the hundreds of fist-sized source crystal spheres embedded in the roof transformed the interior into a veritable ocean of cosmic energy. Practicing within would yield immeasurable benefits. His wrist communicator vibrated slightly, and Xiaomu Han casually opened it, revealing a beautifully crafted holographic screen the size of a book. A red-haired man appeared on the screen, politely saying, "Miss Xiao, we have received the goods you sent. Upon appraisal, they are a rare mutated species from the deep sea. We have decided to purchase them for 6,000 source crystals. May I inquire if this meets your satisfaction? Let it be so. Just transfer the funds directly to my account." Xiaomu Han replied nonchalantly. The red-haired man, clearly familiar with her, did not terminate the call but instead, with a hint of admiration in his tone, asked, "We have assessed the creature's strength and determined it to be Class A. Its bone blades are sharp enough to slice through the outer armor of an abyssal battleship. Even a 7th-tier ability user would struggle to subdue it. How did you manage it? Have you advanced in rank? That is of no concern to you. Just conduct your business." Xiaomu Han evidently wished to avoid further discussion. "I am currently on a date. Please refrain from disturbing me with that." She disregarded the astonished expression on the man's face and abruptly ended the video call. "Curious, are you?" she inquired with a smile. Noticing the boy's inquisitive gaze, "If you prefer not to, I shall not pry." She had her reasons for withholding information, and Yun Haoyu was quite understanding. "I wasn't going to say anything, but given our current relationship, sharing seems reasonable. I'll tell you when we return. Perhaps at bedtime." "No need for that. I'll be heading home shortly," Yun Haoyu replied. "Home? What do you mean? Do you not wish to live with your sister?" She seemed somewhat displeased. No, it's not like that," he stammered. "Not? Then you are agreeing," she beamed. "That's more obedient. Let us sleep together tonight." Were it not for their altitude of several thousand meters, he might have considered escaping through the door. 3 satellites gradually ascended to the zenith, nearing midnight. Ultimately, Xiaomu Han could not persuade the boy to accompany her home. At Yun Haoyu's insistence, she yielded. However, as she prepared to disembark, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You cannot escape. One day, you shall willingly submit to me." In an instant, her pink tongue flicked out, gently caressing his earlobe, sending a shiver coursing through his body, rendering him a statue. The crimson hovercar soared into the sky. Leaving him behind in a daze, in the morning, Yun Haoyu rose early, as today marked another day of public classes at school. After preparing, he quietly snuck into Zhong Zhaoying's room. Inside, his sister had already awakened but remained in bed. Upon seeing him enter, she was not surprised, merely sitting up and softly asking, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I have class today." He closed the door behind him and settled by the bedside. "It's been a few days since I last saw you." "I missed you." Chapter 46, Cleansing the Marrow, Part 2. "You think I would believe you?" His sister scolded, "I truly did miss you." "I'm not lying." He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and she emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. "In a few days, you and Ming Rue should undergo the level 4 enhancement surgery. The funds are sufficient," he suggested, "and our parents can also go when they return next time. I feel like your daily trips to the sea are not a sustainable plan. That place is far too dangerous." His sister felt anxious just thinking about it. "Yes, fine. No matter how perilous it is, I've managed to survive so far. I now possess Tier 3 strength. I can protect myself." He smiled to reassure her. Sigh. "I truly have no way to deal with you." The siblings fell silent, simply embracing each other. Gazing at his sister's delicate features, a subtle restlessness stirred within him, and his breathing quickened. She remained silent, allowing him to hold her. Once again, she firmly pressed down on his hand. "Enough," she murmured. Reluctantly, Yun Haoyu released her. Over the past month, such scenes had played out every few days, yet his sister's attitude remained elusive. She allowed him to embrace her but steadfastly defended the final boundary. This left him utterly perplexed. His sister rose to tidy her clothes and, noticing his disgruntled expression, could not help but chuckle. "All right. Must you be so childish? Why the long face so early in the morning? Eventually, you will be mine." As she spoke, she playfully pushed him out the door. Upon stepping outside, he realized his hovercar was still parked in the garage at the port area. With no other option, he had to take a taxi to school, the school gate. He encountered Hua Monli, level 4. She inquired uncertainly, her tone betraying her shock. "Indeed." He confirmed her speculation with a nod. The look in the beautiful girl's eyes grew complex. Filled with admiration, jealousy, and an inexplicable anger, he smiled and proceeded toward the classroom, while Hua Monli furrowed her brow in contemplation before following suit. As they walked, Familiar classmates gawked at him in astonishment. For he had achieved the heights of Tier 4 gene optimization and Tier 3 ability user. This was a level that most people could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetime. You? A hearty voice called out. Jin Yu and Su Shangqing were waving to him from a short distance away. It's been a while since I last saw you. He greeted them with a smile. Where's that Bernard fellow? He has found a new girlfriend. We rarely see him these days, Su Shangqing replied. Haha, that guy. He has one to prioritize romance over friendship. Jin Yu scoffed. What about you? Are you still out at sea catching fish? Goodness, you've become a Tier 3 ability user. How long has it been? It's truly astonishing. There's no choice. In such places, to survive, one must swiftly enhance their strength. The group chatted as they entered the classroom. Instantaneously, the classroom fell silent. All eyes were fixed on him as he made his entrance. Not accustomed to being regarded as a spectacle, he cleared his throat softly, intending to find a less conspicuous seat. Yet, before he could take a step, he felt a tug on his arm. Turning his head, he saw Hua Monli gripping his sleeve, whispering, "Come here, I need to speak with you." After a moment's hesitation, he complied. "Could you please convey to your superior that I, too, wish to venture out to sea?" Hua Monli stated bluntly. "Miss, that is not merely a leisure trip. It is a matter of life and death. Earning a bit of money often requires risking one's very existence." He regarded her as merely acting on a whim. "Is that so?" she replied dismissively. Seeing her demeanor, Yun Haoyu became serious, responding gravely, "Though you are of the first tier. Such strength is utterly inadequate beneath the waves. Each day, countless individuals set sail, yet how many return alive? This is indeed a perilous industry. Who would willingly dance with death unless forced by circumstance? Do you understand that once an incident occurs underwater, it could mean becoming fodder for those lethal creatures? I have lost many friends to that dreadful place, including several formidable 5th and 6th tier experts. Such masters could easily contend with ordinary space battleships, yet they could not preserve their own lives. Why would you willingly court such danger? But you are still alive and well, aren't you? I have merely been fortunate. Is that so? Then take me with you. Share some of your luck," she said with a smile. "What nonsense. It's precarious enough just to keep myself safe. Must you be so stingy, at the very least? You are a man. Can't you indulge a beautiful woman a little? What, do I have such an obligation? You ought to be saying that to your man." He felt a headache coming on. This beautiful lady was stubborn and hard to dissuade. Wamonli wanted to say more, but the class was about to begin, forcing her to hold her tongue, though it was clear she had no intention of giving up. Hours passed swiftly, and as noon approached, Yun Haoyu gathered a few close classmates to go out for a meal. Wamonli followed closely behind, stating, "I wish to speak with you privately. Are you still not giving up?" Wamonli remained silent, dragging him to an isolated spot before finally speaking. "Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to go. Once I make a decision, I never regret it. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. I simply cannot take you along. So find someone else to assist you. As classmates, you surely can't just stand by and watch me get into trouble, can you? You can seek help from your man. Are you only willing to assist if you gain something in return?" She fixed her gaze on him, demanding, "State your terms. I will agree to anything within my power." He was growing impatient but dared not voice it. Given her stubborn nature, she might indeed accept his terms. "What must I do for you to relent? I truly cannot assist you with this. You are forsaking the comforts of a noble lady to pursue this dangerous endeavor. How can I commend such a choice?" Suddenly, she was enraged, her eyes reddening. "You? I need power, and to obtain power, I require money." She quickly regained her composure, smiling as she spoke. "What do you want?" "I will agree to anything within my capability. I have had enough." "What if I refuse? Will you truly refuse?" Her gaze turned icy. "I am powerless. If that old specter finds out, what kind of trouble do you think will come your way?" she said coldly. "Are you threatening me?" He felt a surge of irritation. "Indeed, that is precisely what I am doing." Before he could react, she suddenly seized his hand and shouted, "Help! Injustice!" Yun Haoyu swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "Enough, my lady. Please stop shouting. Do you wish for the entire school to know? Are you agreeing then?" Her eyes sparkled with triumph. "What other choice do I have? I do not wish to be hunted across the planet by your family's enforcer." he replied with exasperation. Humph. It is good that you understand fear. However, I have a condition, he pondered, feeling a headache coming on. What condition? What is it? She gazed at him expectantly, noticing he was not blinking as he stared at her, thinking perhaps he was about to. But it mattered little. This individual was far more agreeable than that old specter. Can you guarantee that your family will not interfere in your affairs? I do not wish to engage with him. And you must ensure no one else learns of my assistance? Rest assured, I guarantee that no third party will be informed. She smiled and suddenly hugged him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Yuan Haoyu felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a woman driven by ambition, willing to employ any means necessary. How had he gotten entangled with such a lunatic? Perhaps he should discuss this with his sister. She might have a solution. He still found it challenging to deal with women. Yuan Haoyu suddenly thought of Xiao Muhuan. On Satellite 2, the base of the space fleet guarding Muyun Star was bustling with activity. At this moment, hundreds of military standard battleships had taken to the skies to welcome the envoy from the Imperial capital. 30 oval-shaped ships, gleaming silver, slowly appeared in the distant starry expanse, unbeknownst to Yuan Haoyu. On this planet's night, his fate was about to undergo a cataclysmic transformation, akin to a train derailing, uncertain of its destination. On Satellite 3, Gentlemen Generals, this is the target of your mission, Antanas stated with utmost respect. The enormous central laboratory remained heavily fortified. Within the crystalline column, a creature remained ensnared, motionless, while a black, cup-like object hovered above it, encased in a red energy shield. What are your thoughts? Song Jingfeng asked Dubois, casually brushing his hand over the emblem on his chest. A fascinating creature, a remarkable artifact, Dubois replied. No wonder the higher-ups regard it with such importance. It seems this planet's oceans truly harbor some extraordinary entities. A powerful alien civilization. Perhaps the folks at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will find it quite intriguing. Song Jingfeng chuckled. What does that have to do with them? This planet has been human territory for decades. What alien civilization? Merely a group of highly intelligent marine beings. The biochemical laboratory of the Imperial Academy is their best home. Dubois laughed heartily. I wonder if they could be edible. We worked hard to come all this way without even tasting the local delicacies. Antanas, are there any particularly delicious marine creatures? Chapter 47. Just one question. Part 1. Certainly, the seafood here is renowned throughout the star system. Antanas replied with a smile. Once the two generals conclude their business, let us feast on Muyun's star. In the void of space, Grebchenko was making one last effort. Lord Yevglas, are you still unwilling to yield? The celestial goblet is the sacred artifact of my people. It is not something to be relinquished lightly. If you wish for us to collaborate, you must present some tangible benefits. Lavglas retorted coldly. Should you agree to our terms, the warriors of my clan can mobilize immediately. I assure you of this, Grebchenko proclaimed earnestly. Yevglas merely scoffed, disregarding him. Grebchenko's rotund form trembled slightly. Sensing something ominous, it realized that the entire experimental base was surrounded by numerous humans clad in lightweight sealed combat armor, emanating varying degrees of energy signatures, likely the Esper forces of human civilization. Surrounding Satellite 3, hundreds of battleships stood ready for action. Such a sight alone was insufficient to instill fear. However, the individuals who had just entered beside the crystalline column were all formidable beings. Especially the two in the center, whose energy intensity was so alarming that it rivaled the mightiest warriors of Grebchenko's clan. When had humans dispatched such powerful individuals? What were their intentions? Immediate reporting was necessary. Grebchenko felt a surge of anxiety. What do we do now? Should we try to get it aboard the battleship? Dubois inquired. That may prove challenging. Song Jingfeng shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the crystalline column. What could be so difficult? We have brought spatial cargo containers sufficient to transport the entire laboratory. Plus, with our high-intensity magnetic energy shielding system, we can prevent any unforeseen incidents. I doubt anyone would dare to interfere aboard our flagship. Dubois replied with a grin. That may be true, but suddenly, a brush pin, half a meter long and about the width of a thumb, materialized in Song Jingfeng's hand. The pin was glossy black, its material indiscernible. Adorned with simple yet enigmatic patterns, he lightly tapped the pin against his palm in a rhythmic manner, then paused momentarily to shift positions, continuing. I fear there may already be those who dare to interfere. The pin's tip suddenly surged upward, striking towards the void above the crystalline column with lightning speed. A ripple of disturbance coursed through the space, reminiscent of a stone cast into a tranquil lake. A spherical phantom gradually materialized, and the tip of the pin precisely touched it, leaving an inconspicuous mark upon its smooth surface. Grebchenko watched helplessly as the pin darted towards it, utterly powerless to respond. A strange force confined the space, rendering its proud ability to traverse dimensions useless. In an instant, the pin made contact with its body. Just a gentle tap, without any sensation. It was bewildered, unable to comprehend the human's intent. Suddenly, it felt as though its body was inflating uncontrollably, as if it were being filled with air. What is happening to me? It had yet to fully comprehend the situation when its swollen form, exceeding a meter in size, erupted with a resounding bang. Azure blood and various strange entrails rained down from the sky. A wave of excruciating pain surged through, and consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. The Zhan Ying Clan? While the crowd was astonished. It was not beyond expectation. Indeed, the intelligence from above was accurate. That group of volleyballs is problematic, Du Bois stated coldly. What are they ultimately aiming to achieve? Probably for that object. Song Jingfeng furrowed his brows and remarked. But I fail to understand how one civilization from the cosmos and another nestled in the depths of the ocean could have possibly colluded. Regardless of their intentions, we must act swiftly and remove this object at once, lest we invite further complications, Du Bois decisively commanded. Antanas, put the base on the highest alert. Additionally, notify the garrison headquarters in the Hengluo Star Domain to dispatch 2 fleets immediately for the return escort mission. All research personnel related to this project should also transfer with the fleet. Rest assured, you will find a better living environment and research conditions in the Imperial capital. Issue a gag order to all peripheral personnel at the base. Everything that transpires here today will be classified as an Imperial secret, with no leaks permitted. Immediately inform the Imperial Security Department stationed at Muyun Star to keep a close watch on that group of volleyballs. Report any anomalies without delay. The orders were promptly executed, and the base was engulfed in sharp alarm sounds. Thousands of searchlights illuminated the area, and countless figures emerged from various corners, hastening to fulfill their duties under the Commander's orders. All defense systems were activated, and the unlaunched warships were ordered to ascend immediately. The entire base operated like a colossal and intricate machine at high speed. A Yunsha warship slowly approached, hovering above the base. As the massive and heavy alloy dome of the base gradually parted, revealing the central laboratory beneath. All research personnel and movable equipment had retreated, leaving the vast laboratory empty, save for a few dozen ability users still stationed before the crystal pillars. Mate, it seems we may not be able to leave, Song Jingfeng uttered. Indeed, they have already arrived, Du Bois sighed. Under the perception of a saint-level expert, over 1,000 shadowy figures of the Zhan Ying clan had emerged within the spatial rift above the base, several of which possessed energy levels comparable to the 2 of them. Quite troublesome. Had we not brought more personnel this time, we would have had no choice but to flee, Song Jingfeng frowned. I recall that group of volleyballs has always been amicable, rarely resorting to violence. Why are they so aggressive this time? Perhaps it is a show of force. Should we attempt to negotiate with them? Du Bois inquired. Judging by their demeanor, they do not appear to be here for negotiations. They seem intent on severing ties completely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a formidable wave of psychic energy surged down like a tidal wave. Humans? Hand over the items in the laboratory. Otherwise, face death. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The blade of light, stretching over 1,000 meters, materialized out of thin air, slicing through the void with ferocity. In the next moment, the space shattered like glass. Thousands of rotund Zhan Ying clan members materialized before the crowd. The main cannons of hundreds of warships suddenly fired, their muzzles erupting like magma, and a violent surge of energy instantaneously engulfed that region of space. Caught off guard, approximately several hundred Zhan Ying clan members were reduced to ash hissing sound. A peculiar wave of psychic energy resonated within everyone's minds, causing a splitting headache for all who heard it. Many had lost the ability to act, and the movements of the fleet came to a halt. Subsequently, from that space emerged countless black threads, a darkness more profound than the cosmic void itself, swiftly enveloping a warship like a living being, entwining it gently. That 1,000-meter-long metallic behemoth disintegrated like a paper toy, transforming into a mass of fragmented metal debris floating in the void, occasionally revealing mangled human remains and scattered blood. Following suit were the second and third ships. "Damn it! One TU evade!" Song Jingfeng shouted. A glimmer of golden light emanated from him, forming a protective barrier. With a slight movement, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above the base, an extraordinary brush in his hand radiating dazzling white light, with tiny azure inscriptions swirling around its shaft. Evidently a formidable piece of equipment, he waved the brush, swiftly marking out dozens of points in the nearby void. Immediately, dozens of Zhan and clan members were inexplicably forced out from the spatial rift. Their bodies, without exception, began to swell and then burst like balloons. Du Bois also revealed himself nearby, clad in a suit of silver armor, wielding a knight-esque greatsword, the blade half serrated, exuding a blood-red luminescence. He raised his hand and slashed, the sword light crisscrossing, causing the void to tremble. The Zhan and clan members who had re-entered the spatial rift appeared before them once more. The two saint-level experts drew the majority of the Zhan and clan's attention. The officers aboard the warships finally recovered from the strange psychic assault and began to withdraw. "Quickly transfer this item onto the warship. We must relocate immediately," Antanis urgently instructed. "Those volleyballs are not to be trifled with. All ability users of grade 5 or above should assist the two generals in battle. Those below grade 5 should refrain from going out." The base already housed several hundred ability users, and the two generals had brought a force of 4,000, but excluding those below grade 5, there were fewer than 700 true experts. At this moment, these elites donned their gear and took to the skies to engage in combat. The armored panels on the underside of the Yunsha warship opened, and a blue metal box, 10 meters long and 4 meters wide and high, slowly descended, halting 200 meters above the laboratory. A beam of light shot from the box's base, enveloping the entire central laboratory. Then, the laboratory trembled and began to rise slowly, simultaneously shrinking in size. Just as the laboratory was about to be fully enclosed within the spatial cargo box, a black ice spear, as thick as a thigh and dozens of meters long, materialized out of thin air, violently crashing towards the box. The two ability warriors on the box attempted to block it, but the spear pierced through their bodies as if tearing paper, then struck heavily against the box. A blue glow appeared around the box, flashing rapidly several times, yet ultimately failed to avert the impending doom. Disintegrating in an explosion, the laboratory plummeted from a height of 200 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, causing a violent tremor that scattered various equipment within. Fortunately, the laboratory itself was also forged from a ceramic alloy, enabling it to withstand the fate of being shattered to pieces. Chapter 48. Just one question, Part 2. Hundreds of blue-hued gemstone flowers emerged from the void, their indigo single-eye coldly surveying the battlefield. "Elder Beiji, what should we do now?" One of the gemstone flowers spoke. "Ignore them. Let's find Efugras. Retrieve the sacred object," the leading gemstone flower declared. But before they could act, an unexpected incident unfolded in the laboratory below. A low, howling sound echoed, and a blood-red light flashed fleetingly. The entire laboratory transformed into a pool of metallic liquid, as if melted under flames. A red sun rose, cradling a ghostly blue gemstone flower. "Ha ha ha! Finally, an opportunity to escape. I have had enough of being trapped in this wretched place for so long." The arrogant and overbearing wave of psychic energy recklessly pervaded the consciousness of every intelligent being present. "Efugras, you dare to emerge!" Elder Beiji exclaimed in shock. Indeed, how could the clan leader be so easily dealt with? "You traitors following Rovian Glove, I shall rend you all to shreds," Efugras growled fiercely. The red sun blazed with radiance, and countless golden red arrows of light shot forth like a tempest towards the bat flower's ranks. The arrows possessed immense lethality. A few strikes would not only result in death, but also shed layers of skin. In an instant, dozens of flowers were struck by the arrows, their ghostly blue forms turning crimson before wilting, resembling dehydrated vegetables. "Efugras, you bastard! How can you still wield the meteoric star cup?" Elder Beiji Both astonished and furious, rallied his subordinates to collectively raise a light curtain to withstand the onslaught of the arrows. Futile. How could your trifling abilities possibly withstand the power of a sacred object? Euphugas laughed maniacally, exerting even more effort to wield the meteoric star cup, causing the density of the arrows to surge significantly. The arrows fell like a tidal wave, a few unable to breach the light curtain, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. The thickness of the curtain gradually diminished as the gemstone flowers struggled to hold on. Just as the curtain was on the verge of collapse, the red sun dimmed, and the arrow assault abruptly slowed. Euphugas felt a stagnation of energy within, accompanied by waves of intense pain. Damn it, the old injuries have flared up at the most critical moment, it cursed inwardly. Needing to find a place to recuperate and let this group of rebels live for a few more days. Euphugas, you cannot hold on any longer, can you? Is your injury acting up? The astute Elder Beiji quickly detected the opponent's abnormality. Hand over the meteoric star cup, and we will spare you today. We can even allow you to return to your clan as an elder. Elder Beiji commanded his subordinates to encircle Euphugas while attempting to persuade him to surrender. A deluded dream. Euphugas scoffed, activating the meteoric star cup as the red sun began to merge into the void. The gemstone flowers grew anxious and launched their attacks. A myriad of icicles, ice blades, ice balls, and ice pillars fell upon the crimson sun like raindrops, interspersed with countless mental shocks. Yet, how could the defense of a divine artifact be so easily breached? Just as the crimson sun was on the verge of vanishing, a flash of dark light surged forth, causing a slight tremor in the space, which propelled the sun back into existence. Euphugas, surrender the celestial meteor chalice. I shall spare you this day. 3 members of the Zhan Ying Clan materialized before him. Since when did you rotund, business-minded fools turn to the life of thieves? Euphugas said coldly, fixing his gaze upon them. This object is of utmost importance to our clan. We are compelled to act thus. The leader of the Zhan Ying Clan replied calmly, hand it over, and I can assist you in dealing with your enemies. What if I refuse? You cannot be unaware of our clan's mastery over the laws of space. You cannot escape. Even with a divine artifact, it would be the same. The magnetic field surrounding the Zhan Ying Clan member vibrated gently, green light shadows darting forth, whereupon the surrounding space swiftly became stagnant. A radius of 1,000 meters sealed by an unknown force. Teo's step into this domain was akin to falling into a jelly, rendering one utterly immobile. Those unfortunate gem blossoms were also trapped. Unable to move. Ha ha, are you so confident? Allow me to demonstrate what true spatial power looks like. Euphugas laughed maniacally, activating the celestial meteor chalice. The crimson sun blazed brilliantly, gradually transforming into a golden hue. Before the golden sphere began to expand at a visibly rapid pace, forcefully pushing back the power that had sealed the space. Upon reaching nearly 100 meters in diameter, it suddenly contracted. Hundreds of golden rays shooting forth, tearing the surrounding space asunder. The Zhan Ying members caught in the onslaught were cleaved in twain, their rotund forms resembling split watermelons. You ignorant wretches, Euphugas cursed, feeling the agony within him intensifying. He needed to leave immediately, yet just as he intended to slip into the void once more, a blood-red heavy sword appeared abruptly, crashing down upon the crimson sun. Trying to flee? It shan't be so easy. Dubois swung his heavy sword, blocking his path. Damned human? Euphugas roared in fury, unleashing golden red light arrows that rained down upon Dubois. Such an attack, and you think to kill me? Dubois laughed heartily, a milky aura enveloping his armor. Staunchly repelling the onslaught of light arrows, with a flourish of his sword, thousands of meters of space were instantaneously shrouded in sword light. The Bat Spiral Flower clan within the lethal range suffered heavy casualties. The heavy sword trembled ominously, its blade radiating a brilliance as if imbued with life in mere seconds. Millions of attacks rained down upon the crimson sun, and with the terrifying precision of a Saint-tier expert. He ensured each strike bore equal force, with no margin for error in their placement. He knew this was a divine artifact, and even with the prowess of a Saint-tier, breaching its defenses would be a formidable task. However, wielding such an artifact required an immense expenditure of energy, and it appeared that the opponent was injured, unlikely to endure for long. He was confident that by concentrating his strength and attacking the same point with high frequency, he could swiftly deplete the opponent's energy and secure victory. His reasoning was sound. Before long, the radiance of the crimson sun began to wane. Yevglas desperately squeezed the last vestiges of energy from within. Yet it was futile. It was evident to all that he was at his limit. However, just as Dubois was on the verge of triumph, the space behind him stirred once more. A vast black net materialized silently, swiftly enveloping him. With the keen senses of a Saint-Tier expert, he barely evaded the black net's grasp, yet its edges grazed his left arm, instantly reducing part of his forearm to a bloody pulp. A Saint-Tier? He gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to stabilize himself in midair. A Zhan Ying Clan member, surrounded by a pale golden magnetic field, gradually revealed itself in the void. Countless tiny golden dots emanated from the intricate patterns adorning its rotund form, vanishing into the air once they drifted a certain distance away. The powerful aura radiating from it indicated that it at least possessed the strength of a Saint-Tier. Ha ha! To witness the prowess of a human expert is not in vain. The Zhan Ying Clan expert gently vibrated the magnetic field, conveying his intent to Dubois through mental waves. Dubois's expression darkened. A Saint-Tier adept with mastery of spatial laws and a sneak attack disregarding status, he no longer held any assurance of victory. Dozens of Zhan Ying warriors continuously manifested around Yevglas, encircling him once more. On the other side of the battlefield, Song Jingfeng's situation was equally dire. A Saint-Tier, accompanied by hundreds of experts above the 5th tier, formed a formidable force capable of challenging a main fleet. Yet, the Zhan Ying clan, as an ancient cosmic civilization, possessed a long-accumulated strength not to be underestimated. The remaining hundreds of Zhan Ying warriors boasted prowess that generally surpassed that of their human counterparts. Were it not for Song Jingfeng holding the line, humanity would have already faced defeat. The golden barrier grew ever more luminous, and the oddly shaped iron pin whirled like a pinwheel, countless strokes flooding the space within a radius of several thousand meters. As Zhan Ying warriors were occasionally forced out of spatial rifts and swiftly pierced, azure blood mingled with visceral remnants flew through the air, accompanied by the spiritual wails of the volleying Zhan Ying warriors, transforming the void into a bloody battlefield. Naturally, the enemy would not allow him to continue his rampage. Soon, 2 Zhan Ying clan members radiating an aura of terror intercepted him, their golden magnetic fields noticeably larger than those of ordinary clan members. With golden dots incessantly spraying outward, all indications suggested he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Human, you are formidable. However, this is where it ends. You shall soon return to eternal darkness. A chilling mental wave washed over him. Is that so? I beg to differ. Song Jingfeng laughed heartily, rubbing his hand on his belt. Suddenly, the battlefield exploded with golden light. Another golden sphere materialized out of thin air, resembling a radiant sun. A bizarre bird unfurled within the orb, as if just awakening from slumber. Its blood-red giant eye opened wide, fixated on its adversaries, an overwhelming aura of incineration emanating forth, forcing the 2 Saint-Tier experts to take a step back. The blazing feather inferno bird. An S-tier companion beast? Let it entertain you for a while. With a flick of his iron pin, the massive bird surged toward one of the Saint-Tier experts, its mouth agape as a torrent of flames engulfed the foe. The flames blazed with an earth-shattering intensity, wreaking havoc and transforming the cold void into a hellish inferno. Even the surface of a satellite over 10 kilometers away was scorched, and within the heart of the flames, the very fabric of space began to warp. One Saint-Tier expert restrained the inferno bird's onslaught, while another charged towards Song Jingfeng. Sinister black threads materialized around him, weaving a web that surged toward him. This was a manifestation of the Zhan Ying clan's advanced mastery and application of spatial laws, a net imbued with spatial rending effects capable of slicing through the vast majority of substances in the known universe. Chapter 49. A Glimpse of Despair. Song Jingfeng swung his iron pin repeatedly, the blade quivering rapidly, and in an instant, countless points of attack struck at the nodes of the web, momentarily stalling its advance. Then, with a swift contraction and expansion of his form, he narrowly evaded this lethal strike. Futile. Can you continue to evade indefinitely? The Zhan Ying clan expert's magnetic field subtly receded, then vast swathes of azure light shadows scattered in all directions. Wherever the light shadows touched, the space gradually became stagnant, as if encased in jelly, severely hampering the agility of the human adepts' movements. Meanwhile, the Zhan Ying warriors remained unaffected, and in an instant, the casualties among the human ranks surged. Enraged, Song Jingfeng's golden barrier blazed even more brilliantly. Peering through it, his skin had turned a pale purple, veins bulging as astonishing energy surged within him. In several places, his skin cracked open, blood seeping forth, only to be evaporated by the rapidly rising temperature. A silent azure lotus blossomed in the void, radiant and resplendent, like a finely crafted work of art. In the next moment, the lotus unfurled, its petals layering upon one another. This scene lasted but a few seconds before the lotus withered. Countless petals transformed into azure sword energy, scattering widely, effortlessly shattering the spatial shackles laid by the Zhan Ying clan. Any Zhan Ying warrior struck by the azure sword energy fell without resistance, pierced and slain. With this ultimate move unleashed, Song Jingfeng's complexion paled slightly. Yet now was not the time to relax. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was fully focused on defense, he turned and charged forward. The tip of his pin erupting with light as he thrust it fiercely toward the rotund form of the Zhan Ying clan expert. The Zhan Ying clan expert rapidly vibrated its magnetic field. A transparent shield materializing before it, and its entire figure became blurred, evidently intending to employ the same trick again to slip into the spatial rift and escape. But this time, it miscalculated, as a force equally potent as its own sealed off the surrounding space. By the time it reacted and attempted to employ another method for escape, it was already too late. The pin's tip pierced through the shield, striking its body. Pain, excruciating agony. Azure blood gushed forth like a fountain. Even the golden magnetic field nearby dimmed at a visible rate, as the opponent's second strike followed closely behind. Enduring the pain, it conjured another large net before it to block the incoming attack, then expended the last of its energy to initiate a spatial transfer. A circle of ripples spread through the void, and by the time the space stabilized, the formidable warriors of the Zhan Ying clan had vanished without a trace. Today, consider yourself fortunate. Song Jingfeng cursed resentfully. His familiar beast was still locked in a stalemate with that powerful adversary, both parties bearing injuries. The Yen Yu Chi Feng bird had nearly lost a wing to the opponent's spatial attack. While the adversary's radiance dimmed, the golden magnetic field showing signs of dispersion. Evidently, they too had sustained considerable harm. After Song Jingfeng joined the fray, the already beleaguered Zhan Ying warrior quickly fell to defeat. Retreating into the spatial rift, injured. However, Du Bois' situation was far from optimistic. He now faced not one but two holy-tier adversaries. Even with all his strength, he could not contend against two foes, and it seemed he was on the brink of being torn apart by that bizarre net. With a furious roar, Du Bois revealed his ultimate technique. A sphere of light formed from dozens of brilliant arcs of electricity materialized before him, and a second later, the lightning faded, revealing a 10-meter-tall, three-eyed figure clad in peculiar metallic armor. Wielding a staff, an ancient mechanical automaton from the Cultivation civilization? Where did you procure this? The Zhan Ying warrior exclaimed, astonished. Du Bois merely snorted, ignoring the inquiry, and launched a relentless assault. Though the automaton was a mechanical creation, its power was truly formidable, rivaling that of the holy tier. As the staff swung, circles of emerald light expanded outward, and the opponent seemed deeply wary of the radiance, daring not to engage directly, instead opting for evasive maneuvers through the spatial void. Yet soon, the adversary realized a troubling development. Their energy expenditure had surged significantly. Previously, traversing space had been effortless, but now it felt as though they were burdened by a mountain. And even after retreating into the spatial rift, they lost their cloaking effect, becoming detectable within mere breaths, forcing them to reveal themselves. With their ability to navigate the void diminished, the threat posed by the Zhan Ying warrior was greatly reduced. And the two sides were nearly evenly matched. Song Jingfeng raised his hand to retract his injured familiar into his spatial belt. Surveying the battlefield, it was evident that casualties among the human forces had been catastrophic. Of the 700 elite fighters, fewer than 200 remained, many meeting horrific fates. Amidst the spatial slicing attacks, mutilated corpses littered the ground, and in the microgravity environment, liquids floated in spherical forms, green and crimson orbs drifting through the void. While remnants of numerous warships lay scattered in the distance, a harrowing atmosphere permeated the scene. The so-called hell was nothing less than this, damn it. How did things come to this? Song Jingfeng's heart bled. These were all veteran subordinates who had followed him for many years, now perishing due to that inexplicable phenomenon. A surge of curses rose within him. No matter, he would first assist Du Bois in resolving the predicament. Damn it, I've suffered a tremendous loss today. After a brief moment to compose himself, Song Jingfeng dashed over to lend a hand. Yevgraz, are you still unwilling to surrender? One of the Zhan Ying warriors inquired coldly. At that moment, Yevgraz found himself in a dire predicament. Over 20 Zhan Ying warriors had united to seal off the space, their strength exceeding that of the previous blockade by more than tenfold. The area he occupied had become akin to a crystal, in such a state that even the Zhan Ying warriors could not traverse. Unfortunately, he was completely drained, as he could have fought back using the artifact's power if he had the strength. Surrender. Is there a path to survival in surrendering? I am the esteemed leader of the Bat Blossom clan. I would rather die in battle than bow to you wretched scoundrels. Yevgraz scoffed grimly. You won't achieve your desires. I will ensure you gain nothing. His body suddenly shrank, the blue flower form enveloped in a layer of ashen gray. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. The Zhan Ying warriors gasped in alarm. Preparing to scatter. It's too late. Let us return to the darkness together. Yevgraz laughed maniacally. The already dim crimson sun suddenly blazed with brilliance. A red cloud erupted on the surface of the third satellite. A cataclysmic explosion obliterated everything in an instant. All warships, indiscriminate attacks, destroy all targets within sight. This was Song Jingfeng's command. In a room, Yun Haoyu suddenly awoke. He recalled having a dream filled with ominous events. Yet the specifics eluded him. An inexplicable anxiety stirred within him, rendering sleep impossible. He decided to step outside. Passing by his sister's room, he hesitated, ultimately choosing not to enter, even though he knew the door was likely unlocked. Upon reaching the balcony, he found it was midnight. The dark sky was adorned with countless stars, a splendid river of stars. Since humanity entered the Interstellar era, they had devoted themselves to expansion. After millennia of development, centered around the Milky Way, they now possess dozens of star systems, divided into hundreds of factions. The largest, the Gratharok Empire, controlled territory equivalent to 6 Milky Ways, while the smallest nations often consisted of merely one ecological planet and a few nearby resource planets. The Shuafeng Empire ranked among the top 10 in power within the human coalition, thanks to generations of rulers relentlessly expanding, its territory now nearing 2 star systems. Although many areas were incorporated into the empire's domain only within the last 200 years and had yet to be extensively developed. With land and resources, as long as the population was sufficient and policies appropriate, rapid development was feasible. The Muyun star lay on the empire's fringes, belonging to the Hengluo star domain. The entire star domain contained dozens of planets suitable for transformation into administrative stars. Yet currently, only 3 were inhabited and developed. This reflected the situation across most star domains under human governance. While there were many planets suitable for habitation or minor modifications, the actual number of developed worlds remained low due to population constraints. Despite humanity's reproduction rate being the fastest among known intelligent life in the universe, the trillions of individuals were but a drop in the vast cosmic ocean. Many habitable planets still remained largely unpopulated. The Muyun star was prioritized for development due to its abundant marine biological resources. Leaning against the railing, Yun Haoyu gazed vacantly at the starry sky above. 3 satellites hung low in the distant heavens, forming an irregular triangle. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered on the 3rd satellite, capturing his attention. At a distance of 600,000 kilometers, an ordinary person would see nothing, but with his current vision, he could distinctly discern a patch of red cloud, likely caused by an explosion, and its power seemed considerable. Abruptly, his heart constricted. If he remembered correctly, that should be the base on the 3rd satellite. His parents were up there. What had happened? Energy surged within him, converging in his eyes as he stared intently at the spot for a long while. He returned to his room to fetch a high-powered telescope, and he could faintly see large remnants of warships. The ground structures of the base had vanished. Beyond that, He could discern nothing more. Attempting to connect with his light brain yielded no response. Considering the situation, there were no other options. That area was a military-restricted zone, and ordinary individuals could not approach. Otherwise, he would have rented a ship to investigate. Just as he felt helpless, it seemed there was another movement in that direction. When he raised the telescope again, nothing was visible. Unwilling to give up, he continued to fixate on that spot. After a long while, it appeared there was a barely perceptible flicker of light before it vanished again. Minutes later, the light re-emerged, this time revealing more. It bore a golden-red hue, resembling a fire meteor, traversing the atmosphere at high speed. Chapter 50. Demon Huai. After another 10 minutes, the fire meteor became increasingly distinct. Its size was not large, and its behavior was peculiar, often disappearing after traveling a short distance, only to reappear much farther away. It must be spatial teleportation. He was not mistaken. This fire meteor was coming from that location. Whether it was a survivor or something else, he could not tell. The object flew straight towards the Esia. An inexplicable urge compelled Yunhaoyu. He felt the need to investigate, as there might be something to discover. He had no time to take the elevator down. He opened the window, pushed off, and was already in the air. Using the railing for leverage, he leapt several dozen meters upward, and before his strength was spent, he gently pushed off a nearby ledge, continuing his ascent. Within a few breaths, he reached the rooftop and, having determined his direction, he flew across rooftops toward that location. The cataclysmic explosion had obliterated everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Once the dust settled, elite forces from both sides lay nearly decimated. The ground structures of the base had been reduced to rubble, and of the hundreds of warships, fewer than 1/10 survived due to their distance. Yet the architect of this devastation had vanished without a trace. Yevgraz, fighting against the urge to faint, raced toward the direction of the Mu Yun star. Previously, he had sacrificed his life energy to unleash that attack. Yet it had not achieved the desired effect, and two annoying foes still clung to him. But now, he was left with only half a body, devoid of any means to retaliate. He could only flee. Desperately escape. As long as he could reach the sea before losing consciousness, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The two pursuers appeared to be injured as well. It was now a question of who could endure the longest. The Mu Yun star loomed ever closer, having entered the atmosphere. The deep blue sea was finally in sight, yet the sensation of faintness intensified, and his consciousness began to blur. "Hold on, you must endure." The voice echoed within, a constant reminder of his identity as the chief of the illustrious abyssal bat flower clan. "I cannot perish. The grand endeavor of my people's revival remains unfinished. The glory of our ancestors awaits my restoration." Upon reaching the shoreline, Yunhaoyu witnessed a fiery meteor plummeting from the heavens, crashing onto the nearby beach and kicking up a small cloud of dust. Mere dozens of meters away lay the vast ocean. Within a shallow pit measuring 2 meters in diameter, there rested a single, no, half a gem-like blue flower at the bottom, accompanied by a black, cup-like object emanating a flickering red light. Apart from these, there was nothing else. This was the scene that unfolded before Yunhaoyu's eyes. A faint voice resonated in his mind. Just a little more. Yunhaoyu gazed at the half-flower in astonishment, uncertainly asking, "Are you the one speaking? What is it that is lacking?" "Human, I am the abyssal bat flower clan. Chief, this is our sacred artifact. Save me, save." The mental waves fluctuated erratically. "How can I save you?" Yunhaoyu inquired. Unfortunately, no answer came. The final flicker of light from the gem flower faded, evidently extinguished. Reaching for the so-called sacred artifact, he discovered it resembled a wine cup, more precisely, akin to an ancient bronze wine vessel. The black cup was adorned with exquisite, cryptic inscriptions, with golden red light swirling within, and 2 unknown serpentine entities coiling around its exterior. The base was crafted from a black, crystal-like material, encrusted with 49 black pearl-like objects following some esoteric pattern. The entire wine vessel exuded the aura of a living being. "What manner of object is this?" he pondered, still undecided on how to dispose of it when an alarming sensation surged within him. An orb-like creature appeared beside him, hovering at a height of 2 meters above the ground. The Zhan Ying tribe. He recognized this creature from photographs, but had not anticipated encountering one in person today. A gentle voice resonated in his mind. Human, hand over what you possess. Hand it over? Why should I? He retorted. A wave of tension washing over him as Rulan had awakened and cautioned him about the formidable creature before him. The Zhan Ying warrior hesitated, having sustained severe injuries from the prior explosion, struggling to suppress its wounds while pursuing Yun Haoyu. It was nearing its limits. Just a step away, the human had seized the opportunity. Moreover, this human appeared formidable, his energy aura rivaling that of the Zhan Ying warrior at its peak. After much deliberation, it relinquished the idea of resorting to violence, opting instead for a peaceful means to reclaim the sacred artifact. Negotiation was indeed the forte of the Zhan Ying tribe. Human, might you kindly hand over what you possess? I require it, it said, its tone gentle. It appears I obtained it first. By what right do you claim it? Yun Haoyu countered. Are you demanding a benefit before acquiescing? Name your price, the creature proposed. What can you offer me? What do you seek? Source crystals, various high-tier equipment, powerful familiars, or rare cosmic treasures? Speak freely, the Zhan Ying warrior replied. A glimmer of excitement in its voice, thinking that as long as the human was willing to negotiate, it could present enough enticing offers to sway him. I desire source crystals, he declared. How many? I fear you may not possess such a quantity. State a number. If insufficient, I shall compensate with other treasures. Is that acceptable? The creature's voice quivered with anxiety. 200,000. He responded, his heart racing with apprehension. The Zhan Ying warrior exhaled in relief. The price was not exorbitant. It had expected the human to demand an outrageous sum. This human exhibited considerable strength, yet regrettably lacked discernment regarding the artifact's true value. It scoffed inwardly. This spatial crystal plate contains 40 source crystal bricks, which, by human standards, amounts to approximately 260,000 source crystal points. Take it. It generously offered, a small red crystal plate materializing from an unknown space and floating before Yun Haoyu. Upon receiving it, he examined it with his mental faculties, discovering it to be a spatial device of around 30 cubic meters, neatly housing 41-foot square source crystal bricks. In that case, it's a deal. He presented the cup before the Zhan Ying warrior. Excellent. The spatial crystal plate is also a fine piece of equipment. I shall gift it to you as well, the Zhan Ying being extended a tendril. Receiving the cup. Notably, that tendril was not a physical entity but appeared to be a construct of pure photon energy. Farewell, powerful human, delightful human. The Zhan Ying warrior's form gradually dissolved into the void. That was truly perilous. He exhaled deeply, realizing that had Rulan not projected some of her energy outward, causing the creature to become wary, he might have already met his demise. What benefits could he have hoped to gain then? Today had proven immensely profitable. A nocturnal stroll had yielded such rewards, fishing at sea for a year would scarcely compare. Satisfied, he prepared to return for a much-needed rest. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when disturbances erupted in the high sky hundreds of meters above. A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a white luminescence. The Zhan Ying warrior was forcibly expelled from the spatial rift, intercepted by a human wielding a heavy sword. Dubois glared coldly at the creature before him. Despite sustaining injuries from the previous explosion, proximity to the Efuglas had allowed him to discern its escape trajectory, and he had pursued relentlessly. Little did he know he would be thwarted by this accursed Zhan Ying warrior. Human, must you insist on pursuing this to the bitter end? The Zhan Ying warrior questioned, its confidence waning. Hand over that object, and I shall spare you today. Otherwise, I shan't hesitate to consign you to a biochemical laboratory. Dubois declared menacingly. Words failed to bridge their differences, and thus began a fierce confrontation in the air. Dubois's armor lay shattered, his heavy sword marred with numerous cracks. Countless wounds adorned his body, despite using emergency potions to temporarily stabilize his condition. It was but a fleeting remedy. If he did not return soon to heal, he feared irreversible internal injuries. However, he remained untroubled, for the Zhan Ying warrior appeared even worse for wear, its once smooth form marred by injuries. Azure blood gushing forth, the surrounding magnetic field nearly dissipated, its brilliance dimmed to the utmost. He was confident he could endure until the creature crumbled. No other recourse remains, yet my kin shall avenge me. Faced with the relentless pursuit, the Zhan Ying warrior finally resolved to act. Another earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air, a mushroom cloud rising to the heavens and lingering ominously. A golden red light emerged from the explosion's epicenter, propelled by the shockwave as it plunged into the sea. In the instant it met the water, a hand grasped it. Indeed. Yours it is, ultimately yours. No one can take it away. Yun Hao Yu mused as he regarded the cup in his hand. He did not linger, quickly gathering his belongings and departing. Should he tarry any longer, he might attract further peculiar creatures. Half an hour later, Song Jingfeng arrived at the scene, but after investigating, he found no valuable leads and left. Disheartened as soon as he departed, over a dozen Zhan Ying warriors materialized, employing spatial techniques to meticulously scour the surrounding kilometer, even searching the sea, yet finding nothing of worth. Elder Moroka, what shall we do now? A Zhan Ying warrior inquired. It is certain that Diamond perished here, yet the sacred artifact remains elusive, the elder at the forefront stated. The last message from Diamond indicated that the sacred artifact was taken by a young human. Another volley of words echoed. A human. Were there any other distinguishing characteristics mentioned, such as a name, strength, or energy traits? The elder pressed for information. It was only mentioned that the individual possesses strength comparable to a Yu Huang warrior. And no further details were provided. Chapter 51. Lava strength comparable to a Yu Huang warrior? No wonder. It seems reclaiming the sacred artifact will require careful planning. The elder sighed. We can continue to remain hidden, conducting discreet inquiries. That human, having acquired the sacred artifact, will undoubtedly utilize it. Diamond affixed our clan's unique spiritual mark upon it before his demise, allowing us to petition for the use of divine artifacts for comprehensive surveillance of this planet. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, now that we have severed relations with the humans, their higher-ups are unlikely to let this pass lightly. We may need to expend additional resources to appease them. The elder remarked with a sense of despondence. Let us return. Today's operation has proven fruitless. I shall report the circumstances to the Council of Elders and accept the consequences. On Satellite 3. The scene was one of utter devastation. Another fleet materialized in the void, halting several dozen kilometers from the satellite. On the flagship, a handsome man stood before the enormous display in the control room. A glass of red wine delicately held in his pale, slender hand. He surveyed the devastation on the satellite, lost in contemplation. General, the battle on the satellite concluded hours ago. We have arrived too late. The aide reported. Indeed, Princess's suspicions were correct, the man sighed. Upon surveying the scene, it is confirmed that, apart from the Zhan Ying warriors, there exists another intelligent species we are unfamiliar with, related to the flower confined in the laboratory. It is lamentable that our year-long research has yielded so little valuable information. Has everything on the satellite been annihilated? The man inquired. The surface structures have been completed, yet it seems that a portion of the underground base remains intact. The detection device has already uncovered faint signs of life. Have all our people perished? Even if they have, those two should have survived. How can they be left abandoned like this? The man frowned. Our warship is equipped with sufficient resources to initiate a rescue immediately, the officer declared. Then let us commence without delay. I hope we can still uncover some survivors, the man commanded, though inwardly he pondered. You two arrogant fools have created such a mess. And now I must clean up after you. This time, let us see how you will explain this to the higher-ups. Before him lay an expansive, azure-hued space, its floor composed of an unidentifiable striped stone of a similar color. Stretching approximately 1,000 meters in diameter, empty and desolate. Wisps of mysterious azure mist drifted around him. Inhaling a hint of it invigorated his spirit, imparting a remarkable clarity of mind. Can you discern any clues? He inquired of Rulan. It appears to be a weapon of considerable power, yet it seems to possess certain undisclosed functions. If I am not mistaken, this object is incomplete. There must be other components that need to be assembled for it to function fully. Rulan replied. This is the internal space of that cup. After returning home, Yun Hao Yu had secluded himself in his room for quite some time to study it. The accompanying mental imprint had long since been dispelled by Rulan. He attempted to permeate his mental energy into the cup's interior, and suddenly, his consciousness was transported to this peculiar space. After a while, as the azure mist began to coalesce around his awareness, he was inundated with new information. Upon understanding it piece by piece, he could not help but sigh. This object was nothing more than a useless trinket for him at present, the celestial star goblet. That was the name of this divine artifact, a relic from an unknown ancient civilization. Its general function had been elucidated. It could be deemed a rare treasure, difficult to come by. If its power could be fully unleashed, it could easily contend against an entire fleet. The issue lay in its usage threshold, requiring at least a saint-level proficiency to barely qualify for its use. Given his current capabilities, should he attempt to wield it forcefully? The only outcome would be to be rendered a mummy, saint-level. Heaven knows when I shall reach that stage. He gazed at the artifact in his hand, speechless. The internal space of this item was substantial. But for now, it could only serve as a colossal storage unit. He could not rely on anything else, lest he attract significant trouble upon himself. After contemplating for a while and finding no better alternatives, he decided to set it aside for the time being. He retrieved the crystal plate and extracted all the crystal bricks within. Transferring them into the artifact's space, he resolved to dispose of the crystal plate at a later opportunity. The item used by that Zhan Ying clansman could harbor unforeseen issues. Although Rulan was present, he did not wish to keep such a potential hazard close by, under the control of his mental energy. The artifact transformed into a golden light and merged into his body, allowing him to summon it whenever necessary. It is time to acquire a better residence, one suitable for cultivation. My current home and school are far from ideal, he mused. Now that he had sufficient source crystals, he could enlist Rulan's help to eradicate the hidden dangers within himself entirely. As for the remaining matters, it was simply a matter of diligent cultivation. To this day, his goals had gradually crystallized. He aspired to strengthen himself as much as possible, hoping that one day he could become a revered master. The darkened sky gradually lightened, 3 satellites descended near the horizon, and the dawn broke in the opposite sky. A new day had arrived. During breakfast, Yun Haoyu once again attempted to contact his parents, but still received no response. Soon after, however, a message from the government arrived on his light brain, merely instructing them to pay a visit. The military fleet's liaison office. Yun Haoyu's worries were confirmed. The Zhong Mingrue siblings nearly fainted on the spot. Due to a staff error, the experimental base on Satellite 3 had exploded, resulting in a tragic loss of numerous personnel. Follow-up rescue efforts were underway, and the exact casualty figures were still being compiled. Confirmed victims would receive compensation according to relevant legal procedures on behalf of the military. I extend my heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims. The military spokesperson monotonously announced the details of the incident and the subsequent arrangements. Of course, Yun Haoyu understood that the reality of the situation was far from what they conveyed. However, the truth would forever remain hidden from the public eye. Brother, what do we do now? His sister clutched his arm tightly, helplessly asking. Let's first check the list of casualties. Perhaps our parents are safe. Yun Haoyu reassured her, though he himself found it hard to believe. On the enormous light screen, the list of victims densely filled the entire display, with tens of thousands in the base, most of whom had little chance of surviving. Yun Haoyu scrutinized it twice, yet found no mention of his parents' names. Could it be that there was still a glimmer of hope? Perhaps there is still a chance. Let us go check over there. Yun Haoyu suggested, leading his siblings to another light screen displaying information about the injured. Sure enough, their parents' names were listed among the injured. The 3 siblings finally breathed a sigh of relief. The injured are being treated at the Central City Hospital. Let us hurry there, Yun Haoyu urged, anxiously pulling his siblings along. The hospital. Yun Haoyu found his parents lying in medical pods. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. Due to severe bodily injuries and significant brain damage, the chances of recovery were virtually nil with the hospital's current capabilities. What we are doing now is merely prolonging their lives temporarily, the attending physician explained to them. This place is one of the best hospitals in Muyu Star. After all, it is located on the outskirts of the Empire, and we cannot expect better. Then there must be other places that can solve this problem, right? Yun Haoyu inquired anxiously. Nearby star systems are quite similar. To resolve the issue, one would need to go to the star system where the Imperial capital is located, as only there can the necessary conditions be met. Then let us transfer them to the Imperial capital. What are we waiting for? Yun Haoyu demanded. It is not that simple. The current medical expenses are still being covered by the military. If we go to the Imperial capital, it is uncertain whether the military will continue to foot the bill. Moreover, the distance to the Imperial capital is quite far. and we may not make it in time. The physician stated helplessly. If they refuse to pay, we will cover it ourselves, Yun Haoyu retorted coldly. Now, can we proceed with the discharge paperwork? Young man, do not act impulsively. If you request a transfer now, then no matter what happens afterward, the military will no longer be responsible. Here, at least you can receive some compensation. Furthermore, the cost of treatment in the imperial capital is significantly higher. The expenses for such a challenging operation will undoubtedly be astronomical. The physician advised, genuinely concerned, as the three children appeared to be far from wealthy. Brother, if that is the case, should we? Zhong Mingrui hesitated, sensing the implications of the physician's words. Must one consider the return on investment when spending for one's own parents? Yun Haoyu firmly dismissed his brother's suggestion. Money is not the issue. Let us expedite the paperwork. However, there is still another problem, the physician interjected. The spacecraft traveling to the imperial capital will take nearly a month. That is indeed a problem. The fastest passenger or cargo ships from here to the imperial capital require at least 20 days, primarily spent traversing the wormhole, where the ships can only travel at sublight speeds. Ordinary ships do not exceed 1/10 of the speed of light unless they are specialized high-speed vessels or warships. After pondering for a moment, Yun Haoyu declared, I will find a solution for the spacecraft. Mingrui, you and your sister stay here and wait for me. Randall stepped down from the hovercar, a hint of confusion in his expression. There were no classes at school today, and he had originally planned to invite a few friends out for a day of fun. Unexpectedly, before he could step out, he received a message from Yun Haoyu. Someone with whom he had little interaction, inviting him for tea. Cunning as he was, he immediately sensed that the other party had a request. However, he did not decline the invitation, though he was unsure of the matter at hand. Befriending a future genius could undoubtedly be advantageous to him. He had been discreetly observing Yun Haoyu's progress for some time, noting that in less than half a year, he had amassed enough funds for a level 4 gene optimization and ascended to a third-tier ability user. Such an achievement warranted a bit of investment to cultivate a relationship, he said. Such spaceships are not entirely absent from our trading association, but we possess only a scant few, each designated for special purposes. And even my father lacks the authority to utilize them. However, noticing his hesitance, Yun Haoyu immediately interjected, money is not an issue. I will cover all expenses incurred for the round trip, including public relations costs. Furthermore, once the matter is settled, I will owe you a favor, seniored in the future. I shall not refuse any request within my capabilities. Hee, Brother Hao, you overstate the matter. We are merely classmates. It is only natural to assist one another. Randall responded warmly. I will speak to my father right away. By tonight at the latest. Everything will be arranged. Just wait for the good news. At the spaceport, a sleek, deep black spaceship measuring 300 meters in length was ready for departure. Randall's efficiency was commendable. In less than 8 hours, the ship was fully prepared, and all necessary paperwork was completed. Of course, all of this came at a cost. Yun Haoyu paid 1 billion credit points. And additionally, he provided Randall with 50 million as a token of appreciation. Randall was greatly surprised by Yun Haoyu's financial capacity, as he initially presumed that this classmate could not afford such an amount. He had already conferred with his father about offering a loan, contingent upon Yun Haoyu's agreement to work for the trading association. Little did he expect Yun Haoyu to pay without hesitation. Astonished, he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with this individual in the future. Brother, are you not coming with us? In the room, Zhong Qiang asked Yun Haoyu with a hint of reluctance. I have matters to attend to here. So I shall not be accompanying you for the time being, Yun Haoyu replied. I have already taken care of your and Ming Rui's transfer procedures. Once you arrive there, you will have the opportunity to attend better schools. The conditions in the imperial capital are far superior to those here. Once our parents recover, you can settle there. Money is not a concern. I have already deposited 3,000 source crystals into your account. Should that prove insufficient, I have more available. In any case, focus on your studies once you arrive. You refuse to leave because you wish to venture out to make money, don't you? His sister expressed disappointment. It is not solely about making money. It is also essential for my cultivation. Rest assured, I will be fine. Yun Haoyu gently embraced her. Since that is the case, I shall say no more. Take care. Brother, his sister, with a somber expression, released him and walked toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance, she dashed back, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pecked him quickly on the cheek before hurriedly exiting. By the time Yun Haoyu emerged, his sister's figure had already vanished into the spacecraft's hatch, hundreds of meters away. The spaceport was situated in geostationary orbit, tens of thousands of kilometers above the surface. Although the electromagnetic gravity system mitigated the effects of gravity, it still only amounted to one-third of that on the surface, allowing for remarkably agile movements. Even an ordinary person could achieve the speed of a low-tier ability user. I have communicated with the local branch of the Trading Association in the Imperial capital. They have already contacted the hospital and can ensure you will be admitted upon arrival. You can rest easy, Randall said gently by the spacecraft. Thank you very much, Senior. I will remember this favor. Yun Haoyu replied as the spacecraft powered up and gradually departed from the dock, heading toward the dark expanse of space. It accelerated sharply only after completely leaving the regulated zone of the cosmos. The brilliant blue plasma tail flared up for a fleeting moment, and even with Yun Haoyu's keen eyesight, the spaceship soon vanished from view. Meanwhile, on the planet of Mu Yun, turmoil was brewing, with ominous clouds gathering. The tragedy on the third satellite had already alarmed the highest echelons of the Empire. Hundreds of warships and tens of thousands of soldiers, along with over 4,000 ability users, had perished, and the research personnel numbering in the tens of thousands at the base had also suffered heavy casualties. Even General Dubois, a figure of saintly rank, had fallen in battle. Such grievous losses yielded no tangible results, igniting the ire of the Empire's powerful figures. With military and security agencies intervening, the cabinet had issued a strongly worded protest to the Zhan Ying Clan, demanding a reasonable explanation for the events on Mu Yun. Otherwise, they would hold the Zhan Ying Clan accountable for any adverse consequences arising from the situation. In response to the protest from the human empire, the Zhan Ying Clan maintained their customary approach of amicable negotiation, dispatching a significant figure to engage in discreet discussions with the various powerful entities. By offering certain concessions, they sought to devise a mutually acceptable resolution. After all, such incidents were not unprecedented. Whether within the human camp or in dealings with alien civilizations, should either party overstep boundaries and disrupt the established order, as long as neither side intended to sever ties entirely, matters would ultimately be resolved discreetly in this manner. Simply put, the offending party would need to offer more in compensation. Governor Yuan Jingao was presently enduring difficult days. Not only he, but even the administrative heads of the Hengluo Star region, along with the leaders of the local military and security departments, had faced severe reprimands from above. It was no surprise, given the gravity of the situation. These privileged individuals, accustomed to a life of ease, had shown little initiative, and if the ire were not directed at them, who else could it possibly fall upon? Sanders, I fear we are in for trouble this time, Yuan Jingao said with a furrowed brow to his trusted aide. Standing before him was a brown-haired man in his 30s, sporting a small mustache and exuding a shrewd demeanor. While there may indeed be some trouble, it is not severe enough to cause lasting harm, Sanders replied with a smile. Yuan Jingao shook his head lightly, saying, the investigative team from the Imperial capital has already set out. Someone must take responsibility for this incident. I fear that prominent figures here will not escape unscathed. Merely a few scapegoats will suffice. You have encountered such circumstances before, have you not? This incident bears little relation to you, after all. The base is under military jurisdiction and is not your responsibility. What do you have to worry about? That may be true, but as governor, Mu Yun and its surrounding areas are nominally under my jurisdiction. Even if I do nothing, I cannot escape blame when incidents arise. Yuan Jingao sighed. This situation was instigated by the military and security departments. It is merely their incompetence. The higher-ups are intent on finding scapegoats, and their personnel will be prioritized. Your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. First, ascertain who has come from the Imperial capital and their preferences, along with their affiliations. Only then can we take appropriate measures. Additionally, we must prepare generous gifts for the prominent figures we have befriended in the past. Other penalties matter little. As long as we can ensure we do not lose our positions, that will suffice. You take care of the arrangements. Yes, sir, I will attend to it immediately, Sanders said, bowing slightly as he exited the office. After he left, Yuan Jingao sat in silence for a moment longer. He raised his hand and pressed on an inconspicuous pattern on the armrest of his chair, causing a palm-sized holographic screen to materialize before him. Displaying his secretary, upon her appearance, Yuan Jingao promptly inquired, what is the status of General Song Jingfeng? The stunning secretary replied respectfully, his injuries have stabilized. He is expected to recover shortly. That is good to hear. Ensure that he receives proper care. Do not let any detail slip. Whatever his needs, they must be met unconditionally, understood. Yuan Jingao commanded. Yes, sir. General Song Jingfeng, having been positioned farther from the explosion's epicenter during the catastrophic event, sustained lighter injuries and was currently recuperating in the hospital. At this moment, his mood was exceedingly grim. The elite personnel under his command had suffered devastating losses. He himself was injured, and his colleagues and friends had perished. For both personal and professional reasons, he could not swallow this bitter pill. The turmoil had been instigated by the Zhan Ying Clan. Had it not been for their brazen intervention, he would likely have been on his way back by now. He could not fathom why they would resort to such drastic measures over that artifact. It hardly seemed worth it. Given the Zhan Ying Clan's affluence, what treasures had they not encountered? Was it truly necessary to act so? Damnable! He cursed vehemently, feeling a familiar pain from his wounds flare up. I will not let this matter rest with you, you volleyball-playing scoundrels, nor with those flowers. Just wait. In the Ability Association's underground training facility, Yun Haoyu was wholly focused on the metallic punching target before him, at a pace of 1 punch per second. He had been practicing for several hours, sweat soaking his clothing and rising his steam. Yet, he had no intention of resting, persisting with determination. With each strike, the surface of the target exhibited slight deformation, no more than a millimeter in amplitude. The high-strength alloy material of the target could withstand the full-force attacks of ability users below the 6th tier. Standing beside him, Xiao Muhuan scrutinized the data displayed on the screen, her expression less than satisfied. After a lengthy pause, she spoke. All right, let's take a break. Yun Haoyu halted his punches and inquired, what is it? Take a look for yourself. After several hours of practice, hardly any of your punches have the same force. Xiao Muhuan shook her head in disapproval. The variance in punch strength signified the level of control one had over their physical power. For an ability user like Xiao Muhuan, whose foundation was deep and cultivation profound, her grasp of her own strength was precise to the minutest detail. Should she desire, she could unleash 1,000 punches in one breath. With each punch maintaining consistent power, the deviation not exceeding 1,000th of a kilogram. For someone like Yun Haoyu, even adjacent punches were difficult to ensure equal in strength. This discrepancy stemmed from his rapid advancement and unstable foundation. Or perhaps a lack of practical experience, possessing power yet lacking the knowledge of its application. Yun Haoyu was afflicted by both shortcomings. Chapter 53. Mining. The ability acquired through reliance on source crystals and drugs is not truly your own power. You must be cautious moving forward. Xiao Muhuan cautioned. At your current level, even a moderately experienced second-tier user could easily overpower you. Therefore, you must intensify your training, solidify your foundation, and lay a strong groundwork for future advancements. Indeed, I have been enlightened, Yun Haoyu replied. He acknowledged the truth in the other person's words, realizing that he had indeed been overly eager for success in the past. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. I shall share some theoretical knowledge with you. Yun Haoyu had only been an official ability user for a mere few months, and his understanding in this realm was woefully lacking. Although he could seek knowledge in the virtual network, the insights gained through the guidance of a master were far more convenient than self-study in isolation. Sometimes, even after exhausting all efforts to overcome a difficult point in cultivation, it only took a few words from a teacher to illuminate the mind and provide profound understanding. Xiao Muhuan truly proved to be a competent instructor, helping Yun Haoyu reconcile his past shortcomings and giving him a preliminary insight into his future developmental path. The term ability is commonly understood as the power that ordinary individuals can spontaneously awaken after undergoing genetic optimization beyond the 3rd level, achieving a certain threshold of affinity between their cells and the cosmic ambient energy. However, this is merely a superficial explanation. At its core, it pertains to the evolution and mutation of human genes. It bears resemblance to biological mutations in nature, differing only in that one is artificially controlled while the other is a product of natural evolution. The genetic optimization serum is, strictly speaking, a potent agent that induces genetic mutations. It was originally developed to combat the formidable abilities of alien civilizations. As a nascent civilization, humanity is still quite young, and in the face of ancient civilizations that have evolved over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, humanity has no choice but to resort to such drastic measures to expedite its own evolution. As for whether this evolution might yield adverse effects or catastrophic consequences, the human government of that time showed little concern. In the face of survival pressures, all issues could be set aside. Their decision was to leave the resolution of this matter to future generations. Since the advent of genetic optimization technology thousands of years ago, numerous problems have indeed been identified. However, human biochemical technology has also advanced rapidly, resolving most of these issues successfully. Yet, there are exceptions, such as abilities. The activation of abilities occurs as a secondary mutation based on genetic optimization, which, while endowing humanity with extraordinary powers, also leads to accelerated genetic mutations. This advanced mutation, however, is unstable and may pose problems at any moment, ranging from increased susceptibility to illness to catastrophic consequences such as genetic collapse. The probability of activating abilities is quite low, yet given the vast human population, the absolute number of ability users is astonishing. Regrettably, due to the insurmountable challenges related to genetic stability, the majority of ability users remain at levels below the 4th tier, with ascension beyond that level carrying the risk of genetic collapse. Thus, those who attain the 4th tier and above hold a significantly elevated status within the human ranks. Once an ability progresses to the 4th tier without resulting in genetic collapse, all physical skills undergo qualitative enhancement, particularly mental strength and the associated control over various energy types, which surpasses that of the 3rd tier. Even lifespan is correspondingly extended. Therefore, there exists a viewpoint asserting that only those above the 4th tier are true ability users, while those at the 1st to 3rd tiers are merely enhanced versions of genetic optimization, possessing somewhat greater strength and swifter reflexes. Upon reaching the 4th tier, one's mental power index rises above 3,000. While the physical enhancement index reaches 6,000, such mental strength is sufficient to manipulate force fields to negate gravity, enabling flight within the atmosphere without reliance on equipment. Upon advancing to the 5th tier, due to the body's cells achieving new heights in absorption and utilization of cosmic ambient energy, one can move freely in outer space. Ascension from the 6th to the 9th tier becomes increasingly arduous. Yet, each level attained brings about a staggering transformation in capability. As for the 10th tier, it is referred to as the Saint tier. The very mention of this title evokes an understanding of its formidable nature, one that even my sister can only gaze upon in admiration. The classification of ability levels is, strictly speaking, based on the strength of those alien beings, rather than a human invention. Furthermore, even among ability users of the same tier, the individual strength of those alien entities generally surpasses that of humans. This is an undeniable reality, as humanity is simply too young a race to compare in terms of depth and heritage. Listening to the beautiful instructor's lecture was quite pleasant. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. It's getting late. So let's conclude for today, Xiaomu Huan said with a smile. Aren't you going to treat your sister to dinner? All right, let us go to Heart of the Ocean. You must be nearing your promotion, right? Have you used that Lianyulanyi? On the hovercar, Yunhao Yu inquired. That item? It might be effective for you, but it has no use for someone at my level. Xiaomu Huan replied, I've already sold my portion, along with that stone. You can hold on to yours. It might come in handy later. How difficult is it to advance to your current level? Yunhao Yu asked with curiosity. Difficult? It's hard to describe. You will understand once you reach this level. Even with ample cultivation resources and high talent, it is not a matter that can be resolved in just a day or two. Are there any items that can directly elevate one's rank? Something that would also benefit you, indeed. However, such items are not easily obtained, requiring tens of thousands of source crystals, and they are also quite rare. So you might as well not think about it. Xiaomu Huan chuckled. I'm not planning to use it for myself. I intend to prepare it for you. Hearing this, Xiaomu Huan was taken aback. Really? Tens of thousands of source crystals is no small sum. Even I can't produce that much at once. Why are you being so kind to me? Are you trying to pursue me? You did promise to protect me. The stronger you are, the more secure I feel. Right? Yunhao Yu replied, sidestepping the main point. Oh, I see. A hint of barely perceptible disappointment flickered in Xiaomu Huan's eyes. I was wondering why you were so benevolent. It turns out it's still for your own benefit. It's not entirely that way. Primarily, suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. What is it? Xiaomu Huan pressed, her gaze fixed intently on him. We've arrived. Let's go eat. He quickly changed the subject, feeling guilty as he pointed ahead. Xiao Muhuan couldn't help but find the large boy amusing, thinking to herself how long he could continue to evade eye in the fractured space near the Mu Yun star. Is there still no news regarding that item? Report, clan leader. There is none. The clan leader fell silent, and the surrounding elders remained equally quiet. This time we have lost a Yu Huang battle general and over 1,000 warriors who have succumbed to eternal darkness. In the end, we gain nothing and have instead antagonized humanity, necessitating substantial concessions to placate them. Who can tell me how this came to pass? The clan leader's mental fluctuations remained consistently calm and gentle. Yet the patterns on his body began to exhibit a faint red hue. The elders familiar with him understood that he was struggling to suppress his anger. Your Excellency, the specifics of the incident have been explained by Elder Moroka. We can only say that it was an accident. Everything was initially flawless. Even though humanity dispatched 2 individuals equivalent to Yu Huang battle generals, they were still no match for our warriors. The real issue arose with that Euphuguras, who, at the cost of his own body, unleashed the power of the artifact. This was our oversight. One elder cautiously stated, regarding this matter, I no longer wish to inquire. The power of the artifact is indeed not easily dealt with. What I am concerned about now is the whereabouts of the Mu Yinxing goblet. As long as we retrieve this object, any sacrifice will be worth it. The clan leader declared coldly. We conducted a comprehensive search at the site of Di Meng's death and found no clues. Di Meng's last words only indicated that the artifact was taken by a human with the power of a Yu Huang battle general. Beyond that, there is no other valuable information. We also conducted thorough investigations of the nearby human cities. Yet, Elder Moroka's voice grew softer, the surrounding magnetic field dimming. A Yu Huang battle general? Humanity is a race with generally weak individual strength. Those possessing such power should be exceedingly rare. It should be easy to identify them. Even if they were hiding their strength, they could not escape our scrutiny. Why is there still no result? The clan leader inquired, displeased. Humanity initially only dispatched 2 individuals at the level of Yu Huang battle generals. One was killed by Di Meng, and the other is currently recuperating on Mu Yun star. Through our covert observations, the artifact is not with him. Di Meng has already left a mental imprint on that individual, which we cannot overlook. However, we have yet to discover a 3rd Yu Huang battle general on Mu Yun star. Thus, the trail ends here. Could it be that they have already departed? Absolutely not. We have been secretly monitoring the ships entering and leaving Mu Yun star these days and found no suspicious activity. Moreover, the artifact's fluctuations cannot be concealed. After a lengthy discussion, it became clear that no useful solutions had been presented, only empty words. The clan leader could no longer contain his anger. The radiance on his body transformed into a blinding red. An oppressive aura swept through the relatively small space. The elders fell silent, merely standing respectfully and maintaining their silence. What shall we do now? Are we to simply give up? After a long while, the clan leader finally calmed his fury and coldly inquired, of course not. The significance of this item to our clan cannot be overstated. There is absolutely no reason to abandon it. The opinions of the esteemed elders on this matter are astonishingly unanimous. I propose a comprehensive surveillance of the Twilight Cloud Star, while simultaneously dispatching our clansmen to discreetly investigate. Additionally, we could offer rewards through certain clandestine channels. Anyone who can provide valuable information, whether human or otherwise, shall be generously compensated, one elder stated. Chapter 54. Perfect genes. I believe it is insufficient to focus solely on humans. The movements of the abyssal bat flower must not be overlooked after all. The ancient forbidden zone lies within their territory, where they have conducted research for millennia, and they may very well produce unexpected outcomes. Elder Moraloka cautioned. In truth, I think it is more appropriate and effective to utilize internal human forces to deal with humans. The clan leader interjected. Humans are inherently selfish beings. Many individuals will ruthlessly compromise the interests of their own kind for personal gain. As long as they can obtain sufficient benefits, they are capable of anything. The current situation arose due to humans, and it is only fitting to rely on them for a resolution. Enlisting individuals of sufficient standing among them to investigate the whereabouts of the artifact would yield far better results than if we were to act ourselves. The last governor of Twilight Cloud Star opened the door to our activities after accepting gifts from our clan's merchant association, demonstrating that with adequate incentives, it is quite easy to persuade certain individuals to work on our behalf. Send emissaries to visit influential human individuals on Twilight Cloud Star. As long as they are willing to assist, we shall ensure they receive their due rewards. The clan leader concluded with authority. The elders responded in unison, beginning to prepare individually. Deep Sea, the dwelling place of the Bat Flower clan. Clan leader, this is how the events unfolded. The operation failed, Elder Beiji lamented. They have all returned to the eternal darkness. In fact, we had anticipated such an outcome before dispatching the action team, had we not? Elder Galvrov remarked with a hint of sarcasm, as both humans and the Zhan Ying clan exhibited formidable strength. While we, Elder Galvrov, let us not be so harsh. Our great Bat Flower clan is no longer as it once was. Since the ascension of the previous clan leader, much of our power has been expended in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Following that, turmoil ensued, and our already limited elite forces suffered devastating losses. Now, only a handful of formidable warriors remain in our clan. An elder awkwardly defended. The matter has passed. There is no need for further fruitless disputes. The clan leader asserted. The most pressing question now is whether that artifact has already fallen into the hands of the Zhan Ying clan. It does not appear so. Had they obtained it, they would surely be seeking us out to discuss the next course of action. An elder immediately refuted. Perhaps they wish to act independently without us? Is that feasible? The ancient Forbidden Zone is not so easily dealt with. Even with their innate abilities, it would be improbable for them to conquer it effortlessly. Moreover, our warriors stationed there have not detected any anomalies within the Forbidden Zone. Thus, should they have acquired that artifact, they would have no choice but to cooperate with us, correct? The clan leader inquired. Indeed, that is the case. Not only they, but even the humans or other factions. Whoever obtains the artifact must pass through our gate if they wish to take action. In that case, what shall we do now? We need do nothing but wait. We need not concern ourselves with the artifact's whereabouts, for they are undoubtedly more anxious than we are. They will naturally strive to investigate. We merely need to guard the ancient Forbidden Zone and await their approach. Galvrov stated. Haha, splendid. The clan leader chuckled in satisfaction. Outside the resplendent Ocean Heart Hotel, throngs of tourists bustle about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. By the musical fountain in the square, Yang Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, cast a cold gaze towards the distant entrance. Are you certain he is inside? Yang Feng asked one of his guards. Indeed, half an hour ago, he entered with a woman for dinner. There can be no mistake. The individual responded assertively when questioned. Excellent, let us wait. Once they emerge, we shall take action, Yang Feng declared with malice. Yes, young master, a chorus of subordinates replied. Ever since that incident with Yun Haoyu, where he was thoroughly beaten, this fellow has harbored a grudge, and after recovering from his injuries, he has secluded himself at home to train. Recently, he finally broke through to the second tier and has been eager to reclaim his honor. To be safe, he even spent a fortune hiring 6 ability users for assistance. I intend to cripple him today. That filthy bastard. He seethed inwardly. Within the luxurious private room, Xiao Muhuan gently set down her cutlery and elegantly wiped her mouth with a pristine napkin. Yun Haoyu sat across from her, quietly observing. The enchanting beauty before him was impeccable in appearance, demeanor, and cultivation. Truly the ideal companion in the eyes of many men, including himself in these past days, in their constant company. She has tirelessly guided him in his training, fulfilling her role as a mentor without demanding anything in return. To claim he is not grateful would be a lie. The abyssal warship sets sail every 3 days. And in their free time, the two would train at the Ability Users Association, sharing dinners here at night. He had grown fond of this lifestyle. However, during their leisure, this captivating woman often playfully teased him, leaving him quite flustered. Are you not tired of staring at me day in and day out? Xiao Muhuan chided, noticing his dazed gaze. The charm she exuded in every frown and smile was enough to ensnare any man. Indeed, a lifetime would not suffice, he replied casually, having grown bolder after days of honing under her guidance. He was no longer the shy boy who would blush at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muhuan's eyes sparkled. Really? Do you admit that you like your elder sister? Yes. After a moment's hesitation, he confirmed. Joy unmasked flickered in Xiao Muhuan's eyes. If that is the case, why not return with your elder sister tonight? Though her tone was suggestive, her delicate hand had already reached beneath the table, firmly grasping his. Damn. It seems I am in a predicament, he inwardly regretted. Yet, having spoken, It would be unbecoming to retract his words on the spot. He would despise himself for such cowardice. Well, not just yet, he stammered. Why? Were your earlier words mere deception? She inquired, her tone growing irate, her eyes slightly reddening. No, that is not the case. Yun Haoyu flustered, desperately racking his brain for a way to rectify the situation. My cultivation is still insufficient. I require further training. This flimsy excuse was one he could hardly convince himself with. Xiao Muhuan coldly released her grip, turning away to gaze out the window in silence. Seeing her demeanor, he felt an unbidden surge of sympathy. Her current state bore no resemblance to the assertive high-tier ability user. She was merely a girl whose heart had been wounded. He rose and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. But she stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to look at him. I did not intend to deceive you. It is just, I am truly not yet prepared to accept this feeling, he carefully explained. Studying her expression, please give me a little time. Okay, he implored anxiously. How long? After a moment of uncomfortable silence, she coldly uttered 2 words. Not long. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to relent, it would suffice. Once he solidified the existing foundation, advancing to the 4th tier would be achievable. Another lie, perhaps? Absolutely not, I swear. Observing his earnest demeanor, Xiao Muhuan felt both exasperated and amused. This young man's emotional intelligence was utterly lacking. While he may have been adept at deceiving others, the childishness of his excuses was nothing short of an insult to one's intellect. Very well, you have said so yourself. At last, Xiao Muhuan's expression brightened. It is still early. Let us stroll a bit more, she suggested, linking her arm with Yun Haoyu's. Certainly, I shall follow your lead, elder sister, he readily agreed. That fellow has emerged. Everyone, prepare to act, Yang Feng observed from a distance. Instructing his subordinates, the woman is truly striking. One of his lackeys drooled. Indeed, this lad enjoys considerable fortune. Yang Feng grinned maliciously. Perhaps after they concluded their business, they could indulge in a little entertainment. We shall shatter every bone in that fellow's body, as long as he does not die on the spot. As for the woman, Wang Hu, you two should restrain her and drag her into the flying car. Once we are finished, we will attend to her. All right, let us commence. Everyone, be swift and efficient. As Xiao Muhuan and Yun Haoyu strolled and conversed, she suddenly halted, her beautiful brows furrowing ever so slightly. What is it? Yun Haoyu inquired. But he quickly understood. A faint aura of malice enveloped them as 4 figures stealthily encircled from behind. 2 of them wielded clubs, aiming a vicious strike at his head. The metallic clubs sliced through the air, producing a piercing crack as the darkened shafts glowed a deep crimson, evidently heated from friction. Yun Haoyu recoiled just in time to evade the left strike, simultaneously shooting his hand out, aiming to grasp the assailant's wrist. The assailant, however, was no slouch, altering their approach from a downward smash to a horizontal sweep aimed at his waist. With a subtle exertion of force beneath his feet, he deftly evaded the attack range of his opponent, simultaneously dodging the ambushes of 2 others. Yun Haoyu, today is your day. A voice filled with resentment pierced through the air. It was Yang Feng. Chapter 55. Spaced IT dawned on Yun Haoyu who it was, yet his hands remained unfaltering. After narrowly evading several more strikes, he seized the opportunity to grasp one assailant by the shoulder, with a fierce twist. A resounding crack echoed as the unfortunate fellow's scapula shattered. Before a scream could escape his lips, Yun Haoyu yanked him forward, using him as a shield against the 2 incoming clubs from the opposing side. The 2 attackers were taken aback, yet their momentum left them unable to halt their strikes. They were both first-tier ability users, and their full-force blows were terrifyingly powerful. The sounds of impact resounded, 2 sickening thuds as the fragile body was struck by the iron rods. Collapsing like a torn sack of meat, he fell silent, unconscious, as copious amounts of blood erupted from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, pooling beneath him in a crimson puddle, seizing the moment while the adversaries were momentarily dazed. Yun Haoyu struck again, maneuvering behind one ability user and delivering a heavy palm strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. At the same time, he extended his arm to snatch the club from the fallen man's grasp. With a weapon in hand, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He raised his arm to deflect the attacks of the 2 ability users, flicking his wrist with precision, and brought the club crashing down onto one of their knees. The sharp sound of bone fracturing reverberated once more, causing the attacker to immediately lose the will to fight, clutching his injured leg and howling in agony. A sudden halt, a swift turn. The club arced through the air, blocking Yang Feng's strike. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the club descended with force towards Yang Feng's forehead. Yang Feng narrowly evaded, swinging his club towards Yun Haoyu's lower body. Yun Haoyu retreated 2 steps, rolling to avoid an attack from behind. Springing back to his feet, he aimed a heavy blow at the assailant's lower back. The horrific sound of cracking bones mingled with the anguished cries that echoed across the plaza. Wang Hu was filled with regret. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I should never have taken this job." Initially, he and another ability user planned to subdue the beautiful woman, thinking it would be an easy task that could offer them some pleasure beforehand. Little did they know that the seemingly delicate beauty could effortlessly snatch the club from his hands with just 2 fingers, twisting it into a pretzel shape. This was a high-strength alloy comparable to the armor of hovering battle vehicles. With such meager skills, how could they dare to bully men? Xiaomu Huan watched him with an enigmatic smile. Yang Feng could hardly believe the turn of events today. Though he had suffered a loss previously, he had convinced himself that it was due to his own negligence, and that the other party had merely taken advantage of a sneak attack. Thus, he had been training diligently at home, spending a fortune in credit points, and finally succeeded in advancing to the 2nd tier just a few days prior. He even hired 6 ability users from his boss, albeit all of them being only 1st or 2nd tier. Believing they were more than enough to deal with Yun Haoyu, who had merely stumbled into becoming an ability user by sheer luck, he thought to himself that with the right opportunity, he could completely incapacitate Yun Haoyu. His calculations were sound, yet he remained blissfully unaware that Yun Haoyu had already ascended to the 3rd tier and was protected by a remarkably powerful beauty. Now, he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. How could this be? How could it turn out like this? While fending off Yun Haoyu's onslaught, he anxiously contemplated his next move. When did this guy level up? Faster than me. How is that possible? Where did he find the wealth to train? His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, causing his movements to falter. Coupled with his inherent inferiority in skill, in a moment of distraction, the alloy club struck heavily against his wrist. The club flew from his grasp. With a heart-wrenching wail, his forearm was shattered and broken. Yet Yun Haoyu had no intention of letting him off easily. The iron club whirled in his hands, the sounds of cracking bones incessantly filling the air. Within a few breaths, Yang Feng lay on the ground, his limbs severed, resembling a torn sack of meat. As bright red blood gushed from his mangled body, forming rivulets on the granite surface. "Well done, my esteemed young Master Yang." Yun Haoyu finally ceased his assault, kneeling beside him with a smile. "How was that for a warm-up? Quite invigorating, wouldn't you say? I am nothing if not enthusiastic for an old classmate." Yang Feng glared at him with venomous hatred, attempting to utter something, but a torrent of blood spewed forth as he opened his mouth. After a desperate bout of gasping, he managed to croak, You wait for me." Yet his voice was feeble, and in conjunction with his current state, it appeared utterly ludicrous. Crack! A heavy blow landed squarely on his face, distorting his already bloodied visage, followed by several more strikes, his nasal bones shattered, teeth scattered, and even his jaw dislocated, flying far away. "Did you forget what I told you last time?" Yun Haoyu said coldly. "Do not think to threaten me. If you provoke my wrath, I will not only deal with you but also your old man. Unsatisfied? Go home and practice hard before returning. I shall be waiting." With one final strike, he rendered Yang Feng utterly unconscious. Only then did Yun Haoyu rise and walk towards Xiaomu. "It seems my training has yielded some results. Your sister's efforts were not in vain." Xiaomu Huan remarked with a smile. "What shall we do with these 2? Yun Haoyu inquired. "I fear getting my hands dirty." "You handle it very well." The clubs danced through the air, and after a series of piercing screams, 7 men lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath amidst pools of blood. Finally, the police arrived. It seemed official organizations always reacted only after the dust had settled. With a nonchalant smile, Yun Haoyu produced his identification card and presented it to the leading officer. "Ability users?" The officer's expression faltered, his tone turning respectful. Once he realized that all present were formally registered ability users from the Ability Users Association, he promptly stated, "Apologies, this matter has exceeded our authority. Let them handle it." The them referred to the Ability Users Supervision Bureau under the Imperial Security Department, which typically took charge of cases involving ability users. Thus, the two of them, along with the 7 incapacitated individuals, were taken to the nearby office of the Supervision Bureau. After the customary questioning and paperwork, it was established that the fault lay entirely with the other party. The two were immediately released. In the Empire, the status of ability users was exceedingly high. Even if they committed an offense, as long as the nature was not excessively severe, they would face little consequence, at most, a fine. However, for ordinary people, the penalties were far less lenient. Being confined was considered lenient. They could very well be exiled to a mining planet for labor reform. The legal inequality was starkly evident here. On the landing pad in front of the governor's mansion, a butterfly-shaped spacecraft, 100 meters in diameter and entirely crimson, descended slowly. As the hatch opened, a group of impeccably dressed, haughty officials descended the gangway. Yuan Jinggao, along with various heads of departments from Muyu Star, stood at the edge of the landing pad to welcome them. "Your Excellency, Lord Andanu, thank you for your hard work on the way here," Yuan Jinggao said warmly. "I didn't expect you to come this time. Please forgive the lack of hospitality. How is the Prime Minister?" Unfortunately, his warm greeting was met with indifference. The official named Andanu snorted disdainfully, coldly responding, "Oh, it's good. Very good indeed." He then disregarded the governor's outstretched right hand and continued on his way. Leaving the governor hanging, Yuan Jinggao's heart sank. He sensed that things were turning dire. However, he was puzzled. Andanu was a confidant of the Prime Minister. Just like him, part of the same faction, he had anticipated a more amiable interaction, only to be met with such coldness at their first encounter. "What should we do, Your Excellency?" His anxious subordinates gathered around, uneasily asking. "What should we do? You ask me, and who should I ask?" Yuan Jinggao replied irately. "We have done all we could to appease the capital. According to the Prime Minister's secretary, it shouldn't be too challenging this time. But judging by this situation, it seems things have taken a turn." One official remarked in confusion. "Could it be that the Prime Minister's old rivals are up to mischief?" Another speculated. "Enough. It is what it is. There is no point in overthinking. Let us see how Lord Andanu chooses to act." Yuan Jinggao concluded the discussion, instructing everyone to prepare for the evening's welcoming banquet and to double-check all arrangements to avoid any blunders. Among the crowd, the general who had appeared on Satellite 3 approached the spacecraft. A colonel in military uniform disembarked and exchanged a few hushed words with him, handing over a palm-sized sealed box before returning to the ship. The general shook his head lightly, muttering to himself, "Your Highness, you certainly assigned me a commendable task. With such a small team, it's hardly sufficient. That Song Jingfeng is still lying in the hospital, pretending to be unwell. What am I supposed to do? Sir, this is all the information on available villas on this planet. You may choose freely." At the largest residential trading center on Muyu Star, a charming manager presented the data on her light brain, respectfully addressing Yun Haoyu. Very well, I will take my time to review." Yun Haoyu began to peruse the information as the manager stood by to explain. This villa boasts an unspoiled ocean view by the seaside. The area spans 4,500 square meters, exquisitely decorated, and equipped with a secondary automated security defense system. This is a therapeutic villa located next to the only pristine forest on Muyu Star. With a total area of 5,000 square meters, meticulously furnished, boasting an independent ecological recycling system, and outfitted with 30 armed security robots, situated in geostationary orbit, a luxurious palace-style villa covers 5,000 square meters. Featuring ultra-luxurious DCOR, a battleship-grade energy power system, and the ability to alter its orbit at will beneath 300 meters of ocean lies a closed sightseeing villa, encompassing 6,000 square meters. With a first-level security defense system, a self-sustaining miniature ecological environment, and an additional 40 biochemical maidservants. Chapter 56. The General A floating villa in the stratosphere spans 7,000 square meters, adorned with opulent furnishings. Equipped with 100 biochemical maids, and capable of circling the planet once a week, allowing you to experience the splendor of this world from above. Glancing through the listings, he realized there was an abundance of fine properties. He found himself at a loss as to which to choose. Of course, if none of these villas meet your satisfaction, we can construct one specifically for you. Every design will conform to your preferences, regardless of the location, land, sea, outer space, or even on some uninhabited planet. What? None appeal to you? Are you seeking excitement in the deep sea? Worry not. We can also accommodate your desires with abyssal base-type villas capable of withstanding extreme environments. Designed to military standards for space bases, they can defend against any ferocious intrusions. Stop, Yunhao interjected, raising his hand to interrupt the supervisor's lengthy exposition. I merely seek a tranquil place for cultivation. With few demands, naturally, the villa must guarantee comfort, possess an independent energy supply center, include a spacecraft landing area, and cover no less than 5,000 square meters. Furthermore, despite claiming to have few requirements, he noticed that the supervisor's holographic record had accumulated nearly 20 entries by the time he finished speaking. The supervisor entered his specifications into the holographic console, swiftly yielding results. There were over a dozen properties that met the criteria. After further selection, he finally settled on one, located not far from the city center. It boasts a ground area of 7,000 square meters, an underground area of 1,500 square meters, luxurious DCOR, an independent ecological and energy system, a first-level security defense system, and is furnished with 100 elite biochemical maids and 60 armed guardian robots. Moreover, all the furnishings are top-tier products from this star region, ready for immediate occupancy. All right, this is the one, Yunhao decisively declared. The total is 9,995 source crystals. Will you be paying with a credit card or? The supervisor inquired, her excitement causing a slight flush to her cheeks, knowing this substantial transaction would yield her a handsome reward. Yunhao produced his credit card, transferring the payment to the transaction center's account. Excellent. Here is the physical contract, along with the land deed. The electronic contract will be sent to your holographic console shortly. From now on, this villa and the surrounding 5 hectares of forest and lake are your private property. This contract is valid indefinitely, the supervisor exclaimed with enthusiasm, with a lawyer present to witness the proceedings. Once everything was finalized, she regretfully added, Sir, I can't provide detailed explanations regarding the precautions for your stay and the operational specifics of the villa's self-control systems. May I have the opportunity to dine with you this evening? Observing the girl's eager expression, Yunhao smiled gently and replied, No need. I will reach out if any issues arise. Well then, all right. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime, the supervisor said. Somewhat disappointed, it was uncommon for someone to possess such financial capability to purchase a property at once, especially someone so young. She had already assumed that Yunhao hailed from a prominent family. Encountering such a man, with impeccable wealth, appearance, and prowess, would inevitably stir thoughts in any girl's heart. 3 days later, in a spacious and brightly lit study, the antique Zetonwood bookshelf was densely lined with exquisite ancient edition books, all imported from Earth, naturally commanding exorbitant prices. In the age of interstellar travel, even a blade of grass from Earth could fetch the price of gold bars when transported across hundreds of thousands of light years. This was a famous saying by the financial magnate Constantine, and indeed, it held true. Any product originating from Earth, transported to the remote Muyun star at the Empire's border, would be priced hundreds of times higher. And even then, availability was not guaranteed. Yunhao sat at his desk, casually flipping through the pages. Master, the renovations in the basement have been completed. Do you have any further instructions? A melodious voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, a captivating young woman entered the study, her beauty striking, her skin as fair as premium mutton fat jade. The well-tailored, form-fitting red uniform accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly, if it were not for the nameplate on her chest. No one would suspect she was a biochemical being. Gently beckoning, the biochemical beauty gracefully approached and sat obediently on his lap, exuding a faint yet alluring fragrance. Biochemical beings, in terms of physicality, were indistinguishable from normal humans. They were flesh and blood. However, their brains were controlled by advanced cerebral chips. In this era of advanced technology, all household chores could be managed by robots. Yet not everyone preferred the company of cold metallic constructs daily, leading to the emergence of biochemical beings. With technological advancements, the quality of biochemical beings had also improved. The top-tier products were sculpted according to the optimized standards of human genetics, and besides managing household tasks, they could fulfill the owner's intimate desires. Their advanced cerebral systems were capable of managing all domestic affairs. Purchasing a biochemical maid after acquiring a home to serve as both housekeeper and lover had become quite commonplace among the middle class. Additionally, some individuals, having suffered emotional trauma, lost faith in their partners and sought solace in biochemical companions. After all, the appearance and personality of biochemical beings could be tailored to the owner's preferences, possessing all the desirable traits without the numerous drawbacks of a real partner. At the very least, a biochemical beauty would not incessantly demand her owner to buy her various outfits and precious jewelry, nor would she betray him. If the owner became dissatisfied, he could easily replace her, as long as he was willing to spend the money. Thus, many preferred to spend their lives with biochemical companions rather than marrying a real human. Within 30 seconds, the roads outside the villa were sealed off by alloy barricades. The antique, intricately carved golden iron gates closing automatically, reinforced by 30 centimeters of non-magnetic ceramic alloy armor along with the surrounding walls. The buried force field generator activated, enveloping the area within several hundred meters in a transparent energy shield. All detection devices were powered on, various automated weapon systems fully charged, and weapon robots positioned strategically. After conducting a thorough inspection and finding everything in order, Yunhao rose and headed toward the basement. In the underground cultivation chamber, the entire floor, spanning several hundred square meters, was covered with 10-centimeter thick obsidian crystal bricks, a material only found in regions rich in dark matter. The ceiling was adorned with hundreds of luminous gems, both of which could purify cosmic stray energies, particularly stellar energy, greatly benefiting his forthcoming cultivation. The cultivation chamber was surrounded by a meter-thick titanium alloy, capable of withstanding any light cannon fire of up to 200 millimeters in caliber. For this cultivation chamber, Yunhao had expended over 10,000 source crystals. Nevertheless, it was worth every bit. With this space, he could swiftly enhance his strength without disturbances. Following his instructions, the alloy doors locked from the inside, and 10 armed robots securely blocked the entrance. Unless he permitted it, no one could breach this sanctuary unscathed. The interior of the cultivation chamber was empty, save for a purple meditation cushion positioned at the center, woven from the Dreamweaver grass, which aided in calming the mind, purifying toxins, and accelerating energy absorption. Sitting upon the cushion, he gently raised his hand, and the celestial star cup emerged from within him. It gracefully circled before him, depositing dozens of source crystal bricks onto the ground before vanishing once more. All right, Rulan. Here are 200,000 source crystals. Can we begin the process of refining my essence? He inquired. Excellent. From now on, your body is under my control. The subsequent matters will be managed by me. You may simply observe. Rulan agreed readily. A golden radiance filled the entire space, as the source crystals were lifted by an unseen force, trembling imperceptibly before dimming, transforming into unyielding stone upon contact with the ground. The wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he soon lost consciousness in a daze. His consciousness was drawn deep into his sea of knowledge, within a chaotic space where a golden silhouette remained suspended in tranquility. Perhaps due to the substantial energy absorbed, the figure was much clearer than before. He could vaguely discern a woman clad in white robes, exuding a subtle yet commanding presence. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not make out her features. Chapter 57. The auction house. All right. No need to look further. With your current cultivation level, it is impossible to achieve your wishes, a teasing voice echoed. Fortunately, he existed merely in a spiritual form at this moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be blushing. In Rulan's hands rested a sphere of violet light, from which countless exceedingly fine rays emerged. Each ray bore varying quantities of purple luminescent points. The energy encapsulated within these points, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was remarkably pure. A dense web of filaments traversed the sea of consciousness, spreading to every organ, every inch of skin, and every single cell within his body. Innumerable violet luminescent points fused with the cells, commencing a transformation based on an incomprehensible set of rules. Is this what you refer to as the I Ching washing of marrow? He inquired. It is quite similar, Rulan responded. The laws of this world differ from those of my own time and space, hence I made some adjustments. The efficacy has diminished slightly, but it remains sufficient. Can this method be employed multiple times? He asked again. No, it can only be utilized once. After that, it will no longer be effective. Rulan cast him a sidelong glance that so, after this transformation, I will be able to cultivate that technique. Correct? Indeed, that technique was crafted specifically for you. As long as you remain steadfast, your strength will increase rapidly, Rulan affirmed. As the luminescent points completely merged with the cells, wisps of barely discernible black mist began to slowly evaporate from deep within the cells. Countless strands of black mist coalesced, expelled through the pores, forming a layer of dark shroud upon the surface of the skin. 24 hours later, Yun Haoyu opened his eyes. His transformed body radiated an astonishing vitality, displaying a significantly heightened affinity for energy. Each cell, every inch of skin, and all organs were suffused with immense life force. His entire being was cloaked in a layer of wrinkled, dark purple dead skin, which he effortlessly brushed away, revealing an exquisitely smooth, pristine layer beneath, akin to that of an infant. With a slight exertion of effort, the energy within him obediently surged forth at his command, delivering a powerful punch against the nearby wall. Bang! A dull thud resonated in his ears as the entire training room trembled slightly. Indeed, it seems I have reached the standard of the 4th tier, he mused with satisfaction. Well, the hidden dangers have been resolved. You may now cultivate with peace of mind. Moreover, your aptitude has far surpassed the so-called 4th-level gene optimization, reaching a certain limit of humanity. To say nothing of longevity, you could live for over 1,000 years. Rulan's voice echoed in his mind. Originally, I could have optimized your appearance further, but upon reflection, perhaps it is best left as is. After all, a man cannot rely solely on his looks to succeed. You appear quite commendable as you are. Of course, the benefits extend far beyond this. You will gradually come to experience them. Now, try that technique. Let us see how effective it is, Rulan commanded. Very well, he responded, taking time to contemplate before settling into the 5 hearts towards heaven posture, cautiously beginning his attempts. The 9 Heavens Star River technique is one of the advanced cultivation methods from that world, harnessing the power of the heavenly bodies to refine it within oneself. When cultivated to its peak, it allows one to move mountains, fill seas, and extinguish stars with ease. Rulan modified it to align with the laws of this temporal realm. This altered version, while considerably less potent than the original, remains a unique treasure for cultivation in this space-time. The mere hint of it leaking out would likely incite a frenzy among countless powerful beings eager to claim it. The power of the stars is also a form of universal wandering energy, and compared to the previous indiscriminate approach of absorbing all forms of energy, focusing on a singular type of energy is undoubtedly superior. In fact, once an ability user reaches the 4th tier, if they wish to advance further, they typically choose one or several types of energy to cultivate. This requires specialized instruments to detect the body's affinity for specific attributes of energy, thus determining the future direction of their cultivation. This method of efficiently absorbing targeted energy is a closely guarded secret among the major factions of the human world, unless one belongs to their ranks. Such shortcuts to enhancing strength are unattainable. Outsiders seeking to advance must align themselves with these factions, serving them diligently before perhaps earning the opportunity they desire. As the technique commenced, a faint stream of stellar energy was drawn into his body, slowly circulating through his internal meridians before entering the sea of consciousness. Under the control of specific incantations, this trace of stellar energy coalesced into a minuscule star core, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Future cultivation would follow this pattern, absorbing stellar energy into the body, refining it through the internal meridians, and returning it to the sea of consciousness. As the refined stellar energy accumulated, the star core would grow increasingly solid. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it could be placed within the body's acupoints to nourish and strengthen the physical form, allowing one to extract energy during confrontations. Repeating this process, once 365 star cores were refined and filled every acupoint, the first realm of this technique would be deemed complete. As for the level achievable post-completion according to the standards of ability users, Rulan could not provide a precise answer, as he was the first to practice this technique. The effects remained uncertain. In plain terms, he was now a test subject. Yet, he held faith that Rulan would not lead him astray. The benefits of this technique were indisputable, varying only in the degree of its advantages. 3 days later, the underground training room's robust alloy door slowly opened, and a beaming Yun Haoyu emerged. Master, The steward, Shuangyan, had been waiting outside for quite some time. "All right, the lockdown has been lifted. You may now return to your usual state," he instructed. "Additionally, I wish to take a bath and then dine. Please make the necessary preparations." "Yes, as you wish," Shuangyan replied with utmost respect. The spacious bathroom, while not overly extravagant, exuded an air of elegance and luxury through its simplicity. The hexagonal bath was constructed from Shiluoyan crystal, with a crystal mermaid statue at its center, cradling a grand lotus flower. Pristine water flowed from the translucent petals, gradually filling the entire bath. The water, sourced from the icy Shirong spring thousands of kilometers away, had been infused with numerous precious herbs, emanating a subtle, elegant fragrance that significantly alleviated fatigue and revitalized the spirit. 2 biomaids clad in gossamer attended to him, assisting in disrobing before entering the bath to massage him. Immersed in the warm water, relishing the ministrations of 2 delicate hands, an indescribable sense of bliss enveloped him. The weariness of recent days dissipated entirely. The 4th tier represents a watershed moment in the cultivation of abilities. The majority of ability users find themselves stalled at this juncture for many years without breaking through. The reasons are manifold: inadequate resources, lack of rigorous training, absence of suitable cultivation techniques, and so forth. However, the principal cause lies within oneself. The stability of one's genes is a crucial factor determining the achievements of ability users. The higher the tier, the more unstable the genes become, increasing the likelihood of collapse. Many ability users stagnate for years not due to external factors, but because their genes fail to cooperate. When one's own genes hinder progress, no amount of abundant resources, top-tier techniques, or years of grueling practice can propel one further. Of course, one could attempt to ascend tiers, but the consequence would be the collapse of their genes. Mild cases lead to various ailments, rendering one a shell of their former self, while severe cases result in death, years of hard work wasted. For millennia, research institutions in the major human nations have grappled with this issue, countless brilliant biochemists and powerful ability users expending their life's efforts in vain to find an effective solution. In human society, very few individuals can awaken abilities. Even fewer can cultivate under specific conditions after awakening, and those who break through to the 4th tier are exceedingly rare. As for maintaining genetic stability and potential for further advancement post-4th tier, such individuals are as scarce as phoenix feathers. Major factions eagerly offer exceedingly generous conditions to recruit them. Given Yun Haoyu's current level, he would be treated as an esteemed guest at any major corporation, family, or powerful department within an empire. As long as he provided his genetic information, he would immediately receive preferential treatment, not only enjoying lavish perks but also prioritized training. However, this does not imply that 4th tier strength is exceptionally formidable. Rather, it is his potential for development that makes him a worthy investment for others. For such a young individual with exceptionally stable genes, and even the potential to advance to the Saint tier, even royalty would not overlook such a prodigy. "Rulan, how long will it take to fully cultivate that technique?" he asked. "That depends on whether you will be lazy. In any case, moving forward, it would be best for you to dedicate at least 4 hours each day to cultivation and the gathering of star power." 4 hours? That does not seem difficult. I will ensure my daily cultivation time does not fall below that baseline. Additionally, this I Ching washing of marrow consumed a considerable amount of my primordial energy. Although I have source crystals for replenishment, recovery remains challenging. Thus, you must devise a way to secure more source crystals for me, unless you wish for me to completely fade away. A hint of pride tinged Rulan's voice. "Of course, from now on, every harvest from the sea will prioritize your needs," Yun Haoyu readily promised. His current fortune was entirely due to this formidable being. Had it not been for her, he might have already become the meal of some fearsome creature. Or, after painstakingly gathering the funds for 2nd-level gene optimization, he might have settled for a mundane life, securing a mediocre job post-graduation, marrying a reasonably suitable partner, and after a decade or so, barely entering the ranks of the middle class, fading into obscurity 200 years later without leaving a trace. Yet, Rulan's arrival had irrevocably altered the trajectory of his fate. A door that he had never imagined has swung open before him. The once humble individual is no longer diminished, and the dreams he could only gaze up at have now been realized one by one. Today, his confidence stands as unwavering as ever. Chapter 58. Kue Yin Jun Mu after indulging in half an hour of blissful relaxation in the bath. He reluctantly rose. Two maids assisted him in donning his attire and guided him toward the dining hall. The elongated oak dining table, draped in pristine white linen, was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies presented in jade dishes. Filling the entire surface, beside it, a dining cart displayed an assortment of fine wines. Flanking the area were 10 alluringly clad maids in sheer black attire, poised to attend to his every whim. After being cooped up in the underground training chamber for 3 consecutive days, subsisting solely on concentrated nutrient solutions, he was truly famished. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he took his seat, disregarding the customary dining etiquette, and devoured the feast voraciously. His gluttonous manner of eating elicited stifled giggles from the maids. With the food consumed like a whirlwind, he took the napkin offered by a maid. Wiping his mouth as he inquired, "Has anything occurred during my absence over the past 3 days?" "Indeed. Your personal terminal has stored over 100 messages," Frostian replied. "Such a multitude? Who sent them?" "Let me see." As he anticipated, the majority of the messages were from Xiaomu Han. The initial tone was relatively gentle, but gradually grew more urgent, culminating in nearly every half hour with a new message. The most recent one arrived just 20 minutes ago, stating that she had mobilized her connections to search for him across the entire planet. She must be worried that something has happened to him. He was somewhat touched by her concern. He sent a call request, and within a second, a response came. The familiar 3-dimensional projection materialized before him. "Where have you been?" Her melodious voice betrayed an unmasked anxiety. "I purchased a house and have been secluded for training these past few days," he replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. "Tell me your location. I'll come immediately." "All right, I'll wait for you," he answered nervously. After perusing the remaining messages, he noted a few from close classmates, merely inviting him out for leisure, but upon receiving no response, they ceased their inquiries. There were even a few from Hua Manley. Since their last encounter at school, he had deliberately avoided this somewhat impulsive girl, skipping public classes to evade her persistent attention. However, it seemed she had not yet given up. The final message was from Zhongming Rue, briefly summarizing the situation in the Imperial capital. The siblings had already enrolled in a prestigious school, but their parents' injuries remained grave. This revelation cast a shadow over his heart. Perhaps he should take some time to visit. If his parents could not withstand this ordeal, the responsibility of the family would fall upon him. He sighed softly, exiting the dining hall to stroll through the backyard. Outside, the sky was a brilliant expanse, and the blue sun radiated light and warmth. Although it was winter on this planet, the temperature remained pleasantly mild. A translucent blade of light materialized before him, gradually solidifying as he infused it with mental energy. Eventually, it transformed into a gleaming silver sword. With a slight mental nudge, the sword shot forth, gracefully slicing through a nearby tree. The stout trunk, half a meter thick, fell silently in two, impressive, with a mental power index of 6,000. He now possessed considerable offensive capability, no longer limited to moving lighter objects. With a wave of his hand, the sword dissolved into a cascade of light. A surge of powerful mental energy enveloped him, forming a silver dome that shielded him from gravity, allowing his body to ascend gently into the air. Reaching a height of 100 meters in mere seconds, hovering in midair, he was on the verge of soaring through the heavens, a dream humanity had cherished for millennia. Although mechanical means had once fulfilled this desire, the ability to achieve it through one's own physical capabilities became a reality only after the advent of genetic optimization technology and the emergence of superhumans. This was Yun Haoyu's first experience of floating since his advancement. He shaped the light dome into a streamlined shuttle, concentrating his mental energy beneath his feet, stirring the airstream, and with a powerful push, propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he covered several hundred meters. After adjusting a few times, he finally acclimated. The light shuttle sliced through air resistance, racing through the void at his command. The roaring winds surged past his ears, while the mountains and rivers below sped away behind him, filling him with an indescribable exhilaration. Flying unaided through the air was a feat reserved for those of the 4th tier. Below that, one would require equipment to achieve such flight. Moreover, the combat prowess of a 4th tier superhuman far surpassed that of a 3rd tier. Disregarding equipment, an experienced 4th tier could easily overpower more than 10 3rd tier opponents. Thus, Experts believe that only superhumans above the fourth tier truly embody the essence of being a superhuman, while those from the first to third tiers are merely auxiliary members. After flying for 10 minutes, he estimated he had covered dozens of kilometers. As his mental energy began to wane and fatigue crept into his mind, he sought a flat area to land, employing the meditation techniques from the Nine Heavens Star Rivers method to recover. In the underground training chamber, he had successfully condensed his first star core. As he became more proficient with his mental techniques, his speed would only increase. The benefits of this practice were already becoming evident. His mental strength was escalating at an observable rate. If this trend continued, within a few months, his mental index would surpass 10,000. Furthermore, the power of the stars was continuously refining within him, expanding his meridians and consciousness, enabling him to accommodate even greater energy. Over time, the intensity of his source energy would significantly outpace that of his peers at the same tier. Without reliance on equipment, he could likely best 7 or 8 equally ranked opponents. Once he made another breakthrough to the 5th tier, the affinity between his physical form and cosmic energy would reach new heights, allowing him to traverse outer space freely without any gear, with flight speeds potentially surpassing sound. His strength would also increase dramatically. Upon reaching the 6th tier, he might even contend with space warships. Various factions possess numerous high-tier superhuman warriors, and the military has established a dedicated branch solely composed of those above the 3rd tier, playing a crucial role in various combat operations and clandestine missions. In the rankings of military strength among the great powers, the presence of high-tier superhumans is an undeniable factor. If Yun Haoyu were to join the military now, he would immediately be granted the rank of officer. Do not underestimate this rank. The status of a superhuman officer far exceeds that of a regular military officer. At the very least, the benefits are dozens of times greater, with access to premium training resources and significantly more authority. As long as he earned a certain amount of merit, promotions would be swift. Should he reach the 10th tier, he would instantly obtain the rank of general, along with hereditary titles, and his actual benefits could surpass even those of a marshal. If his contributions were substantial enough, he might even be awarded a resource-rich planet as a hereditary fief. Such a powerhouse would not need to overly bow to even an emperor. In the entire empire, the number of individuals possessing sacred tier strength is exceedingly rare. After a period of meditation, he felt revitalized, with his mental energy restored to its peak. Calculating the time, it was time to return. Xiaomu Han would likely be arriving soon. He ascended back into the sky, heading toward his previous route. Upon reaching the villa, a familiar fiery red flying vehicle appeared on the horizon, racing toward him. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to descend, but instead hovered in the air, waiting for her approach. Xiaomu Han had spent the past 3 days in a state of distraction. Ever since she met that tall boy, her naturally exuberant personality began with a playful intent to engage with him, later agreeing to guide his training. Noticing his promising talents, she conceived the idea of recruiting him into her organization. However, after spending countless hours together, even she could not pinpoint when her feelings began to shift subtly. She recognized her fondness for the tall boy, but only as a mere affection. Regardless of how close their relationship grew, she never regarded him as particularly significant. At least, that was what she believed before. Yet 3 days prior, when she casually invited him to train, there was no response. Initially, she assumed he was occupied and paid it no mind. However, after several subsequent attempts to reach him met with silence, an unsettling panic began to creep in. An hour passed with no reply, and her anxiety intensified. Why was this happening? She did not know. Since her debut, she had become accustomed to controlling everything, yet in this moment, she found herself genuinely at a loss. For 3 consecutive days, she tirelessly reached out to him, visiting his school, his former home, and all possible locations where he might be. Yet, there was still no sign of him, as though he had vanished into thin air. The Abyss warship had set sail again during these 3 days, but according to friends aboard, no trace of him had been found. She even checked the personnel records at the spaceport, which indicated he had not departed from Mu Yun's star. In a moment of desperation, she nearly violated organizational regulations, intending to utilize certain covert channels to track down his whereabouts. What is happening to me? She repeatedly questioned herself. They had only known each other for less than 2 months. When did he come to occupy such a significant place in her heart? to the extent that she now felt as if her spirit had departed, unable to eat or drink, just as she was spiraling into despair. That rascal finally made an appearance. After clarifying the circumstances, she hurriedly drove over. Along the way, her thoughts raced. What should she do once she saw him? Such a state of mind is exceedingly detrimental to her profession. Should the organization become aware of it, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Furthermore, she would never tolerate the presence of anyone who might disrupt her tranquility. At that moment, a piercing glint suddenly erupted in her bright eyes. They were nearing their destination, where a familiar figure stood motionless in the air. What could this mean? Had he actually advanced in rank again? How could that be possible? As the vehicle approached, it came to a halt. Hovering a mere 10 meters away, Xiao Muhan hesitated before alighting, still in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 59. The mining zone. It appeared that the other party had been waiting for her for some time. Exuding an aura that was steady, smooth, and devoid of any hint of stagnation. Clearly, this was not the result of external enhancements. Such remarkable talent is indeed rare. Was she truly to allow him? Regardless, she resolved to engage him in conversation. With a quiet sigh, she rose and opened the car door. After a few days apart, a trace of weariness was evident on the beauty's face, a notion almost unimaginable for a high-tier psychic. Could it be that she truly regarded him as so significant? Sister, he called softly. Xiao Muhan gazed at him with a complex expression. After a long pause, she spoke softly. I have but one question for you. From this moment forth, do you wish to be with me? I do. Gazing into those expectant eyes, he felt a genuine surge of emotion. Xiao Muhan smiled, and in that ephemeral moment, her charm was absolutely captivating. Ah, you troublesome fellow, she sighed inwardly. Deep within her consciousness, Rulan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the worst-case scenario had not materialized. You fool, she mused, uncertain of whom she was referring to. Inside the battleship, Feng Deming was briefing everyone on the situation. This operation was somewhat different from those in the past, primarily due to the company's recent release of several tasks targeting specific prey. The detailed information had already been transmitted to your light brains, so I shall refrain from elaborating. As long as you manage to capture one or several of these targets, the company is willing to offer double the usual reward. Feng Deming announced, as the battleship set course for the underwater volcanic region of the Sethsland Sea, where the average depth is approximately 4,500 meters. Everyone, give it your all. This expedition involves over 60 psychics, including both veterans and newcomers. However, even the most experienced among them have not exceeded 10 outings. Members of the abyssal group typically consider a monthly outing sufficient to fulfill their duties. The alarmingly high casualty rate makes it difficult for anyone to remain here for long. Those who do either stay in the deep sea indefinitely or, if fortunate, withdraw after making enough money from a few outings. Very few engage in this for the long term. Xiao Muhan and Yun Haoyu had already been on multiple outings, with no incidents occurring, thus establishing a formidable reputation within the company. In this realm, even 6th-tier strength does not guarantee absolute safety, while Yun Haoyu was reportedly only at the 3rd tier, suggesting that they must possess some hidden strengths. Perhaps formidable equipment. Of course, these were merely speculations, as each individual harbored their own secrets. The abyssal battleship embarked every 3 days. 10 outings equated to a month. Aside from missing one due to his recent seclusion, Yun Haoyu attended every single one. Moreover, the gains from these outings were so substantial that even high-tier psychics would feel envy. Were it not for Xiao Muhan's presence, it was likely that they would have taken matters into their own hands. Upon reaching their destination, the battleship began to descend, activating all defensive systems. The bizarre patterns on the ship's surface glimmered with a shadowy light, while an invisible force field pushed aside the ocean's pressure, propelling the massive vessel deeper into the abyss at a speed of 200 meters per minute. This is the Abyssal Slayer set, a 3-star equipment, specially ordered by your sister. How does it feel? In the cabin, Xiao Muhan assisted him in donning the gear while explaining its features. It's quite impressive. This set must have cost a fortune, right? He replied, feeling the effects of the new equipment with satisfaction. The Azure outfit boasted a more streamlined and compact design than his previous set, with a significantly reduced thickness, while the defensive index had increased tenfold. It also possessed numerous powerful functions, making it truly top-tier protective gear. This was the kind of equipment befitting high-tier psychics. What he had previously used could only be considered ordinary at best. Just a few thousand source crystals. It's not that much, Xiao Muhan stated nonchalantly. That much? He was taken aback. I'll pay you back shortly. Don't. If you do that, it would be as if you consider your sister a stranger. Xiao Muhan firmly rejected his offer. Your strength is still too weak. This environment in the deep sea is an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. I provided this equipment out of concern for your safety. At this moment, do you still want to be polite with your sister? Don't forget your earlier promise. It's only been less than 2 hours. Yun Haoyu fell silent. Upon reaching the seabed, the abyssal battleship selected a relatively flat area to gradually come to a halt. The luminous flora that had radiated moonlight on previous excursions was absent here. Yet there were plenty of other bioluminescent species. Additionally, among the distant, vaguely visible underwater mountain ranges, volcanic activity could be observed, with large flows of magma streaming from the craters, winding down the mountainside, casting a dark red glow that transformed the waters into a crimson realm. Yun Haoyu naturally emerged from the cabin first, and in truth, no one dared to contest him. The captain personally operated the mechanism to open the watertight door for him. Given his commendable track record, he was entitled to such privileges. Xiao Muhan closely followed him, questioning, "Why do you always come out first? Do you really believe your luck will remain so favorable, with my sister by my side? What is there to fear?" Yun Haoyu evasively responded. Xiao Muhan shook her head. It was obvious he was not being entirely truthful. After so many outings without incident, others might be unaware, but her perceptive mind had already begun to suspect that his good fortune was intricately linked to this young man before her. Yet, no matter how vivid her imagination, she could never conceive of the existence of someone like Rulan. Previously, her outings had merely been for excitement, as she had complete confidence in her abilities. She had encountered a few challenges along the way, but all had been navigated without incident. Since meeting Yun Haoyu, her ventures had become significantly easier. As long as she was with him, no creatures troubled them. Not even the infamous deep-sea predators such as the Moro sharks. Thus, during this time, she had amassed quite a fortune. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, continuing instead, "This area is even more perilous than the last. Particularly in the volcanic region, there are numerous dangerous creatures. Do not let your guard down. Should anything happen, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood." What creatures are we targeting this time? I reviewed the information in the light brain. They don't seem particularly formidable, so it should be relatively easy, right? Yun Haoyu inquired. That may be the case, but those targets often dwell alongside formidable predators, making them quite troublesome to capture. Xiao Muhan replied with a serious expression. Let's head over there and see what we can find. The two oriented themselves and swam toward a nearby volcano. Due to the magma's influence, the water temperature was exceptionally high, fostering the growth of many unique organisms that differed vastly from those in other areas. Clusters of glowing, red seaweed, each extending over 100 meters, swayed like countless ribbons in the water. Schools of peculiar fish darted amongst these ribbons, hunting for prey. The uneven seabed was covered in reddish-brown algae, with numerous foot-long sea snails gliding about. Occasionally, an unidentified monstrous fish would swim past, only to be ensnared by the transparent tentacles of the snails, which had sharp serrated edges and immense strength, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. A few sea snails effortlessly dispatched a fish, leaving behind only shattered bones within a minute. Sated, the snails dispersed, awaiting the next suitable victim to arrive. Such hellish scenes unfolded ceaselessly in the depths of the ocean. Rulan, can you discern her feelings for me? Do you have any insight? Gazing at Xiao Muhan's figure, Yun Haoyu quietly asked from behind, I can't answer that definitively. To say there is sincerity, there certainly is. But if we delve deeper, there are other thoughts as well. Rulan's response was ambiguous. What should I do then? Yun Haoyu clearly appeared dissatisfied with this answer. What to do? That depends on how you perceive it. I cannot assist you in this matter. He perceived a hint of amusement in Rulan's tone, as if she were enjoying the spectacle. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll leave it be. There will come a day when the truth reveals itself. He felt somewhat disheartened, even questioning whether the other party had uncovered the secret he harbored. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Unless Rulan chose to reveal it herself, no one in this universe could discover her existence. What are you pondering? Xiao Muhan turned back to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as if peering into his very soul. Nothing. Have you spotted our target? He, feeling somewhat guilty, deflected the conversation. The beautiful woman shot him a playful glare, stating, "Just ahead. The creature attached to that tree is called the twin-tailed fish. Not far from the base of the volcano stood a peculiar plant. Over 3 meters tall and half a meter thick, rooted in a fiery red stone. Its fan-shaped leaves were adorned with worm-like patterns that shifted constantly, twisting and rising as if alive. Occasionally, a reddish, unknown liquid would seep from it, only to quickly evaporate into mist under the intense heat. The entire plant was enveloped in a shroud of red cloud, with numerous foot-long, dual-tailed monsters, encased in reddish-brown shells and adorned with menacing bone spurs. Clinging to its trunk, clearly, that must be the elusive twin-tailed fish. It is one of the prized catches the company specifically requested, commanding a high price of 350 source crystals. Of course, this creature is not easily subdued. Its shell is exceptionally hard, and it possesses the ability to manipulate fiery energy for its protection. Furthermore, it is accompanied by a plant known as the thousand-hand demon locust, which is a formidable adversary in its own right. To succeed, we must first eliminate it. What shall we do? Yun Hao Yu inquired. This is quite troublesome. The thousand-hand demon locust is even more difficult to deal with than the purple blood sea star. Capturing the fish without addressing it first is impossible. Xiao Muhuan frowned as she spoke. Is there really no chance of success? Not entirely. However, this area is also within the realm of the lava shark. If such a formidable creature were to appear, we might not even be able to escape. She appeared somewhat distressed. It seems I will have to reveal my trump card today, though there is no harm in him knowing. After some contemplation, she resolved to maximize the range of her energy shield, creating a waterless space with a diameter of several meters, before retrieving a black short bow along with a few arrows. This item is called Yueheng, a 4-star extraordinary equipment bestowed upon me by my teacher. Holding the bow and arrows, she spoke with pride. 4-star equipment, you say? I recall that within the spatial seal lies a lightsaber left to me by my father, which seems to be of 5-star caliber, he thought as he gazed at the 4 small stars affixed to the bow's back. All right, I am ready to make my move. Step back a bit. When it attacks me, you should deal with those fish, and once you've taken care of them, return to assist me, Xiao Muhuan instructed him. He nodded and swam 30 meters away, adjusting the energy shield to its maximum while nervously observing her. Once he was prepared, Xiao Muhuan began to channel her source energy with all her might, a layer of azure brilliance rapidly enveloping her. The halo expanded, forming a light sphere with a diameter of 2 meters. Within the sphere, thunder roared as turbulent energy surged. Soon, a moon-white halo appeared behind her, and the agitated energy quickly calmed. Is it possible? This power seems to exceed the 6th tier. Yun Hao Yu looked at her with some confusion. Realizing that this enchanting woman had truly unveiled her hidden strength today, though he wondered if she could manage to subdue that tree. Nocking an arrow, she drew the bow. Energy surged forth, and a glimmer of cold light gradually manifested. As the radiance intensified, the arrow seemed to come alive. It began to tremble slightly, emitting a heart-stirring vibration. As the momentum peaked, she aimed at the root of the strange tree and released the first arrow. A flash of dark light shot forth, the arrow hurtling directly towards the thousand-hand demon locust. However, just as the arrow was about to make contact, the thousand-hand demon locust reacted. Sensing the arrow's exceptional nature, the tree twisted rapidly, and 7 or 8 leaves, as large as palm fronds, drooped down to shield the arrow's path, firmly protecting the tree trunk. Simultaneously, numerous holes appeared on the trunk, releasing a deluge of red mist that quickly formed a massive red cloud, completely obscuring the thousand-hand demon locust's form. The arrow's speed was astonishing, but it struck the leaves in an instant. The seemingly mere millimeters thick leaves displayed incredible tenacity, their worm-like patterns vibrating wildly. Rolling as a torrent of red liquid seeped from their surfaces, rushing towards the arrow. The leaves curled like human hands, tightly enveloping the arrow. Despite the arrow's tremendous force, it only penetrated 5 or 6 leaves before coming to a halt. A burst of clear radiance erupted among the leaves, exploding with a loud bang. The leaves that had encased the arrow were instantly blown away, branches shattered, and the immense energy surged towards the nearby trunk, unleashing a bizarre and piercing howl that reverberated in Yun Hao Yu's mind, leaving him dizzy and profoundly unsettled. The overwhelming shockwave tore the red cloud to shreds, as the mist dissipated. A large crater opened up near the tree's roots. With branches and leaves having been significantly reduced, even the stone it was anchored to had shattered considerably. However, despite the severe injury, the strange tree did not lose its ability to retaliate. On the contrary, it became furiously agitated. The trunk twisted erratically, causing the stone to tremble as well. Bubbling fist-sized pockets emerged on the stone's surface, expanding and bursting at soccer ball size, releasing waves of black mist. The mist then coalesced, forming countless tentacles the thickness of fingers that reached towards Xiao Mu Huan. It appeared that the stone was either a symbiotic creature of the thousand-hand demon locust, or perhaps even a part of its very being. To elaborate would take too long, but in a mere few seconds, the second arrow had already whistled forth, still aimed at the core of the thousand-hand demon locust. Unfortunately, the arrow was ensnared midway by the black tentacles surging towards it, not even having the chance to explode before vanishing without a trace. Seeing this situation, Xiao Mu Huan realized that there was no need to fire a third arrow, promptly drawing her lightsaber. The tentacles moved with incredible speed, closing in on her in mere moments, as if they possessed eyes to guide them. She took a slight step back, and with a swift motion of her lightsaber, severed one of the tentacles. The severed portion floated in the water, still very much alive, writhing chaotically while emitting a disconcerting gurgling sound. After a few breaths, it dissolved into black mist, merging back into the intact tentacles. The number of extending tentacles continued to multiply. She exerted herself to the utmost, her lightsaber dancing through the water at high speed, forming a sphere of shimmering light that encased her. Yet, the tentacles were exceedingly resilient, demanding her full strength to sever even a few. And soon, the cluster of tentacles began to entwine around her energy shield. Meanwhile, Yun Haoyu, seeing that the thousand-hand demon locust's attention had been diverted, swiftly swam towards its core. His target was the elusive twin-tailed fish clinging to the trunk. Given the commotion, the school of fish had awakened but did not flee. Instead, they clustered protectively around the thousand-hand demon locust. As he approached, the closest fish emitted a piercing shriek, opening its mouth wide as a radiant red orb. Resembling flames, hurtled towards him at high speed. The temperature of the orb was exceedingly high. Even with the dual barriers of the energy shield and diving suit, he could still feel the searing heat bearing down upon him. Could it truly be fire? Yet, it seemed different. It wasn't until the orb struck the energy shield, exploding with a thunderous roar, that he realized it was an extremely high-temperature liquid with corrosive properties. A drop splashed onto a stone, instantly creating a deep pit. The orbs continued to barrage him, exploding against the energy shield. The shield trembled slightly, its brilliance dimming, and its defensive index began to plummet. Fortunately, it was new equipment. Had it been his previous set, he would likely have faltered against them today. He drew his lightsaber and aimed it at the nearest twin-tailed fish, striking down fiercely with a crack. A faint sword mark appeared on the fish's shell, yet it remained unbroken. Its shell is remarkably tough. He applied more force, continuing to assault the fish. However, despite numerous strikes, he could not bring it down completely, ultimately having to stab it directly into its gaping maw to finish the job. The surrounding fish, seeing their acid attacks ineffective, began to gnash their teeth at the energy shield. Their jagged teeth scraped against the shield, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The rate at which the defensive index was declining accelerated significantly. It seemed the shield would collapse within 3 minutes. What a nuisance. There was no choice. Relying solely on his current weaponry was insufficient to contend with these armored beasts, so he would have to resort to that 5-star equipment. He retrieved the hilt from the spatial seal, activated the switch, and blue light poured forth like a waterfall. Once it reached over a meter in length, it abruptly retracted, condensing into a deep blue blade, 7 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. Under the influence of a powerful force field, aiming at the largest and most voracious fish, he swung down decisively. The blade felt weightless in his hand, slicing through the target with barely any resistance. Dark red blood and entrails erupted forth. This weapon is indeed formidable, truly worthy of its 5-star rating. He marveled internally, his strikes relentless, swiftly dispatching all 30-plus twin-tailed fish and stowing them into the ecological box. Once he had completed his task, He realized the situation on Xiao Muhuan's side had become precarious. Countless black tentacles were layered upon the energy shield, appearing from a distance like a massive black sphere. Under the command of the core, the tentacles constricted in unison, attempting to crush the shield. The force was immense, and the shield's radius was visibly shrinking, already showing signs of imminent collapse. I wonder how my sister is faring. She should be able to hold on for a while longer. He hurriedly swam to the side of the strange tree, targeting its roots with several strikes. The thousand-hand demon locust thrashed violently, emitting chilling howls that assailed his mind, leaving him dizzy. The trunk twisted rapidly, and a torrent of red viscous liquid surged forth from the holes, quickly transforming into mist that enveloped him. The corrosive nature of the mist was severe, sizzling against the shield, while numerous branches and leaves rushed to ensnare him. The luster of the shield faded at a visible rate. It appeared it would not hold for much longer, with no path for retreat. He had no choice but to fight fiercely. Gritting his teeth against the tree's mental assault, he raised his lightsaber and struck ruthlessly at its roots. Fortunately, the trunk was not thick, measuring only about half a meter, with the portion near the roots not exceeding a meter in diameter. Thanks to the sharpness of the lightsaber, within just a few strikes, the thousand-hand demon locust's body was severed at the base. Azure black blood gushed forth like a fountain. The bizarre, anguished howls grew increasingly desperate as the branches and leaves ensnaring him remained unyielding. Despite suffering a fatal wound, this creature's vitality was astonishingly resilient, far surpassing his expectations. The gaping wound writhed maniacally as countless granulation tissues rapidly formed, quickly staunching the flow of blood. Beneath it, a large stone began to react, with bubbles emerging from its surface, exuding wisps of black mist that instantly coalesced into tendrils. Reaching for the severed tree as if attempting to reclaim it, Yun Haoyu felt a surge of urgency. Should those tendrils succeed, with the formidable life force of the thousand-handed demon Sephora, recovery would be imminent. Rendering his efforts futile, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his radiant sword. Thankfully, the sword was extraordinarily sharp, cleaving through both the branches and the black tendrils with ease. As soon as he regained his freedom, he aimed a powerful kick at the grotesque tree, propelling it dozens of meters away to prevent its swift return. However, the thousand-handed demon Sephora refused to concede. The surface of the stone, within a radius of over 10 meters, resembled a beehive, with an unfathomable number of bubbles emerging and vast swathes of black mist surging forth, forming a thick, ominous cloud above. In mere moments, more tendrils would materialize, presenting him with insurmountable trouble. Channeling all his inner energy into the radiant sword, the blade quivered slightly before, with a resonant hum. A 10-meter-long crescent-shaped light blade detached from the sword's hilt, slicing through the stone as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The cross-section revealed an array of strange organs, with copious amounts of dark green liquid spilling out, coalescing into serpentine creatures that scurried for their lives. Chapter 61. Compulsion. A barrage of light blades flew forth, reducing the once mighty stone to fragments. Now, no matter how tenacious its life force, restoration was out of the question. Suddenly, a cerulean sun emerged from the crimson depths, its light so intense that it cast a bluish glow over the surrounding area of several hundred meters. The tumultuous energy surged forth, melting the tendrils that encircled it as if they were snow in boiling soup, vanishing completely. Within the core of the azure sun stood an exquisite maiden, her expression grave. As she grasped two massive, serpentine electric eels, a suffocating wave of energy surged forth, with countless bolts of lightning raining down upon a 100-meter radius, wreaking havoc upon all that dared to challenge her existence. After a relentless onslaught, not a single living creature remained within that area. Only then did Xiao Muhuan lower her hands. "Are you all right?" Yun Haoyu approached her. "I'm fine. This creature is formidable enough to compel me to unleash my full strength to subdue it." Xiao Muhuan replied with a smile. "7th rank? Or 8th rank?" he inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. "I had no intention of keeping it from you." "I am currently at the 7th rank," she candidly responded. So it was, he thought, enlightenment dawning within him. "All right, let's clear the battlefield. Then we shall change locations." After surveying the area, he found that the place ravaged by lightning was devoid of any corporeal life. Only the severed demon Sephora remained. What a treasure! This specimen could fetch upwards of 10,000 source crystals, she remarked, raising her hand to stow the severed tree into her spatial belt, eye in the distance. A magma shark, radiating a crimson glow, was meandering about. Its colossal 40-meter frame was adorned with alternating bands of reddish-brown stripes reminiscent of a zebra. 2 rows of several-meter-long bony fins adorned its back, and its massive pectoral fins occasionally stirred, igniting sparks. The terrifying aura emanating from it was palpable even from afar. This was the sovereign of the abyss, the 6th-ranked beast of the Hengluo star domain. Even high-ranking ability users could hardly contend with such a formidable creature. Yet, it was a moving treasure trove. Teos speak of its worth. Merely the oil it secreted constituted a vital ingredient for a significant biochemical repair reagent, capable of delaying genetic collapse. Just this single aspect was enough to drive one to madness. The skin of the shark was prime material for crafting top-tier protective gear, and its blood held properties that could greatly enhance the training of ability users. Its teeth and bones served as crucial components in the production of energy recovery potions. This notoriously fearsome and coveted creature had claimed the lives of countless masters since humanity's development of the Muyu star. 80,000 source crystals, that was the current market rate, though regrettably, it was more of a price without a market. Average ability users lacked the strength to provoke it. Only powerful corporations could bear the hefty cost of hunting such a devilish entity. Naturally, they were well aware of the risks and chose to keep their distance, merely casting a glance before preparing to depart. However, to their astonishment, someone was already preparing to play with fire. Zhao Zhixiong coldly scrutinized the nightmarish figure in the distance, mentally steeling himself for a desperate fight. It shouldn't have come to this, but at this point, I have no other choice, boss. The liquid funds in the company account have dwindled to nearly nothing. Boss, there's a problem with the raw material supply chain. The inventory only suffices for a week's production. Several major distributors have jointly issued a statement, declaring they will no longer accept our products. Achilles' people have indicated that if we fail to repay the loan on time, necessary sanctions will be imposed upon us. Bad news came one after another, as the company's stock was targeted by unidentified funds, plummeting over 50% in just a few days. All of this stemmed from that very Achilles, his former nemesis. Due to past grievances, that old rival had long harbored resentment, biding his time for revenge. After washing his hands of his former life and settling his loyal subordinates, he had hoped to live peacefully. Yet, that old fox had no intention of letting him be, lurking like a bloodthirsty serpent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Through a series of underhanded tactics, he managed to push the business magnate to the brink. The rupture of the financial lifeline left him gasping for breath under the weight of exorbitant loans. Former friends treated him like a pariah, avoiding him as if he were a plague. In utter desperation, he gathered a few loyal subordinates and joined the ranks of abyss hunters. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke. Brothers, our fate rests upon this moment. If we can take down that behemoth, we may yet have a chance to turn the tide. If we fail, then we shan't return. Consider this a fulfillment of our oath from when we swore brotherhood. To those who remain steadfast by my side, I need not say more. I only hope that in the next life, we shall still be good brothers. Big brother, do not worry. Even if the worst occurs, we will ensure your safe return. One of his subordinates declared, Indeed, we weathered countless storms together. Can we not handle this beast? Another chimed in, as the brothers rallied in agreement. Ha, quite so. I, Zhao, am no one to easily concede defeat. If we survive today, let us revel in a grand feast. We shall drink until we're senseless. Like a scene from a lava-ridden hell, 7 figures charged forth with unwavering resolve towards the abyssal king. Did they possess any hope? Yun Haoyu and Xiao Muhuan stood behind a rocky outcrop, observing the 7 figures rush towards the magma shark like moths drawn to a flame. 2 at the 7th rank, 4 at the 6th, and 1 at the 5th. This level of power was hardly sufficient to pose a challenge to that creature. Without some hidden trump card, the outcome was bound to be grim. It seems that only a saint-ranked master could hope to confront it alone, Xiao Muhuan remarked nonchalantly. That seems to be the case, Yun Haoyu responded, his gaze fixed upon the figures. Just before the colossal creature sensed the approaching intruders, Zhao Zhixiong raised his hand, retrieving an 8-sided shield measuring a foot on each side from his spatial belt. The shield appeared to be crafted from a peculiar metal, intricately engraved with numerous arcane patterns. As he infused it with energy, the patterns emitted a grayish glow, and the shield seemed to acquire a life of its own, levitating around him. Using this eight-sided shield as a focal point, a luminous barrier quickly formed, enveloping him within. The others also shimmered with light, donning similar peculiar gear. The Phantom Matrix. Xiao Muhuan raised an eyebrow in surprised. It appears quite formidable. Yun Haoyu inquired. This is a type of ability equipment primarily designed for defense, also possessing the capacity to obscure one's presence. It renders many detection methods ineffective. The magma shark has poor eyesight, primarily relying on sound waves and scent to perceive its surroundings. This gear perfectly targets its weaknesses. Of course, these items vary in quality. The best can withstand the direct fire of a space battleship's main cannon at close range. From their equipment, it's evident they fall short. Having set up the Matrix defense, Zhao Zhixiong produced an oddly shaped spear, its tip resembling a dark serpent's head, with a hollow shaft. He then retrieved several egg-sized gray crystals, inserting them into the hollow spear shaft. The Phantom Matrix should ensure that it doesn't detect us until we attack. Thus, we have one chance to unleash a full assault, our only opportunity, he declared. The magma shark's hide can't be breached without 5-star ability equipment. The only vulnerable spot is its jaw. I will initiate the first attack with tin or dissolvent, aiming to temporarily immobilize its movements, allowing you all to strike. We must hope to diminish its combat prowess before it can react. Only then do we stand a chance of survival. It is imperative that we coordinate effectively. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must flee for our lives. Whether we live or die hinges on this moment, he concluded. Rest assured, elder brother, the 6 replied in unison. The distance to the lava shark diminished rapidly, its gaping maw revealing glistening, malevolent teeth that intermittently flashed with an eerie, cold light. The entirety of the lava shark's form was enveloped in thick, striped skin, with only the softer tissue beneath its jaw serving as the primary sensory organ. If we could successfully breach this area, there might indeed be a glimmer of hope. However, would events unfold according to their expectations? He cast one last glance at the dark crimson seawater above. Clenching his fist, he activated the trigger on the spear's handle. The gray crystal rapidly dissolved under the heating apparatus, transforming into a swirling cloud of gray energy that gathered around the serpent's head. Aiming for the writhing jaw, he pressed the launch button, and the cloud of energy surged towards its target. The impact of the energy cloud took merely 2 seconds, yet to him, it felt like an eternity. As desired, the gray cloud reached its intended position and, upon contact, merged seamlessly with the tissue. Following this was the second, then the third shot. Simultaneously, the others also launched their attacks, all targeting the same area. Except for Zhao Zhixiong, who utilized a potent paralysis agent known as tin lead dissolution powder, specifically designed for large, ferocious creatures. The others employed specially crafted steel ball projectiles, which would emit a super-frequency sound wave targeting the central nervous system upon entering the body, theoretically capable of shattering brain tissue and thereby securing victory. Yet, the actual effectiveness remained uncertain. The surrounding temperature surged alarmingly. A deep, resonant roar reverberated on a psychic level, causing even the distant Xiaomu Huan to feel dizzy. Centered around the lava shark, the scarlet cloud erupted violently, vaporizing vast quantities of seawater with its terrifying heat. The 7 had established an unspoken understanding. After completing their initial assault, they scattered in all directions, pushing their thrusters to the limit in a desperate bid to secure a chance at survival. Chapter 62. Catastrophe. At the expense of the collapse of his illusionary matrix, he barely managed to fend off the frenzied psychic assault. Yet, the scarlet cloud was far from easy to contend with. 2 individuals were caught off guard and engulfed by the cloud. Their energy shields shattered instantly, and their diving suits dissolved within seconds. The horrifying heat incinerated their bodies into mere ash, leaving no trace behind. The crimson cloud swirled, and the dignity of the Abyssal King was challenged, roaring in fury as it wreaked havoc on its surroundings. As the red cloud began to dissipate, it became evident that the creature's jaw had been reduced to a bloody mess, clearly suffering significant injuries. Observing the lava shark's movements slow, the remaining 5 regrouped, preparing for a second strike. Unfortunately, this time, they lacked the protection of the illusionary matrix. Under the overwhelming psychic onslaught, blood streamed from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Zhixiong produced 2 silver alloy spheres, each the size of a fist, hurling them into the gaping maw of the ominous creature before retreating hastily. Once inside, the silver spheres rapidly cracked open, releasing dozens of smaller beads. Sensing the surrounding intense heat, the beads quickly morphed into sharp flying discs, each measuring 10 centimeters in diameter, with exceedingly sharp edges and numerous tiny barbs. The discs spun rapidly, wreaking havoc within the lava shark's body. Flesh and blood were torn apart in great chunks, and under the relentless spinning, they were ground into a pulpy mass. Once again, the red cloud exploded, unleashing a cataclysmic psychic shockwave akin to a volcanic eruption. The enraged lava shark finally exhibited the true power of an abyssal king. One Esper barely managed to escape the fiery cloud's reach, only to be ambushed by a monstrous figure bursting forth from the flames, its gaping maw consuming him whole, before he could utter a sound. Its jagged teeth rendered him asunder. With a powerful flick of its tail, the abyssal king charged towards the next Esper. That individual, realizing escape was futile, boldly approached the creature's gaping maw, channeling every ounce of his energy to its peak just as he was torn apart. In that instant, his body turned crimson and erupted explosively. A massive fireball emerged within the creature's dark maw, and the terrifying heat instantaneously crystallized the surrounding tissue. The remaining few, witnessing this, followed suit, rushing forward to self-detonate. "Elder brother, live well. I entrust everything at home to you." These were the final words of the brothers. As each orange fireball detonated within the lava shark, the explosion's intensity from the high-level espers was immense. No matter how resilient its life force, it could not withstand such horrific damage. After rolling several times, it barely stabilized itself. With its massive fins undulating, it struggled once more, releasing a fiery cloud. Zhao Zhixiong suddenly realized he was the only one left. "My brothers!" he cried out to the heavens. The menacing maw advanced once more, and he, severely injured, had no means to retaliate. "Do you wish to assist him?" Yun Hao Yu inquired. "How can we help? My Yuan Gu could do nothing against that creature." Xiao Mu Huan replied. "Use this." He handed her the light sword. Xiao Mu Huan, perplexed, took it and her expression changed dramatically. 5-star equipment. How do you possess such a thing?" "It was left to me by my father." "Your father?" She then noticed the unknown divine bird insignia, her surprise intensifying. "How could it be? You are actually—" Yun Hao Yu interrupted her, gesturing towards the chaos. "We'll discuss this later. First, let's save him." Xiao Mu Huan cast a deep glance at him before activating her thrusters and darting towards the fray. "Rulan, can you assist?" Yun Hao Yu asked, concerned as he observed the rampaging beast point 30,000 source crystals. Rulan stated matter-of-factly. "Very well." A slender beam of light quietly emerged, its dark red hue blending seamlessly with the similarly colored seawater. The beam struck the lava shark's head, seemingly lacking in power, merely causing a brief pause in its movements. Yet, that fleeting moment determined its fate. Zhao Zhixiong had succumbed to despair, so be it. "I shall die alongside my brothers. Having lived a life of glory, I have no regrets departing this way." Just as he closed his eyes, awaiting death, a pair of hands seized his arm, dragging him aside. "What is happening? Is there still someone here?" He opened his eyes. A handsome young man with black eyes and hair stood beside him. Not far off, a stunning woman wielded a light sword, unleashing hundreds of broad light blades in an instant, effortlessly slicing through the lava shark's formidable armored skin as if it were mere paper. Over 100 light blades struck its jaw, severing the jawbone and nearly decapitating the creature. At last, the behemoth, the king of the abyss, was utterly deprived of life, collapsing motionless on the spot. "I can't believe it. I actually defeated a lava shark." She ceased her assault, still reveling in the victory. "Young brother. And this beautiful lady, did you save me?" Zhao Zhixiong exclaimed, astonished and elated. The feeling of being snatched from the jaws of death was indescribable. "Isn't it obvious? Who else could it be?" Xiao Mu Huan replied with a smile. Thinking this fellow must have lost his wits, just as Zhao Zhixiong was about to speak, he suddenly recognized Xiao Mu Huan's face, his expression turning pale with shock. "Ah, you are?" A psychic wave abruptly surged into his mind. Dare to utter another word, and I shall send you to join your brothers. Zhao Zhixiong's face flushed a mix of red and white, struggling to regain his composure. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is to the one beside you. He is the one who decided to save you, Xiao Muhuan said with a smile. Oh, I see. May I ask for your name, young brother? Zhao Zhixiong inquired politely. Before he could respond, Xiao Muhuan interjected, Yun Haoyu. He is my man. Her words nearly caused the poor fellow to faint from shock. All right, let's quickly contact the abyssal warship and bring this beast back. I wonder if you've lost your mind. Daring to challenge a lava shark with just a handful of people. You seem to have no shortage of funds, do you? Xiao Muhuan questioned with curiosity. Zhao Zhixiong sighed. Alas, it is a long story. I have fallen from grace, now akin to a plucked phoenix, no better than a mere chicken. In any case, I shall not speak of gratitude. I will remember today's events. Should you ever need my assistance in the future? Just ask. The group conversed for a while, and soon the immense silhouette of the abyssal warship appeared in the distance. On board, the captain, Feng Deming, and a multitude of others were collectively rendered speechless in astonishment. The lava shark, the king of the abyss, a terrifying entity that only a saint-level expert could confront alone. Yet, it had been vanquished by those two extraordinarily fortunate individuals. The names of Yun Haoyu and Xiao Muhuan had already resounded loudly, placing them among the top 10 on the Abyssal Hunter leaderboard. However remarkable their performance, none had anticipated they could contend with the lava shark. Only after the two recounted the events did everyone finally comprehend. Their hearts settling. This was the general sequence of events. In the luxurious hotel suite, Zhao Zhixiong finally managed to articulate his experiences, raising the teacup before him and drinking deeply. So, it was like this. Offending that old ghost Achilles. No wonder your days have been so difficult. Xiao Muhuan smiled gently. Yet you were once a prominent figure in the underworld, your strength sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. How did you end up in such dire straits? Even if you wish to start anew and live a peaceful life, you ought to have kept some aces up your sleeve. A formidable underworld overlord reduced to this state. Truly, I wonder what plans you have for the future. Xiao Muhuan inquired at last. With the income from the lava shark, after settling the loans, there remains a substantial sum that can resolve the company's cash flow issues. I believe the unfavorable situation will soon turn around. Achilles has been plotting from behind the scenes, and I will certainly make him pay for this. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. Well then, that's your affair. I shan't pry further. By the way, I've heard you possess several priority development rights to mining areas on nearby resource planets. Is that true? Indeed, there are some, but I lacked the funds to develop them in the past. Later, in order to secure cash flow, I even mortgaged quite a few to the bank. Are you interested? Not me, but my man. Xiao Muhuan linked her arm with Yun Haoyu's, winking mischievously. He needs money for cultivation and to support me. So he has no choice but to go out to sea and fish every day. Thus, I am finding ways to ensure he has a bit more financial freedom, lest he risk his life daily. I am still young and do not wish to become a widow just yet. Her words made both men roll their eyes. Very well, since it is as such, he activated the holographic device. In the neighboring Muju Star and Yueling Star, I possess a total of 25 mining zones, covering approximately 6 to 700,000 square kilometers, producing numerous rare ores such as T-Luo copper, fish pattern xie, Celera crystal sand, and Mo-Yun rhodium, most of which are of above-average quality. Since they have been idled for so long, even basic mining facilities are inadequate. This time, I will transfer them all to you. Once the equipment is acquired and sufficient manpower is found, operations can commence. Excellent. As for that shark, we shall not split the profits. Merely 100 liters of blood will suffice. Moreover, I will take over these mining operations entirely. Let the transfer agreement bear his name. As a woman, it is rather inconvenient for me to be at the forefront of such matters. She promptly pushed Yun Haoyu forward. Thus, within a single meal, Yun Haoyu acquired 25 mining operations under his name. The specific value is hard to determine, but according to Zhao Zhixiong's estimation, if fully mined, the income would be sufficient to elevate him to a top-tier tycoon on Mu-Yun Star. The initial investment is considerable, but once it is on the right track, it will become a perpetual source of wealth. Chapter 63. In a dilemma above the skies of Muchuan City, thousands of meters above the ground, a magnificent aerial garden floated in the air, with pavilions and towers, lush green mountains and clear waters, and charming bridges and waterfalls vividly displayed. It was truly a scene reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mundane world. By a crescent-shaped small lake, Achilles, draped in a bathrobe, sat on a rocking chair, savoring a glass of red wine. In the crystal-clear lake, several nearly nude beauties of various skin tones frolicked, acutely aware of the godfather's gaze, occasionally casting flirtatious glances with unabashed seduction. Such days were indeed delightful. The godfather sighed in satisfaction. It appeared that he was in quite a good mood today. Indeed, he had reason to rejoice. Recently, his industry was thriving, with a positive development momentum and no bothersome individuals causing disturbances. The Zhan Ying Clan had prepared lavish gifts to approach him, seeking assistance in locating a certain sacred artifact. It was said to resemble a wine cup. A wine cup? What nonsense! Do you volleyball players drink? Using a wine cup as a sacred object? Don't you find it ridiculous? Imagining the comical sight of the rotund Zhan Ying Clan members holding a wine cup, he found it quite amusing. Very well, since I have received your gifts, I shall reluctantly assist you in your inquiries. As for the outcome, that is not my concern. I have heard that the investigation team from the Imperial capital has arrived, and the politicians in the governor's mansion are busily occupied, reportedly due to the incident on Satellite 3, which has displeased certain bigwigs in the Imperial capital. Who knows how many will be dragged out to serve as scapegoats. However, what does that have to do with him? He has always held the utmost disdain for those bustling politicians. Even circus clowns are far more entertaining. It would be best to remove those disobedient individuals and replace them with more agreeable ones, making his future business dealings much easier. That is a splendid idea. Perhaps I should send some gifts to those lords in the Imperial capital, particularly gifts related to those few fellows. They would surely be very interested. Perhaps through this, I might establish a rapport with them. Of course, what delights him the most is that Zhao Zhixiong, his longtime rival, the one he has always clashed with, has finally been given the opportunity to be brought down. Soon, he would hear the news of that man's bankruptcy. How laughable that he still dreams of redemption and a peaceful life. Dream on. Having offended Godfather Achilles, the consequences are beyond your endurance. In Mu Yun's star, no one can provoke Achilles without paying a price. Downing the crimson liquid in one gulp, he shed his bathrobe and walked towards the lake, casually seizing a sultry woman. He began to indulge in his desires openly. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, a secretary hurriedly approached, whispering a few words in his ear. The previously enthusiastic godfather's expression suddenly turned ashen, and he leaped up, cursing. Zhao Zhixiong? You? What the hell? Why are you shoving so many industries into my hands? On the hovercar, Yun Hao Yu inquired. Is that not good? Surely you do not mind having excess money. Xiao Muhan chuckled. While that may be true, I currently lack the time to mind. Moreover, I know nothing about this business. What does that matter? You can hire someone to manage it for you. I'm still a student myself. My connections are virtually non-existent. Where do you expect me to find people? Yun Hao Yu expressed his dilemma. I can help you find some, and we can have Zhao Zhixiong chip in as well. That should suffice, Xiao Muhan declared. As long as everything is automated, a single mining site does not require many hands. The initial investment is indeed substantial, but that should not concern you. You are no longer short on funds. Very well then. Since you are the one who procured this, I shall leave it in your capable hands. How can that be? The property ownership certificates bear your name. If not you, then who? Xiao Muhan was surprisingly unwavering on this point. Seeing Yun Hao Yu about to protest, she raised her hand to silence him and continued. You do not wish to fish for the rest of your life, do you? Although your luck has been quite favorable thus far. Can you guarantee it will always be so? Now that you have made a profit, you should invest it, acquiring various quality assets. Making money from money is the long-term strategy. Previously, it was unavoidable, but now that conditions have improved. Why put yourself in peril? Is that not foolish? Her words left Yun Hao Yu in silence. Though he did not voice it, he internally acknowledged the wisdom in Xiao Muhan's argument. Perhaps I should take some time to visit those two planets. After all, they are assets under your name. I am looking forward to you becoming a business tycoon and grandly marrying me in the future. By the way, there is one more thing. Xiao Muhan set the hovercar to autopilot, then naturally sat on his lap, wrapping her long, delicate arms around his neck, inquiring. Regarding this, do you not owe me an explanation? A finely crafted lightsaber hilt appeared in her hand, the very one Yun Hao Yu had previously gifted her. With a slight flick of her eyes, before he could speak, Xiao Muhan suddenly cupped his face and, in a commanding tone, said, "Look into my eyes, do not think of deceiving me. I only wish to hear the truth." Gazing into those sparkling, luminous eyes, he helplessly replied, "I had no intention of hiding anything from you. Could you not be so anxious? The situation is as follows." He laid bare everything he knew. "This is how it transpired. Regarding my identity, apart from my current family, no one else is aware." Yun Hao Yu concluded, "I never expected you to have such an intriguing background." Xiao Muhan was also somewhat surprised. "Intriguing? I do not share that sentiment. The Yun family of the Imperial capital has already removed my father from their genealogy. They have no connection to me whatsoever. Then, have you considered returning to take a look?" "Are you joking?" Yun Hao Yu gazed at her. "If they were to discover that I still possess such bloodline, their first reaction would likely be to eliminate me. That is a valid point. Old Yun Tianke values face more than life itself. I have heard of the tumult within the Yun family. It is a pity for your father, whose talent was renowned in the upper echelons of the Imperial capital. Had this tragedy not occurred, ascending to the sacred tier would have been a matter of time. However, she suddenly pondered a question, right? Since your mother is a clone, your genes must be flawed as well. How is it that your cultivation speed is still so rapid?" Yun Hao Yu felt a pang of anxiety, unsure how to respond. If he spoke the truth, she would not believe him, so he might as well play dumb to the end. After all, she could hardly harm him. "Right?" Rulan's voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, that is precisely it. She could never comprehend the existence of someone like Rulan. Yun Hao Yu found himself momentarily bewildered, and with a perplexed expression, he inquired, "Is that so? Could such a situation truly exist? How was I unaware of it?" Xiao Muhuan gazed intently at him and replied, "You cannot deceive me. Your eyes have already betrayed you. Furthermore, your heartbeat quickened just slightly. Although you managed to regain control swiftly, yet it has revealed your true sentiments." Yun Hao Yu fell silent, opting not to respond. "Very well. Since you choose not to speak, let us allow the facts to do the talking." Xiao Muhuan rose and walked to a corner, retrieving a compact device from a concealed compartment. "This is the latest model of a portable gene testing apparatus. Let me examine your. Can I refuse?" He indeed harbored a guilty conscience. A mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Muhuan's face as she urged, "Do not play tricks. Allow me to see." She reached out to seize him, but Yun Hao Yu recoiled. Unfortunately, the tight confines of the flying vehicle were hardly conducive to a game of hide-and-seek. After a few exchanges, he found himself firmly pinned down by Xiao Muhuan. "Do not force my hand," he whispered, his tone turning icy. Xiao Muhuan paused, confusion evident on her face as she asked, "What, are you angry?" "Surely, it cannot be to such an extent. I merely wish to see your genetic profile, with no ulterior motives. If you are unwilling, then so be it. However, due to your mother's circumstances, your genes may indeed have issues. I merely wish to assist you." Suddenly, her expression changed. "Could it be? Are you not human? Are you a Bojiang?" The Bojiang people, an ancient civilization within the cosmos, are characterized by their individuals' extraordinary strength and are the most closely resembling intelligent race to humans. With a staggering 97% genetic similarity, some scholars speculate that the two civilizations were originally one, having diverged in ancient times to evolve in different worlds. Unfortunately, this theory has never gained public acceptance. The Bojiang civilization would undoubtedly reject the notion that the feeble human race could be their kin. Enough. Must your imagination be so boundless? Yun Hao Yu exclaimed, exasperated. If we are to proceed, you must swear not to divulge my affairs. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Xiao Muhuan regarded him with suspicion, unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. However, when Yun Hao Yu placed a drop of blood into the device, the results displayed a minute later left her utterly astounded. "No, there are no flaws whatsoever. Absolutely perfect genes. How can this be?" she murmured. The data on the testing apparatus was densely packed with thousands of entries, each indicator displaying a level of perfection that could only exist in the minds of experts. For ordinary individuals who have not awakened special abilities, a level 4 gene optimization is currently the pinnacle of advancement. Yet, this does not imply that the field of genetic optimization has reached its limits. In fact, laboratories across major powers are intensifying their research into more advanced optimization technologies. Beyond level 4, there exist levels 5 and 6, both of which are still under rigorous investigation in laboratories. As for levels 7 and above, these remain merely theoretical possibilities. Although humanity is advancing at a rapid pace, realizing such advancements within a millennium is an elusive dream. What should the ideal genetic model of the human race resemble? What miracles might occur when a species evolves to its utmost potential? How would the landscape of the human world shift upon the possession of absolutely perfect genes? This series of exhilarating possibilities, once mere fantasies of experts, now materialized before Xiao Muhuan's very eyes. Though she had never witnessed it before, she was unequivocally certain that this was the epitome of perfection, a manifestation of human evolution that existed only in theory. A miracle! Could this truly be real? She pondered in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure, forcing down her excitement as she assured him, "Rest assured, I shall not speak of today's events to anyone. Moreover, you must exercise utmost caution. Do not allow anyone to discover your secret. Otherwise, it was evident that should this secret leak in any form, the upper echelons of the world's major powers would go into a frenzy. What consequences Yun Haoyu would face then need not be elaborated. The mere thought of various scientific madmen bursting forth with an array of instruments, intent on dissecting him, sent shivers down her spine. Casting a glance at the testing device, she summoned her strength to crush it into oblivion, unleashing a bolt of energy to obliterate its intricate components. Only then did she feel a sense of relief as she dusted off her hands. Following this commotion, the flying vehicle had already reached its destination. "From today onward, you shall reside here," Xiao Muhuan declared, wrapping her arms around him. "Your apartment can remain vacant for now. After all, this place is spacious enough. But I must first return to tidy up. No need. Everything you require is already here. I had it prepared for you last time, but you insisted on." She tightened her grip, clearly indicating that should he refuse, she would resort to forceful means to take him away. "Very well, I concede. But may I at least make a quick visit to the school?" He relented. "For what purpose?" she inquired, her expression suspicious. "I wish to ask a few classmates if they would be interested in assisting me. Given our past camaraderie, it seems only fitting that I extend a helping hand now that I have achieved success." "That makes sense, however. I shall accompany you," she cunningly replied, resolute in ensuring he would not escape her grasp. "Very well. The specific terms are thus. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. In the school dormitory, Yun Haoyu, Bernard, Su Shangqing, and Jean you gathered to discuss the mining venture. I must say, Ayu, the compensation you offered is quite generous. It would be disingenuous to claim I am not tempted. Yet this does not align with our field of study, and we risk potential pitfalls." Bernard, known for his steady demeanor, voiced his concerns. "It is of no consequence. The new positions are not overly challenging. As long as you dedicate yourselves, any uncertainties can be resolved by consulting colleagues. I will also hire professionals to assist." Yun Haoyu replied with a smile. "Very well. Opportunities like this are rare. It would be foolish not to accept," Jin Yu exclaimed. "When does the new company commence operations?" "We must wait a while longer." "But it will be soon. We will need to visit those 2 planets for an on-site investigation, then finalize the details. Upon signing this agreement, I shall advance your first year's salary." After some contemplation, the group signed the document. Yun Haoyu produced a bank card and transferred the funds into their accounts. Once everything was settled, Jin Yu asked, "Tomorrow marks the new year. Do you have any plans?" "Ayu? We were thinking of going out for some fun." Just as he was about to respond, Xiao Muhuan unexpectedly pinched his waist, effectively silencing him. "He has no time tomorrow. You all can entertain yourselves," she declared with a smile. The 3 roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Cough, cough. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Yun Haoyu felt increasingly uncomfortable, resorting to coughing to mask his embarrassment. Xiao Muhuan, however, remained unfazed, boldly stating, "All right, the matters are settled. Let us return for dinner." With that, she took his hand and led him out, leaving the 3 young men chuckling behind them, a salary exceeding 1,000,000 credit points. "You are indeed generous," Xiao Muhuan teased in the flying vehicle. "They are not outsiders. I merely wish to lend them a hand. Besides, I am not lacking in funds at present. They have yet to even undergo level 2 gene optimization. Forget it. That is your affair." "Do as you please." Xiao Muhuan shifted the topic. "With the festival approaching, what are your plans?" It seems you have yet to gift me anything. What would you like? I shall buy it for you. He readily offered. Well, I have something in mind. I will let you know when we return. A mysterious smile danced upon her lips. The new year in the interstellar era differs from that of Earth. On every habitable planet, at least 2 New Year celebrations occur annually, one according to Earth's calendar and another based on interstellar timekeeping. This upcoming new year aligns with Earth's historical calendar. After dinner, as night fell, 3 moons illuminated the sky. Dreamy Rose, a limited edition masterpiece produced by Glayman Heavy Industries, with only 3,000 units manufactured. How does it feel? In a vast hangar, a golden flying saucer, 50 meters in diameter, stood silently before them. Its sleek and streamlined design was adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered under the soft lighting, resembling a flawless work of art. Surely, such a vessel cannot be acquired merely with wealth? Gazing at this imposing luxury spacecraft, he felt a pang of envy. Indeed, I ordered it from a well-connected client in the capital. I seldom use it, as I cherish it. Do you like it? If you wish for it, then I shall gift it to you, Xiao Huan chuckled. Why are you being so kind to me? As long as you like it, anything here that catches your eye is yours to take. Xiao Huan generously proclaimed, though inwardly she added, however, your heart belongs to me. The door of the flying saucer opened silently, and a stream of bright white liquid surged forth, swiftly forming a delicate staircase within mere seconds. Once the two entered, the staircase seamlessly transformed back into liquid and retreated into a concealed compartment beside the door. Inside the saucer, a soft golden light enveloped them, warming their bodies like the gentle sun of an autumn afternoon. The faint hum of electric motors resonated as the vast dome of the storage room rapidly parted, revealing a star-studded night sky above. Amidst the soothing music, Xiao Huan approached the central control room and issued the launch command. A barely perceptible tremor coursed through the floor, and as it subsided, the saucer hovered steadily hundreds of meters above the ground. Activating the anti-gravity propulsion system, the saucer soared into the sky, tracing a brilliant arc across the night. Minutes later, the saucer had ascended to a near-Earth orbit over 1,000 kilometers high. All right, now we can move freely. Xiao Huan unfastened her safety harness. Despite the effects of the electromagnetic gravity system, movement felt as light as a feather, merely half of what it would be on the ground, as the lights and shadows danced. The top of the ship gradually became transparent, unveiling the tranquil and resplendent Milky Way before their eyes. Behold the celestial expanse of Haoding Xiaodu. Is it not magnificent? Her delicate jade-like finger gestured toward the northwest. There lay a grand and splendid galaxy, tens of thousands of light-years from the Hellrose star domain, accompanied by several smaller star belts stretching across millions of light-years. This colossal galaxy, named after one of the 33 heavens from ancient Huagua mythology, is a realm teeming with mystery and peril. Since humanity's discovery of this galaxy, elite fleets have been dispatched multiple times to explore it, seeking rare resources and planets suitable for colonization. Yet progress has remained painfully limited. Due to the perspective from the ground, only a fraction of it is visible. To glimpse its entirety, one must venture into space. Each point of light represents a world, densely packed together to form magnificent halos, ultimately composing countless majestic galaxies. For thousands of years, humanity has relentlessly sought to explore the cosmos, leaving footprints across dozens of star systems, discovering countless extraterrestrial life forms and numerous intelligent civilizations. In the struggle for resources and habitable space, humanity's relationships with these intelligent civilizations have been far from amicable, often resulting in conflict. However, this is only natural. Regardless of how advanced a civilization may be, none would willingly sacrifice themselves for another when faced with the pressures of survival and resources. A glass of red wine was presented before him. Exuding a subtle yet rich aroma, he reached out to take it, his gaze falling upon the enchanting woman before him, who had changed into a pristine white sleeveless gown, its deep V-neck revealing expanse of her ivory skin. Cascading long hair draped casually over her chest as she moved, her alluring curves were on full display. They clinked their glasses lightly, then downed their drinks in one go. Just as he was about to speak, her delicate arms encircled his neck. You promised to give me a gift, her deep, magnetic voice whispered in his ear. Indeed, what would you like? His hand hesitated momentarily before wrapping around her waist, the warmth and silkiness igniting a slow-burning flame within him. She responded with action, her tempting lips sealing his, the fragrant breath flooding into his mouth, and he felt his body temperature rising at an astonishing rate. It was as if he harbored a volcano within. Chapter 65. Ancient secrets. Her jade-like hand exerted slight pressure, and a gust of wind swept through the room, instantly tearing his clothes to shreds. Her waterfall-like hair billowed in the air, her pure, crystalline body heavily pressing down upon him, setting off an explosive eruption within him. In orbit, the spacecraft continued its predetermined flight path, traveling at speeds of tens of thousands of kilometers per hour, completing a circuit around the planet in just over 2 hours. This meant that every 2 hours, the spacecraft would experience a complete cycle of day and night. When the sunlight bathed them for the third time, their fervent encounter finally drew to a close. Xiao Muhuan lazily stretched her body, gradually rising from his side. Her long hair was drenched in sweat, sticking messily to her perfectly sculpted body, her face radiating a breathtaking blush. Yuan Haoyu remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceiling of the spacecraft. "Why, dear, what are you thinking about?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on his eyes. He stammered, feeling flustered. Xiao Muhuan smiled, gently pulling him closer to her, resting against him, and softly said, "Are you very nervous? Don't worry, it won't be like this in the future." At dawn, the spacecraft, bathed in the morning light, finally returned to its original place. The hatch opened, and a radiant Xiao Muhuan linked arms with Yuan Haoyu as they stepped out. "Master." Several female attendants had been waiting there for quite some time. "It's none of your concern. Disperse." Observing his somewhat awkward demeanor, Xiao Muhuan kindly dismissed them. "Don't be embarrassed. This will be your home from now on, and they will heed your commands. Now, let us take a shower, then we can rest for a while," she said with a smile. "Esteemed General Song Jingfeng, how long do you plan to recuperate here?" In the luxurious recovery suite, General Song Jingfeng, clad in a white patient gown, lay on an expansive bed, dozing. Upon hearing the voice, he replied without lifting his eyelids, "How long I recuperate is my prerogative. It is not for you to inquire. I have already mentioned, unless it's urgent, do not come to find me. Even if there is a matter, it is your concern, esteemed General Luo Hanqing." At this point, he finally opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at the other. "The mission failed, and all my men are dead. Even Du Bois has perished. Are you pleased now? You come to visit me daily under the guise of concern. Yet I seem to recall, our relationship hasn't been cordial enough for this, has it?" The man named Luo Hanqing stood by the window, his expression calm as he stared at him. "The mission's failure is not solely your fault. The higher-ups did not anticipate the determination of that group of volleyball players. However, you should not have abandoned so many injured. Many could have been saved. I have come to see you in accordance with the princess's orders." Song Jingfeng's expression flickered, his tone softening slightly. "What did the princess say?" "The higher-ups intend to conduct a thorough investigation of certain areas beneath the sea of the Muyu Star, to locate the dwelling of that abyss civilization. For this, the princess has granted me permission to mobilize all military and security forces here to act as needed. At the same time, your assistance is required," Luo Hanqing stated succinctly. "A thorough investigation?" Song Jingfeng pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "I need not elaborate on the situation beneath this planet's sea. Do I? With your meager manpower, even if I were to join you, we would merely be fodder for those demonic creatures. This is an impossible task. I will not willingly walk to my demise. Even if the princess punishes me, I shall accept it," Song Jingfeng concluded, stating firmly that he would resign from his position as general. A flash of anger crossed Luo Hanqing's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "General, you are paid by the state, and thus owe your loyalty. The princess has made it clear that this matter is of utmost importance to the Empire's security. We both serve the Empire. And though we may have had past disagreements, I implore you to consider the greater picture." Song Jingfeng scoffed. "The greater picture? To lose my life for the greater picture. Am I mad or foolish? Since you are so loyal, why don't you take your own men? I am but a lone commander now. My absence or presence makes no difference. I wish to rest, so please excuse me." He turned over and closed his eyes, refusing to speak further. Luo Hanqing shook his head. This man had deep connections, and as long as he did not commit any particularly grievous errors, he would not face any substantial punishment. He was emboldened. With a sigh, he exited the room. At the door, two officers stood waiting. Upon seeing him, one asked, "General, what shall we do now?" "If he wishes to shirk his duties, let him be, however. The tasks assigned from above cannot be delayed any longer." Luo Hanqing replied, "But with our current manpower, we simply do not have enough." The officer frowned, and "I believe we may not need to act ourselves." Another officer spoke up. Luo Hanqing's expression brightened, asking, "What do you propose?" "Speak, General. Do you not see that many people on this planet go out to sea to fish daily?" He did not continue. "Indeed. How could I have not thought of that?" Luo Hanqing contemplated for a moment and finally made up his mind. "Then that shall be our course of action. Let us head to the Ability Association now." As noon approached, Yun Haoyu remained deep in slumber. The previous night had been filled with passion in the skies, lasting until dawn before the storm finally subsided. After returning to the ground, they could not resist another bout during their shower, and even in bed, they indulged in several more delightful entanglements. Even with the physique of an ability user, it was somewhat overwhelming. Xiao Muhuan lay on her side, her bright eyes unblinkingly fixed on the man sleeping in her embrace. No, he was a man now. She was clad in but a thin veil, her undulating, smooth curves on full display. Her enchanting visage radiated a languorous springtime allure, every glance exuding an irresistible charm. His head nestled against her jade-like bosom, each breath sending warm gusts that tantalized her rosy lips, unknowingly stirring a hidden desire within her. At this moment, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Typically, such matters tend to be more strenuous for men, and her physical stamina far surpassed his. Thus, an hour ago, she had awakened and silently gazed at her man. After a considerable time, she extended her delicate hand and gently caressed his face. Yun Haoyu finally opened his eyes, and upon seeing the enchanting beauty before him, a tender smile graced his lips. He reached out, embracing her soft waist, and pressed a kiss upon her rosy lips, murmuring, "You are awake too?" "I woke up early," she replied with a gentle smile. "You should rest a little longer. I will prepare something for you to eat." Rising gracefully, the sheer fabric of her attire offered no concealment, revealing her breathtaking form, causing his breath to quicken. Turning to him with a smile, she casually draped a pink nightgown over herself and made her way towards the door. It was only after her figure vanished beyond the threshold that his heart calmed. Had they finally reached this point? Staring at the ceiling, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He understood well the kindness Sumu Han had shown him. However, in the past, his personality, coupled with previous setbacks in this regard, had led to a certain indecisiveness and even avoidance concerning matters of the heart. Fortunately, she was forthright, capable of love and hate. Had she been more reserved, it would likely have resulted in regret. His temperament was indeed lacking. He feared he might suffer for it in the future. He privately reflected on his past actions. The door swung open, and Sumu Han entered with a tray in hand. "Are you hungry?" She gently set down the tray. On it rested two exquisite small bowls filled with a golden, concentrated nutrient solution. This has been specially formulated, infused with the blood of a lava shark. It is immensely beneficial for enhancing one's abilities. She lifted a bowl, saying, "Let me feed you. You just sit comfortably in bed." A serene smile appeared on her face. Yun Haoyu initially intended to refuse, but then thought, "I see this precisely what she desires. Since she harbors such deep feelings for him, why should he dampen her spirits over trivial matters of pride?" Grabbing a soft cushion, he sat up at the head of the bed. Observing his obedient demeanor, Sumu Han felt a swell of happiness. She settled beside him on the edge of the bed, holding the bowl of still steaming nutrient solution. Taking a spoonful to test the temperature before offering it to him, as Yun Haoyu swallowed a mouthful, he found it sweet, imbued with a hint of her lips' fragrance. A wave of sweetness and warmth washed over him. Before long, both bowls were empty. Yun Haoyu inquired, "Where shall we go to play this afternoon?" "I haven't decided yet," she replied, blinking her eyes. "How about we go back to the sky?" "Are you certain about that?" He blushed at the thought of last night's wildness. "All right, I won't tease you any more," she laughed. "Let us discuss it after we go out. I will help you get dressed." The clothing was exquisitely tailored, perfectly fitted, with a complete ensemble prepared from the inside out. "The wardrobe is filled with your outfits. I had them ordered for you last time you visited," she chided softly while arranging his clothes. Once dressed, She topped it off with a black ankle-length trench coat, cinched at the waist with a belt adorned with golden edging and jade clasps, accentuating his tall figure, while the coat boasted intricate dark golden dragon embroidery. Simple yet shrouded in mystery, Sumu Han chose a bright red long dress, complemented by a set of ruby jewelry, exuding an ethereal beauty. Once both were attired, they stepped out hand in hand. Not a single servant was in sight, clearly indicating that Sumu Han had anticipated his delicate visage and had sent them away beforehand. Upon entering the hovercar, Yun Haoyu pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us go to the Ability Association. I've heard there are numerous treasures at their auction." "All right," Sumu Han replied obediently. Moments later, the familiar towering black structure came into view. After securing a parking spot, they disembarked. Just as they were about to take a step, another convoy roared and .10 heavy-duty floating battle vehicles escorted a luxurious ice-blue hovercar that landed nearby, and a group of well-dressed individuals, evidently of high status, swiftly approached. Chapter 66. The Fate of Separation. Is it from the Imperial Security Department? It seems to be a significant figure, Sumu Han remarked in surprise, gazing at the golden eagle emblem on the vehicle. The door opened, revealing a tall, handsome man clad in a blood-red uniform adorned with intricate purple-gold embellishments, exuding grandeur. At the first button was pinned a large golden diamond emblem, and on the left chest, a resplendent ribbon bore the engraved image of 10 golden stars. Am I seeing this correctly? A saint-level powerhouse. Yun Haoyu gaped in disbelief at the man. Those around them were equally astonished, scanning the surroundings. Luo Hanqing shifted his attention to the group of officials before him. "General, welcome to the Ability Association." The leading middle-aged man greeted warmly. "Lord Walton, no need for pleasantries," Luo Hanqing replied amiably. "I have some matters to discuss with your esteemed organization." "Haha, certainly, General. Please, come in." Walton, the middle-aged man, hospitably ushered Luo Hanqing and his party through the entrance. "Are you still thinking about that expert?" Sumu Han asked him with a smile in a private box at the auction hall. "A 10th level. I wonder when I will reach that level." Yun Haoyu sighed. Sumu Han glanced around before leaning closer to his ear, whispering, "For others, it may be challenging, but with your talents, is it truly a problem? Trust me, in 10 years, at most just 10 years, you will become one of the most powerful figures in the Empire, renowned across the galaxy." "Really? You are that confident?" he queried. "Of course, unless something unexpected occurs. 10 years should suffice for leveling up to the saint level," she affirmed with conviction. "Then how long until you advance?" he asked, curious. "That's hard to say. While I could potentially reach the 8th level, advancing further is..." She gently shook her head, expressing uncertainty. "The saint level is not something just anyone can aspire to. Your aptitude is not lacking. One might say it is exceptional. Why should it be impossible?" he inquired, intrigued. "Speaking of which, I'm still unclear about the requirements for advancing to the saint level. Essentially, it involves source crystals, various supportive resources, and diligent training, much like any other ability user. The critical factor, however, lies within one's genes. If the genetic structure is unstable, even with the best conditions, one cannot hope to advance. Unless you wish for your genes to collapse," she lamented. "My teacher calculated that after reaching the 8th level, my genetic stability would approach a critical threshold, with the probability of safely advancing to the saint level being less than 10%. Which means there is still a possibility, correct?" he asked. "I wonder if there is anything that could increase the probability of a safe advancement? Surely they must sell such items here." "It is said that there are, though they are quite rare, and even if one encounters them, they would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced. Let us wait and see. Perhaps a miracle might occur." He laughed, his determination solidified. If he came across something suitable for her, he would not let it slip away. "How difficult is it to advance from the 9th to the saint level?" "It is hard to say. Generally speaking, out of 100 9th level ability users, only 2 or 3 might successfully advance without encountering genetic collapse. The stability of one's genes ultimately determines the achievements of an ability user. Many do not lack effort or resources. It is merely genetic issues that trap them at a certain level for life. Achieving the 9th level already indicates superior genetic quality. However, advancing further to the saint level is an entirely different matter." In the private box, a light brain terminal was available to query information about the upcoming auction items. He browsed through, finding nothing of particular interest. Of course, this was only part of the inventory. Many treasures would not be listed in the materials and would only be revealed during the bidding process. This was a deliberate setup by the auction house to create an air of mystery and boost attendance. The grand auction hall was filled to capacity with various boxes, predominantly occupied by ability users. Judging by their auras, there were even several skilled individuals above the 6th level. It seems it will be a while. Should I go for the advancement test now? Yunhao suggested. Why the rush? I think it would be wiser to wait a year. Keeping some cards up your sleeve is never a bad idea. Sumu Han shot him a glance. Don't forget, your reputation is already quite significant. You've risen 3 levels in half a year and are still so ostentatious. You truly are blissfully ignorant. Among the ability users who frequently venture into the sea, a ranking of Abyss Hunters circulates, based on the number of outings, the spoils acquired, and the user's strength. Since joining the Abyss group, Yunhao, despite his mere 3rd level strength, had gone out to sea multiple times unscathed, achieving remarkable results that even higher-level users found hard to match. Such an anomaly naturally attracted the attention of many. Fortunately, he had an expert like Sumu Han by his side, whose strength and background somewhat quelled the unusual thoughts of certain individuals. While the cultivation of abilities is arduous, with sufficient resources, reaching the 1st to 3rd level can be accomplished relatively swiftly. However, the leap from the 3rd to 4th level is an entirely different story. It cannot be achieved merely through wealth. An ordinary ability user would need several years to reach this stage. If he were to attempt advancement now, it would surely draw the attention of the higher-ups at the Ability Association, even alerting those from the Imperial Security Department. After all, he is still quite young. Having only awakened his extraordinary abilities a few days ago, and lacking any formidable backing, one can only imagine the consequences that await him. It's obvious even to a fool. Yunhao realized this as well and decided to relent. In a luxurious private room at the top level, Luo Hanqing was conversing with several military officers, with Mr. Walton accompanying them. Mr. Walton, this place is situated on the edge of the Empire, and I never expected there would be so many intriguing items here. It's quite fortunate. Let's take a look for now. We can discuss serious matters after the auction, Luo Hanqing remarked while browsing the product information on his holographic device. Very well, everything is at the General's discretion, Walton replied with a smile. After a brief wait, the auction finally commenced. On the elevated stage at the center of the venue stood a formidable-looking middle-aged man clad in a black uniform, his chest bearing the insignia of an 8th-tier expert. 2 women in purple classical attire flanked him, both appearing to possess 3rd-tier capabilities. The middle-aged man activated his holographic terminal, and a 3-dimensional projection quickly materialized, revealing the first auction item, a piece of Yunting bloodstone. Yunhao was somewhat taken aback, as he had quite a few of these in his possession. Ladies and gentlemen, the middle-aged man announced, the first item in this auction is a rare treasure from the deep sea. The Yunting bloodstone. This substance was formed over thousands of years under immense oceanic pressure, having absorbed the blood of many powerful beasts. Its compatibility with human mental energy is remarkably high, making it a core material for crafting advanced extraordinary equipment. Due to its frequent appearance near the nests of formidable creatures, it is exceedingly difficult to collect. This item has been procured by an 8th-tier Abyss Hunter. Now, this piece of Yunting bloodstone weighs 27 kilograms. The starting bid is 400 source crystals, with increments of 20. Let the bidding begin. Evidently, this item was in high demand, as bids quickly began to roll in 420, 460, 600. Before long, the price had soared to 1,000 source crystals. After several rounds of bidding, it was ultimately claimed by someone in a second-floor private room for the price of 1,300 source crystals. I never anticipated this item would be so sought after. Shamuhuan chuckled. You still have some, right? It would be best not to sell them. Find a high-level craftsman to create equipment for you in the future. Soon, the second auction item was presented. A pair of 1-foot-tall jade vials containing a high-tier energy potion concocted by a skilled alchemist, named 9 Directions Slaughtering Powder. This bioweapon is designed to combat large, deep-sea beasts. The starting bid was 800 source crystals, with increments of 50. After considering it, Yunhao decided to participate in the bidding, intending to acquire it for future use. After several rounds of bidding, he secured it for 2,000 source crystals. Before long, a palace-clad woman delivered the item to him. After confirming the acquisition, he swiped his card to complete the payment, casually storing it in his spatial seal while continuing to observe the auction. Several more high-tier pieces of equipment appeared, but none caught his eye, so he refrained from bidding. Suddenly, Xiao Muhuan's expression became animated. The Shiyuan Changluo flower? It's actually the Shiyuan Changluo flower, she exclaimed excitedly, on the high stage below. A massive silver platter held a peculiar purple-red flower bud, surrounded by several purple leaves resembling human hands. The bud was clearly alive, twitching from time to time. The Shiyuan Changluo flower, a rare plant from the powerful alien civilization of the Miriam Empire, possesses remarkable vitality. Even when uprooted and placed in extremely harsh environments, it can survive for extended periods. Experiments have shown that when a piece of its tissue was cut and thrown into a vacuum environment at over 100 degrees below zero, its cellular activity remained largely unaffected after 3 years. When its juice is combined with a few non-precious auxiliary materials, the resultant potion has astonishing effects on women's beauty and anti-aging. No wonder she is so invested. Do you like it? Then I'll buy it for you, Yun Haoyu said with a smile. I haven't given you anything yet. The middle-aged man spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Shiyuan Changluo flower, a specialty of an alien civilization. I needn't elaborate on its effects. It's a favorite among female friends. The base price is 2,500 source crystals, with increments of 100. The atmosphere in the venue noticeably heated up, with female extraordinary beings and their male companions alike fixating on the peculiar flower bud, practically itching to snatch it. 2,800 source crystals. A blonde woman called out, revealing herself to be a fifth-tier extraordinary being. 3,000. A stout man immediately raised the bid. 3,500. Another man in black chimed in. 3,700. 4,000. Bids flew in from all directions, and in a matter of minutes, the price skyrocketed to 8,000 source crystals. Most participants had given up, as this item did not enhance one's cultivation, thus holding limited appeal for extraordinary beings. Only those particularly affluent women persisted, their determination unwavering. This moment, only a green-clad middle-aged woman in a third-floor private room and a stout black man remained steadfast, both clearly intent on securing the flower. 8,500. The middle-aged woman raised the bid again. 8,700. The stout man countered, unwilling to yield. 9,000. The middle-aged woman's expression darkened slightly. 9,300. The stout man appeared to sweat slightly, clearly feeling the strain. However, he refused to concede, especially with a pair of twin beauties squeezing his waist beside him. In a second-floor private room, Achilles sipped tea, with Wamonli accompanying him, her gaze enviously fixed on the projection of the peculiar flower bud on the high stage. After glancing at the man beside her, she inwardly sighed. He could certainly afford this amount, but he would undoubtedly be reluctant to be so generous. The last time he paid for her fourth-tier gene optimization surgery, it took considerable persuasion. She had to endure some of his peculiar preferences in return. 10,000. I bid 10,000. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and raised the bid once more. The stout man's complexion turned pale, and despite his attempts to speak, he slumped back in resignation, and no matter how much his twin sisters squeezed him, he had deflated like a punctured balloon, refusing to make another sound. 10,000 source crystals. Going once. 10,000 source crystals going twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a clear and melodious voice rang out. 11,000. Immediately, many gazes turned toward the source of the sound. Due to the semi-enclosed nature of the private rooms, it was easy to see a handsome young man clad in a black trench coat with black eyes and hair standing up, announcing this astonishing bid. The middle-aged woman's previously bright expression darkened in an instant. 11,500. She gripped her silk scarf tightly. 12,000. Yun Haoyu replied casually that it was him. Wamonli stared in astonishment at the young man in the distance, and upon spotting the stunning woman in the red dress beside him, she suddenly understood, and an inexplicable flame of jealousy ignited within her. 12,500. The middle-aged woman hesitated but finally uttered this amount through clenched teeth. 13,000. Yun Haoyu remained unfazed. The silk scarf in the middle-aged woman's hand tore into fluttering pieces, scattering to the floor. If looks could kill, Yun Haoyu would have been slain 100 times over. Ultimately, this exquisite item was secured by Yun Haoyu for the price of 13,000 source crystals. Keep it safe. Once we gather a few more materials, it can be utilized, he said with a smile to Xiao Muhuan, who was delighting in holding the flower examining it closely. This fellow seems somewhat unfamiliar. He doesn't resemble anyone from the prominent families, yet he is so generous. Achilles mused, somewhat intrigued. Could he be a traveler from another star domain? His name is Yun Haoyu. He is my classmate, Wamanli replied, her expression complicated. Oh? Which prominent family does he belong to? I've never heard of him before. Achilles was taken aback. As someone well-versed in noteworthy figures on this planet. He found it surprising that he had no knowledge of Yun Haoyu, who evidently possessed considerable wealth. I'm not entirely sure. I've heard he is. Wamanli recounted what she knew. That's so? Quite interesting, Achilles chuckled, gently setting down his teacup. Zhao Zhixiong's fortunes have turned. It seems his new business partner is also named Yun Haoyu. It must be the same person. Gazing at the distant figure, a flicker of coldness passed through the godfather's eyes. Go. I want to see his complete profile by this time tomorrow. He instructed a burly man wearing sunglasses at the doorway, who nodded and promptly exited. The auction continued, with numerous rare items being presented for bidding. Yet none were of interest to Yun Haoyu. After an hour and a half, the auction neared its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the grand finale item of this auction, the Kian fungus mother. The auctioneer proclaimed, this rare species originates from certain gas giants with extremely high atmospheric pressure. It can only form under thousands of standard atmospheric pressures through special natural biochemical reactions over tens of thousands of years. It offers incredible benefits for extraordinary beings below the saint level to enhance their cultivation, and it also aids 8th-tier experts in breaking through to the saint level. The audience erupted in excitement, with many fixating on the golden root-like specimen, buzzing with lively discussions. The Kuei Yin mycelium, how remarkable it is! It is said that this substance is exceedingly difficult to discover. I truly wonder how they managed to obtain it. I have heard that it possesses the ability to stabilize the genes of higher organisms, which has led some to attempt to ascend to the saint rank using it, such a precious item. I can only imagine it must be exorbitantly priced. Yun Haoyu gazed at the object for a while before turning to Xiao Muhan and inquiring, is this something you intend to use? Indeed. While it may be uncertain whether it will facilitate a rise to the saint rank, I believe reaching the 8th tier should be quite feasible. She, too, felt a flutter of excitement. Then let us procure it. Once everyone had calmed their emotions, the auctioneer finally spoke. This mycelium weighs 1.73 kilograms, with a starting bid of 20,000 source crystals, and each subsequent bid must increase by 1,000. Please, place your bids. The atmosphere of the auction reached a fever pitch. Faced with such a rare treasure, numerous ability users had resolved to exhaust their resources to secure it. 22,000, bellowed a man with a curled beard. 25,000, declared a young man with red hair from a private booth. 28,000, 30,000. The price surged rapidly, soon reaching 60,000 source crystals, enough to purchase a space battleship. 65,000, called out a beautiful girl with honey-colored long hair leaning against the second-floor railing. Her eyes strikingly rare with dual irises. 70,000, announced an elderly gentleman in white. 75,000. Yun Haoyu decided it was time to make his move. After several rounds of bidding, the price soared to an astonishing 95,000. The elderly gentleman in white, visibly frustrated, withdrew, leaving only Yun Haoyu and the dual-eyed girl in contention. 96,000. Yun Haoyu raised his bid once more. 97,000. The girl's expression grew increasingly anxious. 98,000. Yun Haoyu declared. The dual-eyed girl cast him a penetrating glance, contemplating a continuation but ultimately refrained from speaking again. 98,000 once. 98,000 twice. The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. 100,000. A gentle voice resonated from the top private booth. Instantly, the auction hall erupted once more. What does 100,000 source crystals signify? One source crystal equals 1 million standard credit points. Thus, 100,000 source crystals amounts to a staggering 10 billion. The Empire's latest generation of cloud sharks, heavy space battleships, is priced similarly. While this item is indeed exceptional, 100,000 source crystals already exceed its intrinsic value. After all, it only has a certain probability of enhancing one S tier, not a certainty. With this item, you can advance further. In the private booth, Luo Hanqing smiled at a female officer beside her. Yet, it seems he is unwilling to let go, remarked the officer, referring to the young man in black who had stepped out onto the railing. We shall see how long he can endure, Luo Hanqing replied nonchalantly. 105,000. Yan Haoyu raised his bid once again. 110,000. 115,000. He furrowed his brow. 120,000. Luo Hanqing remarked dismissively. 125,000. Yan Haoyu felt a pang of anxiety. Excluding his previous expenditures, his total assets now amounted to just over 140,000. He contemplated withdrawing, yet did not wish to disappoint Xiao Muhan. 130,000. Luo Hanqing maintained her relaxed demeanor. Even the auctioneer, known for his composure, began to tremble slightly at this juncture. Perhaps it is best to concede. It no longer seems worthwhile, Xiao Muhan whispered from behind him. 140,000. Yun Haoyu gritted his teeth and raised his offer. Since the private booth had been sealed off in advance, he was oblivious to the fact that the general was seated within. Has this fellow lost his mind? Just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it. Such attempts to please a woman are rather excessive. A group of individuals murmured among themselves. Just as Luo Hanqing was about to raise the bid, she suddenly noticed a stunning woman in a red dress emerging from the booth and standing beside the young man, casting her gaze in their direction. Ah, so it is her? Luo Hanqing thought thoughtfully. Although the other booths were semi-isolated, he had not discerned the woman's appearance due to the angle until she approached the railing. After some contemplation, he refrained from further bidding. Ultimately, the Kuei Yin mycelium was secured by Yun Haoyu for the staggering sum of 140,000. The woman in palace attire delicately carried a jade box containing the mycelium, accompanied by 4 seventh-tier experts for protection. After Yun Haoyu inspected it, he swiped his card to complete the payment and handed the jade box to Xiao Muhan. 140,000 source crystals. It's somewhat unprofitable, isn't it? Though she was pleased, she felt a touch of regret. No worries, as long as you can advance. She smiled. It is worth it. Moreover, this substance is substantial. I cannot consume it all by myself, so you may partake as well. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted. May I have a word with you both? Yun Haoyu turned to find it was the general he had encountered earlier at the door. What can I do for you? He asked, somewhat apprehensive, as the presence of a Saint-rank expert was quite formidable. It is this. My sister's genes are somewhat unstable, so she is in dire need of this substance. Could you possibly part with a portion? Just 200 grams would suffice. I assure you, I will not take it for free. I will offer 100,000 source crystals in exchange. What do you say? Luo Hanqing smiled as she spoke. A fair deal of 100,000 source crystals for merely 200 grams surely favored Yun Haoyu immensely. He glanced at Xiao Muhan and, seeing no objections from her, nodded in agreement. In the presence of Walton, they proceeded to divide the Kuei Yin mycelium, and Luo Hanqing promptly made the payment. General, consider this a favor owed to me. As she exited, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Miss, please do not tease me. He chuckled helplessly, glancing at the woman in the red dress from afar. I meant no such thing. However, you seem to have encountered a bit of misfortune lately. Just a minor inconvenience, no need for your concern. Haha, may it be so. Xiao Muhan shot him a sidelong glance as she linked arms with Yun Haoyu and boarded the flying car. Unbeknownst to Yun Haoyu, the two had been exchanging pointed remarks through mental waves. He was simply delighted to have made a profit today, initially thinking he would face a tight financial situation. So it was that woman? I must tread carefully. On another front, Achilles brooded with discontent. This kid is rather lucky. I'm envious. Who exactly is that woman? Mused Wamanli, watching the flying car disappear into the distance, her eyes ablaze with indignation. I seem no less than her. Why do I not have such good fortune? In the stellar system of Muyu Star, there are 11 planets of varying sizes. Muyu Star, the 4th planet, is the only one in this system with a relatively hospitable environment capable of sustaining life. The neighboring 3rd and 5th planets possess but a thin atmosphere, while the others lack an atmosphere altogether. Though devoid of life, these planets are not without value. In fact, those with solid surfaces often harbor vast wealth, an abundance of mineral resources. The reserves are astonishing. Should rare and valuable minerals, highly sought after in the human realm, be discovered, the strategic value of these planets would increase significantly. In the era of interstellar travel, it is difficult to ascertain just how many resources are required to sustain the prosperity of a colonized planet with a population of hundreds of millions. However, one thing is certain. Relying solely on the resources available on the colonized planet is utterly insufficient, no matter how wealthy its reserves may be. moreover, to maintain the balance and stability of the ecosystem. Large-scale resource extraction is typically avoided on colonized planets. The more populous and economically developed a planet becomes, the more energy and resources it consumes. This was once an unsolvable dilemma during the Earth era, but it has been resolved following the advancement of space travel technologies and humanity's large-scale entry into space. The pillar industries sustaining the economic prosperity of Muyu Star are twofold: biopharmaceuticals and mining operations on neighboring planets. With valuable deposits discovered on all 10 planets, including some rare varieties, numerous large enterprises have flocked to this region to stake their claims and invest in development. The neighboring Muju and Yueyang planets are dotted with mining sites of varying sizes. Enormous automated mining equipment pierces the rock layers, extracting the necessary ores, which are then transported to nearby smelting bases for preliminary processing and refinement. Subsequently, they are shipped away via cargo spacecraft, apart from a portion needed to fulfill Muyu Star's demands. Most of the minerals are loaded onto large ocean-going freighters and sold to various star regions under the Empire's jurisdiction. Brother Zhao, have we arrived at our destination? Yun Haoyu inquired aboard a small passenger spacecraft. Indeed, this is it, CM406 mining area, Zhao Zhixiong replied with a smile. The entire mining area spans nearly 8,000 square kilometers, primarily yielding Celera crystal sand and several accompanying rare earth elements. The spacecraft gradually descended, revealing the gray, desolate land below. This planet is Muju Star, the third planet of this stellar system. It possesses only a thin atmosphere, mainly composed of nitrogen, methane, and helium. Due to its proximity to the star, temperatures during the day can soar to several hundred degrees Celsius, while at night they plummet dramatically to nearly minus 100 degrees. Such a harsh environment naturally precludes the existence of life. However, due to its rich mineral deposits, the planet is far from deserted. Throughout the journey, Yun Haoyu has already witnessed countless cargo spacecraft taking off and landing, resembling industrious worker bees. On the ground, various shapes of mining machinery are scattered everywhere. Colossal pits, rudimentary roads resembling a spider's web, and an astonishing number of large track trucks laden with freshly excavated or heading towards the smelting base. The smelting base, perched on the edge of the pit, resembles a small mountain. Towering chimneys, each several dozen meters in diameter, belch forth columns of smoke. Adjacent to the smelting base lies the energy center, hidden deep underground, alongside a fully enclosed ecological zone, of course. This is merely a scene from elsewhere. The CM406 zone remains undeveloped, a desolate expanse devoid of any human presence. This time, Yun Haoyu has invited his friends for an on-site inspection, as well as engaged several engineering experts in the mining sector to ascertain a detailed development plan. Mr. Conan, what is the budget required to fully activate this mining area? He inquired of a Caucasian man beside him. Conan, his financial assistant, appeared to be in his 30s, speaking little, with a sturdy build and an air of shrewd competence. Upon hearing Yun Haoyu's question, he activated his holographic device and responded. Based on the information provided by Mr. Zhao, I have prepared a preliminary estimate, with an area of nearly 8,000 square kilometers. We can initially set up 50 operational points, requiring 50 sets of semi-fixed gigantic excavation equipment. Additionally, we will need nearly 1,000 various auxiliary machines. We will also need to construct over 1,000 kilometers of rudimentary roads, necessitating hundreds of relevant machinery. Naturally, this portion of equipment is only required in the short term and can be considered for rental rather than outright purchase. 4 heavy-duty track transport vehicles with a capacity of 500 tons. We will need 1,200 units. The large smelting base with an annual processing capacity of 150 million tons will require 3,000 sets of various equipment if all the aforementioned equipment operates with a high degree of automation. The personnel requirement can be reduced to fewer than 500 individuals. Considering normal shift changes and vacations, we will need to construct a fully enclosed ecological base capable of accommodating 800 people. The top priority is the energy base, to maintain the effective operation of the aforementioned equipment, and to meet the future energy demands as the mining area expands, we need to build an energy base with a total capacity of 50 million kilowatts. Lastly, we will require several passenger spacecraft to transport employees, as well as 10 medium-sized cargo ships, of course. To guard against potential hazards from asteroid strikes in space, we will also need an air defense system. In summary, the initial investment will be approximately 20 billion credit points. 20 billion? That's indeed a substantial expense. Yun Haoyu mused in silence. Conan added, if there are financial constraints, you might consider purchasing used equipment. Although it may be less efficient, it could reduce costs by at least half. Renting equipment is also a viable option, leading to lower initial investments, but in the long run, it may not be very cost-effective. Lastly, you could also consider taking out a loan from the bank, using this mining area as collateral. Once production begins, you can repay it. There's no need for used equipment. Yunhao Yu finally resolved, let us go entirely with new. How soon can we commence work? If the funds are promptly available, then recruiting personnel, purchasing equipment and installation, along with initial construction, can be completed within a month at the latest, after an additional week or so of trial operation. We can begin mining in no more than 40 days, Conan replied affirmatively. Then it is settled. The funds will arrive shortly, and I shall return in 40 days. Yunhao Yu decisively concluded, a single mining area demands 20,000 source crystals. Indeed, my current funds are rather insufficient. On the return journey, Yunhao Yu lamented. Then let us seek a bank loan. After all, this is a venture that guarantees profit. As long as we survive the initial phase, we can sit back and count our money, Bernard chuckled. If you decide to take out a loan, I will gladly provide my guarantee, Zhao Zhixiong added. Just from this one mining area, once it is fully developed, your annual income will not be less than 20,000 source crystals. If all 25 mining areas are activated, your wealth will only multiply. But won't that be too expansive? Yunhao Yu expressed some concern. Perhaps I should establish a company and hire a professional team to manage it. Indeed, that is wise. Zhao Zhixiong smiled. You are destined for greatness, and your business will only continue to grow. It is indeed necessary to start planning now. Do not worry. Should any troubles arise, I will assist you. In that case, I am deeply grateful, Brother Zhao. As night fell on Muyun's star, the heavens remained adorned with twinkling stars and a resplendent galaxy. Yunhao Yu quietly hovered several hundred meters above the ground, completely still. Within him, the Nine Heavens Galaxy technique was in full operation, drawing in strands of starlight, which were integrated into his being and refined into star cores. From a distance, a faint glow encircled him, resembling a semi-transparent cocoon enveloping his form. Having become familiar with this technique over the past month, he could now refine a star core into his meridians each day. The benefits of the technique began to manifest. With the infusion of a substantial amount of stellar energy, his meridians and consciousness expanded. Now, compared to other practitioners of the same tier, he possessed at least 30% more energy within him. And it was increasing at a visibly rapid pace. The Lingyu Lanyi had been consumed by him several times, boosting his mental strength past 10,000, reaching an astonishing 15,000. The light blades condensed from his mental energy could easily slice through 30 millimeters of homogeneous alloy armor. Chapter 69. Troubles, Part 1. Such rapid progress can be attributed not only to the efficacy of the technique, but also to the effects of the Kuei Yin mushroom mother. Combined with the daily intake of a concentrated nutrient solution formulated from lava shark blood. All these factors have steadily propelled him to a fifth-tier advancement. Extending his hand, he clenched his fist, slightly channeling his energy. The source energy within him responded obediently to his will. He casually threw over 10 punches into the void before him. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of explosions echoed continuously. That was the sound of air being compressed to its limits, creating explosive bursts. The speed of his attacks had already surpassed the speed of sound. Advancing to the Saint tier, once merely a distant dream, now seems achievable within a decade at this pace. The thought alone sends a thrill through him. Creating such a commotion, you're disturbing someone. A graceful figure floated up from the courtyard below. I just lost control for a moment, he chuckled. The face of Xiao Muhan, with its blend of joy and irritation, appeared before him. She wore a semi-transparent nightgown, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Clearly having just bathed, with his heightened mental acuity, she appeared completely unclothed in his eyes. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Despite having shared their living space for several days and having engaged in numerous intimate encounters, he still felt an overwhelming urge upon seeing her in such a state. You wouldn't be thinking of doing something here, would you? Seeing his expression, Xiao Muhan's cheeks flushed slightly, though her opposition seemed half-hearted. This place, while isolated with no one around for miles, is still within a villa surrounded by thousands of meters. However, with current observational technology, Even from tens of thousands of kilometers in synchronous orbit, it would be effortless to discern the movements of a single ant on the ground. If they were to engage in such activities here, they might unwittingly be captured by a passing spacecraft and end up as the headline in some tabloid. The absurdity of the thought finally made him abandon that tempting idea, and he embraced her as they flew towards the villa below. More than an hour later, as the clouds parted and the rain ceased, the two remained in the most intimate embrace. After a long while, he sat up, still holding the enchanting figure in his arms, and casually activated a holographic device to check the day's news. The information on the screen scrolled rapidly, yet his reading speed, capable of deciphering numbers at a rate of several screens per second, remained unfazed. This was the advantage of having heightened mental acuity, allowing for rapid reading and analysis of information far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This, however, was still not extraordinary. Among practitioners, there exists a profession known as the sage, whose strength lies not in combat but in far superior information analysis and interpretation compared to typical practitioners. In various high-tech industries, strategic research, intelligence gathering and analysis, and large-scale engineering design, all fields reliant on mental prowess, have become irreplaceable. It can be said that the rapid development of the human world owes much to the significant contributions of diverse types of sages. One piece of information caught his attention. The Imperial Security Department and the Association of Practitioners jointly issued an SS-level mission. Mission details: to explore the Phobos Trench located in the northern ocean of Muyun Star, covering an area of approximately 150,000 square kilometers, divided into 500 equal portions. Anyone who can reach the seabed and chart a detailed underwater map of any assigned mission area can claim a generous reward of 45,000 source crystals from the Association of Practitioners. Any individual or company organization may undertake this mission, and if two or more individuals or organizations take on the same area, the reward will go to the first party to complete it. Given the high difficulty of the task, individuals or companies receiving rewards for this mission will not be required to pay any taxes. Moreover, those who excel in this task will receive additional rewards from the Empire. Am I seeing this correctly? A mission with a reward of 2,250,000 source crystals. Yunhao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The Empire is quite generous this time. The previously drowsy Xiao Muhan lifted her head, lazily glancing over, and remarked lightly, "That fellow Luo Hanqing is out of ideas and is now targeting those low-tier civilian practitioners, hoping to fill that bottomless pit with their lives. Humph, what a cunning scheme." Listening to your implication, it seems he harbors ill intentions? Yunhao Yu began to grasp the situation. If my conjecture is correct, his visit to the Ability Association is precisely for this purpose, Xiao Muhuan remarked with a smile. It is likely a directive from above, yet he is unwilling to squander his resources in such a perilous place, thus concocting this mission to send those greedy for profit to serve as cannon fodder. Over 20 million source crystals, what a substantial sum. This amount could easily procure a modest fleet. However, is it truly so easily attainable? If my memory serves me right, that location is notorious for being the Devil's Sea on Muyun Star. More than a year ago, an entire Abyss fleet was lost there without a trace. Unfortunately, those individuals are oblivious to this fact, and I shudder to think how many lives will be lost as a result. Xiao Muhuan sighed, so that's the case. Yunhao Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, initially believing he might have the chance to visit, but it appears that will not be possible. Do you still lack funds? Is it necessary to take such risks? She casually closed her holographic device, wrapping her arms around his neck. Darling, shall we have another go? In a military base by the seaside, within a spacious office, Luo Hanqing stood before the window, gazing out at the surging tides, lost in thought. General, is the reward you set for the mission not a bit excessive? Inquired the female officer named Qingyue from behind him. Though our funding is ample, such expenditure may not sit well with Her Highness. Luo Hanqing chuckled, not turning around. Is it too high? Perhaps, but without such an incentive, how can we compel those beneath us? They each possess certain capabilities and generally do not come from humble beginnings. Without a sufficiently attractive reward, why would they dare to take risks? Of course, you could forego this expenditure. But then, we would have to send our own personnel to fill the gap. Over a year ago, to capture that creature, the Empire lost an entire fleet along with over 100 individuals of 5th rank or higher in that dreadful place, alongside a significant amount of equipment and research personnel. The total losses exceeded 40 million. Our current mission is to conduct a comprehensive survey of that area, paving the way for the Empire's subsequent actions, a task far more daunting than the last. How many lives do you suppose we must sacrifice, and at what cost, to complete this mission? At this point, he finally turned to face her, locking his gaze with hers. Moreover, you must understand, should our personnel suffer heavy casualties here yet still fail to accomplish the task, that would be an insurmountable issue to report to higher-ups, sister. You know we are not like Song Jingfeng. He hails from one of the 6 great families, and even in the event of a colossal blunder, his family would bear the brunt. Although Her Highness has shown us great trust, should we create a significant mess, she will not continuously shield us. The female officer pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, however. This means those venturing out to fish will be in dire straits. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Luo Hanqing sighed. I did not force them to go. They are simply blinded by greed. Who can they blame? The exorbitant bounty mission immediately stirred a great uproar on Mu Yun's star. The total sum of 2,250,000 source crystals was divided into 500 portions. Upon completing a survey of 300 square kilometers of seabed, one would earn a reward of 45,000 source crystals. This is the most generous reward ever offered in Mu Yun's star's history. In no time, various companies, renowned abyss hunters, and diverse underground organizations fixated their attention on this mission. Despite the evident risks, the overwhelming allure of the reward caused the vast majority to lose their sense of reason. What a tantalizing figure indeed! Yet, one wonders who will survive to enjoy it. Achilles chuckled and shook his head. Yun Haoyu, with such an important task, you surely will not let this slip by, will you? Jerome mused to himself in the flying car. I have a premonition. Feng Deming, now a captain of an abyss warship, remarked to his companion. If anyone can secure more than half of the bounty, it can only be Yun Haoyu. Is that so? He is indeed formidable, but he likely owes much to the woman by his side. After all, he is merely at the 3rd rank, the other replied dismissively. Feng Deming smiled, offering no explanation, but his mind was racing. Perhaps I could start a betting pool. You ignorant fools, just wait until I win your undergarments. The fiery crimson phoenix descended slowly at the school gate. Today marks the day of the final exams, and following that will be an entire month of vacation. In just a few days, the new year of the interstellar calendar will arrive, allowing for a well-deserved rest. Would you like me to accompany you inside? Xiao Muhuan asked with a smile. Perhaps not. Otherwise, many would surely fail their exams, he teased. All right then, I shall come to fetch you at noon, as Yun Haoyu prepared to exit the vehicle. He turned his head, catching a glimpse outside. Suddenly, he sat back down, wrapping his arms around her and burying his head deep into her ample bosom. What, do you wish to indulge once more before leaving? She playfully chided, giving him a light smack, yet she did not refuse. Not far away, a black flying car descended, and a familiar figure emerged from within. Upon seeing the adjacent crimson vehicle, Wamanli's gaze flickered momentarily. She recalled that this was the woman's car, the one associated with Yun Haoyu. If the car is here, then Yun Haoyu must also be present? She circled the vehicle, but alas, the windows were one way. While the interior was visible from the outside, the reverse was not true. Reluctantly, she abandoned her inquiry and made her way into the school. As she caught a glimpse of the woman finally walking away, Yun Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 70. Trouble, Part 2. It was only a minute before the exam began that Yun Haoyu dashed into the classroom at breakneck speed. Ignoring Wamanli's peculiar gaze from the front row, he headed straight for his seat. The morning exams consisted of 3 subjects, and the content was not overly challenging. For him at this point, passing was a trivial matter. Once the break commenced, Yun Haoyu utilized his 5th rank speed to sprint into the restroom, remaining in hiding until the 2nd exam began, much to Wamanli's chagrin. After completing the 3rd exam, it was nearly noon. The homeroom teacher would come to hold a brief meeting, after which they would be dismissed to return home. Regardless of what the old man rambled on about at the podium, Yun Haoyu, seated in the back, engaged in quiet conversation with a few friends. His holographic device vibrated slightly, signaling a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a note from the homeroom teacher. Come to the office after class. There is something I wish to discuss. What could this be? He lifted his head to glance at the podium, where the old man continued his unrelenting tirade, not sparing him a single glance. With a sense of curiosity, He made his way to the office after class. The office was empty. After waiting for a while, impatience began to set in. Xiao Muhuan was still waiting outside for him. A faint sound reached his ears. Despite her efforts to conceal her presence, she could not evade his notice. "Are you the one behind this?" he asked, displeased. Manli stood at the door with a beaming smile. Hearing Yun Haoyu's inquiry, she nonchalantly replied, "There's no helping it. Catching you is far too difficult. I merely wish to have a word with you, yet you didn't even grant me the opportunity." She reached out, brushing her fingers against the door frame, causing the automatic door to silently close and the curtains to draw shut. "What are you doing?" he asked nervously, pressing a button in his pocket. "I simply wanted to ask about the promise you made last time. When will you fulfill it?" As she spoke, she leaned closer. "I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Miss, I am truly powerless. What must I do for you to let me be?" She nestled into his embrace, taking his hand and placing it on her chest, speaking in a low, seductive voice. "Do you think I am unattractive? A few days ago, I underwent a 4th-level enhancement procedure. I am no less than that woman, am I? What she can offer you, I can too. What she cannot provide, I can likewise fulfill. I can allow you to savor the utmost pleasures of being a man. All you need to do is agree to my terms." As she spoke, she began to unbutton her clothing. Yun Haoyu forcefully pushed her away, stealing his heart. "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you. You still refuse to agree?" Her smile froze on her face. "I truly am Pao. Is he the superstar of the capital?" With a mix of fury and amusement, he demands 300 million in one go. How audacious of her to voice such a sum. But what of it? If you wish to avoid trouble from that old ghoul, it would be prudent to comply. Or perhaps take me out to sea in the future. She smirks with pride, reaching to unfasten her bra. Just as he stands there, bewildered, a life-saving voice pierces through from outside the door. "Do you intend to seduce and coerce my man, and still dare to ask if I approve?" A tremendous force surges forth. The not-so-thick metal door crumples like paper. A furious Xiao Muhan strides in. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her rage can no longer be contained, and she delivers a resounding slap to Hua Manli's face. "Are you so eager to sell yourself? I could introduce you to some excellent places. The men there would certainly be more than willing to cater to your business. You..." Hua Manli glares at her with venomous resentment. "Others may fear your family, but I do not." She retorts with a cold chuckle. "Keep your distance from my man. Should I discover you daring to entangle with him again, I will have you sold to the lowest-tier nightclub." Another swift slap sends Hua Manli sprawling to the ground as she drags Yun Haoyu out the door. The two remain silent until they reach the car, with Xiao Muhan maintaining a stern expression. Refusing to speak. "Sister, Yun Haoyu stammers, feeling guilty. Suddenly, Xiao Muhan laughs. "Is her body appealing?" "Not at all. It's far inferior to yours." He hastily replies, "So, you have seen her after all. Am I correct?" Her voice carries an undercurrent of tension. "No, I haven't seen her, truly." He quickly denies it. "Haven't seen her? Then how do you know she pales in comparison to me?" The tension thickens. It's not I." He stumbles over his words, clearly flustered. Observing his awkward demeanor, she finally bursts into laughter. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I simply don't understand why that woman would seek you out. Ideas like this." He briefly explains the situation. "I see." She realizes, "I have a hunch that this woman is not to be underestimated. She may stir up trouble in the future. Achilles, that old ghoul, certainly chose a remarkable wife. Indeed, she is an ambitious woman, one who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals." He concurs. "Ha! Even you think so?" She smiles, but her expression suddenly turns serious. "Do not think that what happened earlier can be brushed aside. Once we return, I will devise a way to punish you." Yun Haoyu's relief quickly transforms back into anxiety. In the dimensional rift, the temporary base of the Zhan Ying Clan is located. "Chief, there is movement from the humans." An elder reports. "What is the situation? Speak quickly." The chief's attention sharpens. They have issued a mission, targeting. The elder promptly relays the intelligence he has gathered. That location is precisely where the abyssal bat flower clan resides. The chief contemplates. It is also said to be the legendary forbidden zone of the primordial source. An elder adds. "How do the elders perceive this matter?" The chief surveys the clan members around him. They must have uncovered something, which is why they are taking such actions, an elder asserts. Are you suggesting that the divine artifact is indeed in their possession? Another elder inquires. Certainly, this can be confirmed. We simply do not know which human possesses it at the moment. Following the last incident, shortly thereafter, humans dispatched an entity with the strength of a Yu Huang battle general. Could it be him? It is hard to say. Our warriors have secretly observed him and felt no presence of the divine artifact, but it cannot be ruled out that he has employed some method to conceal its existence. We fear being discovered, hence we cannot act overtly. After all, the perception abilities of a Yu Huang battle general are exceedingly formidable. What do you propose we do next? The chief questions, after a moment of silence. One elder speaks. I believe it is best for us to remain still for now. Oh? Elaborate on your reasoning, because the timing is not ripe. Regardless of which human holds the artifact, they will undoubtedly seek to obscure this fact. Yet this will ultimately prove futile. The humans have decided to probe that maritime area, which means they must have knowledge of certain circumstances. No matter their intentions, when the moment arrives, this artifact must be revealed. Otherwise, they will accomplish nothing. We simply need to closely monitor their movements. Once the artifact appears, we can make our move. Very well, let this resolution be executed immediately, the chief declares with finality on the Muyu star. In the North Ocean, Mo Zhejiang conducts a final check of his equipment before closing his eyes to rest, preparing for the potential battles ahead. Not just him, but the dozen or so ability users aboard this abyssal warship do the same. Since the announcement of that exorbitant mission days ago, it has caused an uproar among the abyssal hunters. Various companies, rogue bands, and formidable individual ability users have eagerly taken on one or multiple tasks related to the maritime domain. Surging towards the North Ocean like a tide. Due to the complex sea conditions, it is imperative to descend to the seabed for close-range mapping. Even the most advanced instruments cannot effectively gather underwater information from the surface. 300 square kilometers is neither too large nor too small. Diverse equipped with the relevant apparatus can complete the mapping in a single day, as for those companies with large diving equipment. The process would be even swifter. Upon completing the mapping and submitting the acquired data to the Ability User Association, a reward of 45,000 source crystals would be theirs. However, this is contingent upon staying out of danger during the mapping process. Otherwise, not only would they fail the mission, but their very lives could be at stake. Mo Zhejiang is employed by a large company and is a well-known figure among the abyssal hunters. With his 6th-tier abilities, he has ensured his safety on multiple sea outings. This journey is organized by the company, which has promised that for each completed task, only 40% of the earnings need to be submitted, allowing the remainder to be kept. The distribution plan is quite fair, considering the company provides the necessary equipment. Chapter 71. Trouble, Part 2. The company has taken on a total of 15 tasks and selected 12 of the most powerful ability users to pilot a specially modified abyssal warship to the target maritime area. Upon arrival, the warship will automatically record everything on the seabed using precision instruments.as for the deadly creatures. It will be up to the ability users to handle them. The Phobos Trench remains an absolute void in the human information database. Official probes have suffered heavy losses, and related records are classified as top secret. Due to the exceptional circumstances this time, the security department has finally released some information for those taking on missions to review. According to that limited information, their task area remains at the trench's periphery, not delving deep inside. The danger level should be relatively lower. Having reached the designated location, everyone prepare, the captain commands. Beneath thousands of meters of water lies an endless seabed plain. At the end of the plain rises a low mountain range. Beyond that range lies the legendary Phobos Trench. The trench stretches for thousands of miles, with an average width of several dozen kilometers. From the warship, it appears as a black serpent coiled among the mountains. At the trench's bottom, there exists an unimaginable vast space. Crossing the mountain range, they slowly enter the trench, continuing their descent. The abyssal warship slows its speed. Cruising at an altitude of about 200 meters above the seabed.as, the personnel operate the equipment. The instruments mounted on the bow activate, meticulously scanning everything on the seabed, with a torrent of data streaming into the mainframe. All weapons enter a state of readiness, and the ability users remain in the watertight chamber, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Due to the complex sea conditions, communication between the warship and the surface has become almost non-existent. If danger arises, the higher-ups will not be able to respond in time. Everything relies solely on them. The warship cruises at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, with the surrounding 2 kilometers being faithfully recorded by the instruments. If all goes well, they should complete the mapping in just a few hours. Not only them, but the surrounding maritime area of over 100,000 square kilometers is now brimming with various diving equipment, ranging from the most advanced abyssal warships to the simplest personal diving pods. All manner of vessels are present. Now, this dim underwater realm is eerily silent, exuding an atmosphere of mystery. It's quite tranquil. It seems there's no danger at all, the first officer remarks to the captain. Indeed, the mapping has been underway for an hour, and aside from the absence of those deadly creatures, not even a sizable fish has been spotted. It's too quiet, yet we must not let our guard down. Everyone stay alert, the captain instructs, emphasizing that after completing the first task, the warship must retreat at the fastest speed. Something out of the ordinary usually signifies trouble. His sixth sense warns him that today's events will not be so simple. Half an hour passes, and still no signs of danger. Aside from the deep rumbling of the warship's engine, the surroundings remain terrifyingly quiet. Mo Zhejiang suddenly furrows his brow, an uncanny feeling rising within him. As if something is lurking in the shadows, watching him. It feels like something is approaching. He states, though his tone lacks certainty, I also sense something amiss. Another ability user agrees. Should we go out to investigate? A third person asks. Not yet. Let us consult the captain first. Just as they are deliberating, the situation outside the warship takes a sudden turn. A colossal shadow emerged from the depths of the ocean trench, its form reminiscent of an octopus yet bearing traits akin to that of a gigantic sea serpent. 16 robust tentacles adorned its abdomen. The creature's exterior and appendages were covered in dark crimson bony spikes and blades. Despite its immense size, surpassing that of the abyssal warship by more than double, it moved with remarkable agility. In mere moments, it had drawn near to the vessel. Strangely, the ship's most sensitive instruments registered no sign of its approach. It was a handful of psychics who first sensed the impending danger. What in the world is that? Just as one of its tentacles brushed against the warship's hull, the captain finally discerned the situation through the observation window. My heavens, it's a Shura anaconda, the first officer exclaimed, his face ashen. The Shura anaconda, the second most fearsome entity on the planet of murky clouds, the nightmare of abyssal hunters, a ferocious being that could only be confronted by a fleet or a master of the sacred tier. In all recorded history since humanity began colonizing this planet, only 2 Shura anacondas have ever been captured, and each time, it came at a staggering cost. Ascend immediately and flee at full speed, the captain commanded decisively. The entire crew combined wouldn't be enough to serve as a mere snack for that creature. The warship swiftly changed course, racing toward the ocean's surface at maximum velocity. The engines groaned under the strain of overexertion. The ship's 200mm particle cannons fired relentlessly, hoping to at least momentarily hinder its advance. Something else is approaching from above, the observer shouted frantically, his voice tinged with desperation. It's a nightmarish mongoose and a Moro shark. Good heavens, and a Fenghuan whale. In just a few breaths, this expanse of ocean was filled with a variety of fearsome creatures, all among the most terrifying in existence. Mo Zhejiang watched in horror as a tentacle as thick as a thigh ensnared the abyssal warship, effortlessly crushing its multimeter-thick, high-strength alloy shell as if it were mere paper. He activated his energy shield just in time before a deluge of seawater surged in, then drew his lightsaber. Striking with all his might at the tentacle, the sharp energy blade met the tentacle as though it were slicing through cotton, exhibiting no resistance whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, he sheathed the lightsaber and surged toward the surface. Since he could not contend with it, he would flee for his life. As for the others aboard, he could not concern himself with them. His priority was his own survival. No sooner had he covered 30 meters than another tentacle coiled around him, followed by a second, then a third. These tentacles belonged to a Yama octopus. He could only sustain his resistance for less than 10 seconds before he surrendered. Just as the beast was about to engulf him, he desperately reversed his internal energy and initiated self-detonation. An orange fireball erupted in the ocean, momentarily illuminating the dark, deep-trenched in that barely visible realm. A few gem-like creatures flickered into view before vanishing in an instant. This scene continued to unfold in this marine expanse. With a graceful motion of his hand, he summoned forth a brilliant blade of light, coalescing into a 2-meter-long sword aura. With a sweep of his hand, the sword aura slashed across the ground, cleaving the alloy-like tiles in twain. This was a sword technique from Rulan's new transmission, modified according to the laws of this world. When cultivated to a profound level, its power could be exceedingly terrifying. During its initial demonstration, he struggled with control, for had he perfected it, the sword aura would have left behind merely a fine crack, imperceptible upon close inspection. From now on, refrain from casually employing this technique unless you intend to leave no survivors. Rulan's voice resonated in his mind. Although the knowledge I imparted to you does not belong to this world, it may still draw attention. Thus, it would be prudent to exercise restraint. Dispelling the sword aura, Yun Haoyu began to meditate and recuperate. This technique wielded tremendous power, but its sole drawback was its excessive consumption of energy. His internal energy was already significantly greater than that of his peers, yet it would only sustain him for a few minutes before depletion. In the room, Xiaomu Huan stood by the window, gazing at Yun Haoyu practicing swordsmanship in the distance, her eyes betraying her emotions. "Sister, is this the man you've been searching for?" A sultry voice murmured in her ear. Unbeknownst to her, a tall woman had appeared beside her, possessing a visage as delicate as peach blossoms, yet a hint of malice glimmered in her eyes. "He seems quite impressive," she remarked with a smile, clearly taken with his exceptional talent and handsome appearance. "Where did you find him?" With a playful lick of her lips, she added softly, "Why not let me have some fun with him for a few days?" "Dream on." Xiaomu Huan shot her a disapproving glance. While she could tolerate many things, she would never part with her man. "Oh, don't be so stingy. I rarely get a chance to come here," she teased. "You're merely seeking a plaything, and once you've had your fill, you'll discard him. Do you truly intend for him to be your man?" "I indeed do," Xiaomu Huan replied with a sweet smile. The woman's smile faltered, her tone turning icy. "Did I hear you correctly? You truly intend to find a man for yourself? Have you forgotten the organization's decree? The higher-ups expect you to remain here, ready to serve the organization at any moment. Not only are you nurturing a man here, but you also plan to. It seems I must report this to the higher-ups. Your current state renders you unfit for this position. My affairs are none of your concern," Xiaomu Huan replied coldly. "As for the higher-ups, I have my own explanations. Is that so?" "I sincerely hope so." She shot a cold glance at her before turning to leave. "The Ability User Association, General, here are the results of the past 2 weeks' missions." Walton handed a small chip to Luo Hanqing. Luo Hanqing took it, inserted it into the light computer, and briefly scanned it, clearly dissatisfied as he asked, "Is this all?" "Yes, everything is here." Observing the other's expression, Walton forced a smile, saying, "General, we have done our utmost. Since this mission was issued, no fewer than 20,000 ability users have accepted it, both as groups and individuals, yet less than 1% have returned. Although some are still taking on the mission, the numbers have significantly dwindled. The terror of that cursed place has surpassed the psychological limits of most people. No amount of money is worth risking one's life. What significance does it hold? 2 weeks have passed, and only 20 or so companies or individual groups have submitted completed survey maps, totaling 47 copies. At this rate, how long will it take to complete the 500 survey missions? No wonder Luo Hanqing was displeased. However, he had no rebuttal. The Ability User Association had done its best, with so many lives lost, even affecting the phishing plans of major companies. Chapter 72, Narrow Victory. It was predictable that the year-end performance reports of major pharmaceutical companies would not be favorable. If 3 more months were given, how many missions could be completed? After a moment of silence, Luo Hanqing asked, "What do you think?" "That's hard to say. Under the immense pressure of casualties, very few are willing to take risks now," Walton replied helplessly. "I estimate that at most 50 more survey maps might be completed. What if we increase the rewards?" After much hesitation, Luo Hanqing proposed. This time, Walton could no longer hide his astonishment. "You want to increase the rewards? By how much? Double? What do you think?" Luo Hanqing gritted his teeth, stating that starting today, anyone who completes a survey mission would receive a reward of 90,000 source crystals, and for those who complete more than 10 missions, there would be additional rewards. For instance, I will use my authority to bestow upon them the title of Imperial Honorary Knight. The title of Imperial Honorary Knight may not hold significant weight among the true nobility. Yet for commoners, it possesses substantial allure. The esteemed social standing grants priority in local government positions, considerable tax benefits, favorable treatment in credit, healthcare, education, and various other social welfare aspects, often far exceeding that of ordinary citizens. Even when committing a crime, as long as it isn't of particularly heinous nature, the sentencing is often lenient. While not a formal noble, it is a requisite condition to ascend to nobility in such a title. Once there is hope of obtaining it, no one would refuse. Walton's eyes lit up, and it was evident that even he found this offer enticing. However, after careful consideration, he shook his head. That's not feasible. General, this isn't merely a matter of money. That place is far more perilous than a battlefield. If my assumptions are correct, even with increased rewards, many will still venture into danger. Yet the total number of completed tasks will not exceed 150, or at best, 200. Nearly 20,000 ability users have perished there, and the losses in various equipment are beyond calculation. Consequently, many high-ranking officials of major companies have expressed their dissatisfaction with you in private. The hall fell into a long silence. Let us proceed as such. Send out the new reward standards. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hanqing resolved to take action, as for how many would ultimately be completed. He would leave it to fate. Very well, as you wish, sighed Walton. Exiting the Ability User Association and riding in an air car, Luo Hanqing remained sullen. After spending such a significant sum, he still saw no hope of completing the missions. Which was hardly surprising given his despondency. In a moment of helplessness, he had contemplated the idea of simply allowing his own subordinates to take action, even if it meant incurring heavy casualties. The funds would suffice to cover their compensations. Yet, rationality cautioned him that such a course of action would only exacerbate the situation. This time, he had brought along 3,000 extraordinary individuals, the majority being of 4th rank or higher, all of whom had been nurtured by him over many years. Additionally, he had been temporarily assigned 2,000 elite members from the Special Operations Group by Her Highness the Princess. In terms of naval power, he commanded 50 Yuncha-class battleships, 50 Abyss-class vessels designed for extreme environmental research, and over 200 standard military warships. With the Princess's authorization, he could also mobilize up to 500 military ships and 2,000 extraordinary troops for assistance. All of this constituted the full extent of his current capabilities. On the surface, his strength appeared formidable. Even the most arduous of tasks should have some chance of success. However, after perusing the Empire's confidential files within his authorized access, the steadfast confidence he once held began to waver. From the moment the Empire's advance fleet discovered this planet over 60 years ago, to the subsequent large-scale immigration and development efforts, the Empire's High Command had ceaselessly pursued deep-sea exploration. Cumulatively, the Empire had suffered tremendous losses in that region, including 2 Saint-level powerhouses, nearly 1,000 experts of 7th rank and above, over 3,000 Abyss-class battleships, and tens of thousands of standard vessels, with casualties among low to mid-tier extraordinary individuals exceeding 20,000 and civilian losses reaching millions. As for why the Empire, after enduring such grievous losses, remained fixated on that location and did not consider employing prohibited weapons to obliterate it entirely, that was classified information beyond even his clearance. If, at the cost of his subordinates near extermination, he could successfully complete the mission, he might accept it. As long as the task was fulfilled, he would have an explanation to present to the higher-ups, and Her Highness would likely not be overly harsh with him. The lost strength would soon be replenished, however. The problem lay in the fact that this was fundamentally an impossible task, one that would not change even if he were to sacrifice himself. Should his subordinates be decimated without achieving the goal, even his esteemed position as a saint would be at risk. Unlike Song Jingfeng, who had the backing of a powerful family, he felt compelled to devise another plan. Although the sum of tens of millions of source crystals was excessive, if it could resolve the current predicament, it would not be too great a sacrifice. If no other options presented themselves, perhaps he could seek assistance from foreign strongmen, such as the Zhan Ying Clan, or this thought involuntarily crossed his mind. Yet, reason quickly reminded him that such a course was utterly impractical. How could matters of imperial security involve foreign entities? After careful consideration, as one of the high-ranking officials within the security department and possessing saint-level strength, he still had considerable resources at his disposal. provided he was willing to pay the appropriate price. He could secure assistance from certain major powers. Ultimately, however, he chose to abandon this route. Regardless of whether he could afford the price, even if he were willing, it would not resolve the current dilemma. Merely squandering resources. Very well, he would take it step by step. Sighing deeply, he temporarily set aside this troubling issue. Yuan Haoyu gazed at the woman before him, his expression one of grim resolve, judging by her appearance and demeanor. She was indeed striking and graceful, surpassing her peers. Yet, the peculiar, flickering glint in her eyes, occasionally betraying a malevolent aura, tarnished her otherwise elegant demeanor. Just moments ago, this woman, known as Lan Shixia, had approached him while he was strolling in the courtyard. Initially, upon her introduction as a close friend of Xiaomu Huan, he had treated her with courtesy. However, her words soon revealed a lack of decorum, rife with seduction and provocation, and, unable to tolerate her advances any longer, he resolved to depart. When Lan Shixia realized her attempts at seduction had failed, her anger flared, and she sought to forcefully engage him. Thus, a confrontation ensued. Futile. With your meager cultivation, how could you possibly hope to best me? Lan Shixia laughed sweetly, urging him to drop his weapon and join her for pleasure, promising that if she were pleased, she might grant him some benefits. Please, have some self-respect, Yuan Haoyu retorted coldly, his grip tightening on his light sword. Do you know who I am, pretty boy? Lan Shixia's temper flared. Many men would covet the opportunity she offered, yet here he was, ungrateful. Do you believe I can make your life a living hell? Yuan Haoyu, disinterested in further conversation, contemplated an escape plan. He had recognized the strength of his opponent. Engaging in combat would surely lead to his downfall. Lan Shixia's gaze sharpened, a chilling and ferocious aura enveloping him like an oppressive storm cloud. Steeling himself, he resisted her mental pressure with all his might. Drawing upon his inner source energy, he unleashed a flurry of light blades, each propelled by sword intent, surrounding her in a deadly embrace. Lan Shixia, taken aback, had initially underestimated him, perceiving his cultivation as merely 4th or 5th ranked. To her shock, this sudden strike far exceeded her expectations, hinting at a peak 6th rank prowess, forcing her to retreat a step in surprise. Seizing the moment, Yuan Haoyu did not linger in battle and turned to flee. How could a near 8th rank expert be repelled by a mere 5th rank pretty boy? This was intolerable for her pride. Enraged, she vowed that when she caught him, she would thoroughly enjoy herself and then torment him until he wished for death. With a fierce cry, she summoned her source energy, conjuring several 2-meter-long ice spikes that she hurled towards his figure. Now several hundred meters away, after only a few moments of running, Yuan Haoyu realized his situation was dire. Chilling energy surged from behind him, causing his blood to nearly congeal, slowing his pace significantly. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, 2 ice spikes unerringly struck his legs, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he lost all ability to move. Pretty boy, why have you stopped running? You should keep running. Lan Shixia taunted, leisurely approaching him, her eyes gleaming with a cruel delight. You must be quite comfortable serving Xiaomu Huan, but today, I will show you what true ecstasy and torment feels like. As she spoke, she lifted Yuan Haoyu into her arms and leaned down to kiss him. However, moments later, a sharp cry escaped her lips as she recoiled, having felt the sting of his bite. Her once rosy lips now bore a wound. Oozing crimson. You insolent wretch, she seethed, delivering a stinging slap to his face. A red and white soft whip appeared in her hand. Today, I will have my fill with you and drain your source energy. I shall torment you until you wish for death. She hissed through gritted teeth, her once beautiful visage twisted with rage, rendering her ghastly. Crack! The whip struck him heavily, leaving a thick, purplish-red mark upon his skin. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Lan Shixia, even more incensed, swung the whip again, filling the air with a flurry of whipping shadows. Enough! A furious shout rang out as Xiaomu Huan finally arrived. A green sun rushed toward them from the distance, arriving in an instant. Violent lightning bolts rained down upon Lan Shixia. Chapter 73. A visitor seeing her in a frenzy, Lan Shixia hesitated to confront her directly, retreating a distance. Have you lost your mind? She scolded. Xiaomu Huan ignored her, focusing instead on assessing Yuan Haoyu's injuries. Her anger escalating with each glance. Lan Shirxia, you are courting death. Her cold words carried a palpable murderous intent. He is merely a pretty boy. What's the big deal, however, upon seeing the blood-red glare in Xiao Muhuana's eyes? She wisely chose to remain silent, fully aware that with her current strength, she could not afford to clash with Xiao Muhuan. From this day forth, we are no longer friends, Xiao Muhuan finally managed to rein in her rage, coldly declaring, "You are not welcome here. Miss Lan Shirxia, please feel free to leave." With that, she bent down to lift Yun Haoyu and carried him inside. Lan Shirxia glared daggers at her retreating figure, a malicious idea slowly taking root in her mind. Though her techniques were formidable, the time she had spent cultivating was still too brief. If only she had a few more months. How could she have suffered such a disgrace? In the medical chamber, Yun Haoyu brooded, "It is not your fault. There is no shame in being bested by someone at the peak of the 7th rank, Rulan remarked with a smile. Focus on your training, and in a year, you may not lag behind her. Then you can take your revenge in spades. Indeed, that is a sound point. This medical chamber is quite impressive. After 3 hours, I was able to walk out on my own, and my external injuries have largely healed. Are you all right? Do you need to rest a bit longer?" Xiao Muhuan asked with concern. "Rest assured, this injury is hardly worth my worry," he replied. "But who is that woman?" "This? She was an old acquaintance." She hesitated, knowing she could not divulge the internal matters of the organization. "I have severed ties with her. From now on, let us act as if we are strangers. I shall not concern myself with that. In any case, I will reclaim the humiliation I suffered today." His tone was filled with a chilling resolve. Xiao Muhuan stared at him in bewilderment. In her previous impressions, he had always been a somewhat introverted and shy young man. Yet, the demeanor he had just exhibited bore an unusual air of severity and determination, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Is this the true him? Lan Shirxia, you brought this misfortune upon yourself. Why did you provoke such an unwise opponent? She silently lamented. In the shadowy depths of the ocean, slaughter unfolds incessantly. The entire region encompassing the oceanic trench has become inundated with a myriad of ferocious creatures, many of which are entirely alien to humankind. A multitude of human psychics, along with their equipment, have tragically become the prey of these monstrous beings. Even colossal vessels like the abyssal warship have been effortlessly torn into fragments, consumed by certain metal-devouring entities as a rare delicacy. Faced with staggering casualty figures, the executives of various corporations have contemplated alternative strategies, such as the extensive deployment of robotic probes. However, the complexities of the marine environment render even the most advanced robots incapable of maintaining contact beyond a distance of 2,000 meters. Data can only be retrieved once these robots safely return from the abyss. In a stroke of ingenuity, some clever individuals devised a plan to establish dozens of automatic communication points at varying depths, subsequently deploying hundreds of thousands of nanobots into the targeted marine area. While each individual robot possesses limited capabilities, their sheer quantity ensures that even a fraction functioning effectively can relay collected information back to the communication points, allowing for a comprehensive compilation of data. Initially, this approach proved somewhat effective, yielding 6 maps within 2 days. However, as news spread, many sought to replicate the success. Little did they anticipate that their fortune would come to an abrupt halt. By the 3rd day, the deployed nanobots vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. A significant amount of credit points was squandered in vain. In desperation, numerous individuals began to consider abandoning the endeavor. Despite the allure of source crystals, one must possess the capability to procure them. A few days later, the Association of Psychics announced a doubling of the task rewards. Completing a single map would yield a staggering 90,000 source crystals. Even the most obtuse individuals could sense that this task was anything but trivial. The determination from above was palpable, willing to offer exorbitant remuneration to ensure the continuation of this mission. The entire affair exuded an air of enigma from start to finish. What were the Imperial leaders plotting? What lay hidden in that place that they so fervently sought? Deep within the trench, the dwelling of the batworm flower tribe. When did humanity become so frenzied? One elder pondered aloud. I recall that they typically avoided this area. Yet now, they seem to be circling here frantically every day. Another elder remarked, what could their intentions be? Have humans uncovered some secret? It is plausible. A chorus of elders exchanged their views animatedly. Elder Gafulov, what is your perspective on this matter? The chieftain inquired. I fear that our dwelling may have been discovered by them. Gafyalov replied with a grave expression. Are you certain? The chieftain's tone turned icy. How could they have discovered us? Is there a traitor among us? That seems unlikely. Gafyalov responded. It is more probable that they stumbled upon it themselves. After all, the previous chieftain was captured not far from our dwelling. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of that group of volleyballs scheming behind our backs. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should consider relocating the tribe. Gafyalov suggested hesitantly. His words immediately sparked a vehement reaction from the assembly of elders. Elder Gafyalov, have you lost your senses? One elder demanded angrily. How could you even suggest such a thing? Are you truly afraid of those feeble humans? Relocating the tribe is no trivial matter. Faced with a barrage of questions, Gafyalov remained silent. Let him speak. Shall we? The chieftain interjected. Instantly, the assembly fell into a hush. Esteemed elders, our tribe's strength has diminished significantly. Gafyalov sighed. After a series of upheavals, the number of formidable warriors within our ranks has dwindled to a perilous level. The count of our Yuhuang warriors stands at fewer than 20,000. And the Yuhuang valiants at less than 3,000. As for the Yuhuang generals, there are currently only 7, including the chieftain himself. The most powerful Yuhuang commander has not been seen for 2 centuries. Our tribe's might has waned to a degree that pains me deeply. This level of strength is woefully inadequate to effectively counter human assaults. But we possess countless formidable familiars. The abyss is our domain. They cannot harm us, one elder retorted defiantly. Indeed, from our current perspective, that holds true, Gafyalov conceded. However, one must understand that those who have perished in the ocean recently are merely the dregs of the human world. Their true strength remains concealed, yet to be unleashed. While our multitude of familiars may indeed pose significant challenges for them, their resolve is unwavering, and breaching our defenses would merely be a matter of time. Can we afford to engage them in a war of attrition? How much power do we have at our disposal? They can afford to expend resources, but we cannot. Thus, however reluctant we may feel, for the sake of our tribe's future, we must endure for now. Gafyalov concluded, if relocation becomes inevitable, I shall voice no objections. However, what of the ancient source forbidden zone? One elder interjected. For a moment, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Each elder lost in contemplation. Relocation is indeed a significant matter. Yet if circumstances demand it, it is not entirely unacceptable. The crux of the issue lies with the ancient source forbidden zone. The abyssal batworm flower tribe descends from the ancient civilization of the Borloga dynasty. This formidable ancient civilization, at the height of its power, boasted an empire encompassing hundreds of star systems and trillions of inhabitants. They evolved from marine creatures and have always thrived in aquatic environments. Even after establishing their own civilization and gaining interstellar capabilities, this tradition remained unaltered. During that era, the empire's territory was vast and boundless, with colossal underwater cities erected on every oceanic planet. The Imperial fleet waged wars far and wide, vanquishing all adversaries, while countless foreign civilizations known for their martial prowess trembled before their formidable ships and cannons. An abundance of cosmic treasures and resources flowed unceasingly to the empire as tributes from those once mighty civilizations. For 30,000 years, this cycle persisted uninterrupted. It was the golden age of the empire, and during that time, the abyssal batworm flower tribe was regarded as one of the most noble races in the known universe. Even the Zhan Ying tribe could not afford to offend their grandeur. Yet, as the cycle of prosperity wanes, so too does fortune. Such is the universal law of the cosmos. 2 millennia ago, war erupted. Demons emerged suddenly from the vastness of the starry sea. They were beings driven solely by plunder and expansion, leaving desolation in their wake. Flourishing cities were razed to the ground, and countless tribes were mercilessly slaughtered. The brutal conflict persisted for a millennium, reducing once thriving star regions to ruins, leading to the empire's decline. In the years that followed, the empire endured a series of upheavals, with many previously suppressed foreign races rising in vengeance. The last sovereign of this empire was a remarkably gifted ruler, in a bid to reverse the tide. He utilized the dwindling resources of the empire to orchestrate a series of strategies, hoping to one day rejuvenate the batworm flower tribe and restore the empire's former glory. This tribe, dispatched to settle at the bottom of the Muyu Star Sea, was part of that revival plan. This location harbors a secret base of an ancient civilization, predating the abyssal civilization. It is said that their accomplishments in civilization have reached unimaginable heights. Even at its zenith, the Empire could only look up in awe. Chapter 74. Superorganizations, they are revered as gods. That base is the last remnant of the ancient gods in this universe. Should it be acquired, it may prove immensely beneficial to the Empire's resurgence. This conclusion was drawn by countless sages of the Empire after extensive research. Consequently, a powerful tribe was dispatched to this location, dedicating themselves to unraveling the mysteries of the base, a pursuit that spanned millennia. Regrettably, the defensive mechanisms of that base were excessively formidable. Over the course of thousands of years, they managed only once, by sheer chance, to breach the outer perimeter and obtain certain artifacts. The greatest prize was undoubtedly the sacred object, the Starfall Cup, rumored to be the key to the base, though this remains merely speculation. Subsequently, they never succeeded again. As the tribe withered away, generations of chieftains found themselves at a loss. Now, in the current generation, they are almost at the end of their rope. To relocate means relinquishing the ancient source forbidden zone. This implies that their thousands of years of effort would amount to nothing. The dream of revival would shatter into mere illusions. Humans have arrived, intent on claiming what they desire. Although they have suffered heavy losses thus far, they possess abundant manpower and resources at their disposal. They can afford to expend, while the Batwormflower tribe has little left to squander. What a difficult decision it is! The chieftain sighed deeply. Esteemed elders, let us vote. The voting process was remarkably swift, resulting in a surprising tie, with each opinion equally represented. Thus, this arduous decision was returned to the chieftain for resolution. The elders' gazes were fixed upon him. Their fate rested upon his words. After much deliberation, the chieftain finally made his decision. Let us relocate. First, we shall move the majority of our tribe, while retaining a contingent of warriors to guard this place, and simultaneously dispatch more familiars. Even in defeat, we must not allow humans to claim an easy victory. Only when we can no longer withstand the pressure shall we retreat. What do you think? Esteemed elders? The plan was passed without a hint of doubt, and the entire tribe immediately sprang into action to prepare for the migration. This is your doing, isn't it? Xiao Muhuan demanded furiously. Sister, you cannot blame me for this. Lan Shixiao replied with a smile. Who told you to work so diligently? After 2 years of absence, you have already reached the 8th tier of power. Thus, the higher-ups decided to promote you. This is a good thing. Ever since the last incident, Xiao Muhuan had grown wary of her, taking Yun Haoyu with her wherever she went, ensuring that Lan Shixiao could not approach even a step closer. Lan Shixiao resorted to threats and temptations, employing various tactics, yet she remained unmoved, like a protective mother leopard, fiercely guarding her territory. After much contemplation, she devised a plan to report Xiao Muhuan's circumstances to the higher-ups. With her connections within the organization and some maneuvering, Xiao Muhuan received orders to take charge of a prosperous star domain in the Glassrock Empire. Once you leave, everything here will be under my supervision, Lan Shixiao declared with a flourish. Rest assured, I will manage everything, including your little lover. You wish? Xiao Muhuan retorted angrily. It's so. You intend to defy the organization's orders? Lan Shixiao sneered. Let me be frank. The upper echelons are quite displeased with some of your actions. This transfer is also a chance given your improved cultivation. Should you resist, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Do not deceive yourself. I will comply with the organization's orders, Xiao Muhuan coldly responded. However, do not expect everything to go your way. At the governor's mansion, in a hidden underground chamber, a clandestine transaction was underway. The spacious room was adorned with thick crimson carpets and every piece of furniture, from the beds and sofas to the decorative screens and wall paintings, was a rare masterpiece. Exquisite and opulent, dozens of young maidens draped in sheer fabrics danced gracefully to enchanting melodies, each one a paragon of beauty, captivating beyond compare. As they moved, the transparent veils could hardly conceal their intimate secrets, filling the air with intoxicating fragrances. Are you satisfied with these girls, my lord? Yuan Jinggao asked with a sycophantic smile directed at Andernu. They are acceptable, Andernu replied with an unchanging expression, nodding nonchalantly, though a glint of lewdness flickered in his eyes. For days, Yuan Jinggao had been catering to this entourage from the imperial capital with the finest of luxuries: food, clothing, shelter, everything at the highest standard. Rare treasures and peculiar local specialties were endlessly supplied. Beautiful women of diverse allure were available in abundance. Each night, for stunning virgins were sent to his chambers without fail, and Durnu remained composed, savoring it all in silence, always maintaining an inscrutable demeanor. While he was unhurried, Yuan Jinggao grew increasingly restless. The number 3 satellite incident remained unresolved, and their positions were precarious. This was no sustainable approach. The women had been secretly procured from a major merchant house specializing in the slave trade, each one more breathtaking than the last, all to please this esteemed lord. If the lord desires, feel free to take them all. You are busy with official matters and could use a few servants to handle trivial tasks. Yuan Jinggao suggested. Disk, how do you explain that? Ban Shuming inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on Lan Shixia. I merely wish to test the readiness of the main cannon, Lan Shixia stammered, fabricating an excuse with a guilty conscience. Do you take me for a fool? Ban Shuming scoffed. Lan Shixia's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Observing her submission, Ban Shuming then addressed Xiao Muhuan, saying, Forget it. It's merely a house. It's not a significant matter. Just have her compensate you. My lord, I must return to check, Xiao Muhuan exclaimed anxiously. What is there left to see when it has been reduced to ashes? Lan Shixia murmured softly. Her words were akin to adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Muhuan's eyes turned bloodshot, and she was ready to lash out recklessly once more. Enough. Ban Shuming waved his hand, conjuring dozens of silver chains that materialized from thin air, binding the two of them. I shall not concern myself with your grievances. In my presence, fighting is forbidden, he commanded. Now go to the confinement room and reflect upon your actions. You shall not emerge until you reach your destination. The once opulent villa had now been replaced by a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter. At the bottom of the pit lay a smooth, glass-like substance, a product of extreme heat. Yun Haoyu stood expressionless at the edge of the pit, silently gazing into its depths. Are you certain she is not responsible? After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice laced with a hint of frost. It doesn't seem so, Rulan replied. From her usual demeanor towards you, and her actions after you lost consciousness, there appears to be no ill intent towards you. Since it is not her, then it must be another. He pondered, recalling the malicious woman. It is nearly certain. Then I shall remember this debt. Regardless of your organization or background, one day, you shall regret ever being born. His expression darkened as he gazed into the void, where a fleet was faintly disappearing. With Rulan present, the needle had not rendered him unconscious for long. He awoke just as Xiao Muhuan left. When the cannon was poised to fire, she sensed the impending danger and timely warned him. Allowing him to evade being turned to ash, however, the villa was utterly destroyed, along with the biomaids, leaving no trace behind. She must think she is dead now. I wonder if she feels sorrow? A tinge of bitterness and sadness welled up within him as he stared at the vast pit. After a final glance, he turned to leave. The pit gradually vanished below the horizon, marking the end of that chapter in his life. The blue sun had risen above the horizon, heralding another bright day. Golden, dreamlike roses materialized from the clouds, halting at a height of 30 meters above sea level. I in the command room. Yun Haoyu reclined on the sofa, savoring a glass of red wine, while the biomaid Shuangyin stood quietly beside him. Upon finishing a bottle of wine, he instructed her, once I descend, you shall pilot the ship back, returning to this location to collect me in 12 hours. Glancing out at the dark blue sea, he added, if I do not return, use the communication code I provided to contact that individual. All my assets shall be inherited by her. Understood, Master, Shuangyin replied. Producing the Abyssal Slayer equipment box, she activated the switch, and after a few moments of shimmering light, the suit was donned. Just before he exited the hatch, Shuangyin suddenly said from behind him, Master, take care, and may you travel safely. He turned in surprise to meet her gaze, where a hint of concern flickered in her usually calm eyes. Do biohumans truly understand emotions? He wondered, or perhaps he should marvel at the wonders of modern technology. Seeing him turn, she approached and gently embraced him, whispering, Remember, Shuangyin awaits your return. Her words stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Rest assured, I shall certainly return. he replied earnestly, holding her close. Her body was warm and soft, indistinguishable from that of a human. Without looking back, he stepped outside. Below lay the location of the Phobos Trench, the infamous Devil's Sea. Gently alighting upon the surface of the sea, he activated his spatial belt and retrieved a 20-meter-long shuttle-shaped abyssal submersible. Opening the hatch, he took a seat. After contemplating for a moment, he turned on the communicator and initiated contact with phone dimming. A familiar voice responded, "Brother Hao, are you ready to take action? Indeed, you may commence the betting. I am wagering 80,000 source crystals on myself. Remember, regardless of how much you win, I expect my share," he stated. The voice on the other end paused before retorting, "Damn, you truly won't take a loss. Will you? Fine, fine. We'll proceed as you say. But you must return safely. That is not for you to worry about. My life is quite resilient." After verifying the status of various devices and confirming there were no anomalies, he activated the power system, and the submersible descended smoothly into the depths of the ocean. 3 days prior, under the encouragement of phone dimming and others, he had finally agreed to undertake this mission. He had accepted it in his personal capacity, purchasing all necessary equipment at his own expense to prevent the company from taking a cut, as they had played little role in this task. As the submersible descended, the color of the seawater gradually deepened until the view outside the porthole was enveloped in utter darkness. The onboard lighting activated, illuminating only a radius of 50 meters. Beyond that was an unsettling abyss. At a depth of 2,000 meters, light began to filter in from outside, emanating from bioluminescent organisms in the sea. A multitude of strange creatures, previously unseen, swam about leisurely, hunting, oblivious to the intruding vessel. After half an hour, the ominous trench came into view, winding like a prehistoric serpent among the underwater mountains. He opened the task description on the holographic interface, revealing a rough nautical map of an area approximately 150,000 square kilometers in size. Located in the central section of the trench, this target area was divided into 500 smaller sections, marked in red, with fewer than 100 having turned green, indicating the completed mapping regions. Entering the trench, the submersible continued its descent. After a while, he finally reached the trench floor. Comparing the coordinates on the holographic screen, he confirmed he had arrived at the task location. Adjusting his equipment, he activated the mapping devices. The submersible cruised at 30 kilometers per hour, 200 meters above the seabed, with the external detection devices operating at full capacity, accurately scanning and recording the terrain data of the surrounding 2,000 meters. Thanks to the optical camouflage system, the submersible now resembled a large deep-sea fish, gracefully swimming among various marine life. At a depth of over 17,000 meters, the pressure reached terrifying levels. Conventionally, this area should be a barren wasteland for life. Even if organisms existed, they would likely be of a lower tier. However, within 10 minutes, he had already encountered several large and fearsome creatures. One sea beast even measured over 1,000 meters in length, blocking his path like a wall. Had he not evaded swiftly, he would have collided with it. "This is a fortune," he mused internally. Each moving mountain of gold represented untold riches. The creatures outside were formidable to the point of being monstrous. Yet they were also incredibly precious. Any one of them, if captured and brought to the surface, could fetch tens of thousands of source crystals. If they were previously undiscovered species, the Empire would offer additional rewards. Of course, he merely entertained the thought. He dared not act. This place was said to have claimed even the lives of saint-level experts, so it was not an ordinary danger. Rulan's voice took on a serious tone. "I sense some unusual entities. Even I may find it difficult to cope. You must exercise caution." "Understood," he replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This sea was not solely his domain. Numerous individuals, dazzled by the allure of source crystals, were willing to gamble their lives, piloting various submersibles through the perilous waters. Along the way, he had witnessed several incidents where large predators had cornered a submersible, compelling it to either self-destruct or be easily torn apart. With the crew consumed along with the wreckage, even gargantuan abyssal warships could not escape such a fate, lasting only a few extra seconds at best. Chapter 76. The ancient wormhole. Occasionally, various submersible fragments and damaged equipment could be spotted scattered across the ocean floor. He paid them no mind, as he had neither the inclination nor the ability to intervene. The submersible continued its patrol and mapping, completing the first task map without incident after 2 hours. Changing direction, it resumed mapping at that moment. He felt the ascendant star chalice hidden within him tremble faintly. What is happening? He retrieved the artifact, examining it closely, yet he could discern no reason for its reaction. As the submersible moved, the artifact's tremors became increasingly pronounced, almost as if it were attempting to take flight. Checking the coordinates, he realized he was nearing the center of the task area, and the closer he approached, the more pronounced the artifact's response became. Rulan, he called out. This feels peculiar, Rulan replied. When we last obtained this item, that gem flower-like creature must have originated from the sea. This location is likely their habitat. Is that so? It seems plausible, but why would the artifact react this way? Is it hinting at something? Let us not proceed in that direction. I have a foreboding feeling. Rulan remarked. That creature is evidently intelligent and possesses formidable strength. If this place truly belongs to them and we disturb them, we shall be utterly helpless. He, too, felt a twinge of unease and maneuvered the submersible to change direction, distancing himself from that area. As the artifact's response gradually subsided, several hours passed, and 3 mission maps were successfully charted. All right, that will suffice for today, he stated while glancing at the time. Zhan Yin should have arrived by now. The submersible ascended swiftly, surfacing half an hour later. Night had fallen. Under the vast expanse of starlight, the dreamy rose floated 30 meters above him. He smiled, stowed the submersible into his spatial belt, and soared upwards. Master, you've returned. Zhan Yin greeted him with evident delight. Did everything go smoothly? Were you injured? No, I'm perfectly fine, he replied gently, retracting his diving suit. He embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek, which drew a shy expression from her. Let us return home, she said softly. Dinner is ready. Very well. A streak of golden light dashed across the night sky as the spacecraft sped towards the Ability Association. In the midst of astonished and incredulous gazes from the high-ranking officials of the association, he presented a chip containing the mapping data. Here are 4 maps, CFE 063, CFE 064 to CFE 066. Please proceed with the verification, he announced. The verification process was straightforward. Walton took the chip, briefly compared it with previously collected data, and confirmed the authenticity of the maps. No issues at all, young man. You've done splendidly, Walton praised. So, I can claim my reward now? Of course, for the 4 maps, you are entitled to 360,000 source crystals. They will be directly transferred to your account. Please check. Upon confirming that the source crystals had been deposited, he said, well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Will you accept more tasks? Walton inquired eagerly. Certainly, I shall return tomorrow. That's wonderful. God bless you, young fortunate one, Walton exclaimed joyfully. After much worry over this task, he finally glimpsed the dawn of success. How could he not be delighted? General, perhaps I have found a rare talent for you, he mused, watching the young man depart. Upon returning to the spacecraft, a communication request from Phone Dimming came through. As soon as the connection was established, he heard the other party's hearty laughter. Haha, how goo have you returned? I knew you would be fine. It seems you're in high spirits today. Did you strike it rich? He inquired with a smile. Absolutely. I wiped the floor with those arrogant fools, he boasted. You should have seen their faces at the Ability Association when they received news of your task submission. They turned green with disbelief. They had to confirm it a dozen times before accepting reality. Haha. Do tell. How much did you earn? Not much, just a few million source crystals. He finally managed to contain his glee and replied seriously. You wagered 80,000, and with your share, you will receive 736,000. It will be transferred to your account shortly. Do keep an eye out. So much? Phone Dimming was taken aback. After spending over 10 anxious hours in that dreadful place, he had only earned 360,000 source crystals. Yet this fellow merely set up a gambling match, exerting no effort whatsoever, and after leisurely counting his winnings for over 10 hours, he had earned far more than he did. Why did all the good fortune have to fall into his lap? Though not one to bear grudges, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Regaining his composure, he asked, all right then, it seems you've made quite a profit. Will you be hosting another gambling match tomorrow? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Now that I've tasted success, I'm eager for more. I intend to win every last pair of their undergarments. In that case, I shall continue to wager my own. This time, I'll bet 300,000. Also, I want an additional 20% of the future profits. What do you say? The other's voice faltered, then took on a tone of exasperation. What the heck? You're really ruthless. I can't believe you said that. A lengthy tirade followed, essentially arguing that he was also taking risks and needed to maintain connections. So he couldn't afford to be too greedy. After some back and forth, Feng Dimming reluctantly conceded. He understood that his substantial earnings were entirely due to Yun Haoyu. Were it not for this fortuitous young man, he would likely still be a mere supervisor aboard some distant cargo ship. Naturally, such gambling schemes could not continue indefinitely. No one would be foolish enough to keep handing him money at most. It would last 3 to 5 rounds before the others learned their lesson. Nonetheless, the money he had earned was sufficient for him to become a renowned super-rich individual in the Hengluo's star domain. Checking his account, he confirmed the funds had been deposited and piloted his spacecraft to a nearby bank. This was the largest branch of the Imperial Central Bank in the Muyun Star. Designed in an opulent ancient Huagua Palace style, upon entering, he wasted no time and headed straight for the VIP room. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A woman of refined elegance greeted him, her professional smile exuding grace. Clad in a golden suit, she wore a small, exquisite jade badge on her well-formed chest, a distinctive attire for senior supervisors. I wish to exchange source crystals, he stated bluntly. Certainly. How much would you like to exchange? She inquired, her brows slightly raised, maintaining her smile. 1 million. The supervisor's expression shifted abruptly. What? You? Wish to exchange how much? She asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice as her composure faltered. 1 million source crystals. Is there a problem? He reiterated, presenting his identity card. Upon seeing the number on the account, the female supervisor rubbed her temples, forcing herself to remain calm. Very well. I shall process that for you immediately. Please hold on. Her voice trembled imperceptibly as she sent the information to the back end. After confirmation from a higher-level supervisor, the main control computer would notify the vault for the withdrawal. The process was exceedingly convenient and swift. During the few minutes of waiting for the withdrawal, the beautiful supervisor's demeanor transformed into one of warmth and familiarity, akin to longtime friends. Sir, such a substantial amount of wealth may pose some security risks. Our company provides a top-notch security team. We can escort you home free of charge. There's no need for an escort. I have confidence in my abilities, he chuckled, thinking to himself, didn't you notice that I'm also an ability user? Ah, I see now. I must have been overly cautious, however. Our bank has many excellent investment and financial products available. Would you be interested in exploring them? She inquired earnestly. Is that so? His tone was noncommittal. Absolutely. All our financial products have been meticulously designed and validated by top financial experts, ensuring satisfactory returns. If you wish, we can also create a unique investment plan tailored just for you. Seeing that he showed no signs of refusal, the beautiful supervisor's enthusiasm grew. But I'm not very knowledgeable about such matters. And no worries. You can hire a seasoned financial expert as your investment advisor. I can introduce you to a few. They are all top-tier financial masters in the industry. Her current demeanor was reminiscent of a door-to-door insurance salesperson. Well then, you'd be the one, wouldn't you? He remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. What? Me? She seemed momentarily taken aback, asking again what I meant. Would you be interested in serving as my personal investment advisor? He teased lightly, given your level, you must have some standing, and I happen to have some assets that require personal management. Would you be willing, sir? Are you serious? She asked nervously, her delicate face flushing with excitement. Of course, he replied earnestly. I genuinely need a professional in this field. If you believe you can handle it, perhaps we could schedule a time to discuss this further. What do you think? Just as she was about to respond, the heavy alloy door of the VIP room slowly creaked open. 8 high-ranking ability users escorted a massive alloy safe, followed closely by 2 middle-aged individuals wearing manager badges. The 2 managers jointly entered multiple passwords, and upon unlocking the safe, revealed a velvet-lined interior containing 80 crystalline bricks, each over a foot long and 5 centimeters thick. Chapter 77. The Ancient Source Forbidden Zone, Part 1. A vast amount of cosmic energy was absorbed by the crystalline bricks as if a great whale were drinking water. The onlookers displayed barely concealed eagerness. 1 million source crystals equated to 10 trillion credit points. Even for a top-tier tycoon in the Hengluo's star domain, It would not be easy to produce such a large sum of cash at once. Such astronomical wealth lay before them, and few could claim indifference. "Sir, this is 1,000,000 source crystals. Please verify." One of the managers said respectfully. He glanced over and found everything in order, with a gentle caress upon the ring adorning his index finger. A crimson light emanated from it, casting a radiant glow upon the crystal bricks, which, in but a fleeting moment, were entirely absorbed into the dimensional space. "Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "The gentleman, your previous statement, at the threshold," the anxious female supervisor inquired. "Here is my contact code and residential address. If you have the time, we could arrange a meeting," he inquired with a smile, still unaware of her name. "Might you reveal it now?" "I am called Meng Xian," she said softly, her cheeks flushed. "Very well, Miss Meng Xian, do remember to invite me when convenient." He chuckled heartily and stepped out the door. Upon returning home, he indulged in a refreshing shower and a sumptuous dinner. "Now, let us secure the villa, activate the defense system, and proceed according to the previous protocols," he commanded Shuang Yin. The order was promptly executed. In the underground training chamber, Yuan Haoyu sat cross-legged, and with a wave of his hand, 80 crystal bricks materialized before him. He grasped one, feeling its jade-like texture, cool and smooth to the touch, akin to the skin of a woman, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors under the illumination. "Take what you wish." After toying with it for a while, he declared that a beam of golden light emanated, and with a mere flick, the luster of the crystal brick dulled. Resembling a stone weathered for a millennium, gazing at the seemingly unremarkable pile of bricks, one could hardly fathom that they had just represented a fortune beyond measure. Moments later, his consciousness was drawn deep into the sea of awareness. In that chaotic expanse, a small landmass had emerged, its verdant grass like emerald, adorned with countless unknown wildflowers. At the heart of this meadow lay a pristine lake, its waters crystal clear, with fine, shimmering white sand at the bottom. A woman sat quietly by the lake's edge, clad in a simple white dress. Her skin was as smooth and flawless as ivory, with features perfect and beyond reproach. Her cascading hair reflected the image of those nearby. Her eyes, too, were black, but when they opened and closed, they sparkled with flecks of golden light, exuding an air of unassailable authority. "Is it beautiful?" She smiled gently, her voice melodious. He was about to respond when he suddenly recalled that only a few months prior, another woman had posed the same question. In the brief span of those months, everything had become a memory, and an ache stirred within him. "Are you saddened?" "It is indeed a question I should not have asked." She sighed. "No worries, I am well." He forced a smile and inquired, "How is your condition now? Have you recovered much?" "Quite well, I believe. Far better than a few months ago," she replied with a smile. "I can now perform some minor spells, but according to the laws of this universe, my current absolute power is merely equivalent to that of a first-tier ability user. To regain a stronger level, I still require a substantial amount of source crystals. I shall find a way to acquire the source crystals. This task has a reward of several tens of millions," he stated nonchalantly, assured that with Rulan by his side, he need not worry about failing the task. The following day unfolded as usual. Upon returning that evening, the digits in his account had transformed into a seven-figure sum. He once again visited the bank, unfazed by Meng Xian's astonished gaze, calmly exchanging for 1,000,000. By the third visit, Meng Xian's eyes were filled with fervent admiration. This continued day after day, and after 2 months, including the gains from the gambling stakes, over 30 million source crystals had found their way into his possession. Even within the entire empire, he ranked among the elite of the super-rich. Of course, over half of those gains were gifted to Rulan. Feng Deming's gambling game ceased after only a week, for no one dared to gamble against him any longer. Those who had suffered heavy losses now avoided him at all costs. Nevertheless, he had reaped a bountiful harvest. Henceforth, he no longer needed to venture into the treacherous seas, instead reveling in a life of opulence. The sole drawback was that his newfound fame had reached an unimaginable height. With such vast wealth acquired in an instant, it was nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Whispers filled the streets about the fortunate individual named Yuan Haoyu, with various gossip reporters relentlessly pursuing him, eager to unearth every aspect of his privacy for publication. This was bearable. After all, one could choose to evade the spotlight. Yet some troubles were not easily escaped. For instance, the attention of certain prominent figures had begun to shift toward him. Are you saying that for over 2 months, it has been this young man named Yun Haoyu undertaking the tasks? Luo Hanqing asked incredulously. Indeed, it is as you say, General, Walton replied, his tone firm. Though this lad possesses only 4th-tier abilities, his luck is enviably extraordinary. He roams those perilous locales daily, yet emerges unscathed. Is it merely luck? Luo Hanqing pondered, scrutinizing the information about him. As it appears, that is indeed the case. Walton shrugged. However, should anyone claim that those devilish creatures are akin to his kin, I would harbor no doubts. This fortunate fellow, how intriguing. Perhaps I should carve out some time to engage him in a private conversation. Luo Hanqing chuckled. You might consider bringing him under your wing. Perhaps he is an invaluable talent, Walton proposed. It does seem like a commendable idea. Is this your residence? Do you reside here alone? It appears to be quite new. In the living room, Meng Xian held a cup of red tea, her keen gaze appraising the decor. Indeed, I purchased it merely a few months ago. Yun Haoyu sat opposite her, smiling. Today, Meng Xian donned a light golden-fitted dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her flowing hair was elegantly secured with a delicate gold-red hairpin, and her knee-high boots were adorned with tiny dark golden diamonds. Even her accessories predominantly featured gold. She seemed particularly fond of this hue. What might appear commonplace on others was strikingly harmonious on her. Enhancing her regal and graceful demeanor a month prior, Yun Haoyu had formally decided to employ her as his personal financial advisor, assisting in managing all his assets and formulating investment plans tailored to his preferences. Today marked the first occasion he invited her to his home as a guest. Now that you are my financial advisor, I must speak candidly. She set down her teacup and declared earnestly. While this house is commendable, I believe it does not align with your current status. As a tycoon with assets worth tens of millions of source crystals, you ought to possess a more suitable residence. You might consider constructing a palace-like villa as the first step into high society. For a qualified member of the upper echelon, it is essential to curate a collection of exquisite jewels, antique artworks, and the like, lest you be perceived as a nouveau riche. Certain personal habits of yours will also require adjustment. It would be prudent to hire a professional image design team to craft your persona. Hairstyle, attire, holographic brain, personal signature, selection of various accessories, as well as daily fragrances and health supplements all necessitate meticulous planning. As a successful individual with substantial holdings, you will also need a professional legal team to address any business or personal legal disputes that may arise. For your health, a high-end private medical team is imperative to oversee your daily life and dietary habits with utmost care. Naturally, as an ability user, you must also engage specialists in genetics and ability cultivation to devise a uniquely tailored training regimen. All of these elements are indispensable for a successful individual of taste and refinement. However, that is not all. You must also make a mark in certain areas, for instance, becoming a VIP member of several renowned elite clubs. To exhibit your taste, it would be wise to acquire some purebred horses, pedigree hounds, or any other esteemed pets. And enough. Initially, Yun Haoyu listened attentively, but as her words continued, he increasingly felt something amiss. Are you suggesting that to become what you deem an upper-class individual, even the type of pet one keeps is a factor? It seems that aspiring to be the person you describe is far from simple. Next, will I need to seek several wives? Amass a harem of lovers? Preferably with a few superstars among them? And don't forget to attend masquerade balls now and then. I never suggested such things, she retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Very well, setting aside other matters. At least you are correct about one thing. I do indeed still require a personal lawyer. Perhaps you could assist me in finding one. He internally regretted his decision to appoint such a girl as his advisor. It did not seem particularly wise. Who knows what notions occupied her mind? The wealthiest individual in the Hengluo star domain is this young lad, is it not? Achilles set down his wine glass. Addressing his aide, Indeed, sir, the aide responded respectfully. To date, he has completed nearly 300 tasks, garnering rewards exceeding 30 million source crystals, and all in cash. Truly an alluring figure. Achilles mused, I have heard that the woman by his side has departed for some reason. Is that correct? Indeed, that can be confirmed. Chapter 78, The Ancient Source Forbidden Zone, Part 2. Thus, this child is now free from any concerns regarding notable figures. The godfather chuckled. Don't you think he now requires a new pillar of support? A formidable one, indeed. He needs a sufficiently powerful force to safeguard his wealth and personal safety. His aide flattered, suggesting, a sufficiently powerful force, perhaps someone like you, boss. Ha! Precisely. The godfather commanded, summon some men and invite this charming child to come here for a visit. I believe he would be quite willing to join our ranks and pay a handsome protection fee for the privilege. But what if he refuses to cooperate? The aide expressed concern, as it is said he possesses abilities of the fourth tier, which might prove troublesome. No need to worry. Perhaps this child will throw a tantrum at first. However, he will come around eventually, provided he is not too foolish. The godfather grinned ominously. Just take along some capable men. The following evening, Yun Haoyu emerged once again from the bank's branch, clutching over 1,000,000 source crystals. To what extent has your power recovered? He queried as he walked in terms of absolute strength. It is likely nearing the third tier, came Rulan's voice echoing in his mind. This task is nearly complete. Earning money will not be so swift in the future. He felt a twinge of worry. It's nothing to fret over. Although my absolute power is not remarkable at the moment, I have regained some faculties and can assist you a bit. She chuckled softly. The golden dream rose was anchored in a nearby square. However, at that moment, a group of uninvited guests had gathered nearby. Over a dozen medium-sized hovering battle vehicles formed a wall, blocking his path, their light cannons ominously aimed at him. More than 20 men clad in metallic armor approached, their breath revealing they were all ability users, ranging from the first to the fifth tier. Mr. Yun Haoyu, our boss requests your presence as a guest. Please come with us, stated the leader, his tone stiff. With a slight gesture, two of his men advanced, hands reaching towards Yun Haoyu's shoulders. Yun Haoyu shifted his shoulders slightly, and in an instant, he had retreated 10 meters. The two men, surprised by their missed grasp, momentarily hesitated. The leader sneered, "Little brat, our boss invites you. That is an honor. Don't be ungrateful." With a wave of his hand, the group of ability users closed in, though only half drew their weapons. Clearly, they were accustomed to being arrogant under the Godfather's command and held little regard for this young upstart. Yun Haoyu frowned. It seemed today would not end peacefully. He was not one to hesitate. With a flick of his finger on the spatial ring, in an instant, the light sword appeared in his hand. You know not the heights of heaven, nor the depths of the earth. The leader scoffed, brandishing a short-handled crimson axe that materialized in his grasp. The axe's surface bore deep, bloody grooves, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Do you dare to kill here? Yun Haoyu said coldly, channeling his source energy to its fullest, causing the blade of his sword to vibrate rapidly, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. I didn't say I would kill you. Our boss wants you alive. Of course, if you refuse to cooperate, losing a few parts of your body is no one's fault, right? He grinned wickedly, swinging the axe, aiming a vicious strike at Yun Haoyu's left shoulder. The axe sliced through the air at high speed, producing a series of explosive sounds that signified a breach of the sound barrier. If that your treatment of your subordinates is indeed exceptionally harsh, he thought with a hint of disappointment. This band of paupers has nothing of value to catch his eye. Little did he realize that he is a well-fed man unaware of the hunger of others. The harvest of several 100,000,000 credit points is a fortune that most people will never even glimpse in their lifetime. Chapter 79. The Ancient Forbidden Zone, Part 2. The shrill wail of sirens pierced the air as the official law enforcement team finally arrived at the scene. A multitude of police hovercraft encircled the square, leaving no room for escape. Officers clad in green bulletproof armor rushed out, busy surveying the area and documenting evidence. Yun Haoyu briefly explained the situation to several officers, who, upon realizing the gravity of the matter, found themselves at a loss and promptly sought guidance from their superiors. Meng Xian, where is the lawyer you promised me? I hope you won't let me down. He activated his holographic communicator to notify the materialistic girl. Today, he certainly had to pay a visit to the Supernatural Monitoring Bureau under the Ministry of Imperial Security, and he might even have to spend a few days there. The situation was somewhat troublesome, but he remained indifferent. The primary responsibility lay with the other party. He would hardly bear any significant consequences, and at most, he would have to spend some money to smooth things over. Moments later, another convoy arrived at the scene, accompanied by dozens of imposing military mechs. This was the contingent from the Ministry of Imperial Security. He instructed Shuangyan to return the spacecraft, and soon, Yun Haoyu was escorted aboard a heavy hovercraft. armed and transported to the Supernatural Monitoring Bureau on the outskirts of the city. Barely a few minutes after landing, Meng Xian arrived, accompanied by a striking woman dressed in a sleek, black business suit. "This is lawyer Wang Yalong." She introduced herself to Yun Haoyu. Meng Xian had already provided a brief overview of the situation, and the woman named Wang Yalong quickly assumed her role. "Mr. Yun, you need not say anything. I will handle everything," was her first utterance. Subsequently, she turned to the officer nearby and inquired, "I wish to arrange for bail. Can the paperwork be processed now?" "That might not be possible," the officer replied curtly. "Why not?" "This case is far too serious, involving dozens of lives, with a significant number being supernatural beings. Even if the primary responsibility does not rest with him, there is no justification for an easy bail." The officer replied coldly, "My client has an impeccable reputation and no criminal record. Why is that not sufficient?" Wang Yalong's face flickered with anger as her voice rose. The two engaged in a heated argument. At that moment, a supernatural being adorned with the rank of major stepped inside and whispered a few words to the officer. The previously stern-faced officer's expression changed immediately, and he readily stated, "Very well. You may bail him out, however. He cannot leave home for the next few days and must be available for summons." Wang Yalong had expected some protracted negotiations, but the officer conceded rather swiftly. This left her feeling somewhat disappointed, as she had hoped to make a good impression before the young client. Who was this person that even a general would personally intervene in his affairs? The officer pondered as he watched their departing figures. "What? All the dispatched personnel were killed?" Achilles inquired, astonished. "Indeed, boss," the aide replied anxiously. Achilles furrowed his brow, having already overestimated the young man's abilities. Hence, he had dispatched over 20 capable supernatural beings, led by 2 fifth-tier elites, along with a contingent of hovercraft for support, believing it to be foolproof. Yet, the outcome was utterly unforeseen, with dozens of elite subordinates being thoroughly defeated. Furthermore, from the footage, it appeared that the young man had not even sustained a scratch. It was a one-sided massacre. Judging by the circumstances, this young man must possess at least 6th-tier strength. Achilles remarked coldly, "I concur, boss." The aide added, "Moreover, that lightsaber of his is undoubtedly a rare premium item. At least a 4-star piece of equipment. That is why our personnel suffered such heavy losses. What shall we do now?" the Godfather inquired, fixing his gaze on him. "Boss, that depends on your decision. We can either abandon the mission or dispatch even more capable personnel to persuade him." The aide replied smoothly, "Abandon? Is that even a possibility?" Achilles flexed his wrist, the joints cracking sharply. "This time, let us send more personnel. Dispatch all those capable. They are well fed and cared for. Now it is their turn to contribute for me." The Godfather declared ominously, "As for timing, let it be this evening, before dawn. I want to see that young man groveling before me like a dog." "Understood, boss." In the living room, a figure stealthily vanished upon returning home. After bathing and dining, he engaged in his daily, uninterrupted training. Ever since Xiao Muhan's departure, he had devoted all his energy to enhancing his strength, and after several months, his progress had been remarkable. Although he had not broken through to a new realm, his meridians had significantly expanded, and the total amount of source energy within him was now over 4 times that of an average supernatural being of the same tier, with a trend of continued increase. The power of the Shattered Star Sword technique had begun to manifest, and with this technique, combined with the lightsaber in his hand, he was now capable of contending with 7th-tier experts, provided the opponent did not possess excessively formidable equipment. As for 5th and 6th tiers, he could easily overcome them. In today's skirmish, his success was largely attributed to this sword technique. Suddenly, his holographic communicator vibrated, and upon checking, he found it was a video request from Su Shangqing, accompanied by an urgent signal. "What has happened?" he wondered as he pressed the accept button. A beam of light projected onto the ground, quickly forming a 3-dimensional image. "Huan Mantao." His expression darkened instantly to eye in the image. The striking woman standing next to Su Shangqing could only be her. "Please, do not be agitated. Can you let me finish speaking?" Huan Mantao said with a smile. "I know we have had some misunderstandings in the past. And since you refused to talk to me, I had no choice but to seek out your friend, Ayu. Huan Mantao means no harm. She sincerely wishes to help you." Su Shangqing interjected hastily. "What do you wish to say?" he asked suspiciously, gazing at her. "The old ghost has set his sights on you." Huan Mantao said seriously. I heard you had a conflict with his men today. He has decided to cause you further trouble. Be cautious tonight. So it is like this. That old ghost is still not giving up? I overheard some news and sneaked out to inform you. Huan Mantao replied with a grin. As for how to thank me, that is up to you. Very well. If the news proves true, I shall repay you. He replied. Humph. I hope you remain unscathed tomorrow. After ending the video call, Huan Mantao returned the communicator to Su Shangqing. Do you have time now? Su Shangqing asked, somewhat excitedly. I would like to invite you for coffee. Huan Mantao smiled elegantly and replied, Unfortunately, I cannot stay out for long. I must return soon. Will you come to find me again in the future? Su Shangqing asked, reluctant to let her go. Perhaps. There will be opportunities in the future, she replied absently, turning to board the flying car. The night deepened. The villa was sealed, all defense systems activated, automatic weapons fully charged, and armed robots in position, with a faint blue energy shield enveloping the core structure. Yuan Haoyu sat alone in the living room. A selection of exquisite pastries laid out before him on the crystal table. The biomaids had been sent to the underground training room, where the sturdy environment ensured their safety even if the upcoming conflict grew intense. Lord Carlos, ahead is that young man's residence. A group of individuals clad in black had appeared on a hill several hundred meters away. Leading them was Carlos, a young man with a sinister countenance. A gaunt face bore an odd blue-black tattoo that obscured half of it. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he nodded slightly and inquired, aside from him, are there any other troublesome figures inside? None. Just him. That's good. The boss is so cautious, even sending us out just for this one young man. Carlos chuckled. Let us proceed. Everyone, let us finish this quickly and return home. I have 2 delightful ladies waiting for me. The subordinates responded in unison, fanning out in a semicircle to encircle the villa. A total of 57 individuals, 2 at 7th tier, 9 at 6th tier, and the leading 2 appeared to possess some decent equipment, while the rest ranged from 3rd to 5th tier. Rulan echoed in his mind. This old ghost certainly regards me highly, assembling such a formidable force. He licked his lips, estimating the potential trouble ahead. If things became too dire, he would have to trouble you for assistance. Rest assured, I will lend a hand should the situation become critical. The black-clad figures approached the villa, halting just outside the energy shield. The leader unleashed a plume of black smoke, which upon contact with the shield, corroded it like a powerful acid, causing it to hiss ominously. The color shifted from blue to red, rapidly dimming until a large hole was breached. The villa's defense system was robust, yet it was designed to withstand ordinary attacks. Against a multitude of high-tier supernatural beings, it was rendered nearly useless. Yuan Haoyu observed this scene from a distance without uttering a word, placing the last piece of pastry in his mouth before ascending to the 2nd floor. He was not prepared for a head-on confrontation, as that would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Employing guerrilla tactics using the terrain was the wisest course of action. The black-clad figures rushed to the entrance. After a brief discussion, a portion broke through the main door while others positioned themselves to block other exits, with a few leaping to the 2nd floor and entering through the rooftop. The villa was shrouded in darkness. The power had been cut off under the control of the central holographic computer. However, this did not hinder the actions of the psychics. Upon entering the house, they lingered for no longer than necessary, making their way directly to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The 6 individuals entered through the rooftop. They had scarcely settled into their positions when an overwhelming and suffocating aura of murderous intent enveloped them, as if a ferocious beast of unparalleled might lay in wait within the room. Before they could formulate a response, they were besieged by a multitude of asuras, yakshas, malevolent spirits, heavenly demons, and an array of bizarre and fearsome creatures. The onslaught of illusions assailed them incessantly, leaving them with splitting headaches, rendering them incapable of even uttering a cry for help. Their last memory was of a blinding flash of sword light piercing their eyes. In an instant, 6 were dispatched, and the one who had been hiding in the restroom swiftly emerged, pressing against the wall to ascend to the ceiling with remarkable speed. He then maneuvered sideways like a gecko, halting at the first staircase where a dozen psychics were making their way up. Chapter 80. The Legacy. The group of individuals approached the staircase cautiously, discerning their surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby before beginning to disperse and inspect the rooms one by one. Above, he silently navigated, while below, two psychics entered a room not far from him, conducted a brief search, and retreated upon Phi Run. "You little brat," he jeered. The young man remained silent, merely lifting his head to fix him with an utterly serene gaze. As he beheld those profound eyes, an inexplicable chill crept into his heart, as if a fearsome beast of unparalleled ferocity had locked its sights upon him. A slight dizziness clouded his mind, causing even the flow of source energy within him to falter momentarily, and the protective barrier flickered ominously. When he finally regained his senses, he found a sword hilt protruding from his chest. The skin around the blade transformed into a ghastly gray, the ashen area rapidly expanding as if it were a living entity. Correspondingly, the vitality within him was vanishing at an alarming rate. How could this be? I have been slain by a mere fourth-tier brat. His eyes widened in rage, filled with bewilderment and resentment. As he collapsed, he dashed into the kitchen and leaped through the window. The pain from his shoulder wound had dulled to mere numbness. This was the doing of Rulan. Without her, he would have long since succumbed to agony. With a swing of his sword, he cleaved two obstructing foes into 4 pieces. Adding further wounds to his own body, blood streamed down his pant legs, soaking his boots and pooling on the ground, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints by the time he charged up to the 2nd floor. The enemies that had once stood before him had vanished, the price paid being 4 gruesome gashes, with his left arm nearly severed.